Chapter 651. All of my perception around the city focuses solely on the scouts that seemingly appeared out of thin air. Some of them touch down in random areas of the city while others fly far away to the other side of the massive mountaintop to other districts. There are even some nearby that fly to the top of tall towers, but the only 3 guards I focus on are the ones coming straight my way. A faint noise emanates from the orange core, and I channel all of my perception toward him as he flies. The image of him holding a silver transmission device in his right hand is clear, and his voice rings out in a steady, monotone manner. Yes, Redgrave, I'm checking in on the unidentified subject now. Based on the recordings, he appears to be an intruder from outside of Central. But there is no ID coming back on our facial recognition. I'll be arriving in a few seconds. There's a click, and a familiar angry voice responds. It doesn't matter. Your focus should be elsewhere. Kill the intruder and anyone he is with. Don't spend a moment more on it. If they're from outside, then good riddance. If they're a rogue that got rid of their tracker to make a statement, then kill him and make an example of it. Destroy the bodies and leave no witnesses. No loose ends. There's another click, and the orange core puts the tablet away. He's getting extremely close now, and a plan begins to form while I watch the old man who pulled me out from the bar fall to his knees. His heartbeat slows to a stop by the time his forehead hits the pavement. I don't know exactly how he was killed, but from the name I heard on that transmission tablet moments ago, I know a convincing display will be necessary to satisfy their wishes. Instead of using stealth and slipping away from the orange core's sight, I do the opposite and raise my mana control to that of a low B-grade hunter. Once they're within range, a few blocks away, I turn in their direction and activate my master of illusion buff, mixed with my echo skill. As I step to the side of the empty street and activate stealth with my main body, a perfect lifelike afterimage of myself is left behind. The 3 divine core holders don't slow down at all. The orange core activates wind magic tethered with divine threads, and less than a second later, releases an attack as they dip down into the street even closer. The slash slices through my mirage, and the 2 red cores following close behind drop divine energy imbued balls of fire to incinerate the corpse of the old man and the illusion. The 3 of them hover midair after gliding upward for a few seconds, overlooking the city, and the orange core pulls out his transmission tablet again. With a straight unbothered face, the job is done. I will continue preparing for the reassessment of the Dark Continent in less than 2 days. We will not return without data on that corrupted information of the yellow core beneath the Crimson City this time. If you need anything else before your arrival in just over 4 days, please do relay the message. There's a pause, and no response for a moment, but finally, the same man responds, thank you. There actually is one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Report back to the supply base. I need you and a team to help Angelica investigate a trade deal gone wrong down in Ashmore. There was quite the incident that took place less than an hour ago, and Beckman wants a second opinion from an outside source. Certainly, I'm on my way. The orange core replies and begins to fly away back in the direction he came from, with the 2 red cores following. I lean up against the side wall of a building for a few seconds, staring at the black ash left behind, with a small amount of red and orange divine threads disintegrating into the atmosphere as they leave. All of the red and orange cores throughout the city and neighboring central regions finish up their missions around the same time, and simultaneously, I feel all of the wells of gravity throughout the city migrate back to the center of the mountain, in the densest part of the central headquarters. About 40 kilometers north of where I am, dozens of citizens disappear just as the old man did, being deleted from this world above the flames for various infractions without any warning or chance to refute them. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. Moments later, they all fade away from my senses, disappearing into various black buildings with shielding made from the same material as the floating rectangles above the city. My mind wanders as I walk the streets alone, with my stealth skill completely activated this time, watching the flashing lights and people all around me go by. Many streets pass as I recount the words spoken over the transmission tablet and compare them to what I know of the Big Three, and the new information graciously given by the old man that was killed and burned to ash before my eyes. The reality of the true strength of the leaders of this city finally dawns on me. Or, to put it more honestly, the leaders of this entire world. The power they possess is far beyond my wildest expectations. The fact that the flames below the city have been burning for decades, long enough for the old man and most of the population to believe the world outside was no longer livable, means the man who put them there has far more power than merely the small fiery barrier. That being said, there are 2 others, Ilara and Beckman. I can imagine what the fire user is like from his tone of voice, and get a vague understanding of the massive scale of Redgrave's power. but the other two are supposedly just as strong, and their abilities are even more mysterious. As I walk many blocks through the city, passing tens of thousands of people, and looking up at the hundreds of skyscrapers with endless floors, it makes the big three seem like gods. It's like Raven said, they'd been in power for centuries, yellow cores even before the system existed on this world. They have truly thought of every possibility and have even scoped out the entire 8 great regions and the Dark Continent, and believe we are no threat at all. Based on my findings here, it's true, in most circumstances in the past, I have my power hidden, or at least the gap is not so massive. So, the confidence of my enemies to not take me out early is usually working against them. However, seeing the result of their power and influence for myself, they may be right not to bother crushing the ants when they're not even strong enough to bite back. The society they created atop this mountain decades ago has been a long-lasting metaphor for the end of the world they seek to create. The Orange Corps said he'd be back to survey the Crimson City in under 2 days, and that the Big Three were coming to challenge the throne in 4. I have just enough vision to watch the entire world burn, yet nowhere near enough power to stop it from happening. As I let out a long sigh and look up into the starry night sky, more of Raven's words come to mind. It was what she said about the fact that when I battled her, I didn't hold back at all. I had no fear of losing despite being at a disadvantage the entire time. All I wanted to do was continue the fight, and find an edge for the fun of it. The thrill of the fight itself, and the prize of getting stronger at the end of it, was all that mattered, like following the thread of my swordsmanship skill, without knowing where it's leading, but understanding and knowing that it will lead to a fatal blow. Now, I am at a critical point. The very world as I know it is at stake. My new regions, freedom to grow and live as I please, and to put it bluntly, my control over my own life is on the line, though, it isn't just my life on the line. To get what I want, I'll be aiming to save the entire human race from living in a society entrapped by the fear of the world around them burning. It is a nearly impossible feat with the resources available to me now, but this just means I have to look deeper, think more tactically, and train harder than ever before. I just have to find the hint of a thread to victory and follow it. There are 2 immediate ways I can think of to become stronger. The first is to absorb more yellow divine threads. Most, if not all, of the yellow fragments in the world have been consumed, and the ones that aren't are in the hands of the very enemies I need to become stronger to defeat. The only source I can think of now is the endless roaring fire around the city. They could be harvested for their pure divine energy, however, attempting this so close would be the riskiest plan of all. The second option I have is bringing more links of loyalty into my Rising Emperor's domain, pulling the stats and mana control from the Crimson Army to push myself out from the divine flames faster did make a noticeable difference. While I have a steady growth rate of a few hundred new links per day coming into the Crimson Dome, I'm going to need to up that by a magnitude of thousands in order to compare to the power pure divine energy grants. However, with the new connection I've made with the 8 great regions, and my control over every sector in the Dark Continent, my access to potential links of loyalty does reach the necessary threshold to pull something like this off. Ember may have valuable input on this matter, but until he awakens, I need to do everything I can to gain an edge myself. As these thoughts race through my mind, one of the many dungeon hubs in Central City comes into view, with hunters forming a line in front of it and a single guard on duty. The temporary feeling of absolute authority looming above me starts to weaken in my mind, and I can't help but grin as I've just found the beginning of my thread that will lead to the next of the Big Three. In full stealth mode, I walk between all of the late-night hunters in line and slip through the automated doors and silver ID scanners to walk into the closest dungeon portal I can find. Moments later, I dungeon walk right back to the island of Palmyra, not bothering to keep my stealth ability activated. I walk through the secured hallways right past security, and out the front door to float up and above this massive palm jutting out from the sea, full of citizens. My perception fills the entire island and down deep into the sea below, where massive chi reserves rest all around the wrist of this originator artifact. On the Finger Island where I assassinated the king and queen, I sense my double, Marcus, Bree, and Rodrigo all talking to each other as I instructed. However, as I look down at this island, I decide this will be a great start for my expansion. I open a link between the 4 of them and myself. I have new urgent information. There's been a change of plans. Chapter 652. I airstep over to the meeting taking place in the mansion that still bears the rubble and blood of the king and queen on the main hall's floor. My double has already received a detailed update from Bree and Rodrigo about the progress in the 8 great regions and their restructuring of the contracts and trade routes. However, as I arrive, I have fresh news to share. We're going to be creating many more Crimson Domes. This is how we're going to do it, and this is what I need from you. Marcus, the Red Core A-Class Hunter, trembles in silence throughout my entire explanation to Bree and Rodrigo. As they nod and take out teleport crystals, I speak one last time to the overseers of the 8 great regions. Very good. The plan here on Palmyra stays exactly the same. I'll have it ready for you with tens of thousands of loyal citizens once you return. There are roughly 70,000 on this island. My guess is more than half will submit. The ones that don't will be free to go wherever they wish once this is all over, but for now they're staying here. I know this is a lot all at once, but we have 4 days left to prepare for what could potentially be the Second Great War. They disappear in a flash of white light. Back to the Apex region, to prepare the citizens in each major city to hear the Flame Emperor speak on a nationwide tour as the trade routes are established. It wasn't my initial plan to personally show up to each site, but this will be the most organic and efficient way to group many citizens together and give an opportunity to form links of loyalty with me in exchange for varying trade benefits. Meanwhile, I turn to the Red Core and pull out the drinks I bought at the bar, levitating them over to his trembling hands. I know I could have done things more subtly, but this is just the way things are now. Take a drink, calm down, and decide if you want to follow me or not. It would be helpful to have an inside man here on the island. He stands in silence, still wide-eyed and confused about what exactly is going on, but he takes a deep breath and downs the 3 shots I levitate in front of him. I speak up again as he looks me in the eyes. So, now for you to follow through on your part. I need everyone on this island to meet outside in the streets, looking up at the sky, in approximately 1 hour. I'll be notifying them that their contracts are all voided. The entire island of Palmyra will be free, and I have a new employment opportunity for them. The Red Core's rapid heartbeat slows back to normal, and his hands stop shaking as I begin to explain what I'm about to do. He nods and replies in a relaxed manner. While I feel a link of loyalty form between us, I'll do it. I'll help you free this island. I'd rather serve you, even if the odds are stacked against us. I grin while sharing self-regeneration with him to rid the alcohol from his system as it's already done its job, then reply through our newly formed telepathy link. Good. Have transmissions sent out to each of the dungeon hubs and hunters' housing, and have them ready to meet their new leader. Notify me through this link when it's done, he replies with a gaze full of commitment, and newfound confidence as even his fatigue is healed by the new skill's passive perks. Yes, sir. I'm on it. After this, I leave the mansion and float down toward the sea. As the Red Core sends pings to all the contracted hunters that he usually controls and sends orders to for the king and queen, I plunge into the depths of the sea. A dense barrier of mana shields my body, keeping the salt water from touching my skin. I'm not going to be down here for long, so a single deep breath of air is enough to last the full hour if I need it. My creation of the shielding around me is more so for the intense pressures of the sea, which collapse around me as I dive kilometers underwater. It's similar in pressure to the massive shifts in gravity that divine energy exerts on me, creating hundreds of times more pressure at the bottom of the ocean than above sea level in the open air. It is pitch black down here, but my chi senses are all I need, as I'm taking this opportunity to collect valuable resources surrounding the palm. Monk's words repeat in my mind from the first time I ever came in contact with these naturally growing chi crystals beneath Valor City. If I absorb their essence too fast, draining the crystals completely dry, they will never recharge to their current state. The same goes for detaching them from the black stone base they grow from. The massive haul I found here is thousands of times more crystals than I have back in the Dark Continent. The conditions down here would make it quite literally impossible for anyone below the rank of a yellow core to survive the pressure. Monk's process of collecting trace amounts of chi from living crystals is also a delicate one, requiring long amounts of time and equipment in stable environments. With the pressure, currents, and total darkness down here, I see no practical manner in which he'd be able to safely and efficiently farm this material. The crystals jut out from the bases of this originator artifact, and when I approach, 2 thoughts come to mind. Harvesting everything here could give thousands of citizens back. In the Dark Continent, a one-time boost, allowing them to awaken chi, elevating them above many of their mana-wielding peers. However, I could also use it all for myself. Increasing the strength of my soul energy in general does make me far stronger. But it's not as significant a jump as strengthening my divine core, taking advantage of the chi at my disposal and adding as many people as possible to my Rising Emperor's domain at once would begin to make a noticeable difference. No one thing will magically bring me to the overwhelming strength level of the big 3, but many small things do add up and bring me closer. Until I find the final missing clue to this puzzle, I need to grow in every avenue possible and continue searching while following the faint outline of a thread. Still, with a small hope for a potential future chi farm in mind, I pull out my Flame Emperor's blade, tether it with divine energy, and slice a square around the crystal cluster in front of me. I can't sense anything coming off the massive black stone artifact, other than the small areas surrounding the chi clusters, saturated with white flowing chi. The rest of the massive hand is only visible to me through my eyes. If I didn't sense the mana, chi, and tiny trace amounts of divine energy in the air, I wouldn't even know this enormous structure was in the sea. It only fills a negative space in my mind, devoid of all energy, so, as the energy from my blade slices through the stone to carve out a chunk, hoping to preserve the natural regeneration process of the chi crystals, I feel another phenomenon take place. Trace amounts of divine energy that make contact with my sword are sucked into the massive artifact, disappearing from my senses moments later. It feels just like the growing seeds I picked up from the divine construct. While this massive palm reaching into the sky is not as violent or hungry as the greedy black seeds, I definitely felt it tug at my true core. Taking a few small threads from the remnants of my attack, the cluster of chi falls to the ocean floor beside the wall and pulses, while the seemingly fluid-like aura of chi within the attached section of the artifact contracts back into the bright white gem, without any external pressure or movement from me. Once the chi floods back into the crystal cluster and becomes fully saturated, it simply falls off the black fragment of the artifact, showing that it will no longer grow. Well, there's no way to save them. It looks like I have no choice, I think to myself while letting the white crystal cluster of chi fall into my item storage. Keeping one small gem behind to fall into my open palm, I allow the pure, dense chi to flood into my body, restoring and even oversaturating my soul energy core. Yet the crystal isn't even halfway drained. The process I used to create the crimson dome, draining all my soul energy into it and using a limited amount of chi pills to restore it over weeks, comes to mind. It not only strengthened the defenses of the Crimson City but also increased my chi control significantly each time. I could fully drain my soul energy and restore it multiple times with a single crystal. This appears to be the equivalent of hundreds of chi pills, and as I let my perception do account, I note over 1,000 clusters around the palm, each holding dozens of gems. Once my attention comes back to the next cluster, I witness the small portion of originator stone I've carved out begin to heal before my eyes. The dim light of my aura is all that illuminates the phenomena of the black stone regenerating very quickly, without any energy output or readings coming off of it. In less than a minute, the surface of the artifact looks untouched, as if I never sliced through it, and as if there was never chi attached to it at all. The portion of stone that was carved away loses its dark black coloring, turning gray, then white, then dissolving away into the sea. It reminds me of the time the green divine serpent crashed into the forest of black trees, and they too dissolved away, only leaving behind their cores. I'm curious, but there is nothing more for me to process, as no energy readings were present during this odd event. So, I move on to the next cluster and repeat the process. Over the next hour, I swim from cluster to cluster, slowly carving out dense pockets of crystals, and watching the black rock regenerate as if it's living. While above me there is a lot of movement on the island of Palmyra, tens of thousands of workers are being called in early from their shifts in the dungeons. And those sleeping are being woken up and told their quotas for the new day are not yet processed and that there's an announcement they all must hear. Every slash through the water adds dozens of white crystals to my storage, but simultaneously drains tiny trace amounts of divine energy from my core. By the time I'm halfway around the base of the wrist, I've lost about 1 yellow fragment's worth of divine threads. It isn't much in the grand scheme of things, as from this island alone I've netted thousands of fragments to my core, but it is odd. I begin trying to observe the flow of divine energy closer and closer with every slash, trying to figure out how it's healing, or get some hint of where the lost energy is going. It's not until I hear a telepathic voice in my head from the red core kilometers above me that I finally discover something. Sir, Flame Emperor, the kingdom of Palmyra is almost ready for your speech. It should not take more than 10 minutes to retrieve the final stragglers that are finishing up their boss room battles in the dungeon farms. While Marcus speaks in my inner ear, I slice through another portion of the massive black artifact to separate an abnormally large cluster of chi, and in return, a massive shift in water pressure changes all around me. My eyes widen, despite being in pitch black darkness kilometers under the sea, as my senses finally pick up on something while massive amounts of seawater start flooding into the hole I've opened up. The sensation of a very strange divine energy source becomes visible in my mind's eye, and the threads that escape my blade from this last strike flow toward it, following the inside wall of this massive structure, deep underground, many kilometers below the ocean floor. The inside of this massive stone sculpture is hollow, and I've just created a temporary entrance. Chapter 653. I don't even take the time to watch the portion of the artifact I sliced off dissolve, I just let the cluster of crystals fall into my item storage and swim forward with the extremely fast-flowing water under enormous pressure. The jet of water floods inside the artifact, dispersing down into the hollow shell of the statue, plunging into total darkness below the ocean floor. It is hot and humid, but I airstep away from the water stream and hover in midair, deciding to take a breath while sending out a pulse of perception to get a reading on my surroundings. The inside of this structure is filled with stale air. I send a message through my telepathy link to Marcus through the small hole in the side of the artifact's wrist just as it completely heals itself. Understood. I've run into a small detour. This may take a moment, the hole letting in massive amounts of ocean water seals itself, and the raining salt water all falls into the darkness below. I can't see anything at all, but instead of sensing nothing as I did from the outside, now I can sense the energy particles in the air trapped within this massive structure and feel its exact shape. I'm floating within the wrist, which leads upward to create the enormous hand that stretches up and out of the ocean, with the infrastructure of an enormous city built atop it. However, down below, the rest of the arm is here. It even leads to a shoulder, and that shoulder connects to a neck, torso, and 3 other limbs. The impossibly large artifact appears to be lodged hundreds of kilometers below the planet's crust, and the deeper down I sense, the denser the air becomes filled with. There is no mana present within this structure other than the small amount that radiates off my body. However, the further I push my senses into the depths of the artifact's darkness, I do feel the flash of divine energy again. It comes and goes, giving off extremely strange readings. One moment it's invisible, and another, it's creating a gravity well with the intensity of a true core. Other times, it's hardly the strength of a newly awakened red. I don't sense any intelligent life, but every time my perception touches the odd divine energy reading down below, I get the intuitive feeling that it is looking back at me, overcome with curiosity. I float further down into the darkness, following the flow of denser and divine energy. I slowly make my way down the entire arm, deep below the ocean floor, and find that a large amount of water that fell in through the hole I made is pooled in the lower tricep of the bent right arm that reaches out of the sea. As I pass it and move through the shoulder joint, steam rises up, adding to the humidity as the water down here instantly boils from the heat and pressure. I'm flying many kilometers in a matter of a few minutes, but in this state of total darkness, it almost feels like I'm not moving at all, just pushing myself through endless hot air while following a mental map. Despite this, I eventually end up right below the head, staring down at the void that leads to the statue's midsection and legs. Below, this is where the heat, pressure, and chi density are the strongest. However, my attention now shifts upward because beneath the statue's head, where its neck would be, there is a narrow hole. Roughly 100 meters wide at its entrance, but as it goes further up to meet the head of the structure, it gets far more narrow. This is where the strange, inaccurate divine energy readings come from. I airstep upward into the narrowing passageway. She is abundant, but strange divine artifacts are much harder to come by. Touching this structure on the outside doesn't drain any divine threads, and there was definitely no way for me to perceive it from just putting out a scan. While cutting through the black stone is very difficult, I'm sure it would be possible for almost any order member with a true core to do the same. Either this artifact is completely new and was only activated by the small amount of divine energy it took from me, or it's been collecting energy from the atmosphere for millennia, overlooked, with no one ever caring to examine it closely or attempt to look inside. As I float upward and the narrow passage through the neck becomes smaller, I hope for the latter, and I believe it may be true. The dim glow of my true core's aura lights up the walls around me, and the illegible originator text I've seen before in the Saints' recordings appears all over this place. I have no way of interpreting it, so I simply follow the source of the odd blinking and changing gravity well readings until the narrow passage squeezes so tight that it's barely 3 meters wide. It comes to a halt near the base where the jaw is on this massive statue. And instead of going straight up, there is a rectangular hallway with ascending stairs at the top of the upward funnel to the head. I float down onto it and begin to walk up the path, illuminating more and more originator text on the walls. The passage is dark, hot, and cramped, with thousands and thousands of etchings all over the walls. My echoing footsteps are heard only by me as I continue upward, the cramped stairway spiraling higher, creating a circular spiral leading into the skull of the statue. I activate my all-seeing eye, not holding my true core's power back at all, trying to see everything there is to see in these halls, but nothing comes back. All I get in return is the same dull fluctuating signal at the top of the statue's skull and the minor tugging at my core that siphons small, negligible amounts of divine threads from my aura as I continue upward. The yellow light coming off of me is so bright that it seeps into the walls, making each of the bold etchings in the black stone vibrant and reflective, searing every ancient letter into my mind with each step. There is nowhere else for my perception to go, so all of it concentrates on these unreadable words. As the minutes pass and I walk higher up, many of the letters become recognizable, as they're repeating over and over in my head. It's basic pattern recognition, but with millions of characters being scanned and imprinted on my mind, I can begin to guess which characters will come next without even understanding what they mean. By the time I reach the top of the enormous spiraling staircase, my mind is split between wondering what I'll find at the top and whether I'll be able to understand originator text if I stay here long enough. Just like when I entered this rising hallway, there is a single rectangular door to walk through. When I exit it, I find myself in another massive, wide-open dark room, hundreds of meters tall and wide, with even more originator text printed all over the walls. As my true core's aura hits it, millions of letters shimmer yellow and white while I walk into the center of the room, gazing in awe at the main attraction here. A floating yellow disc is visible in the center of the room. No larger than my palm, it's a few centimeters thick at most, giving off a gravity well almost identical to my own. The moment I blink, the disc shifts its form, shimmering white, then turning completely black and forming into a perfect cube. No divine light comes off of it, and the gravity well present moments ago is no more. There is a faint amount of chi still inside the black artifact. I take another step forward, and it shifts again, growing in size and turning red, transforming into an elongated sphere. As it turns, the coloring shifts to orange, then yellow, bending and stretching to become a long cylinder until its edges meet to create a spinning donut shape in the air. Its gravity grows stronger as it becomes brighter yellow, and the hole in its center shrinks until it disappears and becomes a disc again. It collapses into a small pyramid, completely black, devoid of energy, then shifts to red, repeating a seemingly random yet similar cycle again and again. I'm mesmerized by the phenomena and get extremely close to the floating object in the center of the room. So close that the edges of my purple barrier begin to interact with the aura it creates when it's at its peak. This, combined with my own perception reading millions of now recognizable ancient originator texts, causes a strange shift to occur in my mind. For a moment, at the peak of the artifact's cycle, when it reaches the strength of a true core, I feel as if its emotions are rippling through my barrier, and a moment of clarity washes over me. My eyes widen as I step closer again, and as the cycle repeats, the clarity hits me even harder this time. It makes sense. I whisper to myself as the words in my mind start to shift and come together in fractured, barely readable states. Every time the cycle resets, the understanding I grasp fades from me as well, but I'm able to mutter out words each time it happens and look back on my memories. They have left. Not enough light on this world for all to ascend. I will die here, but one day, I believe another wave will come. I take steps closer to the oscillating artifact. And each time, I feel the tug on my core grow stronger, left behind treasures for future generations. The race will begin again, whether it is for light, or for ruling of the physical world. If you have found my tomb, please hear my words. I wish to follow you through the doors. At these last words, I can't tell if I'm reading them off the walls anymore or hearing the words of the artifact itself. I'm so close to it now that if I were to put out a hand, I could touch it. It doesn't feel alive at all, but the afterimage, like an echo of desire, still emanates from it. The moment I stop repeating its words and allow my aura to retract to ponder them more carefully, the artifact changes its movement patterns again. Almost as if it is tired or scared I'll leave, the object stops mid-cycle while its bright orange shifts back into a black cube, but continues to slowly rotate a few meters off the floor. No more divine energy radiates through the room, and it becomes eerily silent. I stare at the palm-sized black cube. Curiosity is flowing through every cell of my body and becoming stronger with every rotation. Almost a full minute passes, and nothing changes. No more divine light permeates from the artifact, and my knowledge of the runes and text all around me is cut off. However, the artifact's message is clear, and I know what I have to do if I want to learn more. I take a deep breath, and slowly reach out my right hand until my index finger makes contact with the cube. It stops rotating, and again, a gentle soft pull on my core activates, and small amounts of divine threads are siphoned out. A ripple of yellow light becomes visible over the cube, and it disperses all over the room, lighting up all of the text with a bright divine glow. Simultaneously, a voice echoes in my head. It doesn't sound human, more like a wild animal mixed with metal scraping against metal, but in a gentle rhythmic pattern. I'm certain it's some kind of ancient dialect, or means of communicating, because my telepathy skill and purple barrier translate its meaning. Another wave has come. My hypothesis was true. This world is rich with light once again. Chapter 654. The text covering the walls, floor, and ceiling continues to glow bright yellow even after the room falls back into silence while the ancient voice echoes through my mind. I think carefully about the voice's words. It speaks in vague terms, but with its emotions streaming through me and a rough translation coursing through my mind with the full power of my true core backing it. Many connections with past conversations, with Pluto the demon, the saint, Raven, Celia, and even ember all surface in my mind. This wave it speaks of must be referring to the phenomena of the system connecting to this world. Its repetition of the word light must mean some kind of power source. But I'm unsure if it's referring to divine energy, or mana, or something entirely different, though. The fact that it talks of there not being enough light for everyone to leave the physical world sounds extremely similar to the ascension of a demon lord. Not wanting to ask too many questions at once, I respond out loud with a simple, open-ended question to see what kind of being I'm dealing with right now. Who, or what, are you? My index finger stays touching the artifact, and small amounts of threads continue to drain out of me, but in return, my mind perceives exactly where the threads are going. They ripple through the walls of this room, spreading through the statue's skull, and moving throughout the enormous being lodged into the ocean's floor. Its voice echoes back into my mind, this time sounding more coherent and natural rather than the animalistic metallic rhythmic noise from before. I am Adam. This name echoes through my mind as I feel my own memories being sifted through, while I, too, see a fast-moving slideshow of this same statue, completely white, standing atop an ancient world, watching beams of light all over the globe flash and disappear. I watch clouds fly by, and the yellow sun rotate above the sky hundreds, then thousands, and millions of times before I lose count. The only thing I can see is the white statue's color fading, turning slightly darker, and the worlds around it shifting and changing. As millennia pass, trees and wildlife build up sediment, and the feet of the statue are slowly covered in dirt. The plants and beings that grow around the statue often show stronger than average abilities, accidentally absorbing the trace amounts of white energy that seeped off the massive artifact. On many other points around the globe, similar artifacts give off the same energy, and religions are born praising the larger-than-life giant that watched over them all. As years pass, powers grow and fall, but no intelligent life ever matches the heights of what the originators built. The shifting of continents, volcanic activity, and heavy rainfall create an age of massive oceans on this world. Covering the statue up to its knees, the oceans freeze over, melt, evaporate, and more life grows in the dry plains around a dormant statue that watched an ancient race leave this planet for the stars millions of years ago. The coloring of the statue begins to turn even darker, gray, in fact, and the speed at which the sun rises and falls moves too fast to comprehend, and the memories become fuzzier. Countless ice ages, floods, species, and world-ruling races rise and fall, and each time the statue grows darker, and the planet devours it slowly in more ways than one. All that remains is the jet-black hand reaching out of the sea, with yet again, a society of the planet's ruling race congregating around it while the statue watches time sweep by. The ancient voice echoes in my head again, this time, sounding not ancient at all. I can't even tell the difference between it and the base language I speak, Adam. At least, that is what I was called before I died. You are the first to visit my tomb. It seems your people call us originators. My eyes widen at its words, and the voice continues to answer the second half of my question. What am I? I don't know. I am the echo of what is left behind from a civilization that has moved on long ago. My eyes look around at all of the glowing runes and texts all over the walls. It feels as if they're vibrating and trying to come off the stone. I reply, my heartbeat quickening, filled with excitement. So the originators are real. Who were those that left this world through the beacons of light in those memories you showed? What do the words around us referring to light mean? And the doors? Everyone keeps talking about these doors. What do you know? This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. I feel more threads leave my finger, and the words all over the room pulse and vibrate even more as the voice responds. I am dead. I have been dead for so long, I do not even know how I died. What you are asking of me is like asking if you can remember what food your mother ate on a specific date while you were still inside the womb. You have seen all I know. This is the first time I've opened my eyes in centuries. I know more about you than I do of myself. Its reply is not what I wanted to hear, but as I sift through the memories it shared with me, they flash by in spurts and have no true depth to them at all. In truth, the white statue was already dead, as it says, reaching up toward the sky as these memories began. It continues speaking to me, and at the same time, the room shakes and vibrates more intensely than ever before, and I feel as though I can see through the being's eyes, but all I see is darkness. I do understand the texts my ancestors left me, and your memories of this world have led me to create meaning for many things previously unknown. These beacons in the depths of my mind were in fact the chosen ones. Many texts here speak of their attempts at leaving this mortal realm to continue their journeys. The room tilts to the side, and I can feel the ocean crust cracking beneath and above me. However, it is not through my own senses, it comes from the statues. It continues, and I don't dare take my finger off the black cube. I need to know more. and I fear that if my connection is lost, I may never get it back again. This light and the wave printed all over these walls refer to the dominant energy source on the world we stand on. What your people know of as chi was a far different power long ago. It was as abundant in this world as mana is now. The fact that you were even strong enough to access my tomb means another source was created, and the Divine One's game is being played again. Another violent tilt of the room follows its words, and the yellow words on the walls become so bright, it feels as though they're tearing off and falling toward me. I reply with a question, so divine energy was here long ago too? It was an energy source before chi? Or, whatever it was called when the wave came in your time, the yellow text of millions of characters begins coming off the walls, floor, and ceiling entirely, all closing in on the center of the room. Simultaneously, the gravity in the room rises, and I feel as if I'm moving upward. Moments later, as if two eyes are opening on the statue's face, I'm able to see the outside world, and what is happening begins to become clear. The hand holding Palmyra above the ocean rises even higher, and an enormous bulge in the ocean's surface grows beneath the black palm. It continues to bulge while the arm reaches out from the sea, pushing the island high into the clouds until a black head with enormous yellow glowing eyes emerges from the dark surface of the sea. I hear a reply. While watching the impossibly large statue push itself out of the planet's hard rock crust as if it's malleable sand, the power of the divine has always existed. It is the fabric of reality, but lesser energy sources are necessary for mortals to begin their journey and climb. These lesser sources are not as absolute in the grand scheme of time, but they are necessary to reset the mortals' worlds and allow for motion to continue taking place. Even gods die, they too must be replaced. The entire black statue ripples yellow as it rises from the sea, creating massive tsunamis that head toward the coasts thousands of kilometers away. At the same time, far away, the sun begins to rise, shedding a sliver of light upon the magnificent event taking place far out in the middle of the ocean. The yellow ripples cover the entire black statue, then bounce back after covering its entire body to make their way back toward the head. Once they do, all of the yellow energy settles in its skull, adding to the bright runes surrounding me, and making them all collapse in faster. Its words echo through my mind again. Finally, the great wave has come again, and those who pass the trial shall walk through the doors. I have rested long enough, this world has finally awakened, and I shall fulfill my duty to make sure it is not forgotten as it was before. Promise me, if you ascend, you will not leave this world behind. As its words echo in my head, a phrase of text collapsing and jumps out at me, reading, "This will be another forgotten world once we leave. Adam, I have trust in you to not make the same mistakes we have." Then, again, I remember the saint saying something similar too, telling me he would help me if I don't forget my humanity. I give the same response back, as the only reason I'm here, fighting, searching, building, and growing, is to make sure everything I have here is protected, of course. I will always do everything in my power to protect what is mine. The cube changes colors, turning red and morphing its shape to begin that repetitive cycle, and my finger sinks into the moving liquid. It replies while shifting to orange. Good. All my years after death have not been in vain. The right one has finally found me. The yellow runes collapse in and collide with my finger at the same time the artifact reaches the end of its cycle, and they all collapse into a single point. Shining the brightest yellow white I've ever seen, all of the yellow divine light vibrates through me, then bounces back, emulating the same pattern that rippled through the massive statue when this whole process started. Once it hits the black cube again, it disappears into it, and it pops off its invisible pillar where it was floating in place before, and even floats away from my finger. It glows red and starts to shift to start its cycle again, but this time it rotates around me like I'm its center of gravity. I try to reach out to touch it again, and once I do, it reacts by bouncing off my finger and orbiting in the complete opposite direction while continuing its cycle, instead of going for it again. My gaze is focused elsewhere, first, on the smooth blank walls and floor all around me, as all of the text was consumed by the artifact. Second, I try to put out a perception pulse because my vision through the eyes of this massive statue ceased the second the runes and text collapsed. Once I get readings back from my energy pulse, and get a feel for how things are in the outside world, the situation becomes more clear. Previously, I wasn't able to sense a thing outside the statue's inner walls. However, now, I can easily send pulses through thousands of cracks all over its surface. The black outer shell becomes brittle, and shows the same signs as the pieces of black stone that were cut off from it earlier. Turning gray, then white, then disintegrating into thin air, the entire statue begins to dissolve away beneath my feet, and in a matter of seconds, I begin to smell the ocean air again. The feeling of weightlessness takes over. Above, I see a scene that reminds me of the time Ember and I had to dodge a falling island full of trees within the divine construct. This time, It happens to be a massive city filled with over 70,000 residents, and below is the dark depths of the violent crashing. Endless Ocean, Chapter 655. Everything that's occurred in the last few minutes rushes through my mind as I watch the stone statue disappear and the massive cluster of housing and residents fall toward me. The words of the artifact, and the memories it shared, are eye-opening, but after leaving its tomb, I'm even more confused about its origins in cryptic texts than when I entered. Even after viewing the millions of millennia of fuzzy memories it showed me, they all lack detail, and none were from before the artifact's death. For all I know, this object was never alive, or it could be falsely calling itself an originator after seeing my memories and telling me exactly what I want to hear. While I sense no malice, as I fall toward the sea and watch the black cube rotate around me in a lifeless state after putting me in this mess, I can't help but wonder what exactly this odd, sentient artifact really is. Despite these questions, there is a real voice that echoes in my head, full of fear and worry. As Sir Flame Emperor, what has happened? We've been waiting for you. Is this all part of your plan? Is the island of Palmyra destined to sink into the sea? Have you asked everyone to stare into the sky only to show them their deaths are near? I roll my eyes and allow my true core's aura to leak out while forming a plan and replying, no, Marcus. I just ran into some unforeseen trouble. Hold on to something, I'll fix this. I stare up at the enormous size of the falling city housing 70,000 residents and believe it might be possible to use mana manipulation tethered with my divine energy to carry them all and fly somewhere to safety. But I'm sure being at such close range with such immense power would kill many and destroy most, if not all, of their personal possessions on the island. First impressions are everything, and I'm unsure how well destroying everything they own and killing most of them will work in my favor when asking them to swear loyalty to me. So, instead of airstepping up to catch the island, I plunge downward, activating my plunderer skill to begin draining the atmosphere of any and all ambient mana while flying headfirst back toward the massive hole in the ocean where the black statue used to stand. Enormous waves crash in, and city-sized whirlpools form as the empty space is filled by the vast endless sea. While violent waves crash against each other, kilometers high, as the water displacement equalizes, I plunge headfirst into the sea and head down to take advantage of the enormous hole in the ocean floor. If there was once an island here, I can make it again. Once I'm deep enough underwater, I let the true power of my divine core loose and activate ice magic with it, while expanding my greater form to become larger than it ever has before. A shockwave of light blue ice, mixed with yellow divine threads, pulses through the ocean, and everywhere within a 50-kilometer radius below the sea freezes in a matter of seconds. All of the water that filled the space deep below the planet's crust freezes solid. Tethered with divine threads so strong, even the overwhelming heat that boiled seawater before can't melt this ice. I propel myself upward while the ocean above the floor freezes, and as I leave the surface, all that's left behind is light blue waves and whirlpools frozen in place as I set my sights on the island that still falls my way. I activate telekinesis from a long distance away and create dozens of sports field-sized mana barriers below the bottoms of the largest chunks of floating islands and large buildings. At first, I use as much of my aura as I can, and the entire collection of falling structures lurches and cracks, making it seem like massive earthquakes are taking place for the citizens that watch as the sun continues to rise and the clouds move upward while they fall down. There are screams, panic, and some hunters with higher mana control levels attempting to jump off the island, but Marcus keeps a majority of them in line and orders the other B-class hunters on the island to make sure everyone holds on and trusts that it is under control. Meanwhile, I use every drop of mana in the atmosphere for dozens of kilometers, and in turn, the island above me starts to slow its fall. It definitely doesn't come to a halt, as there are hundreds of buildings, and a mind-boggling amount of imported dirt and stone. However, instead of a catastrophe where everyone dies and the infrastructure hits the violent waves at terminal velocity, I've created a far safer result. As the island slows, I'm able to use less divine energy and more pure mana control and soul energy to keep the island's slow rate of descent, and this in turn allows me to be much closer to it as it meets the icy ocean surface. Being closer means far less mana has to be used. By the time it makes contact with the artificial icy island I've created, it's falling at less than 1 kilometer per hour. Even so, there's a citywide thud that makes an echo ripple throughout the ocean to compete with the endless waves. While most of the residents are still confused, shocked, angered, and scared, the fact that there's miraculously been a safe landing leads to a citywide cheer and claps as they're all just happy to be alive. The sun finally rises all the way above the horizon as well. High up in the sky above the island, light debris continues to fall, reflecting light. Even the light blue dungeon portals glow in the sky above, as they are geolocked to a position in space and do not fall with gravity like normal matter. I take advantage of the positive moment and fly to the center of the city where many still stand, with Marcus floating above the densest part of them. Without any warning, I increase my mana control output and appearance, to look just like the Flame Emperor I'd used many times before back in the Crimson City, and activate my Screech skill to project my voice for all on the island to hear. Your rulers are dead, and I am here to set you free. You may call me the Flame Emperor. I burst into a vibrant and beautiful red, orange, and yellow display of flames while projecting my appearance to become massive in the sky using my Master of Illusion buff. As I feel all eyes on the island turn toward me, I speak up again. Some of you are here by choice to pay off debts, some of you are here because you were tricked into bad contracts, and others are here entirely against their wills. I do not know the nature of all your circumstances, but I am here to give you an offer to void all of your contracts and grant you a second chance at life. My larger-than-life imagery looks down on the island, flickering with flames so large and realistic. While the events that just took place can't be explained with the rational mind to many on this island other than as the work of a god, many fall to their knees and pray, while others are frozen in shock. A small few still run for their lives, attempting to leave the island, but only find that the outer ring where the dirt and rock ends only leads to frozen waves. I speak again after everyone here has come to believe what they are seeing is truly reality. There is a nation to the east under my rule. It is far away from Central. I promise you all a life free of the shackles that the king and queen have put on you here. If there are loved ones back in Central, I vow to bring them to you all with no strings attached. The only thing I ask of you is your trust. A second great war is coming, and the world is going to have to choose sides. You do not have to fight for me, nor work for me, or anything like your past leaders have asked. I just want your loyalty and goodwill. After this line, I feel a few links start to form between myself and random citizens all over the island atop the iceberg. Conversation in the city begins to spark up, so I keep quiet while sentiment spreads naturally among them. I think we should do it. We're finally saved. Can we really trust this man of flames? What if he works for Central too and he just bought the island and this is his flashy way of taking ownership? Even if that's the case, what choice do we have? Wouldn't it be best to accept his terms and hope for the best? The worst cases were just back where we started. True, I guess there's a reason to have hope again. I believe him. I swear my loyalty to you, Flame Emperor. Some are skeptical, but the longer I let them talk amongst themselves, the more many on this island realize there is no reason for them to say no at all. It is a win-win scenario, and this thought process spreads like wildfire, while a few hundred trickle in at first just out of fear that I'll punish those that don't instantly submit, and a few thousand after a few seconds as they see me as a real god. The more rational and skeptical hunters on this island take their time to think over my words. However, as the minutes pass, thousands and thousands more link with me, and I feel my option to borrow and grant power grow more every second that passes. Once over 10,000 links are visible on my interface, I expect a notification to ring in my ear, just as it did when I hit 5, 100, and 1,000 members in my Rising Emperor's domain, but it never comes. I think to myself that maybe I've hit the end of the line for upgrades to this buff, but I was really hoping for another one. My gaze becomes filled with status screens and geopoints as the number rises more and more, past 20,000 links. Then 30,000, and it continues to rise, as residents get down on one knee, following the actions of others all around. My aura continues to permeate through them and show intensity. The entire kingdom of Palmyra acknowledges me as their savior and new ruler. I speak again as the links begin to slow after 40,000, as over half of the island has sworn their loyalty. Very good. I will have helpers from the mainland sent over here very soon. Transport to new cities to the east will be given, and care packages with money, food, and unlimited dungeon access in a whole new region will be provided to those of you that have sworn your loyalty. I pause, and the links pick up again. As even more people are intrigued that were previously on edge, those of you who do not wish to believe my words will have to stay here for 4 days or longer. Extra food, water, and resources will be provided, but rogues of unknown origin or loyalty will not be permitted in my nation. Those of you that wish to return to Central, or wish for me to reunite you with loved ones, you will also need to wait until the results of the war are settled. Even more links form, and more talk erupts through the citizens all over the city. A familiar sounding ding echoes through my inner ear while I say a final statement. Marcus will keep you all company until my subordinates return. I know you all have many questions. They will be answered in time. I thank you all for putting your trust in me, and guarantee it will not be in vain. Continue your farming if you wish, or head back to your quarters to rest. There are no longer quotas, deadlines, or higher-ups to fear your life from disappointing. If you wish to fight with me in this upcoming war, tell a Crimson Army soldier that you wish to join when they stop by. I smile and make my massive face in the sky disappear, then share my screech skill with the Red Corps I've left in charge so his voice can project through the entire city as well. I send him a telepathy message while pulling a teleport crystal from my storage. Bree and Rodrigo will be on their way back soon with my double and more of my stronger recruits to make transportation easier and bring the supplies I've promised. I know I've tossed you into this position, but I'll make it worth it in the end for you. A few seconds pass, and I get a response. It is already worth it. You're doing a good thing here. I've always wanted to be free of that king and queen too. I just never believed it was possible. I won't let you down. I crush the teleport crystal in my hand and blip back to the bunker beneath the Crimson City, with 4 orange cores collecting large amounts of yellow divine threads all around me. I finally open up my status interface once I'm here to see what the notification said before. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached. 60822/50,000 links of loyalty created. New perk unlocked. Rising Emperor's authority. _______________________ info. The caster may appoint 5 generals to share the Rising Emperor's power. Combined, the generals may borrow 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. In addition, 5% of the general's base stat points and mana control may be temporarily distributed to any subordinate under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The maximum amount borrowed or shared per general is 1%. All generals acting together may control 5%. When not in use, the Rising Emperor may use all 5% of this untapped power. The Rising Emperor has total authority and can override the general's power sharing even if they are activated. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This additional buff stacks with the power holder perk and ruler's gaze perk if used simultaneously. ____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ I come to the conclusion that not only did the number of subordinates in my interface rise by 20 times, now the total amount of stats and mana control I can borrow or grant has risen from 15% to 20%, 5% of which can be controlled by 5 generals of my choosing. This means to gain additional power, it doesn't have to come directly from me. They too can benefit from the Rising Emperor's domain as well as grant their own power to whoever they're fighting with. As the possibilities of what this new perk can do rush through my mind, another phenomenon hits my senses. Ember's mind is far more active than it was just yesterday within the isolation pod, and I can sense his core through the mana-imbued metal casing with ease. It's much larger than it was before, as it's cycling the yellow divine threads through the room just as it did for the orange threads previously. Instead of just making the circulation in the room faster and more efficient for my teammates, this time, Ember's core is retaining a large amount of the yellow threads with every rotation. It is clear his healing and rest process from overusing his immortal core has come to an end. Now, he is using this perfect environment to train. It appears as though he is attempting to awaken his true core. Chapter 656. As my gaze remains fixed on the silver contraption at the back of the room, where Ember is contained, I feel the mind inside the pod shift. In response, the link within my Rising Emperor's domain activates, bypassing the need for direct contact through my aura to enable telepathic messages. You've been quite busy since the B-class exams. Our power has grown a substantial amount. While our stats and mana control are linked through our system pact, divine energy cannot be created nor destroyed. I must awaken my true core alone, using an old technique I created. There's a brief pause, less than half a second, before a pulse of weak divine energy ripples through the room. Ember's voice then vibrates through my mind at a rapid pace. You found yourself an amplifier too, how interesting. I raise an eyebrow, replying through the link while my peripheral vision tracks the black cube slowly rotating around me. What is an amplifier? There's a much longer pause before Ember replies again. It is difficult to explain in these circumstances. I must keep my mind and body focused on compressing my core without harming your teammates or crippling my own core with too many movements before it's complete. Another pause, even longer than the first, follows before Ember continues. I have a few hundred yellow fragments of my own from the construct. I will add them to the room's cycle. It should be enough for me to finish in less than a month within this pod, which will be 3 days on the outside. Our link grows silent for a moment before he speaks again. An amplifier is the result of an originator's failed ascension. This was before the era of demons and the system, and the ascension process was different. It is the echo of a dead soul that holds onto the mortal realm with a desire too strong to be broken by death alone. They cannot think, lie, act, or grow more than they already know, but often share incredible powers with those who share a common desire. Ember's cryptic description doesn't tell me much more than I could have guessed, but the fact that he says they cannot lie makes me less hesitant to leave the cube floating around me. The mention of a different process of ascension raises an eyebrow. I remember, in the statue's memories, beams of light all over the world, and its description of those beings ascending, though it didn't know how it died or have any memories before its death. I reply quickly, how do I use it? Or activate its powers? After no reply for a few more seconds, I assume Ember has fallen into his final state of concentration. I leave him with a final message, well, the faster you awaken your core the better. The throne is opening its doors in 4 days. As I turn around and pull out a teleport crystal, a final reply echoes through our link, slower this time. 1 day for us to train together will be more than enough. Focus on what you can do in the present. All amplifiers are unique. It will most likely take an absurd amount of divine energy to activate. It was a true core holder in its past life, after all. I must focus now. See you soon. Our link goes quiet, and I look around the room at my teammates, still cycling the divine energy in the air around them. They, too, are in total concentration. I peer into their cores to see how far along they've come and notice that Maria has the most saturated core of all. At this rate, she'll complete her breakthrough even before Ember wakes up. Abby appears to be in a similar state, lagging by about 30%, but she maintains a constant ring of restoration below everyone in the bunker. Fisher and Lydia are absorbing far fewer yellow threads than I expected. At this rate, they won't awaken their yellow cores within 4 days. The natural talent barrier shows itself again. At this thought, my perception expands through the city, across the Dark Continent, and further to Raven's Nation and the 8 great regions. They are the most powerful beings in all these lands, aside from a few exceptional order members who have been training since before we were even born. The only reason they seem lacking is that they're in a room full of true monsters. I smirk, whispering to myself while crushing my teleport crystal, good work, you 4. Stay at it. I'll return soon, disappearing in a flash of light. I think about how, once they awaken, I'll appoint them as my generals within my Rising Emperor's domain. The purple name tag of Ra floats in the back of my mind, as he is still deep within the abyss. I'd like to appoint him too, however, these thoughts soon fade as more important work comes to mind. I materialize in the lobby of the Apex Regions Association headquarters and sift through my memories of my doubles. I realize Bree and Rodrigo have already begun mapping out the best locations to start my tour to strengthen the numbers within my Rising Emperor's domain. I smile, connecting with them and my nearby double, and get to work. Over the next 2 days, everything goes exactly as planned. Many residents of Palmyra migrate to a new settlement actively being built in the mountainous region where Sebastian, the true core order member, once stayed. With the help of mass teleportation crystal travel, this is done quickly. Some stay behind to wait the war out, but the majority wants to come to the mainland. With over 60,000 people flooding into the area, the population quadruples. My doubles bring in large amounts of raw mana from the artificial mountains, seeding the air with enough ambient mana for faster natural MP recovery. With this influx, trade routes connect many smaller native villages along the lake's outer edges. Upon contact, I distribute resources, give a unifying speech, and project a larger-than-life illusion of the Flame Emperor to every village, gaining another 7,441 links of loyalty. This is just the start. As new roads connecting the Dark Continent and the 8 great regions are built, I map out and plan to visit every village along these paths. I convey that the 8 great regions and the Dark Continent will soon face a great war and need their support. Knowledgeable merchants and hand-selected Crimson Army members accompany me on my tours. When I move to the next scheduled location, they stay behind to explain details to those wanting more information about the coming events. During the 2 days that pass, I visit 143 small villages throughout the Dark Continent and the 8 great regions. Settlements with 1,000 to 20,000 citizens receive gifts of magic items and fresh food not available in certain regions, drawing crowds. I offer better housing, unlimited dungeon access, and free training from high-level hunters. I promise to connect them with trade routes that will boost local economies, even if they don't join me. In return, I only ask for their trust and loyalty. Over 50% form links of loyalty with me on average, and my influence spreads. Rumors begin circulating in nearby villages that I'll visit them next. With merchants and army members accompanying me, I need a quick way back to the Crimson City. I create 2 public teleport platforms outside the Crimson Dome. Groups of trusted guides escort those curious to see this Crimson City I speak of. Large-scale housing projects within the Crimson Dome are paying off, with thousands more entering, seeking opportunities. At night, with no more cities to visit as most citizens sleep, I take time to train. I assist my double in transferring pure mana from the artificial mountains into my labyrinth. The higher floors have slow respawn rates, with 5 to 10 monsters per floor and up to 30-minute reset counters. Even so, each monster up here grants hundreds of billions to even trillions of MCP. So, I dungeon walk to all floors above the 80th to constantly farm large amounts of mana control. After 2 nights of this, the labyrinth reaches 106 floors. The highest level monster I face is level 7599. During my off time while waiting for monsters to respawn in the dead of night, I do a few side projects. The first is siphoning a massive amount of the collected chi from the seafloor into the Crimson Dome. I find there isn't enough to make it larger, nor is there enough to create more. My initial plans of surrounding every major city in domes of their own seems a little too far-fetched. I decide to make my home base stronger instead. The Crimson Dome's soul energy density increases by over 20x. I do not imbue any divine energy into it, as the aura would be very harmful to normal hunters. However, with this increased strength I'm confident most yellow cores would have trouble breaking through it even if they worked all day. While resting and healing from the fatigue of draining my entire soul energy core multiple times, I do attempt to talk to the jet black cube that now constantly rotates around me. It never responds like it did before. I even fly out in the dead zone areas of the desert and attempt to unleash the full power of my true core to trigger some kind of activation. All it does is continue to spin around me, and rotate in the opposite direction every time I touch it. When my stealth skill is activated, it disappears too, and when I try to scan it, it's as if the artifact isn't even there. It is constantly on the back of my mind while I continue my tours, fulfilling the first stage of my plan. I have no more leads to new sources of divine power on this world, so as the sun rises, I prepare for the next major boost in potential strength I can get, mentally mapping the large-scale events scheduled in Solara, Valor City, and every capital city in the 8 great regions today. The first citywide event I have scheduled is in Vice City. It will have a dual purpose, notifying all of the contracted hunters of their leader's replacement, and being the first major city in the world that the Flame Emperor chooses to spread dominance through. A few of the smaller surrounding cities were visited yesterday, so positive whispers have spread already. I stare down at my Rising Emperor's domain interface while hovering over the Crimson City, watching the links of loyalty rise slowly past 500,000 as word continues to spread and people prepare for their days. The awakened I've formed links within the smaller villages is low, under LV 30, on average. So, the amount of stats I've gained access to in the last few days from over 500,000 links is about equal to the amount I gained from 60,000 strong hunters on Palmyra. Still, it is a massive amount. My total stats that I can pull from has grown by over 40x since I began this venture on Palmyra. And this isn't even the final stage of my plan. Today, I'm going mainstream with my goals. The entirety of the Dark Continent and 8 great regions will soon hear my name. As I close my status, preparing to check on Ember and my teammates' progress before I set off on my biggest tour yet, I feel a familiar 16 wells of gravity hit my senses. The scouts from Central have returned, and from what I gathered while eavesdropping, they won't leave until they accurately assess Ember's core and return the data to the Big Three. Chapter 657. As the 16 scouts close in on my location, I think about how easy it would be to kill them all before they even take their next breaths. With only 2 days left until the abyss completely recedes and I have to face their leaders anyway, expediting the process and antagonizing them to come to the Dark Continent early would be the worst move I can make right now. I crush a teleport crystal and find myself back inside the shielded bunker below the city, letting out a unique aura once I'm inside. I imbue strong true core divine threads into my mana while activating my Master of Illusion buff, creating an identical image of what they scanned the last time they were here. It now appears like there is nothing more powerful than newly awakened orange cores among us other than Ember. I make my own presence non-existent, concealing my core behind my purple barrier and using stealth to disappear. However, I changed the perceived image of Ember's core to be identical to the bronze dragon I faced when I first met Raven. It's an easy feat, as the pure yellow divine energy inside it now is equivalent in thread contents to that bronze dragon. The only oddity is that it's still expanding in size and hasn't collapsed yet. Ember's yellow core is twice the size mine was when I collapsed it. His has golden and silver strands of divine energy that keep it stable while simultaneously forcing it from collapsing while he stacks more yellow threads inside. I believe if the scouts get a proper reading on whatever is taking place here now, it will be even more suspicious than if I simply changed the scene to portray Ember as an already awakened true core. After seeing Redgrave's divine flames for myself, I'm confident that even this high level of power will not make them bat an eye. At the same time, it will quell their suspicions from the faulty reading before. I stay still, holding my breath while the scouts perform their scans. It takes less than 10 minutes once they arrive, and moments later they fly off to the west as if nothing happened, satisfied with the new data. Once they're completely out of my senses, I release my buffs and skills, letting out a sigh. Then, as if waiting for my experiment to finish, I feel a light pulse of energy coming from Maria's core to my right side. Her eyes open, glowing bright yellow yet still piercing blue underneath. She looks around the room, meets my gaze, and stands up with a grin. I can't help but point out the obvious with a smile of my own. You've consolidated your yellow core. Congrats. She looks down at her hands, then around the room, observing the others. Abby is on the verge of awakening her yellow core, well past halfway there, while Fisher and Lydia have about 10% of the necessary threads cycling through their bright orange cores. She looks up at me again and replies, I have. But this power, it's too much. If even this isn't enough, then whatever battle we're preparing for will split this world in two. The corners of my lips turn up, but behind my smile, I agree with her. Whatever happens in the next few days will permanently change this entire world. I reply with a nod. Indeed, over the next few minutes, I give Maria a brief explanation of everything that has transpired since she began consolidating her red core days ago, from my initial fight with Raven to my new knowledge of the throne and the originators from both the Saint and my encounter with the unique artifact on Palmyra. This all leads to the description of the strength of Redgrave's divine flames around Central and what little I know of the Big Three. Other than them being powerful rulers of this world who know of us, yet still believe we are mere ants, I tell her of my own efforts to grow stronger, first with divine energy from the true cores I defeat, and now by creating links of loyalty throughout the lands I control. Everyone else in the room overhears our conversation, but their minds are focused on healing and consolidating divine threads. Maria's eyes widen the more I talk, not with fear, but with awe. My story of the past coming to an end is perfectly timed with a voice in my head from Bree, telling me it's time to visit the Vice region. I let Maria in on the link the moment I hear it. Your double created a teleport platform to the capital last night. I believe you have the crystal necessary to come. Rodrigo has gathered all contracted hunters in the region, and many citizens in the capital have gathered in Vice City expecting an urgent emergency announcement. Are you ready? Love this novel? Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. I pull out a white teleport gem and reply, shifting my appearance to the flaming masked man gaining influence through smaller cities, now about to make a grand public appearance. Maria grabs onto my arm, and reflexively, my purple barrier morphs around her to contain her yellow aura. She speaks up, I'm coming too. I want to watch. There isn't much energy left here. The others only have so much to consolidate their yellows. And Ember needs enough access to establish his true core. It would be best for me to get used to my new power in the outside world with the time we have left. I crush my teleport crystal, sharing my conceal skill with Maria, many Crimson Army members, merchants, and extra help to control the crowds now and inform those who have questions once my speech here today is done. They have been handpicked by Bree, and a small group of Crimson Army elites along with Bree and Rodrigo wait for me in Vice City Association's headquarters, now taken over from the inside by loyal followers. When the flash of white light within the top floor's penthouse suite that was once the regional director subsides, two figures emerge. One is a familiar face, myself as the Flame Emperor. However, the second wears a glowing bright blue mask that appears to freeze the air around it. The illusion of ice freezing even the ground she walks on frightens those who look too long, and her flowing blue and white dress complements my red and black flaming suit perfectly. We walk forward toward the full glass window overlooking all of Vice City as the sun rises, and I see hundreds of thousands of people standing in the streets below. Millions more surround the outer districts connected to the main city, but they're not in my direct line of sight. Bree's voice echoes behind me. The stage is yours. I raise a hand. Using mana manipulation, earth magic, and telekinesis to pull off the window pane before me, as it falls into my item storage, I walk to the edge of the building with Maria by my side. She lets go of my hand while I take a step and float upward. Good luck, Jay. In the same moment, I activate my Master of Illusion buff, Screech, and release an aura of intimidation that ripples through the entire city. My presence today is hundreds of times larger than it was above Palmyra, and it does its job perfectly. Before I even say a word, it feels as if the entire region has gone silent, and all eyes are on me. Good morning, citizens of the Vice region. You may call me the Flame Emperor. Your regional director has stepped down, and as I now rule the Dark Continent and the 8 great regions, it's safe to say, I am your leader. I send a small ping of telepathy to Maria, and she jumps from the penthouse floor to float beside me in the air. I update the massive illusion in the sky to show her next to me before speaking again. A second great war is coming, and I need your support to save this world. I let my aura grow stronger, shaking the entire city, keeping meticulous track of the hunters I'm pressuring to ensure none pass out but understand I'm serious and unfathomably strong. Simultaneously, I fill the sky behind the image of Maria and myself with images of strong beings. First, I show images of all my teammates, including Fisher, Lydia, Abby, Ember, Ari and Luna, each wearing masks that mirror their magic abilities. Among them, I place Rodrigo's face and other popular B-class hunters in the Vice region, strategically chosen by Bree, who are local stars in the news to build trust with the public. Behind them, I mentally map the figures of everyone in the Crimson Army, and behind them, everyone residing in the Crimson City. Bree sends many messages through a transmission tablet, notifying hunters below to release pure mana throughout the streets, increasing the density in the air to give everyone a rush. Simultaneously, item boxes filled with magic gear and gifts rain down on the streets. I speak again, raising my aura's pressure further. Just like 50 years ago, there will be another struggle for power on this world, as dungeons, magic, and power divide us all. I will not lie like your past leaders and pretend to tell you the full story, but there are powers far greater than the monsters you fight in dungeons. I am one of those powers, and wish to be a symbol of hope and absolute strength for those of you that will not be on the front lines in the coming days. I let my aura out even more, making it clear that my power is beyond anyone's comprehension here. Before I speak again, I'm sure many of you have heard the rumors from surrounding towns. Others may have visited my growing empire in the Dark Continent. There are many knowledgeable hunters here that will answer all your questions once I leave. For now, know that our walls have been broken, and we are a single nation, only strong if we are one. Swear your loyalty to me, and I vow that not a single innocent citizen throughout the Crimson Empire will be killed in this second great war. More pure mana fills the air, and I feel links of loyalty beginning to form. I make my massive illusion fill the sky, projecting the image of every link of loyalty I've created so far, showing over 500,000 individuals above. With each new link that forms, a new face appears in the sky before the Crimson Army. I align the illusions with the locations of new links, so those in the crowd can see when their fellow hunters, merchants, and citizens form bonds. Fight beside me if you wish. Take advantage of our powerful hunters to train, meet our influential craftsmen for unique items, and even gain new skills. Swearing your loyalty to me today will change history. For those who form links, I share temporary skills on their status screens, all at the mythic rank, while easing my immense, domineering aura, allowing the crowd to think more clearly. While I haven't shared enough information for the average citizen to fully understand what is going on, there is enough mob mentality in place with pure mana to soothe the senses, and the depiction of a fiery god in the sky to sway enough minds to get the ball rolling. As I go silent, the streets erupt with noise, with hundreds of thousands looking up at me from the city below, and over 1 million able to see my illusion and hear my words throughout Vice City and its surrounding districts. Someone quickly realizes they have a new skill, and word spreads fast. Status screens open all around the capital, and the number of loyalty links grows faster and faster. Cheers and roars of excitement fill the streets, and to top it all off, I temporarily share a portion of my mana control with every newly joined link to amplify their reactions and spread my influence faster. While the initial hype is still effective, floating beside Maria in the sky, I watch as the links of loyalty in my Rising Emperor's domain skyrocket. It takes less than 2 minutes before my total links surpass 1 million. A notification rings in my ears as another perk unlocks. My eyes widen as I begin to read what the Rising Emperor's Dominance perk grants me while the links of loyalty continue to rise. Chapter 658, Congratulations! Rising Emperor's Domain milestone reached. 1002009/8/1000000 links of loyalty created. New perk unlocked. Rising Emperor's Dominance. Info: all links of loyalty under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor will now be granted permanent daily use tiered buffs, and a custom interface with the Rising Emperor as its admin. Expand for more info. The caster may borrow 10% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from party members under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. In addition, 10% of the caster's base stat points and mana control may be temporarily distributed to any party members under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This additional buff stacks with the Authority perk, Power Holder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk if used simultaneously. The first thing my eyes lock onto is the fact that I've received another 10% stats and mana control to share and borrow. This brings the total amount I control up to 30% and makes me wonder if there is even a limit to how high this will go in the future. The average links being created in the city today aren't much higher than the surrounding villages, as most people in this world never make it past the E-class rating. However, this is the second strongest city in both the 8 Great Regions and the Dark Continent by pure volume of hunters alone. There are thousands of D and C grade hunters, along with dozens of B grade hunters that greatly skew the numbers. Even with the hundreds of thousands of newly awakened, on average, the links here are around LV 60. This 500,000 hunters have granted me access to a similar amount of stats as the entire island of Palmyra and surrounding villages combined, raising the amount of stats I have available to me up by 80x of what I had less than 3 days ago. This is only the first of many cities I have on my tour list today, but it is one of the biggest. My smile grows as my eyes track to another feature in this new milestone unlock. It is a description of the daily tiered buffs now available to all loyal hunters. Buff timer, 1 hour, cooldown, 24 hours, level 1 to 100, 100 all base stats, level 101 to 500, 250 all base stats, level 501, 1000, 500 all base stats, level 1001 to 10,000, 1000 all base stats, 1, expand for more tiers. This stat buff affects the user's base stats, allowing all percentage-based gear worn to significantly raise in efficiency for a limited time. These increased stats cannot be borrowed through the Rising Emperor's domain interface. Only the user's original base stats are available. Considering my absorption skill is the only skill I have that allows me to permanently upgrade my base stats by stealing from strong opponents, this is an enormous buff for the average hunter. Most gain 1.5 to 2.5 stat points per level up, making this boost in base stats near 50% for most tiers. That's the equivalent of giving every single link of loyalty a greater demon's core that directly affects base stats that they can use for an hour a day. My attention shifts to the custom interface feature next, and I'm equally shocked by the 5 empty skill slots available for each and every link within my interface. I can select all, or edit them individually. And I'm able to add 5 skills to share with each and every link of loyalty, but above these 5 slots, there is a single grayed out slot where the active skill can be moved up into. But quickly, I add swordsmanship, body hardening, extreme strength, extreme speed, and self-regeneration all at the mythic grade level into these slots. Now, without me actively granting individual skills, they can select one of these 5 at any time to add to their status without directly communicating with me. While there are surely better options suited for individual members, on a broad scale for millions to instantly have available to them, simple is better. By the time I look back up from my interface at the active crowd down below, my links of loyalty have already hit 1,042,877. They're still rising extremely quickly, and after this region-wide notification and availability of a new permanent timed buff for people to activate, and the option to add a temporary skill at the mythic grade level, excitement only roars more. I whisper under my breath, more so talking to myself, but for Maria to hear as well while we bask in the glory of the capital city of the region our journey started in. This was far more successful than I thought it'd be. Jumping from a few thousand links up to over 1 million in a short few days has definitely given us some more options, but I'm not convinced it's enough yet. It's time to wrap this up and do it again for all the other great regions and Dark Continent sectors. I smile under my mask and project my voice out to the crowd one last time. Again, thank you all. The time is near where I shall fight for your freedom in this new world. I hope my words, and the gifts of power I grant, are enough to earn your loyalty. Everything comes with a price. There will be times that you feel me borrowing your power, and other times where I grant additional power to you all. You are always free to sever the link, and to those that have not created one yet, all you must do is think of the face you see in the sky, and allow your body and mind to trust in the Flame Emperor. There is a final rush of pure mana expelled into the atmosphere, and in turn, another surge of tens of thousands of links being formed. I nod and take Maria's hand, and we both float back into the open window of the Vice Cities Association headquarters. Bree stands there to greet us, clapping, and her assistant holds up a containment case with more teleport crystals leading to the other cities scattered across this dual nation. Fabulous speech. Are you ready to do it all over again? As we touch down and walk over, I take a deep breath and take the crystal to crush it in my hand. Over the next 5 hours, we put on many more performances all throughout this side of the world. The next great speech takes place in the Apex region, bringing another 1,287,090 links of loyalty in less than an hour into my interface. Their average level distribution is slightly higher than the Vice region, around LV83, as the bulk of contracted hunters here are C and B class elites, skewing the data. The Viridian region, now run by Nat, the new regional director, adds 828,324 more links, coming in third, but the average here is lower, but not weak, coming in at LV56. Slightly below the Vice region. My visit to the Bedrock region is one of the most exciting events, as Regional Director Malak sent out transmissions all over the region to many of the mining towns who stopped their work from all of the surrounding mountains and come to listen to my speech, netting another 735,260 links at an average of LV 48. The Silka and Raya regions congregate together with Dane's help, bringing in 404,889 links at an average, LV 39. The Talton and Phantom regions are not populated enough for my time and effort for a grand speech in their regions. Once I come back to the Dark Continent, Lith and Chester work together with the large businesses, and Rodrigo uses his old connects within the association to notify and get all of Solara's surrounding towns in Sector 4 to hear my speech, bringing in another 504,072 links at an average, LV is 61. Lastly, I visit Valor City and hold another performance above the mountain for those within the walls, but also for all of the many surrounding trade towns that are full of merchants, forming 233,199 more links at an average, LV 28. Even the elite fighters don't skew the stats up enough from the massive amount of low levels that make their living from trade and not hunting. However, every little bit counts. In every city I leave, more and more loyal followers from the past speeches in Crimson City are brought along, hand-picked by Bree to answer questions and control the crowds. The more tours I do, the more word spreads. Every new city I fly to, there are already more and more people linked to my domain even before the speeches begin. Word is being spread of the stat buff and availability of mythic grade skills through trade channels, local news, and personal transmission tablets. Widespread excitement floods through the nation that once held uncertainty of why the walls were being torn down. This, too, is paired with the undertones of fear, as this message is being shared with the common knowledge that another great war is near. Once I finish my final speech in Valor City, Bree deploys the last of her recruited workers, and I thank her, telling her to go rest back in the Crimson City. Your efforts have been immense. I couldn't have done this so smoothly and efficiently today without you. She heads back to Sector 2 in a flash of light, and this leaves Maria and myself alone in Sector 1 as the crowds begin to disperse and go on with the rest of their day. I check my Rising Emperor's domain interface to see my links surpass 5 million. However, even now, I feel more and more links forming all over the 8 great regions in Dark Continent as word of mouth spreads. I managed to give large-scale talks in the major cities, but this hardly reached more than 10% of everyone in this nation. It would be physically impossible to reach everyone and give the same grand display. However, I've made my mark in the epicenter of each region. This is clear as thousands of links continue to be created every minute all over this side of the globe. I turn to Maria and open my authority perk that I received once I hit 50,000 links just 2 days ago, then speak up while appointing her as the first general. Check your status. I've granted you a new power. I look around, then mentally map the dead zone of Sector 2 where I had my fight with Raven last week, then speak again. I want you to take the full 1% of stats and mana control from every one of my links so we can go to a place far away from here and spar. This will be important data to see the difference in strength between divine energy and pure mana-based stats. It will be a good chance for you to get used to your new power as well. Maybe you'll be strong enough to face a true core even before you compress yours. Chapter 659, we fly away from Valor City, finding the nearest rogue dungeon, and I dungeon walk us to another rogue dungeon near the border of Sector 2 and Raven's territory. The massive crater in the desert, stretching hundreds of kilometers wide and deep, comes into view as we fly over. My aura is controlled behind my barrier, but Maria's radiates out around her for a few hundred meters even in her resting state as we continue to fly away from all civilization. Once we're far enough away, in the center of the crater, I speak up. This is far enough. Let's see what you can do. Maria nods, allowing her shared conceal skill to dissipate while pulling out her silver blood-bonded sword. As she activates her superior ice summoning and releases her aura by going into attack mode, she points her sword forward at me and replies, I'm testing my raw power first. to see what my natural strength has grown to. Then we can increase from there. I nod and put my hands up in a defensive stance. Good idea. Don't hold back. The instant these words leave my mouth, a pulse of cold yellow energy fills the air, and she ice walks forward faster than I've ever witnessed her move before. In response, I grin and raise a hand to block the incoming sword vibrating with dense yellow threads and royal blue soul energy. The air around her body bends, and I feel gravity become stronger as she comes near, but I'm able to defend against her strike with ease. I catch the sword without changing my expression. But the shockwave it produces sends ripples of energy off into the open desert. Making an echoing cracking noise in the silence, Maria expected this result and uses her free hand to power up a close-range attack while simultaneously activating her greater form. Her aura increases in intensity multiple times, while the yellow threads of divine light surging from her core tether with the royal blue ice goddess form that expands, sending a growing icy fist toward me. With ease again, I block this incoming strike with my other hand while releasing the growing greater form of her sword. Another echoing crack reverberates throughout the endless crater below, and our sparring match begins. I don't fight back, only blocking her blows at the last moment before impact so she can get used to this immense increase in power. At first, her attacks are rather slow, but with a power increase like this, I don't blame her cautious style. While she was able to farm in the labyrinth for a few hours with Abby as an orange core, those mana manifestations are nowhere near powerful enough for her to go all out. The last real battle Maria has been in was when the A-class hunters attacked the Crimson City, and even then, her opponent hardly put up a fight. She's grown hundreds of times stronger since then, and with every strike I block, I can feel her confidence growing and her endless base of power and battle instincts getting used to the divine threads tethering with her movements and soul energy. Dozens of exchanges, echoing and sending out blue and yellow waves of light, turn into hundreds. Down below in the dark crater, the floor becomes coated with ice as her larger-than-life greater form goes all out. Every few minutes, I release consolidated mana from the artificial mountains into the air, so she can continue to absorb it all to battle at full strength. My past battle with Raven stripped this air dry of natural mana. Doing so reminds me how rigid and unnatural my own movements were before facing the bronze dragon in her when I first awakened my true core. The jump from never fighting with divine energy to now going all out with a yellow core must feel the same. I had a full month to practice and get used to it in the divine construct. Plus, an intense battle with Raven to get used to my power at full throttle. So now that I am here with Maria in a similar situation, I want to give her the same opportunity to grow. I think you're warmed up enough. Get ready, I'm going on the offensive. Maria's greater form holds its blade with both hands now, preparing for whatever I have to throw at her. I grin and activate my mana manipulation skill along with one of my true core's traits to create the manifestation of 3 monsters that come to mind. The first is a replica of a dragon, while another looks like a similar-sized serpent, and the last is an enormous cyclops holding a club the size of her greater form sword. The dragon for battle IQ and a well-rounded opponent, the serpent to test your agility and speed, and the cyclops will have absurdly high defenses and raw strength. I want you to kill each one 5 times. In the next moment, I imbue yellow divine threads into each of the mana manifestations, each at the strength of a yellow-cored lizard that I faced inside the divine construct. They all pulse with yellow light, creating gravity fields of their own, and move forward as I fly back, and Maria jumps into the mock fight. In less than a second, each of my manifestations is easily sliced through. I grin. That's one. Then, I increase the threads I imbue into each manifestation to double that of the strongest yellow-cored lizard I faced. Another 2 seconds pass, and the dragon's fake divine flames are easily deflected and sliced in two, while the serpent attacking her from behind is shattered to pieces with the follow-through strike, as Maria turns to block the incoming club of the massive cyclops manifestation. Finally, there is a moment of resistance when their weapons meet, an echoing clang ripples through the empty desert. But once Maria's concentration of divine threads from the other 2 previous attackers floods back into her sword, the club cracks and is overpowered by her as well. The cyclops is frozen and shattered in a single strike. That's 2. I yell out while regenerating the manifestations and upping their thread count again by an even more exponential degree. Now, similar to the core density of Angelica, the weakest member of the order I managed to see for a few minutes in central headquarters, the aura in the air shifts as 3 wells of gravity far stronger than before make dense in reality around us, and I can feel Maria's mood shift as well. Her eyes focus on the serpent first, as it is the fastest and is coming straight her way. Another echoing crack ripples through the air as Maria's blade collides with the serpent's fangs. I watch her core pulse multiple times as they're locked in place in the air, digging deep to push out more and more blue soul energy. and her yellow thread squeezes it tighter and tighter to create a stronger reality-bending attack. The serpent is cut clean through as her greater form twists its body in the air to dodge the incoming flames of the dragon. Then, an ice step through the sky leads to their clash, strategically soaring further away from the Cyclops. A few exchanges take place this time, as it isn't an instant kill, but with every collision of sword and divine flames, I see the same phenomena taking place where Maria's divine core and soul energy corpulse in unison. At first, it looks like she's consciously doing so, but as she kills the dragon and faces the Cyclops, doing it all over again with dozens of exchanges, I watch it become more of a second-nature instinctive move, for split seconds. At the apex of her attacks, it's like she's amplifying her attack power and divine thread count by multiple times out of thin air. If I wasn't seeing it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I activate my all-seeing eye to look at it closer, but before I do, she makes her final strike on the Cyclops, finishing this round and yelling out loud to me in a focused, battle-hungry tone, "That's 3. Bring on the next one." This time, when I regenerate the mana manifestations, I pool enough divine energy into each of them to make them of equal strength as Mr. Freeman. This is a strength that, when I first awakened my yellow, even after training in the construct, I wasn't able to defeat. As the gravity wells form, and the aura in this large battlefield in the air shifts again, it seems clear that Maria most likely won't be able to handle them either. Even so, I want to see how far she gets, so I send the serpent her way with the strength of a mid-tier yellow core. The same phenomena occur milliseconds before they collide, and it feels as though raw strength is summoned from seemingly nowhere, rippling through her sword and colliding with the snake's fangs. It sends shockwaves throughout the desert that may actually ripple far enough into the dark continent that some small villages feel it if their perception is high enough. I hold the dragon and Cyclops back as Maria goes all out, sending dozens of attacks per second at the snake. Despite me not holding back at all, I made this manifestation to have the weakest attacks. However, I did give it the fastest reflexes and attack speed, yet the ice goddess eyes track it with exact precision, and every time it appears as though I'll have to end the fight early, the pulse from her cores allows her just enough time to swing her sword to block or strike back. It takes over 5 minutes for her to slowly chip away at the serpent's artificial defenses and freeze the mana within the manifestation solid, but to my amazement, it shatters, and she's the victor in the end. To simulate a real battle, I don't give her any time to rest and send in the dragon next. Its pure speed isn't as quick, but its attack power is much stronger and more violent, while its defenses are almost twice as strong as the serpent. More and more pulses of light ripple through the air, but after 10 whole minutes and 200 exchanges, the dragon manifestation doesn't break, and I can tell Maria is starting to become fatigued as well. I was half expecting this mysterious pulsing phenomena in Maria's cores to continue to grow in power, allowing her to grow at an infinite rate. However, it has seemed to find its match. The ice goddess is in a flow state of sorts, miraculously fighting a being tens of times stronger than herself, but it is clear this is her maximum output. There are cracks in its armored dragon scales, and if this fight went on for another 20 minutes, I believe she could come out on top, but she would definitely not be unscathed by the end of it. This is a spar, not a war. I want to save going all out for when it is absolutely necessary, and we have a lot more training to do today as well. I freeze the dragon in midair, halting it from attacking while sending a message through her telepathy link with me. She shatters the dragon into icy shards while it goes through. That's enough. We found your max. You can handle fighting multiple low-level yellow cores with ease, and mid-level yellow cores one-on-one if you go all out, but that isn't going to be enough. Activate the Authority perk on my Rising Emperor's domain. It's time you use all of the resources available to you. Maria looks straight at me in her ice goddess form, a little disappointed that she couldn't finish that battle naturally since I cut it short, but she understands that it was building up unnecessary fatigue when we're just testing her abilities. Plus, ripples of excitement coming off her body can't be hidden when she opens up her status to select the new option I've granted her. I watch her select 1% of all stats and mana control on 5,224,890 links of loyalty, and witness the base stats in her status screen all grow by millions in a matter of seconds. Her full set of blood-bonded gear multiplies these new base stats by thousands, and her stats read numbers far higher than anything mine ever did, even while taking 15%. Because back then, I only had a few thousand links to pull from. Still, with my experience inside Redgrave's Divine Flames, despite using this borrowed power, I'm unsure how much it will really help. Divine energy is far more powerful than pure mana-based stats alone. However, I believe without a strong base of stats and mana-controlled divine energy in a weak hunter would be rather pointless. For example, multiplying the raw power of an unawakened human by any amount wouldn't be very effective. Then again, this is still just a theory. I haven't tried it yet. The only divine energy holders I've seen have high stats and mana or chi controls already. It tethers to the user's system and becomes stronger the more threads one obtains, but I'm unsure how much of this absurd power comes from stats and how much comes from the divine energy. Just like when I first awakened chi and soul energy, I learned that enough pure mana can overpower this greater energy form. Another example would be when Maria and Abby defeated red cores when they weren't awakened, but that feels like far less of a jump than a newly awakened yellow compared to the full power of a true core. I'm about to see what difference an immense boost in stats really has. A bright blue explosion of light erupts from Maria's greater form the instant her stats increase by an absurd degree. With my all-seeing eye active, I watch the yellow threads in her core chase the newly granted energy output, tethering to this increased mana control and aura. While she flies forward to attack the Cyclops on standby, I smirk and get it ready for battle, holding up its club to take the attack head-on. This manifestation's threads are far denser and based on defense than the other two. Slowly whittling away at this beast is what would work best, as its speed and agility are lacking. However, when Maria's sword collides with the club, there is no resistance at all. It phases through like air, freezing the mana present instantly and slicing the mid-level yellow core in half with no effort at all. As it dissolves, she turns toward me with yellow threads still catching up to turn her blue ice goddess greater form yellow, and I can feel immense power, excitement, and eagerness to have a real fight exploding from her aura. Then, I send a message through her telepathy link again. Alright, one more round. I summon the serpent back into existence and give it the true core strength of the bronze dragon I faced above this very crater. Then, I imbue the true core strength of Raven herself into the dragon's form. Lastly, instead of summoning the Cyclops again, I stand behind the two manifestations I send toward Maria and let out the full power of my own core, taking down the purple barrier's suppression and pulling out my Flame Emperor's sword. Chapter 660. My aura makes the air for dozens of kilometers heavy, causing all the ice from Maria's previous attacks to shatter, melt, and boil into steam at the bottom of the crater. I'm still hovering at the same height above this desolate land as the last time I was here, but since then, I've absorbed a true core, 2 mid-level yellow cores, and roughly 3,000 additional raw yellow fragments. Also, I've leveled up, fully healed my body through hibernation, and increased my base energy control multiple times by siphoning raw mana into the labyrinth, as well as farming trillions of MCP from mobs on floors 80 to 106. To top it off, I recently filled and drained my soul energy core countless times to strengthen the Crimson Dome. The crater's floor shatters and deepens multiple kilometers under the sheer pressure of my aura's presence. As I lift my sword and command the manifestations in front of me to charge forward, my curiosity grows with every moment that passes. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Maria's movements remain steady, and her ice goddess blade collides with the serpent clone I created, its divine thread density equal to the bronze earth dragon I faced as my first true core opponent. When her sword clashes with the serpent's fangs, they are locked in place for a matter of seconds. An overwhelming wave of pure royal blue soul energy explodes from Maria's form, while the serpent bends gravity and tightens its threads to hold on. Pushing back against the strike, neither side is backing down. My eyes widen as, at first glance, their powers appear equal, showing that it really is possible to overpower a true core with high stats alone. However, my all-seeing eye tells a different story once I fully comprehend the situation. There is a glaring difference between the two forces that collide. The serpent's power is far denser and purer, making its yellow energy silky and nearly white. The separation between the mana present in its form is almost indiscernible from the energy itself. Maria, on the other hand, is now far brighter blue than she was moments ago. A surging wave of mana control and raw power ripples out of her. But the yellow threads reinforcing her form remain just that, threads. The separation between mana and divine energy is clear. The two forces are working together to strengthen her attacks, but her soul energy is the dominant force behind them. Her soul energy core pulses, just like I saw in her previous battle, but it is far denser with pure mana than before. The yellow divine core pulses at the same time, but it is being overpowered by the mana in her ice goddess form. She becomes an even deeper blue, tearing through the serpent in a single strike. An eerie aura follows, making my real body reflexively shiver as if she's using an intimidation skill. Looking into her core with my full perception during that attack was no different from staring into an endless abyss with greedy invisible hands trying to pull me in. The crescent of soul energy that follows her strike heads toward me, but I snap out of my daze before it hits, air stepping to the side while yelling through our link, "Good." Again, this one's much stronger. Then, I command the manifestation of a dragon to flap its wings and dive toward her, its divine energy density matching the power of Raven, what I'd consider a mid-level true core. Divine flames burst from its mouth, and a replicated dragon's roar echoes through the air as the ice goddess dodges the attack to get a better angle for a counterstrike. This time, she doesn't hold back, swinging with her full strength and allowing her soul energy core to pulse again mid-swing as it collides with the dragon's front claws. The eerie ripple attacks my psyche, even though I'm on the sidelines, as I can't help but stare into the royal blue darkness in her chest. The gravitational waves that erupted from their clash feel just as strong as the ones that awakened the throne just days ago. This is the first of many. They appear evenly matched, bouncing off each other dozens of times as their exchanges grow faster and faster. My mind quickly adjusts to the intimidating soul energy aura, allowing me to manipulate my manifestation with greater speed and precision, while at the same time, Maria grows even more in tune with this new level of power, tens of times greater than she was just moments ago. After 5 minutes and hundreds of exchanges, I feel her intuition and movement surpass the baseline I set for the dragon, and I can't help but smile as she slowly chips away at its manifested armor. I can tell she's becoming fatigued, and the amount of mana being drained from the air is absurd, millions of MP per second, but I don't want to cut this fight short when she's in such a perfect flow state. I remain silent, watching as her soul energy core and divine core pulse in unison, her strikes becoming more lethal. Another 10 minutes pass, and over 1,000 exchanges. A final slash to the side defeats the dragon manifestation, and her fierce icy blue eyes lock onto me next. During her battle, I've been doing some rough mental calculations. Her base stats have risen by almost 350x, and in turn, her overall power has jumped from handling a mid-level yellow core to matching a mid-level true core. The leap may be even greater, as she's still adjusting to her enhanced movements. As I sever ties with the dragon's remains and erupt with divine flames myself, I wonder if using 30x the stats she has gained will be enough for me to face the big three. The possibilities of this discovery seem limitless. I fly forward and clash with the ice goddess form, blocking the 20-meter-long blade of soul energy with my sword without activating my greater form. The strongest pulse from her cores ripples through her entire body. And I don't hold back either. This is by far the most powerful exchange of pure strength I've ever experienced. The gravity waves from this strike can be felt even to some strong C-class and above citizens in the Crimson City, and back in Raven's territory. For a few seconds, I can't push my blade forward any further. There's an unbreakable wall of massive mana-based power before me. The energy readings from her greater form continue to rise, pushing to overpower me with every drop of energy she can absorb from the royal blue abyss. Maria's mana consumption spikes from millions to billions per second, draining all the MP in the vicinity, fueling the dark blue wall of light. However, just like during her fight with the mid-level yellow core, she hits a natural limit. I sense it, the point where she needs time and more energy to build up for another pulse, and the raw strength of her attack wavers for a moment. I grin and send her a message through our link. Not bad, but it looks like we've found your limit. Then I follow through with my swing, unleashing the full power of my true core, enhanced by all my active buffs, and overpower her strike in this exchange. The ice goddess form is sent flying backward, her overwhelming aura of intimidation wavering for a split second as she regains her balance in the air. She sends her own message through the link. For now. I think I can break through further, though. Let's go again. I just need another round two. Before she finishes, we clash once more. But everything she wanted to say has already been communicated through her strike. Hundreds of world-shaking ripples shatter the desert below even more as our battle dance in the sky commences. The waves from my blade are hot and filled with silky true core threads, while Maria's are icy cold, overwhelmingly dense with pure soul energy. I avoid going for any vital shots, don't activate my greater form, and limit my movement speed and true core usage to about 80 to 90% of its full power as we continue sparring. Maria goes all out, testing the true limits of her new strength. Growing more attuned to the power at her fingertips. To the south, in the volcanic region, Raven sits in a black room made of originator stone similar to the central headquarters buildings, deep within a dormant volcano where she can train and cultivate in peace. The quality of shielding isn't as high as the world capital's resources, as some divine threads seep through, and she can still vaguely sense the outside world. But as long as weak hunters stay at least a kilometer away, it's safe. Enough and sufficient for her needs. Now, as she quietly consumes the yellow divine fragments she earned from bringing the white dragon back to the deceased true core Sebastian, odd gravity waves reach her senses. At first, it feels like nothing, just low-level yellow cores sparring out in the desert, likely the Saint and other newly awakened yellows from the Flame Emperor's team, preparing for war. But a few minutes later, the ripples seeping through the walls of her private room grow far stronger, reaching levels similar to her own true core's power. To her knowledge, Only one person besides herself and the big three could possibly wield this kind of power. Without hesitation, Raven's hazel eyes open, glowing bright yellow, and she activates her divine stealth skill, leaving her quarters to see what's going on for herself. To the north, beneath the Crimson City, Ember feels the faint gravity waves coming from the desert as well. Inside his isolation pod, his human form sits in the lotus position with his eyes closed and a serious expression, while his long red hair sways from the pressure coming off his core, now over 2.5 times the size a normal yellow core on the verge of collapse should be. The corner of the dragon's lips curls up, mimicking the toothy grin of his battle form, and he whispers to himself, "It's about time I get out of here." "You're going to need a lot more power than that." Then, the golden and silver threads in Ember's core stop holding back the energy from collapsing. They begin tightening and squeezing the dense yellow ball of light, as his final stage of core compression begins. Chapter 661. Maria tests out the full capabilities of her power while I continue to attempt peering into her soul energy core to figure out what this pulsing sensation really is. In between our exchanges, she feels multiple times weaker than the moment before our attacks collide. I even test out using my other elements with telekinesis to throw multiple projectiles her way from varying angles while our main focus of a sword clash continues on. The pulses in her aura allow for ice walls to form even separated from her body, mimicking the same increase in strength for a split second upon impact. While it feels like matching a mid-level true core is her maximum, every minute that passes during this clash adds small amounts of power to her base. Thousands of new links are being formed all over the Dark Continent in 8 great regions, and the rate at which word spreads increases more and more about the extravagant perks granted to those that create links. This allows an increasing amount of stats to be borrowed, slowly amping up the battle more with every collision. I can feel her movements become fluid and instinctual. However, I can sense small amounts of the beginning stages of early divine energy poisoning along with mental and physical fatigue building up. The rate that it does increases drastically after each of the unexplainable core pulses. I'm not too concerned, as with a few hours in hibernation using my skill, paired with Abby's restoration skill and a passive use of my self-regeneration skill, I'm sure she'll be fine. However, that takes time and brings us out of the flow state of training, so I want to hold it off for as long as possible and soak up as much experience as we can right now, to make sure we don't completely overdo it. After about half an hour passes, we both stop and take a break, floating above the desert, but neither of us powers down our auras just yet. The sun is beginning to set, and the mental clock in my head ticks away. Once it rises again, there is only going to be one day left. Before the big three come to the Dark Continent, Abby will be breaking through to her yellow core soon. And Ember should begin compressing his true core by the time the sun rises too. While it feels like I have limitless power at my fingertips, gaining 30x more stats than Maria has right now, I want to make sure I've done everything in my power to become stronger while there's still time left. As these thoughts race through my mind, I feel a familiar true core's aura approaching from the southern volcanic region while Maria speaks up and points her greater form sword my way. Ready to go? Again? I can feel it. I'm on the verge of unlocking this odd sensation in my core. I just need a little more battle experience at this level, I think to myself for a moment, picturing the pulses that only activate for fractions of a second at a time. Then reply, I think you need someone closer to your strength to fight you. You're still subconsciously holding back and no, I won't actually injure you. This was enough to get you used to this new power, but we're going to need to bring it up a notch if you want to have a breakthrough. Maria raises a question back, your greater form? There's no way, not yet. I smile and shake my head. No, something different. Get ready for a real fight. There's someone I want you to meet. As Maria's gaze sharpens, I form a telepathy link with the true core flying my way, and before I can even say a word, Raven's voice comes through. What's going on? Do we have trouble? This pressure is like nothing I've ever felt before. I can't tell, it doesn't feel like a true core, but this is overwhelming mana control. Who or what? I can't help but grin while I respond through our link. Come here and find out. It's about time you meet the people you'll be fighting beside. With my perception covering almost a full third of the globe, I watch Raven's expression shift to one of confusion. This is one of your teammates? They weren't even orange cores the last I saw them. You're telling me this is a newly awakened aura? I reply as I feel her getting within visual range. Now I'm positive Raven can see both of us. Yes, it is a little complicated. She's using a very unique buff to borrow power. But there's no better first meeting for you two to get to know each other than a spar, am I right? Maria's aura grows in power as it appears I'm just standing in midair before her after telling her I'm going to step it up a notch. Simultaneously, Raven is silent through our link for a few seconds. I reply back when I see her activating her own greater form and pulling out her silver blades with a look of determination. I guess I'll take that as a yes. Then, I open up a link between the three of us, and I float upward while a new true core's pressure fills the air and the royal blue aura of the ice goddess becomes far more ominous. Maria, this is Raven, the true core I told you about that has been helping me learn about the order. Raven, this is Maria, a hunter I started my journey with. We were E-class hunters together, and now we'll be challenging the entire world. I believe an all-out spar would be a much more productive greeting than a simple conversation. As Maria's blue aura clashes with Raven's white-yellow aura, I can feel a barrage of emotions rippling through it that I did not expect to feel at all at first. On the surface, both are extremely curious to see what the other looks like and how they fight, but I feel undertones of jealousy and desire with hints of killing intent from each of them. I raise an eyebrow and decide to make the most of this situation. One of the reasons Maria wasn't able to fully awaken whatever her cores were trying to do was that we were not in a real battle. I activate my own greater form and pull out my second sword, flooding the battlefield in a new aura tens of times heavier than before, making both of the women below me reflexively shiver. Their greater forms' eyes lock with each other while I send them another message: neither of you should be holding back. Maria, I want you to give in to the intuition and raw urges that power your soul energy core. Raven, consider this another chance to go all out like our battle and become even more skilled with your blades. Aim to kill, and trust that I will stop the fight before any real fatal moves. To make things fair, the instant their blades collide, I share my mythic grade all-seeing eye with both of them. An explosion of energy ripples off their clash that feels far more extreme than the prior clashes. They don't stay interlocked for more than a tenth of a second, as both of their forms twist around to create a counter-strike and dodge the others, leading to another clash right after. Blue and yellow explosions light up the sky, and I can feel the essence of true battle in the air. After about a minute of even clashes, Raven activates her divine stealth skill and catches Maria off guard, landing the first true hit, piercing through her greater form side. However, it doesn't sink deep at all. I'm watching this fight take place with laser focus, and the moment Raven's invisible blades pierce through Maria's defenses, her soul energy core vibrates faster than I can even perceive. It shrinks and constricts unlike any other time before, then pulses, sending the same eerie intimidation wave through the desert, just like earlier in our training session. However, somehow, it just jumped in power again, even briefly slipping through my greater form's mental barriers. The shiver I get makes me smile wide as Raven feels this aura and momentarily freezes to be struck by the ice goddess blades. Both of their greater forms fly backward and each of them coughs up blood, but the emotions and smell of battle in the air only heighten. Raven yells through the link, "There's another one of you? A battle maniac that grows after every hit. You sure do know how to pick 'em," Maria yells back. "You're not too bad yourself. I couldn't sense you at all for a second there, that kind of hurt." Then the line goes silent as the sky fills with blue and yellow explosions. Every few minutes, a deadly aura ripples from Maria when she finds herself in a tricky spot, and as my eyes watch the battle go on, I can't help but believe Raven's sword style is shifting and getting better. It looks like she's surpassed the skill level she showed during the height of our battle and somehow is keeping up with Maria despite her small increases in stats every minute or so as the battle goes on. "Is that all you got? Too slow. Gotcha again. I'll make you tap first." "No way, Jay is going to have to save you before me." Every dozen or so strikes, I hear them yell something new through our telepathy channel, and I watch both of their bodies become riddled with near-fatal injuries. Blue and yellow slashes glow all over Raven's greater form, while Maria's becomes riddled with true core yellow threads as well. I send telepathy transmissions to all my doubles and have them all stop what they're doing and go farm pure mana from the artificial mountains to bring it to me fast. No matter who wins this battle, the aftermath isn't going to be pretty for either one of them. However, I'm mesmerized by the sight before me as the sun sets completely and the sky overhead becomes dark. The massive light show in the sky here makes it basically as bright as day. While earlier, I didn't want to push Maria too far with our training, as we may have to give everything we have in a war in just one day. Now I don't dare stop the sight before my eyes. Both the women before me are improving at a rapid rate, while the emotional auras rippling out of them shift as well. Before it was unease, skeptical, jealous, and borderline hateful emotions in the air, but now there is great respect for each other being shared through every collision. There's only so much I can extrapolate from just watching. Their blades connecting tell a deeper story between the two of them. They've come to some kind of understanding. This shift has also led to far more frequent pulses in Maria's core, and instead of raw, eerie, mysterious power, they feel far more controlled. and the power being used each time is just enough to block or counterattack rather than wasting it in a pulse of intimidation through her surroundings. I'm still not quite sure what she's tapping into, as there is no description for it in the system. But whatever it is, she's beginning to figure it out, so I'll learn in time too, and maybe I'll be able to do the same with my soul energy core. Another 20 minutes pass, and the final rays of sunlight disappear from the horizon. While there are so many injuries covering the two women's bodies, the residue is enough to light up the sky. It's been a few minutes since either of them has improved any further, but they're still going at it, matching each other's attacks, and always finding a way to avoid a fatal blow, so I never have to step in. Their movements even seem to be slowing, and at the same time, I feel my doubles coming near but stopping about 100 kilometers away because the divine aura is too strong for pure mana manifestations to survive in. As the day comes to a close, even the links of loyalty have slowed down. They're rising as there is far less socializing at this time of night. The atmosphere changes as everyone knows this battle is coming to an end, and simultaneously, Raven and Maria both charge their greater forms blades for what looks like a final attack. The eerie aura comes back while Raven completely disappears, and the jet black night sky above, paired with the endless abyss of a crater below, adds to the ambience. As they both charge at each other, ready to kill, my instincts tell me this is where I need to step in, and attempting to get in the center of this clash might actually be quite deadly if I just use the form I'm in now. While I am a few times stronger than them, these two attacks that are about to collide are the culmination of a life or death battle where they've both used up their last bits of power in desperation for a final strike. Neither wants to lose. I fly forward and pull up my Rising Emperor's domain interface and select just 1% of all stats and all mana control for over 5 million links of loyalty, matching the boost that Maria has right now. Maria's densest blue sword strike is swung toward Raven's neck, and Raven's most precise and deadly swing of her silver blades is thrust through the divine stealth pocket dimension using her true core spurt to aim right for Maria's heart. At the same time, I feel over 5 million stat points per stat rush into my status. My eyes widen as it feels like time is slowing down around me, and my vision somehow becomes far more clear, making me thankful I didn't decide to pull more than 1%. Because that might actually have been more dangerous than helpful at such close range. It feels easier than breathing to create mana barriers that surround both of them, blocking these strikes like a twig hitting a metal wall. At the same time, I let out a light pulse of intimidation to stop them from hurting themselves on the barriers I've created. The final attacks that would have ended this battle in a draw are stopped moments before they can be fatal. Both women pass out instantly, and their greater forms fade away to show faint smiles on both their faces. Chapter 662. Even though I hardly used half of my power to release that intimidation pulse, it was enough to break both of their adrenaline-fueled concentration and stop them from fighting instantly. Using my intimidation at full blast without these borrowed stats would most likely just scare them. An instant knockout with this much ease would not have been possible. Even my doubles, who weren't the focus of the attack and were 100 kilometers away, were greatly affected by the increase in my aura. If not for our instantaneous memory sharing, I would have had to forcefully deactivate all three of them standing by if I left my new mana control active for too long. While Maria and Raven both fall into the crater, covered in divine residue and countless near-fatal wounds, I deactivate my power stealing perk and completely conceal my aura behind my purple barrier, swooping down to catch them both. My body doubles air step over now that the absurd auras have faded away, delivering about an hour's worth of plundered materials from the artificial mountains in the form of dozens of bright pink, dense mana crystals created with my crystal creation skill. I accept them and share hibernation with both Maria and Raven, feeding the skill hundreds of quadrillions of MP each to activate the highest setting, emergency mode, to speed up the process. It may delay the progress on the labyrinth's growth by a few hours, but at this point, it isn't a massive priority. I won't be making it to 200 floors in the next 36 hours, even if I use my main body to help plunder and speed things up. A white flash of light surrounds each of them, and the divine energy poisoning, along with the hundreds of injuries all over their bodies, begins healing before my eyes. I think that went well, I whisper to myself as my doubles return to their tasks. And I float in midair, lost in thought for a few seconds. They've definitely become better fighters. I'm curious to hear what they'll say once they wake up. Whatever it may be, I'm far more confident in their fighting abilities now, and I'm even considering giving Raven the option to become a general. I mentally open my interface to review the details again and even look at Maria's settings. It appears these general slots are permanent positions that cannot be taken away unless the link of loyalty is forcefully severed by both sides. If there are really only going to be 5 slots available to wield this power, I'll need to think carefully and strategically about the remaining 4 and not pick them too quickly. With this on my mind, I pull a transport crystal from my storage and crush it with telekinesis. transporting the three of us back beneath the Crimson City. The yellow divine threads down here are circulating much slower than before, but with the insulated true core imbued shielding on the walls, all the threads stay inside, making the air far denser with energy. I rest Maria and Raven against a wall as they continue to glow bright white in a state of suspended animation, and my eyes turn to Abby first. Her core is even closer to breaking through than it was this morning, and my presence, along with an unknown entity in the room, breaks her concentration slightly. I feel a pull on my telepathy channel as it opens. Who is that? And what happened to Maria? I can't sense either of their presences, I reply. That is Raven, the true core from the southern volcanic region I mentioned earlier that was helping me learn more about Central Headquarters. I've protected both of their auras behind my divine barrier, as the residue and pressure they give off may be harmful to you here. We had a sparring session out in the desert to test the yellow core's power. I look forward to doing the same for yours. There's a slight pause, and I feel a ripple of emotion from Abby, similar to what I sensed from Maria before their battle. But she quickly suppresses it and responds, good. At this rate, I should awaken by morning. I just need a bit more time. She consumes another yellow fragment, and her body surges with yellow threads as she continues. A few hours ago, Ember stopped circulating the room, so we've been relying on the pure power of the fragments you left behind. Our absorption rate is the same, we just need to consume more since the residue remains stagnant. I look around the room, and my eyes fall on the isolation pod next. Peering inside, the sight I see is far more extreme than expected. An incredibly dense yellow core is being compressed as we speak. Golden and silver threads cover the inside of Ember's body, containing every single yellow thread within, creating an extremely controlled and calculated process that doesn't affect the outside world with his aura at all. If my perception wasn't so sharp, it would seem like nothing but an unawakened sat inside that silver pod, similar to the capabilities of my purple barrier. I reply to Abby once I understand what's happening, not daring to contact Ember or push my aura near him, not wanting to disrupt the delicate compression process taking place. Let me help with your energy cycling problem. Just focus on healing and absorbing threads. Next, I activate the true core perk I stole from Sebastian and feel for all the stagnant yellow threads in the room. Without letting any mana seep from my body, I attempt to move this stagnant yellow energy in circles around the room to simulate what Ember was doing before. The entire room shakes slightly when I activate this power, and the threads begin to dance and wiggle as I form mental links with each of them individually. I sit down and close my eyes to pour my full concentration into this task. At first, it's quite hard to move this energy without using mana as its base, as even the true core's ability is paired with superior mana manipulation. If I were to inject even a few thousand MP into the air, this would be simple. But I want the divine energy circulating into my teammates' cores to remain as pure as it is in the yellow fragments. Secondly, I want to train this unique ability while I have the perfect place to do so. Minutes pass, and the dancing threads begin rotating around the room extremely slowly, making just one revolution in all the time I've been at it. However, there's momentum now, and the second revolution only takes a full minute. After another 15 minutes, I start to sweat, and the mental strain from pushing each individual thread with precision begins to build up. I avoid hitting Ember's isolation pod, as well as the two women in hibernation. However, now my understanding of the ability grows even higher, and a single revolution takes less than 20 seconds. I have to strategically let go of the threads that collide with Abby, Lydia, and Fisher. If I hold on too long, I'll accidentally tear divine energy from their cores that could have been absorbed. A smile grows on my face as the minutes pass and my precision improves. Once a single revolution around the room takes less than 5 seconds, I start shaping the threads' flight paths much differently. There's no one sitting in the center of the room, so I move the threads to the outer flight path, concentrating the energy more densely where we're sitting. A few minutes later, once I'm more comfortable, the revolution time lasts less than a second. Abby increases the strength of the bright green and yellow restoration circle on the floor, as far more threads are now circulating through everyone's bodies. I could go faster, as my comprehension of the technique is improving rapidly, and I even recall the time when I was compressing my true core, with cycles of energy coursing through me at magnitudes of hundreds or even thousands per second. However, the mental and physical limits of everyone in the room are a bit lower than my own. I can tell Abby could handle more, but Fisher and Lydia are nearing their max. I make one last adjustment, compacting the thread's density a little more by combining the portion near the ceiling with the threads circling the floor. Before my eyes, their thread gathering speed enhances a few times over without them needing to consume more fragments, just using the leftover residue in the room. We sit Here for another hour as I continue cycling the energy, and my progress with the True Core's ability grows even more. I manage to control portions of the threads to weave around Fisher and Lydia each cycle, allowing Abby to absorb more without pushing anyone too hard or holding anyone back. Each revolution delivers the maximum number of threads everyone can handle. In just 2 hours from the time I returned, I witness Abby's yellow core fully saturate, and all signs of orange threads in her body disappear. A pulse of energy surges through the room as a result, and her eyes open wide, glowing yellow, while her green eyes and hair shine brightly beneath. She speaks aloud. "That was faster than I expected." She grins but keeps the restoration circle active. As the threads circulating the room are still in motion, I open my eyes and smile back. "Congrats! You're a yellow core now. I have another powerful stat buff I want to share with you. Let's see how far you can push that second ranked up buff of yours, the form of the immortal healer, now that you can wield this much divine energy. I wonder if I can still land a hit on you." While I reply, the white glow around Maria and Raven begins to fade as their hibernation process comes to an end. At the same time, there's a click from the isolation pod at the back of the room, and the silver door slowly opens. Chapter 663, as Abby looks down at her hands, still in awe of the power surging through her now that her yellow core is fully saturated, footsteps echo through the room. Ember steps out from the isolation pod, and not a single thread of divine energy seeps from his body. However, there's a new aura about him, one that exudes pride and excitement, sending ripples through my purple barrier. The silver and golden threads have vanished back into the center of his core, now impossible to see, unless I focus my perception closely. Instead, a brilliant white and yellow ball of light burns in his chest. Ember halts in the center of the room, his crimson eyes glowing fiercely to match his flowing hair. They gleam golden as he stretches his arms and surveys the room, making eye contact with me first before glancing at Raven and Maria, who are beginning to stir as their hibernation ends. He turns his gaze back to me and speaks. "I'm impressed. This planet isn't resource-rich at all, yet you've improved a lot while I was resting. There must not be many true cores left." He chuckles, and his aura sweeps through me, assessing my core's progress. Before shifting his gaze to Abby, he stares at her for a moment. "I overheard your conversation earlier. The form of the immortal healer, that's a buff you really have." Abby raises an eyebrow but nods. Ember crosses his arms, grinning. "It's been a long time since I've heard that name." As he speaks, both Maria and Raven's white hibernation light fades completely, and their eyes open, taking in their surroundings. Raven looks startled at first, but I hold back the reflexive pulse of my true core's energy, keeping it behind my purple barrier to ensure everyone remains safe. Maria turns to Raven, and the two exchange smiles, as if they've already become friends. They stand and extend hands to shake. Raven speaks first. "So it was a draw." Maria nods as they release their grip. "It seems so. I like your fighting style. We should go again." Raven smirks before responding. "You know, I have a few artifacts back in my region you could use. I've never met anyone with such a strong ice affinity. They were meant for one of the big three named Ilara, but I think they'd suit you better." Ember's eyes shift from Abby to Maria for a moment, looking deep into her soul energy core, grinning and nodding once, before settling his gaze on Raven. "You're a new one. What an odd aura you have." He steps forward, extending a hand, and they shake as well. I speak up as they do, debating whether or not to tell Raven that Ember is a dragon. "Ember, this is Raven, another true core on our side." "Raven, this is Ember. He's let's just say he's a powerful addition to the team. A fellow true core." I decide not to reveal more. And from the amused aura radiating from Ember, I can tell it was the right choice. Once we fight together, she'll figure it out on her own. Over the next few minutes, we catch up. I brief everyone on what I learned during my journey to Central, recounting the events after the B-class exams that led me to meet Raven and take over the 8 great regions for expansion. Finally, I outline my plans for the next 36 hours before the Big Three return. Maria and Raven plan to head back to the volcanic region to retrieve unique artifacts Raven hasn't touched in decades, which might prove useful. Plus, she still has over 180 yellow fragments, which she's more than happy to share with her new sparring partner. By the end of our conversation, they're acting bubbly and friendly with each other, their bond clearly strengthened. Fisher and Lydia, their cores about 1/3 saturated, listen in too, though they're primarily focused on amassing more power. Ember breaks the silence. "Well, in that case, I'd like to spar with Abby. That buff intrigues me. I think I can push it to its limit." I raise an eyebrow. "Hey, there's still a lot I want to ask you." He points to the bunker's ceiling. "Well, we can fly to a sparring ground the long way." I'd like some fresh air. Before I can point out the issue in the room, I watch Ember's right hand glow with bright white and yellow light. Stand back. This will fix the circulation problem while we're gone. Pure divine energy flows from his fingertip, forming a string of dense, silky yellow light. The tips connect, creating a circle. Then, a faint silver light flashes in his eyes, and miniature silver threads form within the floating energy construct. He expands it, allowing it to rotate around the room at the same rate I control the excess yellow threads, then releases it. Yet, it continues to spin. I can feel it tugging at all the threads in the room, so I release my true core's ability, and the spinning threads keep moving on their own. My eyes widen, but for some reason, no one else in the room seems impressed. They're either dazed or uninterested. This strange sensation, paired with the feeling I had near the tower in the center of the dark continent and the dragon's words about memories of the fallen one being fuzzy or non-existent, only adds to the list of questions swirling in my mind. I decide not to bring it up and open the hatch above us to leave the bunker, as planned. Maria and Raven use teleport crystals to return to the volcanic base to check out her artifacts, while Abby, Ember, and I head off in the same direction, though. Taking the long way, once we're far from the Crimson City, I start a new conversation. So why are you so interested in Abby's buff? While Ember thinks, and the three of us airstep through the sky. I add Abby to my Rising Emperor's domain as my second general. He responds, it's a rare one. Usually paired with the restore skill, he turns to Abby. I'm sure you know by now, but that's no ordinary healing ability. It's a unique skill, like Jay's absorption. Only one entity can possess it in the system at a time. I raise an eyebrow, but Ember continues, I remember the last holder of this skill. It brings back memories, so I want to see if you have what it takes to wield it this time. Abby nods, I assumed it was unique. But don't compare me to whoever had it last, I want to learn to use it my own way. Ember laughs, murmuring under his breath, that's exactly what she would have said. Then, he speaks up louder, fine. We'll spar until you figure it out. I have a new ability I need to get used to as well. I'll limit myself to yellow core usage for now. Abby shrugs, as she's clearly heard his first snarky remark back, and replies with a similar tone, good. She turns to me, asking about the new notification she heard. I briefly explain how the general perk works, but Abby decides to test her yellow core's base power first. Ember speaks again, the system calls them generals? Interesting. Demons have the same ranking system. My head snaps his way. I hadn't filled anyone in on the conversation I had with the demon and dragon in the labyrinth, but Ember's words pique my interest. What do you know about the demonic realm? And the dragons being intertwined with the system? And this throne created by a divine beast? And, well, there's a lot of questions I have actually, but I'm more curious why you never told me the full truth about this world. The three of us stop midair, hovering over the large crater training grounds where Maria and Raven sparred earlier. Ember grins, and the golden light shimmers in his eyes again. It seems you've learned a lot while I was healing. It's not that I've kept information from you, but certain knowledge cannot be brought into this universe by me. Just as I was reborn as a fragile baby dragon, there's many more limits to my abilities in this life. That only scratches the surface. There's only so much I can share at certain levels. I stare, trying to process his words. Here, I'll show you what I mean. The sources, the moment the words leave his lips, a blinding golden light engulfs my vision, and a loud white noise fills my ears. I quickly sift through my body double's memories to see if they registered anything, but all three are blank, distorted like my own. As seconds pass, even the memory of what just happened fades, leaving only the recollection of trying to understand. Abby is floating nearby in a daze as well, equally if not more stumped at what just happened. I look at Ember, shocked, and feel a faint aura of sadness from him. See, it's not that I'm keeping things from you. It's that there are things I cannot share yet until you are more powerful or have learned them on your own. These aren't my rules. Well, actually, another flash of blinding golden light hits me. This time, I don't bother checking my double's memories. The golden image fades away again. Ember sighs and speaks, believe it or not, this isn't the first time I've told you about the labyrinths, demonic realm, the system's true purpose, and the intricacies of divine beasts. It's just the first time you're strong enough or knowledgeable enough to remember us talking about this much of the truth. Your first steps in controlling divine energy have definitely helped. But for us to talk this openly about demons and the system, you must have met another dragon with exceptional knowledge. He thinks to himself, and whispers again. At least level 5000 to know this much. I pause, considering his words. It's true. A dragon did tell me about the system. And a demon spoke of the 5 great families within the demonic realm. I can see the silver divine light that the throne is made of. But there are still too many things that don't add up. Who are you really? What did you do to earn the title of the Fallen One, chapter 664, so, they still know that name this far out? Interesting, Ember looks at me with a pondering gaze, then continues. I've already told you who I am in this conversation. My comments about the source should have explained everything. So, it seems all I can say is what you know up to this point. Yes, the throne is an artifact created by one of the divine beasts, used mostly for the ascension of demons to bring them to the next realm, the green core state. Ember waits, and I nod in reply. Yes, I'm aware of this fact. He grins. Good. And I'm sure you're aware there's a disparity between the simple silver threads in the throne and the golden light in my core. All I can say is there's a step above, and I wouldn't be down here if I hadn't. The golden light blinds my senses again, but I'm satisfied that my thoughts about the throne have been confirmed as true. I won't be able to ask him more about this name, but I can still learn more. So, the divine beast, are they on this world? Or in the demonic realm? It's one of those overseers like the Lich King, right? Ember nods, and a ripple of sadness comes from him again as he realizes I don't remember the second half of his statement. But he replies, they are definitely not on this world, nor are they in the demonic realm. I don't know the creator's identity for certain. They might be affiliated with the 5 great families you speak of. But an artifact of this magnitude cannot be crafted by a mere reincarnation of a divine beast. It is certainly one that is still alive and at the peak of its power. He turns in the direction of the Black Tower, thousands of kilometers away, then looks back at me, his gaze deep. That is a problem for another day. This is an artifact crafted for descendants to easily conquer many worlds. You have to focus on the one world we're trying to save right now. I stay silent and nod, coming back down to reality and looking at the situation at hand. Alright, speaking of artifacts, one last question then. I point to the black cube that slowly rotates around me as its center of gravity. You called this an amplifier. How can I make use of it? Ever since I walked into its tomb, it hasn't said a word to me. Ember chuckles. Really? An amplifier that can hold a conversation? It must be a strong one. What was its desire? I think for a moment. It watched many of its people leave this world behind. I believe its desire was to save humanity. Ember nods, staring off toward the throne again, then back to me. That's a pretty good one. But I'm as in the dark as you are on what powers it might grant. It will activate once it's necessary, or maybe not at all. What you witnessed while meeting it may have been the last of its power. Again, amplifiers are all unique, especially ones from the originator's era. There's nothing you can do now but wait and see. I touch the cube as it comes my way, and it bounces back, changing its orbital direction without making a sound. Then, I turn to Abby and float backward. Well, I guess that's that. Ember is right. It's time you two practice and get used to your new levels of power. We don't have much time left. I back up, and both of them hover in the air, exchanging words for a few seconds before Abby pulls out her 2 blood-bonded daggers. A bright green aura glows around her, while the yellow threads from her core tether around it, and space begins to bend as she prepares to fight. Ember stands still with his arms crossed while she powers up, then gets into a fighting stance, releasing a small amount of divine energy from his invisible barrier. He matches her output, feeling and looking like a newly awakened yellow core from here. They both fly forward. And their spar begins. Ember calmly blocks her attacks with his bare hands, and they fly all over the sky, giving off flashes of yellow and green light. Every few dozen exchanges make Abby's control over her new power much more concentrated and deadly. Just like Maria, she hasn't had the chance to have a good fight going all out since long before she even started wielding divine energy. After over 100 exchanges, she begins sending spears of earth magic imbued with divine threads. Ember's way, and the fight reaches the next level. Instead of just blocking with his palms, Ember shoots dark flames shimmering with yellow threads at each of the speared attacks, disintegrating them on the spot and dodging others while still clashing fist to dagger with Abby's main attacks. Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. A full 10 minutes at this basic level pass, and I watch Abby's speed and precision of strikes increase more and more. Ember keeps a cool and unchanging expression the whole time but yells out loud after one of their exchanges, "Come on, let's bring this up a notch." What do you say? He lets more of his aura leak out, bringing him to the level of a mid to high level yellow core, similar to that of the old Apex region director. Even from a distance, it's clear Abby is affected by the overwhelming aura. that is, until she activates her ranked up buff, and her entire body turns green, while the yellow core in her chest continues to glow and spread throughout her body. Instantly, she seems fine and flies forward, unaffected by the pressure tens of times greater than her own. Ember grins, raising an eyebrow while preparing to block her incoming attack. At the last moment, centimeters before they collide, I watch portions of her body return to their natural state, and she's able to land hits on Ember's fists, but they're nowhere near strong enough to do damage. Ember strikes back, but his fist pushes right through her body like it's not even there. Despite the clear difference in strength, Abby uses this moment of surprise to spin around to Ember's back and release another earth-imbued crescent, but millimeters before impact, Ember spins around and blocks this too. He counters again, but when his fist makes contact with her stomach, it phases through like nothing is there. Both lunge back, and Ember laughs, releasing the full aura of his true core. It's really the same power. The immortal form while still holding a yellow core, quite impressive. Use that new buff Jay granted you. I want to see everything you've got. As his true core's aura ripples out, and they're only 100 or so meters apart in the sky, Abby can feel that if she's too close, she'll be knocked out from the pressure, and any exposed limbs or body parts would be shredded by the pressure alone. Releasing her buff to attack would not be a good idea. Moments later, Abby replies to this challenge by opening up her status interface and pulling the full 1% of stats from over 1 million links of loyalty. Her entire body glows bright green, and her aura grows, giving off an immense amount of mana control and stat-based power. However, I don't feel the same eerie sensation I did when Maria accessed these stats. Instead of staring into the abyss of a soul energy core, Abby feels inviting and warm. However, the raw strength coming off her is definitely intense. They both fly toward each other again without exchanging another word, and bright green and yellow light ripples through the entire dark continent, just like the spar between Maria and Raven hours ago. Right before each hit, Abby is able to deactivate small portions of her body and blood-bonded weapons to attack with. And Ember goes purely on the defensive. Her exposed areas easily fend off Ember's domineering true core's aura, and I smile as her attacks become faster and faster, aiming for fatal blows, while Ember keeps upping the pace to help her learn. Another 10 minutes pass as the exchanges become so fast, they near the speed and gravity waves I felt while facing off against the low-level true core bronze dragon. Abby's mana-rich aura ripples through the air, and I feel the same warm, calming sensation pass through me as she pulls mana from the surroundings and forms massive spears of stone to surround Ember, changing up her fighting style. Some of the immense pillars reach hundreds of meters long, and they fly forward at varying speeds while she severs her links with them to focus on flying forward with daggers in hand. Using the village-sized stones as distractions, Ember replies to this barrage with ease, sending larger and larger waves of divine flames her way, disintegrating some of the spears and punching through others while simultaneously blocking her close-up attacks. He yells out loud again, "Not bad, a newly awakened yellow core fighting a true core. No matter how many buffs are active, it's a feat that's basically impossible. Let's see if that physique still holds up now." As he spins out of the way of one of her close-range attacks, he sends a kick flying toward her side. But to both Ember's and my surprise, his leg phases right through her like a hologram, and she counters, sending him flying backward with an aura of surprise and excitement bursting from him. Red and black scales form all over his body, and his feet and hands turn to claws. A long, pointed tail emerges from his back, and the pressure from his true core grows even higher, nearly matching Raven's. Then, he flies forward with an excited look on his face. His movement speed is slightly faster than Abby's now, and his pressure is overwhelming. However, once he makes contact with Abby's body again, and it phases through with no resistance at all, his excitement only grows more. Abby tries to counter, and Ember allows it to hit his right arm. Her dagger bounces off without leaving a single scratch, but when Ember strikes back again, his left set of claws fall deep into her green body and don't leave a mark either. Another 5 minutes of back-and-forth exchanges follow. Ember's hybrid form and Abby's full power pulling 1% of stats are nearly equal when it comes to speed and technique accuracy. However, the raw strength differs. While I'm not sure Maria could keep up with these fast-paced exchanges, I am sure the full power of her Ice Goddess Blue's sword could have left a mark on Ember. That being said, the more yellow and green flashes of light that go by, the more intrigued I become with Abby's near-invincible defenses. I watch with a proud look across my face from about a kilometer away, high above them, while they continue to spar, becoming faster and stronger with every strike that passes. Now, not even counting myself, I have 4 teammates I am positive can hold their own against true cores. With the rate at which my links of loyalty are growing, we'll at least double the amount of stats to pull from sometime tomorrow. However, the scorching heat of those divine flames surrounding Central keep resurfacing in the back of my mind. making me wonder if all of this is enough. As another half an hour passes, and the two of them continue practicing at Abby's full power, my senses wander outward, routinely surveying the Dark Continent and 8 great regions. Suddenly, I see something very odd emerging from the receding abyss. In the center of the Dark Continent, over the last few days as the black mist flows back toward the tower, many abandoned villages and ruined cities have been revealed. Some were pillaged by rogue hunters and bandits, while others were destroyed by the demonic beasts that roamed within the demonic energy of the abyss. None of these beasts dared to step outside the darkness, as the air in this mana-rich world is harmful to pure demonic energy-born creatures, but now, for the first time, I see a sliver of space giving off odd readings right on the edge of the abyss near Sector 1. About 700 kilometers from Valor City. I wouldn't have noticed it at all, except for the fact that my senses picked up a large number of gravity wells emerging from seemingly nowhere. Their numbers continue to grow at a rapid rate, so I focus all of my perception in that direction now to see what the disturbance might be. My eyes widen as a large demonic rift, over 10 meters high, floating above the desert comes into view. Many demons with bright red divine cores glowing in their chests step out onto the sand, lighting up the night with their crimson divine light. They're dressed in full black armor, long swords and shields in hand, and emit a dangerous and unique aura of killing intent. Chapter 665. I watch dozens of red-cored demons, dressed head to toe in metallic black armor, step out from the rift. Some carry long swords, others shields, and a few wield axes and hammers. Their horns vary in height and length, with colors ranging from black to brown to red. The exposed skin on some demons shares these color tones. Even their heights and builds differ, some standing near human height at 2 meters, while others tower up to 5 or even 6 meters tall. These are all archdemons, ranging from level 5000 to 9000, and their sharp eyes scan the darkness of night with ease, spreading out in multiple directions. The constant flow of red cores halts after about 4 dozen demons emerge. And then an orange-cored demon steps through. It moves forward, raising its arms to begin giving orders to the surrounding demons. At such a distance, with the interference of the abyss, the true core-level fight happening in front of me, and the thousands of kilometers between us, I can only make out a few words: survey the lands, and report back the throne's approximate opening time. I want threat levels calculated. This world is located in a third-class natural mana zone. There shouldn't even be enough mana here to create a fully matured Stage 2 labyrinth. Scope out potential nearby threats and secure this land to begin the base builds. Lord Vermilion will be expecting your scouting results back in 15 minutes. The demons split into 2 groups. Some spread out to begin surveying the outside of the abyss as it slowly seeps inward toward the tower, while others get into formation and start glowing white and purple. At first, my eyes widen as I mistake this purple glow for something similar to the ring I'm wearing, but the longer I look, the more intriguing it becomes. Their demon cores all glow and vibrate with this light purple sensation, and a material emanates from their bodies, giving off the radiation of chi in the back of my mind, while also simulating the sensation I feel when someone uses soul energy. No mana is being used in these movements, and it clicks in my head what they're using once the base of a structure begins to form on the desert floor. Demonic soul energy. I whisper to myself, it appears that just as mana and chi can combine to create a far more powerful base, demonic energy and chi can do the same. Demons on this world are usually too weak when they form labyrinth contracts to obtain such a substance, so they're all mana-based creatures here. Only a small portion are capable of wielding demonic energy through their cores, and even less have ever even seen chi. However, every single one of these demons is using both of them combined, to an exceptional degree. They are the elite force Pluto spoke of seeing when he was young, an army of demons led by the Vermilion family called the Red-Cored Demonic Knights. As this unfolds in my mind's eye, the spar between Ember and Abby continues. In Ember's hybrid form, their speed and battle IQ are similar, but it's clear Ember has far more raw power. Even the attacks Abby lands only scratch his natural scaled armor, while Ember's attacks can't land either, as Abby's body allows them to seep through like nothing. Every time her immortal body is tested, I feel a faint warm ripple of energy coming from her, hitting me and everything in our surroundings. I'm over a kilometer away, and it is very faint, but I zero in on it with my all-seeing eye as the battle goes on and discover that energy is being expended and ejected each time. The explanation for how it works is almost as strange as the pulses from Maria's core. Ember yells again as they both fly back after a rapid series of exchanges. Alright, if I can't land a hit on you with this, I'll be thoroughly impressed. His body glows with a yellow and golden radiance, growing in size. The scales multiply, covering the remaining exposed skin, while his clawed hands and feet grow larger. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. His tail extends and thickens, while above it, 2 obsidian black wings sprout with crimson red undersides. His true core's silky divine light pulses outward, imbuing his entire form as it grows tens of meters long, giving it a shimmering mythical glow. He lets out a roar, emitting the full power of his aura, dominating the battlefield with multiple times the pressure from moments ago. Abby remains unaffected. Using her second ranked up buff, she yells back, "Come at me with everything you've got." She deactivates her earth magic and puts away her daggers, focusing purely on defense. There were no marks on Ember's hybrid form, so attempting to attack this form seems pointless. Right now, they're testing the effectiveness of her immortal form. The two forces move forward, and I watch Ember's claws move first as he releases a wave of bright divine flames. On contact, Abby's green body ripples, and an even hotter wave of pure mana pulses out. Yet again, she's completely unscathed from Ember's full force direct attack. The black and red dragon's laugh echoes throughout the air as their exchanges continue, with him releasing flames and deadly strikes her way. Over 2 minutes pass with dozens of attacks. Every time Abby tanks the hits, I feel hotter and hotter waves of energy radiating from her body. In my mind's eye, I continue to watch the demons build their square-shaped structure from demonic soul energy, while others circle the abyss. I could intervene, but they're about to hit the apex of their battle, and Abby's physique is finally reacting to Ember's blows in a way that's pushing it to its limit. The demons present could be taken out in seconds if I flew over. But I don't see them as a threat. It's best not to disturb the flow state of the battle before me. The heat waves from their fight grow so intense that I back up another kilometer. Meanwhile, some of the red-cored demon scouts report back to their orange-cored leader. I can only make out 2 of their responses, as the divine radiation interference here grows more intense. "Commander, the perimeter is secure, no ascended demonic beasts or humans within 100 kilometers on either side, 31 planet hours. This is the approximate time of the awakening." The orange-cored commander nods, then turns to walk back through the open rift. Less than a minute later, multiple orange cores emerge from the rift. My heart rate speeds up as I see the sheer number of demons with bright orange cores walking out into the desert of the Dark Continent. I count over a dozen, and the hundreds of red-cored demons following them are even more absurd sight. Over a dozen commanders begin giving the hundreds of red-cored demons orders, repeating the process of surveying the abyss and building symmetrical bases a few kilometers apart, 1 for each orange core. I consider breaking the news to the fighters before me, but the heat waves coming off them continue to rise as Abby's energy form glows brighter with every second. Her speed is increasing exponentially, and it feels like she's converting stagnant energy in her body into a boost for her movement speed. As my all-seeing eye enhanced vision tracks her, it looks like she's experiencing a breakthrough, similar to the one I had when fighting Sebastian the True Core. I had strategically selected areas of my greater form to alter its density, enlarging for higher attack power or compacting for greater speed. It seems Abby is doing the same, making portions of her body less immune to attacks where she isn't being hit, using that energy to propel herself through the air faster. Once the hordes of orange and red cores stop flowing from the rift, 6 yellow-cored demons walk out next. This finally gets my attention, and I open a telepathic link with both Ember and Abby, no longer caring if I break their flow state. We have company. Demons are emerging from a rift near the abyss dash. These demons are all level 9000 to 9900, and every single one of them possess enough divine energy to surpass the Apex region's director. 2 of them are newly awakened true cores, while the other 4 have such large yellow cores that it looks like they're about to collapse into true cores at any moment. Instinctively, I activate my greater form, and begin to send a warning through the open telepathy channel to my other teammates, but a 7th demon walks out, and the rift closes behind it. I stop before I fully get the message out, as for the first time in a long time, I'm unable to get a reading on a being's status. All that comes back are question marks and purple text that makes no sense. Another heavy true core demon emerges from the rift, its gravity signature many times larger than any true core I've ever seen. The only similar reading I've ever felt is the divine flames in Central. Its eyes pulsing white and yellow, sending a wave of perception throughout the entire Dark Continent. With it comes a domineering pressure, and I don't need to say a word to Abby or Ember, they feel it too. The pulse travels far beyond us, deep into the 8 great regions, Raven's territory, and even further, beyond my senses. The demon stands tall, inspecting the structures being built, then orders the yellow cores to construct one of their own. This demon stands over 10 meters tall, with bright shimmering red horns jutting from its forehead, jet black skin, and obsidian armor that shimmers to match. Its face bears a noble, all-knowing expression. Once its subordinates get to work, it stares west, shifting its gaze slightly 3 times before moving its sight toward the south to look directly at me and send a wave of perception laced with a nasty aura of intimidation. From over 3,000 kilometers away, the psychic attack hits me, rattling my entire being. My vision blurs for a split second, severing my long-range perception and telepathy channels, while an intense pain like pins and needles ripples through my body. I feel I've just looked into the soul of an evil god of war filled with nothing but bloodlust and ruthless killing intent. The cool outer image of the noble demon is very deceiving. About 2 seconds later, I manage to recover by instantly activating all my buffs and concentrating on my self-regeneration skill to cleanse the dreadful aura from my mind and body. However, once my long-range vision returns, all I see is the demon lose interest and turn away from me to look at the towering throne within the abyss. Chapter 666, Beckman, you felt that too, didn't you? Floating above central headquarters, the 3 strongest true-core humans on the planet feel real fear for the first time in decades. I did, Redgrave. The Vermilion family has returned. Beckman scrolls and taps through his system interface while sweat trickles down his temples. Ilara speaks through the link next. It feels like that true core has grown stronger since the first visit. That demon's aura made it through the S-grade originator stone defenses. It's like he could see right through, as if we're in a glass room. Beckman looks up from his status screen full of numbers. Yes, that wave that hit me was approximately 129% stronger than the strongest attack I felt the last time we met. That is certainly the same demon. I don't forget faces. There's silence on the 3-way line for a few seconds before a laugh echoes through from Redgrave's crystal. We've grown stronger too, you know. 3-on-1 should get the job done, don't you think? His transmission device clicks off, but his laughter continues in private as he begins to dance around and send shimmering yellow divine flames at the inner walls of his room. Voices come out of the transmission tablet left behind on the arm of his throne. The first is from Beckman. That is not part of the plan. We shall stay on target and wait one more day. The probability of unnecessary fighting is too high if we approach now. Ilara returns a message. He won't go unless you give the order. He's just getting overly excited. A few dozen messages are sent back and forth between the two of them while Redgrave finally begins to calm himself down and walks back to his transmission tablet to hear Beckman's next words. Yes, that would be best. Awaken the emergency squads. I want bases built as close to the abyss as possible, far away from the Vermilion family's forts, and preferably far from the Flame Emperor's strongest settlement in Sector 2. Have the Yellow Corps bring the offering package to their leader. For now, we're holding true to the pact. A satisfied sigh comes through the channel from Redgrave next. Fine. Ilara, take care of activating my squad. I don't want to talk to either of you until we're actually heading toward the throne. There's an annoyed click of the tongue from Ilara before she speaks. You know I can't do that. You need to activate your squad through the designated channel. This is a safety protocol for all of us, he grumbles back. Then at least let me take out that pest calling himself the Flame Emperor on our way over. I want a clear mind before I enter the doors. There's silence on the channel again, but finally Beckman speaks. That shouldn't be a problem. If the Vermilion leader hasn't killed him first, you're permitted to do as you wish once we make our move. But please, keep the civilian casualties below 1 million if possible this time. We cannot risk losing a portion of Central's population if there aren't enough workers left to satisfy the demons. Redgrave grins. Deal. 3 clicks follow as the transmission tablets all go dark, and many hidden bases deep beneath the divine flames surrounding the city turn their lights on for the first time in decades. Hundreds of red-cored elite A-class hunters open their eyes. Dozens of orange cores and a few yellow cores do the same in silver pods lining the walls of mana and divine energy-rich underground fortresses. They all receive voice commands with specific instructions, preparing them for an event they've been waiting for since the association was founded. Meanwhile, after shaking off the shock of the demon's gaze, I continue sending my distress message to all loyal teammates and high-ranking followers. Be on guard, prepare for war. The demons have arrived, deep in the heart of a volcano. Raven and Maria open their eyes while cultivating in a solid black room surrounded by containment cases full of unique-looking treasures. I send a message directly to them next. Their leader knows we're here, and they don't appear to be aggressive, but whatever you're doing, don't get too absorbed. I could need backup. In the Apex region, both Rodrigo and Bree get another unique message from me. Our campaign the last 2 days was a great success. But I want double, no quadruple the merchants and hunters in the streets of every major city tomorrow morning spreading the word. Empty the association's treasury, promise to power-level hunters to whatever strength they desire, use every trick in the book you can for a final push. I need every link of loyalty I can get. Similar messages go out to Chester in Sector 4, and both Monk and Lith in Sector 1. I give an additional warning to Monk to relay to the saint who was hidden away in the temple, telling him that the final moments are among us, and that the demons are closest to Sector 1, so be warned. The final message is sent straight to Abby and Ember, who pause their battle and return to their base forms. Abby uses her restore skill to soothe both of their minor battle fatigue, and Ember returns to his human state while replying to my words of worry. If he wanted you dead, you would be fighting him right now. A warning is good to get everyone ready, but just know an archdemon of that caliber can listen in on any telepathy channel they wish. Even now, there is no stopping him from hearing my words. My mind's eye still watches the unbothered archdemon stare off at the slowly receding abyss as his workers continue to build their bases. Ember speaks again. Worlds like this are resources after all. Killing the strongest beings on it would only be a waste for their long-term profits. As these words enter my mind, another oddity tickles my senses in one of the furthest points of my mind within the Dark Continent. It is about 800 kilometers from Solara in Sector 4, on the edge of the receding abyss where some of the red-cored demonic knights are beginning to make their way out to. My first thought is that it must be another demonic rift, as more signatures of demonic chi have emerged from seemingly nowhere. However, these thoughts are pushed aside once I see for myself what comes out from the black wall of demonic energy. Two figures emerge shrouded in darkness, moving quickly toward 4 red-cord knights that survey the lands. One of the figures carries a bow, and he blips in and out of sight while sending light purple arrows at the demon's arms and legs. The obsidian armor is shot through with ease, immobilizing 2 demons and forcing them to drop their weapons and shields as they lose access to their limbs. A woman follows close behind, sending crescents of what looks to be wind magic imbued with dense purple demonic soul energy. These blades of wind slice through the armor of the demonic knights that approach, doing the same as the archer, forcing them to the ground in a split second, immobilizing them before they were even spotted. The man and woman have bright purple soul energy cores in their chests. The archer has an archdemon core that overlaps with his demonic energy core. But I'm certain they're not demons. The two of them place a single hand on the fallen demons and drain their bodies of demonic energy in seconds, not killing them, but leaving them powerless in the desert as they creep further along the abyss in the dead of night. The corner of my mouth turns upward as Ari and Luna's name tags within my Rising Emperor's domain interface come back online, shining brightly as the only purple-colored text in my interface. I curiously watch as they easily take down 5 more red-cord demonic knights that followed the scouting squad, and repeat the same process, draining demonic energy from the immobilized demons, as Ari drains the last drop of demonic soul energy from his prey. He notices an orange-cord knight coming their way and whispers to Luna, "There's a far stronger one coming now. We'll have to fight it together, don't hold back. It's using the same odd gravity magic. I think we can take it. This will be our final test, then we're headed back to the Crimson City to show the others what we found." Luna nods, not saying a word, and closes her eyes. Seconds later, a massive purple eye forms high in the sky above them, and a dozen smaller eyes form all around it, looking as though they've been summoned from all kinds of demonic monsters, some resembling snakes, others cats, and some birds. They all emit their own purple aura, and cover the distance between them and the approaching orange-cord demon, while Ares' energy form grows in size and 6 arms emerge from his back to draw back and load 3 massive bows. The archdemon that approaches wields a heavy shield and a long sword, and stares at Ari while activating a communication link to his superior. "General, we've encountered the first threat. They seem to be humanoid demonic beasts. Strong ones, they took out 7 of our knights. No divine energy is present, but the scent of ascended beasts is all over these 2. I'm going to engage, but I'll need backup." There's a click, and one of the yellow cores sends orders for the requested reinforcements, then turns to their leader and reports the news. He replies in an unbothered tone, "Intelligent ascended beasts? No, it's most likely humans that used the throne's excess radiation as a training ground. Take care of them yourself, I don't want a single orange core injured." "Yes, sir." The high-level yellow core floats in the air, then heads off in the direction of the disturbance. All 13 of Luna's eyes simultaneously blink, and at the same time, Ari sends 3 arrows toward the orange core running their way. The first white arrow bounces off the tough obsidian armor chestplate tethered with orange threads without leaving a mark. The second light purple arrow hits the demon in the leg, as it curves around its massive shield, and a small fragment of armor is broken off, making the demon misstep. Ari grins as he sends his final dark black and purple arrow toward the commander. Its core is filled with dense mana, while its outer layer is charged with all of the demonic soul energy that he siphoned out of the red cores on his way here. There are leftover red thread residues in this attack, accidentally strengthening it even further. Ari lets go of the arrow, and it twists around the demon's sword like it has a mind of its own and hits the commander right in the arm, shattering its orange thread-imbued armor and forcing it to drop its sword. The 13 eyes above blink 3 more times, and each time they do, Ari sends out another 3 shots, hitting the demon's other 3 limbs, and immobilizing him on the ground, as Luna and Ari move toward their target. A transmission goes off in the commander's helmet. Support is on the way, as the poisonous, demonic essence of the ascended scorpion, laced within Ari's arrows, flows through the demon's body. Its eyes are wide open. It can't speak, move, or even think of the words to reply. There is only silence as the 13 eyes above stare down and Ari drains the commander's body dry of demonic soul energy. Chapter 667. For more orange cord, commanders nearby leave their posts, flying through the air just above the desert's rising and falling dunes toward the last known point of the down knights and the source of the distress transmission from minutes ago. The 13 monstrous purple eyes floating above the edge of the abyss blink simultaneously again as Luna speaks to Ari. While they run past their previous prey, more of those orange demons are on the way, and dozens of reds are coming into view. Their building structures in Sector 1 keep sending me their exact locations and weak points. I can handle a few more of them. Ari responds, drawing back more arrows now laced with small threads of orange from the last commander's core. Dozens of rapid-fire shots go off in the dead of night with pinpoint accuracy, thanks to the eyes of the chimera above. Paralyzing poison spreads through the demonic commanders before they even realize they've been hit, as Ari uses his mythic-grade stealth skill to disappear from their senses and attack from their blind spots. I'm hit, need more backup, send MO, I can't see. I can't move, General. Bleak messages echo through the transmission device in the General's helmet on the way as one commander after another is taken out by a mysterious demonic force from the abyss. From afar, I watch as the high-level yellow core bends space around him as he rockets through the air. Luna's eyes in the sky sense it as it approaches, and I watch Ari charge up another set of arrows and let them fly as a long-range attack to test this approaching opponent's strength. The first 2 bounce off, as expected. However, the third and most powerful arrow, imbued with orange threads from 4 commanders, does the same, heading toward the general's chest plate and disintegrating the instant it makes impact. Clear shock and a ripple through the 2 of them. Taking on demons that are naturally stronger than any humans of the same level is a feat in its own right. They've even faced demons with divine energy of the 2nd rank, the Orange Core, without forming their own divine cores. They've grown incredibly strong, but taking on a demon on the verge of transitioning to a true core without any divine energy would be absurd. My gaze tracks the surrounding desert area to pinpoint dungeons I could teleport to in order to intervene, but the general has its sights set on them, and their impact time will be well before I can get between them. The closest dungeon point I could access is still hundreds of kilometers away. My gaze shifts to the Vermilion family head, but he still just stares at the throne, uninterested in the battle. Then, I take a deep breath and open up a telepathy channel between myself, Ari, and Luna while pressing a few buttons on my system interface. Welcome back, you two. Don't go getting yourselves killed on the day you finally decide to return. I add Ari as the 3rd general and send a message to him as he pulls back 3 more arrows, and the yellow glowing demon draws its sword back, preparing a long-range attack to take the 2 of them out in a single strike. Open up your status before you take the shot. I got you a coming home present. Ari's eyes widen at the long-range telepathy channel from me, one of the last things he expected in the moment, but he mentally checks his status, struck with even more surprise. His expression turns focused and calculated moments later, and the demon that approaches sends a crescent of dense demonic soul energy tethered with yellow divine threads their way. It carves out the desert on all sides, leaving a hole hundreds of meters deep from its aura alone as it gets too close to the ground. Luna's eyes blink, then disappear, but Ari grins and speaks out loud, stand behind me, don't worry, I've got this. His base stats rise as 1% of over 6. 2 million links of loyalty flood into his system, and his greater archer form naturally grows larger. The general sends a transmission back to his leader right after he swings. They're taken care of, as requested. We've lost 4 commanders, though, it will. But he stops mid-sentence as Ari's aura expands and erupts with a deadly pressure hundreds of times stronger than it was seconds ago. He releases all 3 of his arrows in a single shot, the 2 weaker white and purple ones spinning in front of the darker shot as they collide with the demon's slash. The night sky lights up in a purple and yellow flash as massive amounts of desert are decimated, and the 2 front arrows explode, splitting and weakening the demonic slash. 2 halves of the attack separate to opposite sides of the archer and the wind mage. carving out the desert and leaving them on a small elevated level of sand while Ares' final arrow, shrouded in darkness and concealed by his stealth skill, rips through the open air. There's a second explosion of light and divine radiation as it hits the demon's chestplate right where his last attack did, but this time shattering it to pieces and piercing through, spreading the strongest dose of an ascended demon scorpion's poisonous essence through its bloodstream in an instant. While in any other circumstance, I would be happy about this outcome, there is a large looming fear that makes me yell through our link. Now fall back. You have no idea what you're dealing with here. That demon is child's play compared to what you're walking into right now. Do not even stop to drain its soul energy. Run. As these words enter their minds, the air pressure through the entire dark continent shifts, and a dreadful demonic voice replies, forcefully adding itself to our link. Don't think you can kill my men and leave so easily. The Vermilion family head disappears into thin air, traveling hundreds of kilometers before I can even blink, reappearing above the fallen general right in front of Ari. I instantly reply, they're not dead. Let's settle this before we do something impossible to take back. The demon shifts its gaze toward me, still thousands of kilometers away, and sends another wave of intimidation just like before. You have no right to negotiate. Die, human. This time, I'm prepared to receive it, activating my power borrowing perk from my Rising Emperor's domain, and pull 5% without thinking twice, drawing tens of millions of stat points per stat in an instant, taking the mental attack on without batting an eye. Ember's stats and mana control rocket upward as well, thanks to our link, and Abby reactivates her immortal form to withstand the new mana control aura blasting out of me, making the air in desert below vibrate for hundreds of kilometers without even sending out an attack. The demon's gaze tightens, and I feel it send another burst my way, this one even stronger than before. My initial instincts are surprise mixed with fear. As the realization dawns that this demon was still holding back, I pull another 5% of stats, increasing the total amount borrowed to 10%, and when this second wave hits me, I'm glad I did so. My head rings and pounds as pins and needles fill all my senses, but I stare forward without moving a muscle. I get ready to steal every single stat available, but the demon grins, showing me his sharp white teeth, the first bit of emotion I've seen out of this noble entity that isn't dread or anger. He looks toward Ari and Luna, then back to me, sending a message in the same dreadful tone. 5 minutes. I want all my men in the same condition you met them, back up and working, and we're even. You're not as weak as I thought. You will be useful once this world is mine. It would be a shame to kill a powerful soldier. As these words enter my mind, I'm temporarily put at ease, allowing me to use my full perception to focus only on the situation at hand, and I realize that the 10% of stats and mana control I've taken has led to catastrophic events. For over 500 kilometers in every direction from me, a domineering aura radiates that would easily knock out any yellow core, even in the Crimson City, over 2,000 kilometers away, and in the 8 great regions, over 5,000 kilometers away. A heavy pressure is felt, and many weaker hunters feel lightheaded, while others are woken up in the dead of night by the eerie sensation of killing intent. Everyone on this side of the world holds their breath, realizing something big is happening. It's mostly directed forward at the demon, but others are caught in the crossfire without me even realizing it. Ember suppresses his aura, shielding Abby, as even in her immortal form, it's quite dangerous to be this close to me right now. My eyes widen, and I force my aura to retreat behind my purple barrier, allowing everyone to breathe. Then I send a message back, we'll get it done. The demon disappears, then reappears back in his original spot in front of the other yellow cores, crosses his arms, and looks at the throne with an unbothered gaze, but sends me a private word of warning. You and I both know if we fought here, no one would survive. This small world cannot handle it. As much as I want to put you in your place, it would cost me 60 million humans in the process. Let us save this dispute for inside the throne, assuming that Redgrave fellow doesn't kill you first. 30 hours remain. He forcefully severs the link and stares ahead. I want to ask him what he meant by that last statement about one of the big three, but his mind is an unbreakable fortress that I can't breach to ask. So my attention shifts elsewhere, thinking about the area my aura just reached, affecting millions of people, and the fact that I could still increase it by taking 20% more stats if I wanted. Then, I picture what an attack using that kind of power would produce. It leads me to think about whether or not the demon was even using its full power, and I lean toward no because of the fact that I still couldn't get a single reading on its status while borrowing 10%. Before I can think any further, messages from allies come streaming into my head from all over the nations as they felt that wave. I block them all out and send messages to Ari, Luna, Abby, and Ember. This isn't the Welcome back, party. I expected to host for you too. But at least it's interesting. 5 minutes to heal them. Here's the plan. I explain the plan while air stepping over to Ember, powering down to my base form but keeping all my borrowed stats, and hopping on his back. Abby gets on behind me and holds on tight while the purple barrier envelopes us both. With a flap of Ember's wings, we fly toward the abyss. Chapter 668. With 10% of borrowed stats coursing through Ember, we fly through the desert faster than I've ever traveled, making it to the center of the dark continent. In under a minute, coming to a halt right above the crater made by Ari and the demon general's clash, Ember reverts to his human form, and we float down to begin restoring the immobilized demons scattered across the desert. Green restoration circles powered by 1% borrowed stats and Abby's yellow divine threads form beneath the paralyzed and dying demonic soldiers, neutralizing the poison and healing the lost limbs of some of the knights Luna sliced through. I follow behind Abby, pulling out chi crystals that I farmed from the desert floor below Palmyra, using my True Core's divine energy manipulation ability to crush the white energy into a digestible microscopic mist, and streamlining pure chi into their cores. For the orange cord commanders, I pull a few orange divine fragments out, careful not to accidentally inject any of my own yellow thread into their bodies, and use red fragments to do the same with the knights. All of the demons stand to their feet once we're done, and I hear a telepathy channel open for all of them. Their leader is letting me in to hear their orders. Stand down, men. You may do what you wish with them once I enter the throne. For now, we do not engage. The link is severed, and all of the demons leave without saying a word. The Yellow Corps general gives Ari a glare as he leaves, but the others are shaken and keep their heads down. I float over to Ari and Luna next, a smile across my face, and Ari speaks aloud. Sorry to put you in this position. I didn't know there would be. I shake my head and extend a hand. Don't worry about it. Your stunt actually gave me the perfect moment to talk to their leader. It might have been much worse if I was the one to make the first move. We shake hands, and I speak again, glancing over at Luna standing behind him. Glad to have you back, and I'm also glad I got the chance to see you two in real action. You've grown strong. Ember and Abby float down to greet them next, and we have a brief reunion, interrupted by more telepathic messages from across the 8 great regions in Dark Continent. As people still worried about the aura I released moments ago, I quickly respond now that their lives aren't in danger of the head demon's wrath. Meet me above the Crimson Dome. It's not an emergency. Don't be frightened by the aura I just released. This will be quick but necessary. There's someone I want to welcome back and an update to the incoming battle plan, as requested. All notable figures come to the Crimson City: Bree, Rodrigo, Maria, Raven, Monk, the Saint, Lith, Chester, Abby, Ember, Luna, and Ari all float before me in the air above the Red Dome and the Dark Desert. Lydia and Fisher even emerge from the bunker for a few minutes to listen in, and I invite the dozens of high-level members of the Crimson Army to partake in this briefing as well. We start by getting comfortable with the familiar faces here. Many reunite with Luna and Ari, while others like Bree, Chester, and Lith reconnect after years apart in the trade scene, even before they met me. I quietly wait for everyone to get comfortable, scanning the crowd repeatedly, checking my status to see links of loyalty rise, using my all-seeing eye to monitor everything within a 5,000 kilometers radius. Part of my mind keeps examining the interesting new gear Maria is wearing, from which I can't get a status reading, all while thinking carefully about the next words out of my mouth. Less than 30 hours remain. The first threat has shown its face, but we're at a stalemate until the abyss completely recedes. I tell everyone here everything I know about the Big Three and the demons, leaving out one small detail about my arrangement with the demon in the Crimson City Labyrinth. Many eyes widen. Hearing for the first time about divine energy, a demonic realm, or even the association being run by pseudo-gods who believe they can take over the world because they've been in control for hundreds of years. Many of my closer teammates are already aware of this, but they patiently wait for the crowd to calm down and let this information sink in. I speak up next with a grin. Many of you here were fighting right by my side when this city was founded, in the battle against the Dark One. You all trusted me and fought with your lives on the line, and now I'm asking you to do it again. As these words leave my lips, I sense hundreds more forces gravitating toward the abyss. It seems to be a similarly sized force as the demons, hundreds of red cores, dozens of oranges, and a handful of yellow cores, all wearing Central Association logos. Their trajectory isn't aimed at us, it's directed toward the open land in sectors 3 and 4. The only others who can detect this are Ember and Raven, so I send a private message to them to check it out and not engage unless necessary while I continue my briefing. There will be 2 other elite forces, possibly larger than our own, in this fight. One will consist of demons, and the other of humans just like us. Our goal isn't to kill everyone who shows up, as no sides have attacked anyone yet. But they are on our land, and while I sort things out with their leaders, there's a very good chance a battle larger than anyone fought before in history will break loose. There is a high chance this will go down as the Second Great War. I let out a sigh while continuing to watch the troops of Association soldiers in my mind's eye peacefully float across the sky over the 8 great regions. If they attack you, or a single citizen, do not hold back and have no mercy. It might be in an hour, 12 hours, 30 hours, or more, but get ready for war. This time, it isn't just to save a city, the entire world is on the line. There's tension in the air as these last words hang, and many people in the Crimson Army begin asking questions one by one. I answer them without holding anything back. Over the next few hours, the sun rises, and we've made no contact with the Association's troops. They established 2 separate bases near the abyss, mimicking the demon's setup, avoiding Sector 2 as if ordered to steer clear of us. Everyone in my inner circle, the Dark Continent leaders who will be up close on this matter, and the strongest Crimson Army fighters now know everything about the impending war and are ready to put their lives on the line the second I say the word. Everyone returns to their posts to continue their day, but I stay floating above the Crimson Dome, staring toward the abyss, anticipation filling my mind. It's the calm before the storm, eating away at me from the inside out. The only thing I want to do right now is start the fight, or at the very least, know who exactly I'll be fighting, or, if I'll be fighting anyone at all. Ari and Luna talk with Monk and the Saint, led by Lift to teleport them back to Sector 1 to inspect some originator artifacts Ari had in his item box from their hometown. He took them out after my speech to show us, and I recognized letters similar to those in the Tomb of Adam, seeing phrases like a realm beyond and energy of the gods. But there's nothing new I don't already know. Raven and Maria return to cultivating inside her volcano fortress, while Abby, Lydia, and Fisher head back to the bunker to use as much of the remaining yellow threads as possible in the time we have left. Chester looks around the Crimson City. Bree and Rodrigo return to the Apex region, emptying all the gold and mana from the treasuries to spread word of the Flame Emperor's loyalty link and its benefits. By midday, I hear a notification as I hit 10 million links, but I hardly look at the status message for more than a minute all day as my mind is elsewhere. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached 10,014 679/10,000,000 links of loyalty created. New perk unlocked. Rising Emperor's expansion info. All 5 generals may select 2 commanders and share 50% of their total, currently 1%, borrowed stats. Each commander may take up to 25% max. The caster may borrow 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from party members under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. Additionally, 5% of the caster's base stat points and mana control may be temporarily distributed to any party members under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the Dominance perk, Authority perk, Powerholder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk if used simultaneously. Now, I have up to 35% of stats available to me, and the generals are able to share half of the 1% they're borrowing with any 2 people they appoint as commanders. I beam this information to Maria, Ari, and Abby, but continue to stare off into the open desert, my heart pounding. 2 slots remain, but something in the back of my mind intuitively makes me hold off and not fill them just yet. The hot sun makes the air bend on the horizon, but my all-seeing eye still sees everything crystal clear. Ember floats beside me in silence, and the citizens of the Crimson City go on with their daily lives as though nothing is happening. Across the world, everything seems normal, even after my announcements in capital cities, asking for support and basically telling the nation a war is near. There are smiles everywhere, groceries and toys being bought, friends going out for drinks. Even local newspapers still running their routes. 1 in every 5 people has given a loyalty link to me, and the word keeps spreading. Some even mention a strange feeling that they felt in the night during a family walk in the park, or as others eat a late breakfast together after a long night out partying. The world is about to end or be saved within the next 24 hours, but only those with the power to grasp the enormity of this threat seem to care. People are especially carefree in the Dark Continent, where new rulers, lords, and black market dealers constantly shift control. People just follow the continuously changing rules to support themselves or their families. No one understands that this time is different. I continue listening to my heartbeat as I watch the nation's day unfold, the abyss receding faster toward the black tower at its center. The Vermilion family head watches silently too. Even the association's team remains in their structures, unmoving at their stations. The world goes on, even as the sun sets and the final hours draw near. Everyone who will soon fight for control stands still in their bases, waiting for the throne to awaken or for someone to make the first move. The Crimson Army, Luna, Ari, and all fighters in the inner circle who wield divine energy regroup above the Crimson Dome one last time to make plans to head toward the center of the continent, while I make up my mind on the next order I'll make. The demon's last words to me still linger in the back of my mind. It was a warning that he'll deal with our dispute inside the throne, as long as Redgrave doesn't get to me first. Chapter 669. Everyone stands before me in newly upgraded gear. Many spent yesterday farming for MCP using my absorption skill in the higher floors of the labyrinth, crafting the highest grade blood-bonded armor they could with A-grade loot, while others rested and waited for these final hours to draw near. While there are thousands of C and B-grade hunters around the 8 great regions and the Dark Continent who would happily put their lives on the line if I had their regional directors give the order, it is best that an elite squad fights on the front lines. The weakest troops from the Central Association and the Demonic Army have red divine cores. Only the Crimson Army and the Inner Circle can handle forces like these. Even Bree and Rodrigo stay behind in the Apex capital with the A-class hunters for now, continuing to spread the word, having semi-powerful, well-known figures in the public eye bringing me more stats to draw from as a battle of its own. The war shall begin when the sun rises. Be ready for anything. Any last questions? No one speaks, all wearing serious expressions, as the details of our mission were made clear yesterday. Good, let's move out. With myself and Ember leading our army, Abby, Maria, Raven, and Ari follow close behind. Luna follows Ari, while Fisher and Lydia walk beside her. Munkin the Saint, along with his 2 Orange Cord disciples, follow behind them. Finally, the elemental captains lead 3 squads of Crimson Army troops. Our aura lights up the night. Everyone here has been power leveled above level 7000 and have mana control far beyond their level. All their skills are fully upgraded and they're stacked head to toe with high quality A-grade gear. We have 3 true cores, 3 yellow cores, 2 orange cores halfway to yellow, 2 newly awakened orange cores, 2 demonic soul energy wielders, and 3 dozen elite soldiers wielding elemental energy with mana control far stronger than the perks a mere red core demonic knight has. Above and below, 2 of my body doubles float with us in stealth mode, and 1 trails behind us a few kilometers as well. Our force is less than 25% the size of either of the other 2 forces we're going against, but with over 15.6 million links of loyalty at my disposal, the number ticking upward every second, I feel both nerves, confidence, and excitement flowing through my body. We all stop and float down to the desert floor at the edge of the abyss, now less than 50 kilometers from the base of the tower. To our north in Sector 1, the Demon's troops have begun moving into their own formation, following their commanders and generals as they move toward the abyss just like us. To the west in Sector 3, and to the northwest in Sector 4, forces of about 100 troops each move inward toward the abyss as well. The Vermilion family demon still stays behind a few hundred kilometers away, silently watching the tower, but I vividly remember the speed at which he traveled over to Ari not too long ago and know he could be with his troops in the blink of an eye if he wished. With his words of wanting to settle our dispute within the throne, all I do now is size up the armies left behind and feel confident my teammates can handle it. The only thing that irks me as we wait in the silence of night is the fact that the big 3 are nowhere to be seen. Not even a word of them is mentioned by the troops left behind, and I don't get a single reading of them anywhere within thousands of kilometers. Again, as the world sleeps calmly as if this is nothing but another day, 3 armies stand at a stalemate, waiting for the darkness to completely recede back into the black tower that reaches high into the sky. I constantly scan the surrounding desert, and we slowly move our formation forward, spreading out to cover a few kilometers while following the abyss as it moves closer to the black tower. My all-seeing eye even scans the tower from time to time, but all I get back is a blinding silver light, similar to the golden glow I felt during my conversations with Ember. Even the abyss itself is filled with dense radiation, like intense, invisible gravity waves similar to the time I flew in the sky above the abyss attempting to see the throne up close for the first time. It recedes at the same rate as the black fog, allowing us to get closer, and the sounds of demonic beasts within the abyss fighting and dying can be heard with my enhanced senses, but their bodies and energy are absorbed by the dense fog as it continues to retract. The sun begins to rise, and all of the forces surrounding the tower are less than a kilometer away from its base. Now the pressure coming off the tower does not retract any further, but the black fog continues to do so. Halt. We shall wait here until the throne awakens or another army makes their move. So much about this massive divine artifact is still a mystery to me. I know there are trials within. It is a device used to help demons ascend to become lords or green cores, and it can be used to take control of a world. But my mind races, wondering what exactly will happen once this fog disappears and the throne awakens. the only ones who truly know seem to be the Vermilion family demon and Amber standing by my side. I won't be getting answers out of either of them, so all I can do is wait and prepare for the worst. It feels like hours pass when in reality it's just minutes, and the morning sun slowly heats up the desert while the final bits of dark demonic energy disappear into the bottom of the tower, making a clear view of the open desert sand from where we stand to the base of the smooth black curved wall. All I can hear is my heartbeat and everyone's breaths around me as we wait for something to happen. The tower is tens of kilometers wide, and each army stands on opposite sides a kilometer away from the base, no more than a dozen kilometers away from each other, but no one moving a muscle. I feel the ground vibrate first, but still no one moves. Then the vibration ceases, and the tower before us vibrates, sending out a low hum that grows louder and louder until the entire structure starts to glow with silver divine light. It flashes, and a pulse of energy moves outward like a wave, flying through all of us, eerily similar to the surges I've felt before, but hundreds of times stronger. It doesn't hurt or do any physical damage to the surroundings, but I'm certain dungeons will be breaking all over the globe as this wave travels further. The visible silver light of the tower fades back to black, and in my vision, I watch the Vermilion demon disappear, reappearing in front of his troops with the corners of his lips curling upward. I send a telepathic message to everyone on the battlefield while pulling out my fire and dark swords: get ready for anything. It's happening now. At the same time, from the west, 3 wells of gravity, hundreds of times stronger than any true core I've ever felt, come rocketing our way from central headquarters at hundreds of kilometers per second. The ground vibrates again, and the tower lights up with its silver glow a second time, sending another surge throughout the entire world. Then fading back to black. This time, the smooth tower walls aren't the same as they were moments ago. In front of me, there is an outline of an archway many kilometers high and wide, and the sliver of space that leads to the inside of the tower glows with the same silver light. My all-seeing eye finds 3 more archways that look exactly the same in front of each of the armies that seek to enter. I watch the demon's leader take a step forward, then point a finger and open a demonic rift. Right beside himself, an enormous black dragon with a dark purple underside steps out onto the sand, its true core visible in its chest, but its pressure and presence are concealed just like the demon it stands beside, blocking me from reading its true strength or status. The approaching forces from Central veer off in 3 different directions. 2 head toward their armies waiting to greet them, while one of the wells of massive divine energy turns to come right toward me. The ground vibrates more than it ever has before, and the entire tower flashes with silver light, blinding the entire dark continent and sending out a catastrophic surge. When the silver light fades, the entire tower returns to black, save for the 4 arched doorways left behind. Now, there is no black door blocking the entry. It is an open silver divine portal leading into the tower. The Vermilion demon disappears, and his dragon does too, but the sand is disrupted beneath his flight path as they blast forward. Flying straight into the silver light without hesitation, half of the demons turn to their right, and half turn to their left, holding up their weapons and letting out an immense aura ready for war. I take a deep breath, turn to Ember, and activate my greater form while he fully transforms into his dragon form, then send a final wave of telepathy to everyone behind me. I'll do my job inside the tower, and you do yours out here. Let's save the world. We blast forward through the dense gravity surrounding the throne, and I borrow 5% of stats from everyone that isn't on the battlefield now, boosting our speed to travel faster than I've ever moved before. At the same time, I watch a blue, yellow, and white blur of light fall from the sky and enter the central headquarters doorway in Sector 3. My perception picks up the image of a muscular woman riding a 30-meter-long white serpent, but there is so much divine radiation in the air, it's hard to see it clearly. Then, in the doorway facing Sector 4, a black, yellow, and white light rockets toward that door. I can see a slim man in nothing but a black suit riding an armored black horse, but the aura I receive when peering at him for too long is eerie, like a bad dream. Finally, a yellow and red ball of divine energy comes down from the sky, aiming right for the doorway that Ember and I are flying toward. It is a tall, muscular man with red hair and a matching beard, riding a massive hound with vicious eyes and a glowing collar matching the intensity of his true core. Ilara and Beckman enter the doors in Sectors 3 and 4 at the exact same moment that Ember and I touch the silver door just above the desert floor. However, the flaming man in the sky makes contact with the silver portal about a kilometer overhead, yelling aloud for all to hear. The time has come. The world is truly at my fingertips. He pulls a long flaming yellow sword from a sheath by his side and points it downward, making eye contact with me and yelling again while both of us phase through the silver portal with Flame Emperor. I've been waiting for you too. You'll be my first battle to celebrate coming out of retirement. I'll warm up by killing you before the first trial even begins. We all disappear into the throne, and a fourth and final surge of silver light flashes from the entire tower before the portal-like doors fade and it returns to black. Chapter 670. My vision and senses are filled with a pure silver light and a high-pitched ringing once my full greater form phases through the throne's open door. It feels warm and hot at the same time, similar to a far superior aura of perception moving through me. And it easily bypasses the purple barrier surrounding me like it's not even there, once the flash of silver ceases. My vision goes black. I expect my senses to go dark as well, but instead, they feel heightened. The outside world is still completely visible to me, in crystal clear clarity. In fact, it's even better than it was before. My perception is being effortlessly boosted without me having to even use any additional mana. The Dark Continent and the 8 great regions aren't the only things I can see and feel. The vast ocean separating this nation from central to the west becomes visible to my senses with ease, and I can see every single human in central headquarters above the flaming mountain. Not only that, I can see even further than I've ever traveled before, to the east, north, and south as well. Hundreds of nations housing tens of millions of citizens each all over the world show up in my senses. Not many of them even have A-class hunters, and even fewer have any divine core holders, as they are not the main powerhouses of the world, but it opens my eyes to the vastness of the world beyond what I've traveled, and the lives of innocent, unaware citizens that I'll be fighting for today. Not only can I feel everywhere the throne's surges have touched, but my senses inside the tower have heightened as well. Ember by my side shows up in my senses in pristine detail, and I can feel the presence of 2 true core monsters above me, entering the tower as well. I feel the walls of the room I've been transported into. Over 10 kilometers high and nearly 30 kilometers wide and long. However, I can't sense Ilara, Beckman, or the demon that entered the tower at all. Redgrave and the flaming hound he rides on come into full view about a kilometer overhead, and their levels and status beam into my mind, burning with yellow divine light. A bright, LV 19440, hits my senses from both of them, telling me they must be soul-bonded entities. Over a dozen armor and gear pieces stack all over his body with maxed out 5 category stat buffs ranging from 1000 to 2000% each. He still points his flaming yellow blade down at me, and I see Fire Summoning, Supreme Grade, on both his and his beast status while he fully releases his aura to light up the dark room we've been transported into. Time to die, Flame Emperor. I am the strongest divine fire user on this planet. There can only be one. The man's golden armor amplifies his flames, and the hound's color glows bright while it too explodes with a murderous aura even stronger than the intimidation attacks I felt from the demon that engaged with me in the desert. His whole body pulses and expands, creating a massive yellow-white flaming greater form that amplifies his aura by multiple times. Yet again, my eyes widen, and I don't hesitate to pull a full 32% of stats from 17.7 million links of loyalty to boost both mine and Amber's strength to withstand the wave of flames coming our way. I don't pull from anyone on the battlefield and leave the 3% available for Maria, Ari, and Abby to pull from, as I assume they will be having battles of their own. While they are all strong, the amount of usable stats I would gain from them is minuscule compared to the ringing notifications in my head from the massive stat gains I get from my links all over the nation. 509,760,277 strength, 551,023,950 mental strength, 496,654,239 defense, 510,020,524 speed, 499,160,400 agility. The borrowed MCP surges into the hundreds of trillions as well. It helps, but the power of massive stat boosts, raising my base stats by thousands of times their natural limit, is what really makes up the difference. When the immense wall of yellow flaming aura ripples off my enemies, it is combated with a strong aura of my own, making an ear-piercing static crashing sound that makes it feel like reality itself is bending and breaking between the auras that clash. My aura mimics that of Maria's when we were testing out her powers for the first time, skewing dark crimson in color as there is more mana and soul energy flooding out from me than my true core's threads can even handle tethering to. The dark red and yellow flames colliding light up the entire black room, and at the back of it, a 5-kilometer-tall statue of a silver demon with 3 eyes and 9 arms guards the archway of a door that looks very similar to the one we just entered. As our auras collide, a voice rings out in my inner ear that sounds very similar to a system notification but with a more ancient and echoing tone. Silver letters appear in my mind as it speaks, and from the widened eyes and change in heart rate of Redgrave, Ember, and the Flaming Hound, it's clear they can see the message as well. 1 soul-bonded pair per door is permitted. The trials will begin once one challenger remains. all three eyes on the demonic statue at the back of the massive room glow bright silver, and my vision and senses are blinded again. Once the light and ringing fade, I witness the entire room start to shift and morph before my eyes. The jet black ceiling turns into a red sky, and the floor below us morphs and shifts into a dark black rocky terrain where spikes and pillars of stone shoot upward, ranging from a few hundred meters up to kilometers high and thick. Sudden deathmatch has begun. Echoes throughout our minds again as the room turns into a massive battlefield with open areas and strategically placed mazes and underground hiding spots, making this look like a natural canyon or dungeon I'd find in the outside world. All of the terrain is made of silver divine threads. It feels very similar to when I looked into the inner makeup of Celia's purple divine construct. The only thing that doesn't change from the original room is the 9-armed silver demonic statue at the back in front of the doorway watching it all. No other sound or ancient system notification follows. All that I hear is the maniacal laughter of Redgrave, who now floats on the opposite side of the room. He sends 2 massive crescents of yellow fire straight at the ceiling and yells out loud again, "This is great. You're actually not that weak. This will be fun." Yes, very fun indeed. He twists his body around in circles, like he's dancing, and sends another wave of yellow flames in a seemingly random direction, while his fiery hound locks eyes with us and opens its mouth to send a pillar of flames our way. The fire escaping these two is easily 3 times as strong as the fire that circled the central capital. I grip my flaming sword and dark magic blade and yell as the pillar of divine fire comes toward us while Redgrave's last attacks slam against the red sky above and spread all throughout the outer walls of the room. I expected this level of strength at least, but this guy is crazy. An absolute lunatic. I propel myself upward to dodge the incoming flames, while Ember flaps his wings to stay eye level with the hound, sending me a telepathy message. This is a good warm-up for us too. "I'll take the pup, you handle the old man." Ember bursts into a massive ball of fire while I fly upward and begin weaving through the black pillars of artificial rocky terrain to hover in front of the red-haired madman that laughs and throws more and more yellow fire at the ceiling above. However, the instant I get to eye level with him, his aura and demeanor completely shift, and he kicks off with a cold and callous stare, charging his blade with an immense amount of divine energy that seems to endlessly pour out from his true core, which trumps mine in size by over 5x the diameter. I tighten my gaze as well, channeling every drop of soul energy and spare divine threads into my weapons, kicking off the air and activating the hexagonal shielding true core trait to add even more protection and power into my dual sword strike. At the top of the room, my dense crimson flames collide with his sharp yellow fire. Our auras clash again, but this time with far more intensity as we're both sending out our most powerful attacks. His yellow blade collides with the hexagon in front of both of my blades at the same time that Ember sends a glistening clear soul energy fire that flows like liquid from his mouth. Tethered with true core strands and an absurd amount of mana, our attacks collide at the same time, sending 2 shockwaves through the top and bottom of the battlefield on impact. A collision like this would have easily decimated the entire Dark Continent in seconds, but nothing within the tower changes at all. The silver demonic statue watches without moving, and the pillars of stone at varying sizes and heights all around withstand the blast and don't budge at all. The 2 streams of flames below stay pushing against each other at seemingly equal strength, while my hexagon of pure divine energy blocks Redgrave's incoming divine sword. I can see his face, bright white smile, and crazy wide eyes close up and personal now. His blade is stopped in midair, just meters away from me, but it is still moving forward at a slow rate. His bellowing laugh echoes through the room again while his flames burn brighter and brighter yellow as energy surges out from his core to power his blade. In the next moment, his blade breaks through the defensive barrier, shattering it and letting the full power of his initial attack be released against my 2 swords. I'm pushed back the instant they're hit, and I feel his sun-hot blade piercing into the 2 blood-bonded weapons in my greater form's grasp like they're butter. It's like he's wielding his true core in his hands and swinging it toward me. Despite all the power at my fingertips, he still follows through and sends me flying backward 15 kilometers in the blink of an eye to slam against the back wall of the room. I cough up blood while my vision blurs for a moment. His echoing laughter rings throughout the room, and he goes back to sending seemingly random flaming crescents of divine fire all over the ceiling. That was everything I had. I need to somehow step it up another notch. I mutter to myself while shaking myself out of the brutal impact with the solid wall and bringing my blades up in front of me again to focus my blurry vision. As soon as my full perception comes back to reality to look at the blade marks in my damaged swords, I concentrate my full power into self-regeneration to slowly heal them. The ringing in my ears finally stops as I grit my teeth and watch Ember fend off the hound below. Their initial attacks looked equal, but the overwhelming raw power of the fiery animal's yellow divine flames is beginning to push the soul energy burst from Ember back. I have confidence that Ember can use his trump card to get out of this situation whenever he wishes. There is only one enemy I need to keep my eye on. My gaze tightens on the maniac dancing in the air, and the black originator cube that rotates around me comes into my peripherals, making its usual rounds. However, this time it blinks with divine energy for the first time since I found it in its tomb. Chapter 671. I watched the black cube that Ember called an amplifier pulse with yellow and white light, moving for the first time since I found it underground in its tomb. The static noise of a telepathy channel between myself and the cube flickers in my mind, but the glow fades, and the channel severs less than a second later. I yell at it as the temperature in the room rises, and the flaming attacks Redgrave throws at the ceiling wrap around the rooms outside and come my way at the outer wall. Adam? What was that? Now would be the time to show yourself. I tap the cube with my outstretched sword, but it just bounces off and rotates in the opposite direction like before. I grit my teeth and fly forward before the wall of incoming flames from above hits me. Charging up my restored blood-bonded weapons again, racking my brain for new ideas because whatever just happened with the amplifier isn't within my control. My sudden movements snap Redgrave out of his manic dances, and his expression turns cold and focused once again. A streak of divine flames rockets my way, so I do the only thing I can and form my hexagonal defenses again, swinging both my swords at full power to block his strike. My only option is to block. His speed and raw true core power are far stronger than my own. My perception and agility are my only advantage, and all that's good for is finding the optimal path to avoid a fatal blow. Another shockwave of dark red and bright yellow flames erupts through the room's top as my defensive barrier shatters like glass. And both my swords are dug into by his sun-hot blade. It's overwhelmingly powerful, like another true core is grasped in his hands. I can't even use my appraisal skill to understand what the weapon is, it just looks and feels like another entity. If I didn't have to worry about it slicing me in half, I could probably counter and land a hit. These thoughts race through my mind as the blast from our exchange sends me rocketing back again, slamming against the black wall just a few kilometers to the left of where I hit before. It isn't any less painful when my vision blurs as I take the impact and hear Redgrave's echoing laughter in my mind again while he dances around the room. Now weaving between the tallest pillar of artificial stone, 2 hits and you're still alive? Now this is good, he yells, coming my way before I can fully heal my blades. I jump off the wall, and in a flash of yellow light, he's curved around a black pillar to appear right beside me again. The sun-hot blade rockets my way faster than I can even raise my blades to block. The half-formed hexagon of divine energy shatters, and I'm hit across the chest by a flaming crescent of fire. I synchronize my air steps and convert the energy I would have used to imbue my swords into a defensive shield in front of my vitals, but I still can't move out of the way in time. I'm sent flying across the entire 30-kilometer-long room again. Slamming against multiple immovable pillars of stone, ping-ponging across the battlefield until I hit the other back wall. My body feels numb and hot, as a massive yellow gash rips through my chest plate and opens a divine energy wound deep into my chest, torso, and left leg. However, I'm still conscious enough to finish healing my blades and shake the ringing in my ears away. Redgrave's laughter fills my ears again, and at the same time, I watch the originator cube pulse and blink even brighter than last time. The static telepathy link that almost formed before now opens, and I yell through it, "Are you there?" My perception watches the entire outside world go about their normal morning. And all the forces outside the tower have powered up and moved into battle formation, waiting for orders or for another force to make their move. I take a deep breath and think, as there is still no response from the amplifier, there isn't even an intuitive feeling or pulse of a response back. The bright white and yellow glow from the cube just fades away to black again. Redgrave's voice echoes through my ears, and I feel the divine injury on my chest burn with hot flames, as it isn't something that's going to be healed by simple self-regeneration. "You survived that one too? I think Beckman was wrong about you. You're not weak at all. If we'd met decades earlier, maybe you could have joined the council." He laughs even harder, weaving through the pillars of stone again, his yellow sword glowing bright, ready to attack. My blades have healed, and I have time to position myself for a defensive move this time. His words, paired with the images of hundreds of millions of innocent lives outside the tower, make an idea click in my head. I lock eyes with the flaming man as his focused gaze returns, and I manage to receive his next attack with my hexagonal defense and my blades this time, but he still sends me flying to the far side of the room again. While it hurts more than any injury I've ever taken before, my mind is partially elsewhere, opening up my Rising Emperor's domain, using the instant communication perk to forcefully send a message to every single link of loyalty at my fingertips. If you feel your power has been borrowed, this is why. The battle has begun. I, the Flame Emperor, have started the fight to save this world. You may not believe me yet, or may not even want to, but I'm sending this message out so that all that I've done isn't in vain. The throne's trials haven't even begun, and I'm already being thrown around and toyed with by an enemy who isn't even the main threat, while I'm healing my blades and attempting not to draw any attention to myself until I'm ready to take another hit. Redgrave's manic laughter echoes through the room as he sends waves of fire at the ceiling again. Next, I forcefully activate the spectate perk on my Rising Emperor's domain. Usually, it would be used for surveillance or for me to give direct orders to subordinates, as using this skill gives me access to their visual and sensory feeds. I used it once before to see through Abby and Maria's eyes after the B-class exams. Smells and even feelings are transmitted through this link. Instead of viewing through my link's eyes, I allow access for every single one of my links to watch through my own, creating a live pop-up feed of my every thought and move in the minds of over 17.7 million humans all over the 8 great regions and Dark Continent. I yell aloud for all to hear through the link. If I die here, this world is in the hands of whoever kills me. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that doesn't happen. I still need your support. I lift my greater form's hands to form a defensive barrier and swing my blades while Redgrave turns my way and bellows out a yell. What are you babbling on about? This world was never yours. It's been mine. All mine. For centuries, his blade collides with mine again, carving chunks out of the blood-bonded weapons and sending me flying tens of kilometers with a blast of divine light. As I slam against the wall, I see the amplifier glow again, but I ignore it, as the feeling of millions of eyes watching me takes precedence, and I want to take advantage of that attention while I have it. I yell for all to hear, that's right. The association has used us all. To put it simply, all the strongest nations in the world right now are fighting over an artifact that either means the end or salvation of the human race as we know it. My words are cut off again before I can heal my swords, so I have to take this attack head on again, leaving another massive gash across my chest while Redgrave laughs and yells back, "Oh, you must be talking to that dragon. What a shame, you're already delusional." I was getting excited that I would have even more time to play. It looks like your time is up, and you're right, the Hunters Association is mine. The citizens of your 8 great regions in Dark Continent are nothing more than sacrifices for my ideal world. He laughs again, sending divine flames at the ceiling while flying my way and yelling again, you know what? They're even more insignificant than that. When I control the throne, I will make your lands and everyone in them burn to ash just to celebrate. You think you can protect them? They are all my people, their lives are mine. Today, the Flame Emperor dies, and I, Redgrave, shall conquer the throne and become this world's god. He weaves between pillars of stone faster than ever before, and I don't have the time to heal my blades while simultaneously dealing with the second near-fatal gash on my chest. The wide, crazy eyes of the red-haired man come into full view as his greater form swings at me with the bright blade shining hot with a true core's light. I kick myself off the wall anyway and swing both my damaged blades at the larger-than-life divine flame user coming at me. I have no way of dodging, and my swords can't handle another hit. Still, I block, twisting my body to make the odds of my survival as high as possible. Redgrave's sword swings across his body at me, and I feel the millions of eyes peering through mine. Many still don't grasp the enormity of this situation at all, but every moment that passes, more begin to understand that today is not just like any other day. As the yellow blade shatters my hexagonal barrier, instead of making contact with my blades, it collides with the bright yellow cube that rotates around me. And the eruption of gravity waves and static noise that follows makes all past collisions pale in comparison. Even the flames of the Hound and Ember down below us are extinguished and blown away by the blast of energy. I'm sent flying backward from the absurdity of the shockwave's force. As my back slams against the wall like many times before, I grin this time while coughing up blood because across the room, Redgrave's eyes are wide open as he too makes impact with a pillar of rock. Unable to control the momentum that pushed him back, I feel both my blades finally heal back up to their natural state, but the amplifier that usually rotates around my body now stands still between the tips of both swords. My craftsmanship skill instinctively pulls at my consciousness, and my true corpus threads into the two blades as I see a yellow system message hover over all 3 items. Craft soul weapon, yes, no. Chapter 672, 17,742,991 people simultaneously receive a notification on their status and a gentle pull at the back of their consciousness, connecting them to a live video and sensory feed of what is happening inside the Black Tower at the center of the Dark Continent. Some wake up with a lifelike movie playing in the back of their mind, unaware of what the link of loyalty they made on a whim for an extra stat boost was. but now they're beginning to see the whole picture. Others are at a family breakfast table, or out and about in the streets on their way to work, and now almost 1 in every 3 people see this live feed pop up in their mind's eye. The major cities and the 8 great regions in Dark Continent all stand still for a moment in time as the raw emotions and 360-degree view of the battle scene before them is shared. Those that do not share the link begin asking questions and wonder what they're missing out on, as it seems mass hysteria has captured the nation, even surrounding the Black Tower. All of the Crimson Army and Inner Circle receive this link as they all stand on guard with bated breath, waiting for their enemies to make a move. Now, they too see what is happening within the tower. The sudden jolt in aura and movement from the Crimson Army prompts the demonic forces to act. The 2 strongest true core generals stand beside each other. One stands 7 m tall with a long black spear in hand that matches the obsidian gloss of his horns, the other, with shimmering bronze horns, standing an identical height of 7 m with daggers all over his waist, speaks up to his fellow true core. The new lord has entered the throne. The Vermilion Empire has grown its reach by another world. Today will be a great day. Our reputation in the 5 great families shall rise. The Blackhorn true core nods, staring at the Crimson Army and focusing on Raven. Yes, but we must do our job on the outside while our lord secures the throne. That force has a very strong true core of their own. The Bronzehorn dagger wielder stares at the massive forces of the Central Association, as they have about half a dozen mid-level yellow cores. Call me if your squad needs backup. The 2 groups that came from a foreign land won't take long. Remember, our orders were to keep the strong in line and only kill them if they're going to be a threat in the future or uncooperative. The Blackhorn spear wielder grins. It won't be a problem. I can always unseal the Vermilion bloodline if I'm in a bind. Both head demon generals erupt with the full power of their true core's aura and give orders to the remaining 4 high-level yellow core generals, who yell out orders to their lower ranks one by one. The forces split into 2 groups and move out to subjugate the human race. Meanwhile, inside the throne, yellow text hovers before my eyes in front of my 2 swords and the bright glowing originator artifact that just blocked. Redgrave's sword. Craft soul weapon. Yes, past my blades, I see Redgrave shaking himself out of the impact he's made with the rock about 15 kilometers away, and hear an angry, rage-filled yell come out of him that sends ripples of divine energy pulsing through the entire room. I know I have to act fast, but I've never heard of this term soul weapon before. Both of my blades are selected as the base material within my mythic-grade craftsmanship interface, but there are no external pop-ups explaining what this craft will do. The amplifier is selected as the power source, similar to if I were to use an element stone with a normal craft. However, I can feel my true core pouring energy into this entire process. Similar to using mana crystals as a catalyst for a craft, it all seems far above the capabilities a simple skill like craftsmanship should be able to do. But just like the time I exposed myself to large amounts of green divine threads in my body and the system itself began to mutate as a result of it, this feels just the same. I need something to bring my abilities to the next level, and my current weapons can't handle the abuse they've been taking much longer. Any more of this and they could take on divine energy wounds that need far longer to heal or, in the worst case scenario, permanently break. As Redgrave's angry yells cease and his gaze turns to me again, I press, yes, without delaying any longer. The red and black blades begin to fill with energy from my true core, saturating them far more than they ever have in battle, beyond their limits. While the yellow cube floats closer to the center between the blades, I feel the swords begin to pull toward the cube between them with a force of gravity of their own, and I instinctively let go while divine threads continue to flood out from my fingertips to power the process taking place. The 2 blades begin to spin around the cube and shine brighter and brighter, giving off the shine and gravity signature of a newly forming true core. I watch in awe as they spin faster, getting closer together, while Redgrave kicks off the stone structure at the back of the room to stop whatever I'm doing and attempt to end this fight. Shockwaves erupt from the bottom of the room as well, as Ember fends off the Bloodhound relentlessly, sending flames his way. The 2 rotating swords spin so fast and shine so bright, it's hard to see where each one is, and I can't even see the exact location of the originator artifact. I can only make a guess based on the dense center of gravity pulling this craft together. Redgrave yells at the top of his lungs while swinging his sword across his body my way. This is it. You're finished. Not only am I going to obliterate the 8 great regions in Dark Continent, I'll slaughter every one of those divine cord allies you've been nurturing below the Crimson City. Beckman wanted to keep them as farming slaves. But I'll give them a fate worse than that because you scratched my new armor against that rock. His laugh and crazed stare return as he gets up close again, and at the same time, a pulse of incredibly dense divine energy and dark red energy explodes out from the center of the three objects that I set out to merge. My reflexes take over, as there's only a fraction of a second to spare. I jump off the wall and grab the object from within the aura of divine energy, and swing it across my body. While positioning myself to receive the least lethal strike if all still fails, however, my safety measures aren't necessary. Both of my hands grasp around a glossy dark red longsword. Its color changes like it's alive, shifting from black to red to yellow to even white as my true core instantly synchronizes with the blade in my hand as if it's an extension of my own body. My system interface picks up a glimpse of its new status reading, stored in my subconscious: Divine Emperor's Soul Sword, Soul Bonded, Evolution Attribute, LVO 0, Fire Affinity, Dark Affinity, 2769% Strength, 2518% Mental Strength, 2502% Speed, 2240% Agility, 2149% Defense. It collides with the hot yellow blade that Redgrave wields, and we're both trapped in midair with equal force. The eruption of raw red and yellow flames intertwined with gravity waves that comes off it is even more brutal than our last exchange. The old man's crazed gaze locks with mine, and when my sword withstands the blow of the attack, and a surge of hundreds of thousands of new links of loyalty stats come flooding into my body, I have just the extra push I need to deflect the incoming strike. I twist my body out of the way to swing again and counter with a slash that lands a gash across the massive greater form's chest. We're both sent flying back again by the shockwave, but this time, I'm not injured at all. It's my laugh that echoes through the room now, sending ripples of fear through the self-proclaimed strongest divine fire magic user in the world, while the counter I sent his way hardly made it through his armor and only left a small scratch on his real skin. It is the first injury this man has felt in decades. I yell back while jumping off the wall, amplifying my flame's heat, and letting more and more true core's threads flood into the upgraded weapon in my grasp. I'm going to do a lot more than scratch that armor of yours. If you're one of the newest links that just joined the show, I thank you for the push. Today's series of battles have just begun. Redgrave grits his teeth and holds his sword tight again, but doesn't build up enough momentum to properly block my incoming strike. As our swords clash again, he's sent flying to the opposite corner of the room, as he's blocked my attack at an awkward angle, and his mind is shaken from the absurdity of my upgrade mid-fight. Without having to waste time healing myself after every exchange, I immediately kick myself off the nearest rock structure and follow his flight path to send another strike his way with no mercy, going straight for the vitals as fast as I can. There's another explosion of flames as he blocks me, still with superior overall strength on his side, but I position my strike to send him flying into the nearest rock structure. Then, spin around it to land another hit on one of his exposed legs, melting through his blood-bonded armor again, and leaving another small divine wound on his flesh. Every few seconds, I feel more links of loyalty forming as a great surge of people not wanting to miss out on the odd shared phenomena spreads like wildfire. Even so, in the pace that this battle is taking place, I still won't be stronger than my enemy before it's over. I have to rely on the momentum I have now, and my superior agility and perception. With a grin across my face, with eyes wide mimicking the crazed state of the man that threatened my life and everything I hold dear, I yell out again while sizing up my next strike. What was that? You said you'd do what to my inner circle? And what was it that you were going to do to the nations of people I vowed to protect today? Redgrave is thrown back again as I hit him at an awkward angle, and I manage a secondary swing that rips through his chest plate again, leaving another gash. There's no response from my taunt, as the old man's fiery, crazed, playful attitude is completely gone. I land 7 more hits over the next half a minute, but this is over 20 exchanges. As it gets harder and harder to land the perfect shot, his eyes show hints of fear and despair, but this emotion fades too. His aura grows more callous and his mind becomes more focused after each of our exchanges. My instincts tell me I need to finish this fast, as the longer I put off landing a fatal hit, the more time this multi-century-old battlemaster will have to remember his prime and truly come out of retirement as he said he would. Chapter 673, another dozen exchanges pass, and neither of us lands a single hit on the other. Redgrave's advantage at the start, as I had a weaker set of weapons, has been nullified, and now, the element of surprise is no longer to my advantage as the Divine Flame user is fully focused and waiting for me to slip up. 2 massive divine energy wounds burn in my chest, while 10 smaller slashes glow all over Redgrave. All over this side of the world, more and more people are stopped in place, pausing their usual morning tasks to watch the movie playing in the back of their minds. My understanding of the scenes playing out is transmitted to their subconscious minds, allowing them to receive a high level of perception of my surroundings, even if this wasn't an extreme life or death battle. The clarity with which I'm looking into my surroundings would already be jaw-dropping. Even the speed at which I'm processing changing variables is transferred to the viewer's minds in a digestible manner. The looks of awe and amazement on family members and friends prompt tens of thousands more links to rush in every few seconds, not wanting to miss out on the world-shaking event happening, or at the very least to be entertained. The pairs of eyes watching me surpass 18 million, and rise with every exchange, adding more base stats to every strike I throw. Not only this, but I become far more proficient with my new blade. It is longer, heavier, and sharper than any sword I've ever used before. But with every hit, I feel more confident throwing more deadly strikes. Redgrave also falls into his own rhythm, digging deep into the depths of his mind to remember the old days when he was fighting to the top to become one of the 3 strongest figures in this world. Even before it was connected to the system, his calculated gaze grows sharper, and the energy pouring out of his core grows hotter and more precise. Our rate of improvement feels equal, as both of us are raising the stakes. After every exchange, the old man's anger deep down grows, as he feels he should be the superior fighter by a long shot. It's masked well, but after another dozen clashes without either of us even landing a single hit on one another, his rage comes out, and he yells again, but not at me. Hey mutt. Ignore that overgrown lizard and help me take this imposter down. I have trials to complete, I can't be wasting my energy on this warm-up. A ripple of fear comes out in his yell as he looks down at the battle below, and I take advantage of his plea for help to land another light slash on his midsection. I grin and kick off the air to follow the old man. Down below, Ember shows off a toothy grin as well, realizing I've turned the battle around and put all of the odds in my favor. The fiery hound that Ember has been trading equal blows with turns its gaze toward me, and its collar burns bright yellow, mimicking the true core glow that Redgrave's sword gives off. The flames that erupt from the monstrous hound's mouth are many times hotter and stronger than its past ones, and a yellow aura surrounds its body, showing off a greater energy form manifesting around it. The massive wall of flames sent Ember's way is meant as a distraction as the bloodhound jumps upward toward me, attempting to keep me occupied while Redgrave gets a hold of himself to send a fatal blow my way. However, Ember's words before the match began give me confidence that I can focus on my own fight. He would take care of the pup, and I handle the old man. I airstep forward without caring to defend against the approaching fiery dog at all. My gaze and blade are completely focused on Redgrave as I land another hit on his side as he's off guard again. The reaction to my hit isn't the same, as his confident fiery attitude returns even while he's sent flying backward into the black wall. His laughter and mocking tone echo throughout the room while I lunge toward him again, with the bloodhound approaching from my back at a fast rate. This is it, you can't dodge both of us. Your measly hits will be a reminder for me to keep my guard up when I climb the tower. I'll still feel these fresh scars when I watch your people burn. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. His eyes widen with his excited crazed stare as I swing my sword across my body, and the hound's open maw is aimed for my exposed back. Right before its jaws clamp down on me to stop me from swinging at Redgrave, the yellow wall of flames from below that covered Ember pulses and ripples, then parts entirely. A flash of light beams upward, and a massive dragon's set of claws covered in silver divine light makes contact with the throat of the fiery hound's greater form. It sliced through like butter, leaving bone-deep claw marks in its flesh and shattering the yellow collar around its neck. Crimson blood explodes from the wound, and the greater form of the hound is broken while it's sent flying upward from the impact to smash against the red artificial sky above. I continue my forward slash while Redgrave's excited gaze turns to fear, and he uses the last few milliseconds to move his sword in front of mine to try and block. Too late, I yell into his consciousness while twisting my body and completely avoiding his blade to land a direct hit on his right leg, without any proper preparation to block, other than the last-ditch effort with his sword. My attack slices cleanly through, crippling him on the spot. The intensity of the clashing divine flames in the room incinerates the severed flesh before it even falls to the ground. His murderous roar is horrific, but that doesn't deter me from kicking off the air again to land a counter and leave a deeper gash across his chest before we're both sent flying back. His greater form allows him to create a phantom limb, so our battle isn't over just yet, but both of us know that was the deciding factor, and the rage-filled flames and incoherent yells he lets out like a kid throwing a tantrum say it all. Ember soars upward with a single set of claws glowing silver with a calm expression on his face, while I rocket myself forward with the same precision and patience as any other attack, and the slow grind continues. Redgrave's excess energy is now Allocated to forming an extra leg, while his mental state is broken again, I land light hits almost every exchange, landing 34 more divine slashes all over his torso, back, and arms over the next 40 collisions. Confusion, stress, and fear ripple out of the man that was on top of the world just minutes ago as my strength continues to rise, and his fatigue and blood loss become worse. The fiery hound's amplifier of a collar has been shattered, and it has to rely on its true core's strength alone. Ember doesn't miss a single shot, toying with the pup, leaving claw marks all over its body while sending it flying into pillars and walls with no mercy for its pain-filled howls. Redgrave's anger takes over, and he loses all focus while yelling out loud as he realizes his end is truly near. Beckman, you are wrong. You're never wrong. This isn't right. I'm the strongest. He sends waves of fire at the ceiling while his greater form grows and his tantrum gets louder. I land an easy hit on his left shoulder, as he's not even blocking properly anymore, and slice it clean off, sending it to spiral downward and burn to nothingness in the flames while he yells even more. I'm the strongest divine fire user. I can't die, it's impossible. I'll burn this entire world to ash to prove it. The prophecy, the man of flames will be the one to walk through the final door. It's me. This is a dream. This isn't happening. His yells are cut short again as I push myself off another nearby pillar and cleanly slice off his last remaining leg, then bounce off the closest wall and slice off the final defending sword-wielding arm without taking another breath. My mind's eye watches Ember pin the flaming hound to the floor on the opposite side of the room and swipe his claws across its neck to decapitate it, finishing the final blow. At the same time, while the glowing yellow sword falls to the floor with the defenseless man's burning limbs, I air-step off the air to look the delusional angry man in the eyes while plunging my sword forward into his chest. Once I feel the soul sword pierce his true core, I finally speak again. You were right, this was a good warm-up. 1 down, 3 to go. There's a final burst of yellow flames that erupts from Redgrave's greater form, but his mind has become too fractured, and his decades of prophecy-driven fantasies of becoming a god have made him far too delusional to even accept the reality in front of him. I shove my blade deeper into his core, shattering it, and thrusting upward to finish the kill. His screams vibrate through my body, but I don't feel sorry even for a fraction of a second, as this quick death is a blessing compared to what he taunted he would do to my empire. Level up notifications ring in my ears from both Ember's kill and mine. Plus, absorption pop-ups show in my mind's eye as an absurd amount of true core threads is siphoned out of the greater energy form I've killed and enter my own. I feel my core grow in size by over 5 times, and the amount of divine threads coursing through my body multiplies enough to finally fill out my entire greater form to handle the hundreds of millions of borrowed stats coursing through my veins. Level up, X4638, use absorption, skill, fire summoning, upgrade, supreme, yes, NO, use absorption, MCP, 5,988,728,288,427,550, yes, NO, use absorption, stat, strength, points, 9,941, yes, NO, I reach, LV. 12,589, and press, yes, to accept an upgraded version of my fire magic, almost 10,000 strength stats, as well as a massive amount of mana control while the innate understanding of a new true core ability flows into my mind, without even trying to activate it. The flames that surround my body become hotter and they're tethered with true core threads with such ease it feels like the fire is made of divine energy, and mana isn't even their base anymore. The room fills with flames as both my power and Ember's power instantly skyrocket. And all the remaining flesh and weak gear from our enemies is burned away. The 3 eyes of the silver statue at the back of the room pulse with silver light again, and the massive pillars of stone and red sky of a battlefield start to shift and revert back to their black natural state. The only thing left is the yellow blade Redgrave was wielding, fractured pieces of a collar, and a massive red burning firestone in place where the corpse of the hound was under Ember's claws. I can feel my blade drawn toward all 3 of these items in an odd way, tugging at the back of my consciousness, wanting to consume them. However, one last notification that I haven't touched yet still lingers at the back of my mind and keeps my attention. Rank up, yes, NO, Chapter 674. I hover down to the ground as the artificial sky turns dark, and the pillars of stone mold back into the floor. A bright rank up notification glows in my mind's eye, waiting to be accepted, while my soul sword feels the presence of 3 items drawing me closer to them. One feeling is far more compelling, so I fly down to hover above Redgrave's still bright yellow glowing sword, which gives off the heat of a true core even when its wielder is dead. A new system panel hovers between my blade and the glowing one on the ground as I descend. Consume, yes, NO. When I press, yes, and the 2 artifacts touch, the yellow blade on the floor glows bright white. turning to silky yellow liquid before my eyes, then siphoning into the tip of my own sword. I expected a dramatic light show and process like when the weapon was crafted, but it all happens extremely fast. The blade in my grasp gives off the feeling that it is still hungry, and a food source like that hardly quelled its appetite. My sword feels stronger already, but the ease with which it consumed another living weapon, and the fact that it is still sitting at LVO 0, makes me realize I've yet to comprehend the potential of the new weapon in my grasp. This feeling of awe and wonder only grows as I walk over to the supreme grade firestone densely packed with divine threads and immense power. It, too, is consumed in less than a second. Even the pile of glowing yellow shards from the fiery hound's collar turns to liquid and is pulled into my blade without any light show or sense of satisfaction. It's as if the blade was expecting to finally quench its thirst after days in the desert, but all it got was a single drop of water. Power surges through the now vibrant red sword, but it's desperately craving another battle. The blade's status still reads LVO 0, even now, but I can feel that its strength has grown a considerable amount in the last few minutes. Once the last drop from the collar disappears, the blade goes dormant, falling back to a solid black state, yet I sense the presence of a static connection through my body and mind as it continues watching through my eyes. I let out a sigh and power down my greater form as the heat in the room dissipates. An ember flies over, powering down his greater form as well. We both stand in the center of the massive black room with nothing but the silver demon statue looking down at us. The same ancient voice reverberates in my mind while silver text flashes before me. All conditions met. One soul-bonded pair remaining. Would you like to start the trials? Yes, no. It shimmers in a metallic silver font, wavering in the air. When I look away, the text is locked above the statue's head, right in front of its array of 9 arms. Ember reads it too, then grins and looks over to me. We can wait as long as we need to before beginning the first trial. The third rank up isn't always instant. It may take a few minutes if it's a big one. It's best we take the time to rank up now while we still have that luxury. I nod and sit down on the empty floor, letting go of my soul sword, and it rotates around me in a dormant state without me having to exert any effort whatsoever. Ember sits down in an identical position about 100 meters away, and I speak up, feeling over 18 million pairs of eyes still watching in shock after the massacre they just witnessed. As I said before, this is just the start of today's fight. The opponent I just defeated is likely to be my easiest win. I'm not going to be able to do this without your help. You can hear me. See my actions, even peer into my system notifications, and feel everything I'm feeling. I'm going to take a moment to rest and rank up. The only thing I ask of you is to spread the word. Whether it's for entertainment while watching the show, or you feel obligated to save this world together, tell a family member, send a transmission to a friend outside of the 8 great regions or dark continent. We'll need every link we can get. Then I press yes to rank up. Instantly, a familiar white light washes over me. Mana and divine energy cycle through my body, creating a warm and satisfying sensation all over. It takes a few minutes, just as Ember said it would. My calm resting state is broken by the sound of notifications in my mind. 10,000 strength, 10,000 mental strength, 10,000 speed, 10,000 agility, 10,000 defense, new buff. Divine Elemental's astral form. Once I open my eyes again, all of my fatigue is gone, and even the 2 divine energy wounds on my chest have almost completely healed. I take a deep breath in and out while standing to my feet and opening my status to see a brand new buff. My eyes shift over to Ember and I see he's received a new buff as well. Divine Dragon's astral form. My eyebrows raise as my voice echoes through the empty room. What's an astral form? It looks like we both received one, he replies while staring up at the silver demonic statue. It's far rarer than a greater energy form. I believe you met one while we were inside that purple construct. Rarely does more than one entity per planet receive a form like this. I've had one before. This room will be too confined to show off its full power, but it will certainly help us during these trials if we run into a problem. It will be very straining to use this while we're yellow cores. It won't be worth the fatigue and strain to even test it out. I grin, remembering the green serpent, cyan knights, an enormous dark blue giant that I witnessed within that construct, and think of how strong I'd be with a form like that. Then, my eyes track back down to the skill section of my status, and I see I have enough PP to upgrade a mythic grade skill to the next rank. I upgrade absorption without much extra thought, and the mythic grade tag beside it turns to divine grade. My eyes skim over the section that shows my ability to now upgrade every single one of my current mythic grade skills to divine grade after killing an entity with the same skill. Even my superior grade elemental skills can all be upgraded to supreme grade if I kill anything sharing that skill, no matter the grade. Another text box hovers at the bottom of the skill info, right above the upgrade option. pair skill for additional perks. It shimmers in white and yellow divine light, while the rest of my status remains blue. I press it, and the entire info sheet ripples with yellow threads, spreading throughout my status interface and turning the absorption skill completely yellow. A new text box where the pairing option sat before now shows up. All new skills upgraded to divine grade or higher using absorption will now create unique true core abilities for the caster. My eyes widen again. In the last few minutes since defeating Redgrave, my strength and abilities have grown an astronomical amount. The overwhelming power that demon from the Vermilion family showed before I entered the tower is far less intimidating, and instead of uncertainty, the only emotion flowing through me as I look up at the silver statue is excitement to begin the trials ahead. I smirk and grab my sword out from its rotation around me and press yes on the silver message in the sky. The text above ripples and disappears, then new silver lettering forms and the ancient voice speaks again. Enter the trial area. A portion of the floor glows with silver light, right in front of the demonic statue at the back of the room. The text fades, and both Ember and I fly forward, activating our greater forms with caution to enter the multi-kilometer wide circle before the massive silver demon. The circle stops glowing once we stand in the center of it, but a faint silver outline still shimmers, showing the borders as we stand in the middle, looking directly up at the towering silver masterpiece. It speaks again. Rules of the trials. Rule 1. You may leave any time you wish. As these words enter my consciousness, a floating silver text box hovers in front of my eyes, tracking my vision. Leave the trials. Yes, no. I press no, and it fades away, but afterward I'm left in silence. The thought of the text box wanders into my mind again, and it reappears. I press no, and it fades just like before, proving its point. The voice returns. Rule 2. Death within the trials is final. Your body, energy, and property are forfeited to the Tower Master. This could have been assumed, but my mind wanders back to the time I was in Celia's construct again. Death within that pocket world was not final. Entities that died were simply transported out. It seems this construct is different. Rule 3. The third and final trial will only begin once all participants have cleared the two below, have left the tower, or have died trying. This message conveys quite a lot of information, indicating there are 3 trials in total, and confirming that this third and final trial likely requires all remaining members within the tower present. The demon's confidence that we would settle things within the tower makes far more sense now. The room falls silent again as the silver text completely dissipates, but the silver energy quickly returns as the 3 eyes of the demon statue at the back of the room shine bright. Though it doesn't completely blind me this time, the silver light just pulses outward and ripples through both mine and Ember's bodies as if it's performing an appraisal. The text paired with the voice returns. Trial 1, Body, calculating necessary difficulty. The bright silver text that reads, Body, stays hovering over the demon's head while all other text fades away. Then, in the grasp of each of the demon's hands, silver longswords start to form from left to right. One by one all 9 hands of the demon form massive silver swords in their grasps. Difficulty calculated. Trial 1. Round 1 of 9 shall commence. Objective, block the incoming strike. As this text fades, 8 of the 9 silver blades disappear, but 1 remains. The demon's head doesn't move, but I can feel its 3 silver glowing eyes staring deep within me. Then, the kilometer-long arm holding the single massive silver blade comes swinging down toward us. Chapter 675. Ember's voice echoes through my mind as the silver blade comes down toward us. Block it. This first round shouldn't be difficult with the new power we've gained. Despite these words, I can't sense the blade's true power. It is tens of times longer than my greater form's rendition of my soul weapon, yet I still act as if this is a deadly strike, putting almost everything I have into a block, even activating the hexagonal defensive array in front of my blade while swinging upward. Ember grins and flies up to block with a clawed hand as well, but he doesn't even use the silver energy he did while attacking the fiery hound in our last fight. When the city-sized blade crashes down to slam against my barrier and Ember's claw, I feel its immense pressure, but it stops with ease, not even making it a quarter of the way through my defenses. A massive silver 3, 2, 1, 0 floats in the sky, and as the 0 dissipates, so does the entire sword pushing down on us. The demon's arm moves back upward into its dormant position, and new text appears. Round 2 of 9 shall commence. The same demon's arm grows a new silver blade, and on the opposite side of the statue, a second silver blade forms right after. The first sword that formed instantly flies downward, and Ember's voice sounds in my mind again, his tone a bit more serious than the last transmission. Brace for impact. My defenses from the last round haven't even dissipated. So I just imbue more divine energy to restore the hexagon and stare upward, ready for another strike. That hit was strong, but really nothing I can't handle. Even if I didn't block it and took it straight on my chest, I doubt it would have left a mark larger than the first blow I took from Redgrave. That being said, with my true core being over 5 times stronger now, multiplying my absurd boost in stats even higher, it may have given me a new skewed perspective on what is really powerful or not. Just minutes ago, I probably wouldn't have been able to block that sword without using my full power. Still, in the back of my mind now, I question whether or not I'm overestimating these trials. Maybe Redgrave really was the strongest of the big three, and I already fought the toughest battle today. These brief thoughts are instantly discarded as the blade from above slices through over 3/4 of my hexagonal barrier, proving to be far more lethal than the first round. Before I even piece this thought together, the second arm swings downward too, following a mirrored flight path and coming down on the exact pressure point to fuse with the first sword. Together, they press downward and shatter my hexagonal barrier with ease, now clashing blade on blade with my soul weapon's greater form, an Ember's set of claws. 3, 2, 1, 0. The two swords disappear once the countdown stops, and I immediately restore my energy as quickly as possible to prepare for the next attack while turning to Ember. What was that? The sword got stronger, and there were two. Is it going to get exponentially harder each time? Ember finally readies his claws with silver divine threads while replying, I've never faced this exact trial before, so your guess is as good as mine. There may be one problem, though. It calibrated the strength difficulty based on both of our potentials, not just yours. So, prepare to push yourself to a new limit. That fight we just had really was a light warm-up. The next round's text glows in the air as soon as Ember's words cease. 3 blades on the demon statue manifest in its grasp, and the first comes swinging down mere seconds after the last round. My gaze becomes fully focused on the statue overhead, and instead of just blocking, I jump upward, matching Ember's technique, and my soul sword pulses red for the first time since it consumed the leftover artifacts, as now it senses this will be a real challenge and it is intrigued. The only thing on my mind is stopping the silver blade coming my way as I swing my sword upward and activate my hexagonal defenses, paired with releasing a wave of divine flames using my true core's new divine fire ability. Even so, my barrier is shattered by the first silver sword like it's glass. Ember makes contact with the blade with 2 sets of claws covered in identical silver light. But it doesn't slow it down. We're both pushed down to the black floor in the center of the testing circle. I can feel the weight of the blade, tens of times stronger than in the first round. The second sword moves the instant we get comfortable, and when it slams downward to combine with the first, I feel shockwaves vibrating through my bones. My telekinesis skill activates, as well as my mana manipulation, wind magic, and all of my gravity control abilities turn on as well, pushing upward on the blade. With every trick I have to keep it from moving downward any further. Ember lets out a roar and sends a pillar of dense flames from his mouth to push the blade upward as well. It pushes against the sharp side where we block at the same time that the third and final sword comes crashing down. The imagery of Palmyra falling from the sky flashes back into my mind, but this is so many times heavier, as if the stone was made of pure iron, and a giant demonic god is above applying telekinesis to combat my own to crush us. The bugs below, numbers count down in the sky, but I don't even pay attention to them. I just use every bit of strength and energy to hold the 3 silver blades back. They dissipate once the numbers hit 0, and the massive red and yellow crescent of flames that had been held back in my blade rockets upward, and so does Ember's fiery beam of light. As the 3 arms move back to their start position, and the message for round 4 blinks in the sky, I turn to Ember while breathing heavily. If we have 6 more of these rounds, you're going to need to use that golden light. He cuts me off as the swords begin to form in the demon's hands, 2 on each side. My power is sealed for good reason. I can only use so much before we leave this realm. Small bits of silver threads can be used now that I'm a true core, but any more and I'd be out of commission for quite a while like last time. The first sword of the 4th round begins to move down, and his eyes become extremely serious, while a bright yellow glow starts to expand around him. Activate your astral form. This one won't be pretty if we take it on like this. I stare upward at the incoming blade and do as he says. Outside the tower, the moment I began the trials, the throne flashes silver and everyone, demons and humans surrounding it, received an identical message in their vision. All challengers have entered. The trials have begun. Simultaneously, a massive transparent dome of silver light, hundreds of kilometers high and thousands of kilometers wide, erupts from the midpoint of the tower up in the sky and creates a force field of strange energy around the desolate desert where the abyss used to cover the lands. The Bronzehorn demon takes this cue to bring half of the demon forces containing 2 high-level yellow cores, half a dozen orange cores, and over 100 red cores, to challenge the Central Association's forces that don't even have a single fighter above a mid-level yellow core. The Blackhorn Demon, wielding a mysterious long spear, eyes Raven up and down for a few seconds while the other head general leaves, then gives the orders to his identical battle squad to move out toward the Crimson Army in inner circle. Everyone's auras are semi-concealed, as the generals on the battlefield know if they were to push their pressure on their subordinates, they would all be knocked unconscious before the battle even began. This is evident as many yellow flashes of light simultaneously burst upward into the sky. Away from the tower at a 45-degree angle in varying directions, half a dozen yellow cores from the Association squad collide with the 3 generals from the Demon squad deep into the dead zone of Sector 3, and the Bronzehorn Demon dagger wielder watches his 2 underling generals toy with the Association's remaining strongest troops like mice. The commanders and demonic knights charge toward the 2 groups of Central Association workers and wield foreign demonic soul energy strengthened by divine energy that overpowers every single one of the humans in less than 15 seconds. They don't go for the kill, mostly immobilizing or knocking out the humans as per their orders, because once the world is conquered, strong humans will be necessary for labor. Meanwhile, the Blackhorn Spear user and Raven fly the furthest away, toward the silver barrier's edge in Sector 2, almost 1,000 kilometers away. Before they release their true core's auras, the demon doesn't immediately attack, but still cautiously looks at her with his arms crossed, and the spear spinning around his body slowly. He speaks while grinning to show his sharp white teeth. "You're the strongest one left on this planet, it seems. All of your leaders that could have taken us out will be killed inside the throne. Our Lord Vermilion is destined for unfathomable greatness. The humans of this world are doomed. It would be in your best interest to give up now before I make you wish you died with your leader." Raven pulls out her 2 silver blades, pointing them forward with sharp eyes. "I could say the same to you. Put down your spear now and I'll make your death quick and painless." At the same time, 2 massive mana-dominated divine auras ripple outward from Sector 1, as Abby and Maria both pull from the 1% borrowed stats available to them from over 18 million links of loyalty to combat the 2 high-level yellow cores that follow them. 2 more strong purple auras ripple out from near the tower, as Ari promotes Luna to a commander and she gains 0.25% borrowed stats, while 13 enormous demonic eyes appear in the sky. Ari uses the remaining 0.75% borrowed stats to power up his greater archer form and use the link through Luna's eyes to watch the Association's troops being decimated. Simultaneously, he keeps an eye on the second squad of approaching orange and red demonic forces. His strongest arrow is pulled back, ready to kill with pinpoint accuracy within milliseconds. Fisher and Lydia lead the Crimson Army into battle to take on the demonic forces 4 times their size. Monk, the Saint, and the 2 orange core disciples glow white, growing and activating unique chi-powered greater forms to follow close behind the Crimson Army's troops. My 3 doubles hover above them all, ready to take on red-cored demonic knights and sacrifice these mana manifestations if necessary to save my allies. Raven and the Blackhorn Demon are the first to collide, silver blades against a long black spear, sending an ominous divine energy ripple throughout the entire Silver Dome, signifying that the battle outside the throne has begun. Chapter 676, I activate my new ranked-up buff, the Divine Elemental's astral form, and feel a very strange energy vibrate out from my true core. At first, it feels like pure mana, as if I'm just activating a normal system skill, but the artificial feeling of a true core's ability triggers in my mind, by the time a yellow aura begins to grow outward, making another figure expand larger than my greater form. It feels extremely natural, like my divine energy is tethering with the mana manifestation and replacing it entirely. If I wasn't completely focused on the silver sword above me, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the mana particles being activated and the divine energy that is melting together with it. Ember grows larger as well, both of us expanding many times our original size before making contact with the silver blade that falls down on us. My energy form grows to over 150 meters tall, making my sword alone near the size of a sports field. I brace for a mind-bending pressure to vibrate through my bones again, pouring every drop of power into this buff, feeling as though there is no end to the expansion it's allowing. I would have grown even larger if there wasn't a time constraint of having to block the falling sword. However, on impact, it doesn't even feel heavy at all. Before I know it, the second blade comes crashing down, then the third, and the fourth as well. My intense concentration is broken out of shock at how easy this block was, but it doesn't even matter. All 4 blades combined don't even stack up to the pressure I felt in the first round. I didn't even form the hexagonal defensive array to slow the blades, and it feels like I was blocking a wooden sword in a practice room without even activating magic. The numbers count down to 0, and the swords dissipate, this massive astral form feels so real, unlike my greater energy form, where it is clear I'm controlling a mana manifestation. This incredibly massive divine flaming perfect energy depiction of myself feels as though I'm standing in my normal body. I see clearly out of the multiple meter-wide eyes, and grasping my sword feels eerily natural. Ember's voice echoes in my mind as I watch his form continue to grow. Don't hold back. The moment you deactivate this form, we're going to be in trouble. Give it your all until the trial is over, as silver text for the 5th round and an ancient voice ring in my ears with far more clarity than before. I shake myself out of the awe of the new form and continue pouring every drop of mana and divine threads I have into it. The 5 silver blades come crashing down on us one by one, and my flaming yellow astral form reaches over 200 meters in height. The blades that collide with my crimson glowing astral soul sword definitely hold weight this time. But it still feels like something I'd receive in a friendly spar. Ember's eyes are as serious as they were in the 3rd round when we were almost crushed to death, and when this round finishes and the 6th begins, his bright yellow astral claws start to shimmer with silver light. My body becomes over 250 meters tall, and at this point, I can feel the growth begin to slow. The excess divine aura radiating off of me feels as if it's constrained within this small room, as none of my yellow threads can seep out of the black walls. It reminds me of the green serpent I saw in the sky of Celia's construct, as its aura stretched thousands of kilometers. Ember even said it would be limited in a room like this. With the amount of power surging through me now, it's hard to believe this is still somehow an incomplete version of this astral form, that, coupled with the fact that the mere availability of my true course threads is also holding me back. I feel as though I could grow this form to an astronomical size, with no natural limit at all given enough divine energy and space to push my aura outward. As the 3 silver blades on each side of the demon fall down on us, I activate my hexagonal barrier this time around, as Ember isn't taking any chances either. It withstands the first 4 blades but is shattered by the 5th, and once I take the full impact of the 6th blade, with Ember even sending a wave of flames from his astral mouth. The true weight of the demonic statue is felt throughout my body. I've reached an absurd amount of power, and am certain I'm at my limit. The blades pushing down on me are manageable, and I don't feel as though I won't block this attack, but I do have to use my full focus and push upward with considerable strength. If I didn't block the blow with a defensive array beforehand, I would be sweating. The countdown commences, and the 6 silver blades disappear. This is when the true gravity of the situation kicks in, as there are 3 rounds to go. The 7th round comes and goes, and it is even worse than I expected. While pushing upward with everything I have, the 2nd of 7 swords breaks through my defense array. And myself and the 250-meter-long glowing silver and yellow dragon take a beating from 7 massive blades. I feel my links of loyalty surpass 19 million while the countdown begins. My mind is elsewhere, but a new surge in power is noticeable as an abnormally high amount of links come rushing in from somewhere. All new and old eyes stare through mine, looking past the 7 silver swords at the 2 remaining dormant and the 3 silver eyes staring down at me. The timer hits 0, and the blades disappear. But the enormity of the 5-kilometer-high demon exudes its true aura while 8 blades light up with silver glowing energy. The demon's silver text and ancient voice ripple into my consciousness while I already prepare to use every trick I have to block this next strike. Amplified gravity magic using my heavy hand skill, telekinesis with the upward momentum that would hold up the entirety of Solara, a fully charged 120-meter-long astral soul sword swinging upward fortified by divine fire magic, and a defensive barrier holding as many divine threads as my form can spare. My soul sword burns hotter and hotter in my grasp, as it is far more excited to receive the first incoming silver sword than I am, before the demon's blade has even made its way halfway to us. It's hit with Ember's beam of fire, with trace amounts of silver threads within, and my aura is focused upward on a small area to slow the fall, but it hardly does a thing. My barrier is shattered like glass. And we both take the blow head-on. I feel deja vu, like we're back in round 3, as with each passing sword strike, my vision becomes more tunneled, and my bones vibrate with sharp pain. The only thing on my mind is pushing upward. I don't even pay attention to the countdown, as every bit of my mental and physical power is going into blocking these 8 fused blades. I almost black out, but the pressure is lifted once the counter hits 0, and fatigue and pain ripple through every part of me. My bones feel as though they've been fractured and partially healed hundreds of times over in just a matter of seconds, and a familiar mind-numbing ringing now sounds in my ears. It feels as though I just fought an exhausting battle. Far worse than the shape I was in after defeating Redgrave, almost comparable to my mental state after meeting Raven for the first time. Abby's restoration magic, or a full hibernation period, is necessary right now, but there's no time to rest. I somehow have to face an attack magnitude stronger than that while in far worse mental and physical shape. Round 9 of 9 shall commence. This echoes through my mind before I can even regroup my thoughts, and all 9 of the silver blades light up while the demon's 3 eyes flash and look down on me. Fear runs through my mind, and it can be felt throughout all 20,119,524 links that watch through my eyes. It has only been a few seconds, but over 1 million fresh links of loyalty flow into my system, while I could look throughout the 8 great regions in Dark Continent to pinpoint where this new surge of power is coming from. My mind is fully occupied on the demonic statue above me, as for the first time in this entire trial, its head moves to look down, and the first bladed arm moves to strike right after. Every single link felt and conceptualized the strength of that last barrage of 8 attacks and the extent of my power I just used. My mind races for ideas, and I reach into my item storage to grab a handful of unique green fruits left over from my True Core's awakening. If anything would, these could give me a boost. But I'm not sure if they will really do much. Even Ember contemplates activating his golden divine threads, but we both know if he does that, I would be all alone to finish the trials and face everyone else inside. It is a hidden trump card, but not one we can afford to use right now. What is coming next might be impossible to stop. Before these trials even began, during my fight with Redgrave, 2 people deep within the Apex region make a decision that may change the result of this final round. Bree and Rodrigo hear the words being spoken about central headquarters and tear the Apex region's headquarters apart top to bottom, looking through every spare vault and even small association headquarters all over the region looking for a single object. A message is sent out to all of the regional directors, A-class hunters, B-class hunters, and even regional elites all over the nation, linked to the Rising Emperor or not, and there is only one transmission back after a nerve-wracking wait. Yes? Regional Overseer Ms. Brianna, this is a transmission from the off-site Apex region vault. There are old transport crystals to Central stored here from right after the war. Will those do? Send your location, is all that is heard back, and soon after, 2 flashes of white light blink through the sky to a base 200 kilometers away from the capital. While my fight with Redgrave battled on and the trials began, Rodrigo and Bree find themselves teleporting into an old underground headquarters in the middle of the central headquarters mountain built far before the divine flames were made around the mountain. Neither of them wastes time and breaks through the ceiling upward many floors before they find themselves in one of the many Central Association branches full of C- and B-grade hunters. Normal intruder protocol is followed, but there are barely any elite forces present in Central at the moment. Almost every single Divine Core holder, minus a small select few red and orange cores to man widespread security, has left the world capital to fight in the Dark Continent, the duo, wielding light magic and mana control that far surpasses anyone on this entire mountain, subjugates everyone in their way until they reach the control rooms and people in charge of large-scale public transmissions. On the far side of the world, it is nearing nighttime, while in the Dark Continent, the sun is still rising. A broad message in a woman's voice echoes over many local news stations and public channels for many millions of people walking through the streets to hear. This is not a normal message. I repeat, this is not a normal message. There is a vast world beyond this city. The leaders of the Central Association have been lying to you all for decades. Many listening may not believe a word I say at first, or may be too young to even understand. The Great War never ended, it carries on beyond those yellow flames. If you do as I say, I can prove it to all of you right now. If you wish to leave this land or save the world, listen to my words. Mass confusion ripples throughout the city, as one of the 10 local sectors seems to have had their transmission cables breached and a message sent out to millions of civilians in a populated area. Then 9 other branches that keep the central headquarters in line send troops toward this headquarters, flying through the skies the instant this message is sounded, and the few remaining divine cores in the city that actually know what is going on today instantly move out to stop this security breach from spreading further. Chapter 677, Bree's voice echoes throughout a local sector of the massive mountain above the divine flames. Rodrigo questions all of the top officers within the headquarters they've taken over in mere seconds and finds city maps pinpointing the other control centers that manage security and a link to wire into the transmission coverage across the other 9 districts. Bree's words of the big 3 that lived in the floating black boxes high in the sky and the fact that the creator of those yellow flames surrounding the tower is being defeated right now is heard by tens of millions of system-awakened men and women. Her words about the Great War get many of the older crowd interested, especially when Bree gives instructions on how to help in the Second Great War, to help finish it once and for all. Even if they don't know or care what she's talking about. The permanent stat buff bonus that she mentions next brings in the younger crowd's attention, as her voice echoes through all 10 districts of the Central Association's mountain civilization. Bree repeats this message over and over again. And small amounts of people begin to give it a try, reciting their sworn loyalty to a mysterious flame emperor figure to get a few extra stat points or give in to the fleeting hope that this woman's words of the Great War are true. It starts off as a slow trickle, but with the expansive scene that is instantly transmitted into their minds of a demonic statue swinging silver swords at a 250m tall flaming figure that can only be called the Flame Emperor, the word spreads like wildfire that it's real. Echoing transmissions fill every major city, but at the same time, over a dozen red cores and an orange core circle the building that Bree and Rodrigo have infiltrated with angry looks on their faces. The Orange Corps gives the order for all of the Red Corps Central Association scouts to eliminate the threat. Meanwhile, a battle begins in the center of the Dark Continent. Raven's blades clashing against the Blackhorn Demon's spear sends a shockwave through the entire Silver Dome, notifying everyone that the strongest forces here have begun their battle. The Hazelite sword wielder doesn't want to reveal her divine stealth trump card, as an eerie aura comes off this demon that makes her feel extremely on edge about getting too close. While the 7-meter tall demon's appearance is menacing enough, it has a true core strength slightly less powerful than Raven, even its level is just below 10,000. But the monster has incredible natural strength and demonic soul energy that can easily rival Raven's pure mana. Their speed and reflexes are very similar as well. There is just a confidence behind the demonic white eyes and an invisible aura that makes her hesitant at first to use all of her tricks. Is that all you've got? The demon laughs while their exchanges begin, and Raven's mind flashes back to the battle she had not too far away from here with the Flame Emperor, going all out with no fear of dying at all, and enjoying the fight itself. She doesn't yell back, only grins an unnoticeable amount, and disappears before the demon's eyes. Closer to the tower, the front lines of the Crimson Army's forces collide with one of the demonic forces. Fisher and Lydia send waves that look like an icy tiger and a water serpent into their main forces, imbued with orange and yellow divine light, killing a dozen red demonic knights instantly, and a single orange corps general, while the Crimson Army's elemental elites team up to face the red corps left behind injured from the initial strike. Waves of dense divine energy and soul energy come out of the two leading the battle while my doubles hold the rear with the pure chi manifestation. Wielders, after Fisher and Lydia send off a few more attacks, and the Crimson Army's forces get deeper into full battle, dense black arrows come flying into the mix from Ari watching from far behind with Luna's eyes above. In moments, right before disaster, the lives of Crimson Army members are saved so they can battle on with full force without the fear of death. Love what you're reading? Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. Abby and Maria erupt with power from their general's 1% buffs, and the high-level yellow cores that come their way with killing intent in their eyes meet an unexpected early end. Two women that look like overconfident, easy, low-level yellow core prey moments ago turn into an indestructible green flash of light and an enormous blue ice goddess. Abby decapitates and shatters the core of the demon that follows her in mere seconds, and Maria's icy blue blade doesn't even need the extra pulse from her soul energy core to come crashing down on the archdemon below her in the sky. Its blade moving upward to block is broken into pieces on impact, and the demon's body freezes to pure ice, shattering to icy bits while Maria finishes the entirety of the swing. Both of them stand in the sky, without any change in their breathing, with sharp eyes waiting for a real opponent while level-up notifications ring in their ears. The Bronzehorn demon subjugating the Central Association's troops turns his gaze to Sector 1, the direction in which two high-level generals just went. Dark out of nowhere, his eyes widen and he yells out orders while pushing himself off the desert floor with a massive amount of demonic soul energy. The dagger-wielding demon lets out an angry yell while rocketing through the air, traveling hundreds of kilometers in seconds, releasing his true core's real aura, and waves of killing intent, while planning to kill the two women before him. The remaining two high-level yellow generals, and forces of red and orange corps, plan to do exactly as their captain said, setting out to slaughter the entire Crimson Army as they are clearly unfit to take orders from the proper demonic authority. While this battle begins, on the inside of the tower, the first of 9 silver blades comes down toward me. An abnormal amount of links of loyalty are rushing into my body, but I don't believe it will be enough. I eat a handful of all the remaining green fruits I have left over from the divine construct, and at the same time, clear my mind, focusing solely on doing everything I did in the 8th round, but with extreme and total precision like the fate of the world truly depends on it. Unbeknownst to me, as I swing upward with all of my offensive skills activated, a defensive array forming in front of my blade, ripples of green light pulse out from my astral form's chest, strengthening my body like strong green veins or an exoskeleton of aura. as the first blade shatters through the hexagonal barrier like it isn't even there. The blade comes crashing down against my red soul sword, and against Ember's fire pillar from his mouth, and silver claws, now fortified with twice as many silver threads as they were for any of the last rounds. This first blade feels heavier than all 8 of the blades combined on the last round. I feel my bones and cells within my body vibrate with sharp pain, and my astral form desperately wants to dissipate on the spot. However, the green lines of energy that wrap around my form hold everything together, as the entire room lights up with a bright yellow and silver glow. The ringing in my ears of divine energy poisoning from staying enlarged in this form and exerting myself grows over 10 times louder in a single strike, so loud in fact I don't even feel or see the next blade coming. It slams down, and the ringing gets worse, and the pressure on my body becomes unfathomable. I black out. Or, to better put things, I white out. My body and mind continue to push upward with instincts alone, and the silver swords keep slamming downward one by one while my mind escapes elsewhere. I hallucinate, seeing images of the first day I awakened my system, farming goblins just to pay rent. My life flashes before my consciousness, the smile of an old merchant who bought my mana crystals even before I had a hunter's license, showing up to Maria's awakening ceremony, meeting Abby at the association, and traveling to the capital of the vice region for the first time with a small guild, images of working for the association, good and bad, farming dungeons, going to the C-class exams where I met both Ari and Ember, meeting new teammates, and eventually being betrayed by the association but continuing on with all the cards I've been dealt. My adventures through the Dark Continent, learning of chi, divine beasts, demons, and expanding my empire back to where I started, the 8 great regions, eventually all show up in stunning detail, awakening a divine core, and learning who really controls this world, touring city to city to get support before a battle that will decide the fate of all humans. Even the battle against Redgrave replays in my mind as the silver swords continue to fall down on me. The green energy that gave me a boost, holding my astral form together, all fades away, as energy of higher tiers does not stay in one's body until the core is fully formed. However, the mental trip I've experienced flashes through everyone's minds that shares my link, showing now over 22 million people the equally beautiful and dreadful world I've seen in such a short time. Unknown to me, still in a fugue state, almost 4 million people in the Central Association have just seen the outside world for the first time in many decades. My links skyrocket, hitting 24 million by the 7th sword, and 27 million by the time the 9th and final sword in the center of the demon's grasp comes down. My massive fiery astral form shows cracks all over its surface as I hold the 9 blades back, with Ember's flames still bursting outward at full force, filling the room with fiery heat. As the timer counts down from 3, more links flow in, and more cracks form all over my greater form's surface. By the time the counter hits 0, over 30 million pairs of eyes watch through mine while the 9 swords disappear, and my astral form shatters as I stop giving it any extra energy because my job is done. All of the demon's arms move back to their starting point. Silver text hovers in the air, round 9 of 9 complete. Trial 1, body, complete, calculating prize based on trial difficulty, prize calculated. All of the text disappears, and the entire silver demon statue fades away shimmering with the same silver light. 2 small black boxes fall from the ceiling and hit the floor in front of the massive arching doorway that now glows completely silver just like the door I entered to begin these trials. Chapter 678, the ringing in my ears is extremely loud, but my vision has returned, as my full power isn't fully concentrated on keeping my astral form at max capacity anymore. Now, a large portion of my mind is occupied with using my self-regeneration to its maximum output while walking forward to the black box that's fallen from the ceiling. Each step is painful, as my entire body is fatigued and filled with pins and needles that become sharp with every movement. Ember, walking forward in his human form, doesn't look like he's in much better shape than me. His face still exudes a confident and curious expression, but his body language shows that the ordeal took a lot out of him too. While I have an enormous amount of pure mana farmed from the artificial mountains still locked away in my storage in pure crystal form, ready to use for emergency hibernation if necessary, the boxes in front of me hold my full leftover attention. They glow with a dim white light that feels similar to divine energy, creating subtle gravity waves as it seeps out of the black boxes that don't show any openings. As soon as Ember and I get up close enough to the prizes, the tops of the small boxes dissolve away, shining with a far stronger white glow inside. The box in front of me holds 3 items. The first that catches my eye is a jagged piece of black metallic stone, but as it floats upward, pushed up by the white mist inside the box, it begins shimmering deep yellow and gives off the gravity signature of a true core. The red soul sword in my hand mentally tugs toward this object, but my gaze shifts to the other 2 that float upward in the white mist. One is barely visible, a small white orb, not bigger than a common marble, but it shines with the same odd divine light that this white box's inside does. The last item I see is about 4 times larger than the white marble, but it is similarly shaped. Its color glows bright green, and I can see an immense amount of shimmering divine threads inside of it. As the green orb comes out of the white mist, the pressure it begins to exert on the room becomes greater and greater. And I even see green threads start to violently spin out from the orb as it begins to unravel itself. Without hesitating, I open an item storage portal and let the dangerous item fall inside. The 2 items that remain float upward completely out of the box, and the hunger from my sword grows as the chunk of black and yellow metal comes closer. I move my blade forward to tap it against the raw material, and a consume window shows up for me to accept on the spot. The originator rock melts to a yellow pure divine energy mixture instantly and is consumed by my blade. My gaze switches between the red sword, rippling with yellow light as it takes longer than usual to digest the mass it's eating, and the one remaining item in front of me. Ember's voice echoes in my ears. That pill is made of low-quality divine ether, and it's in a very pure form. I guess the difficulty of that trial worked out in our favor in the end. Eat it, it'll do much more than just heal you. I raise an eyebrow and turn my head to see Ember's box open as well, and in front of him, there's only a single item, a small white dragon's scale, glowing with the same odd white divine glow. His finger makes contact with the white, nearly translucent scale, and at the same time, he transforms his body into his hybrid dragon form. The scale starts to glow brighter white, and the excess energy around it starts to flow into Ember's body, making his black scales, crimson eyes, and tail glow with a bright white light. The scale disappears once it looks as though it's been absorbed entirely, and all of the white light around Ember dissipates as well. I can't even tell if anything has changed, other than the pleasant expression on his face now and his apparent lack of fatigue. As he begins reverting back to his full human form, I notice a slight golden shimmer beneath some of Ember's scales, like their true color is peeking through for the first time. However, a headache pulls my vision away before I can observe any further, and I do as Ember instructed and drop the low-quality divine ether pill into my mouth. It dissolves instantly and tastes sweet like candy. The white glow spreads throughout my body quickly, feeling similar to when Abby uses her restoration skill, but with a strange divine twist to it. It feels as though I'm just being healed back up to full health, but at the same time, an innate potential deep inside feels like it's being brought up to the surface, where I would usually have to dig far deeper to grasp. Just as soon as the warm feeling washes completely over me, it leaves just as fast, and the white glow completely disappears with the 2 black boxes with it. All of my fatigue, ringing in my ears, and even the pins and needles all over my body have completely left me. Yet, I don't feel especially refreshed. I just feel normal. 2 lines of text hover in front of my eyes, the first in yellow, and I feel my soul sword vibrate in my hands as the system text rings in my inner ear. The Divine Emperor's soul sword evolution attribute has reached LV1. The second is in shimmering silver, above the arching doorway, in the ancient tower's voice that rings in my mind with even more clarity than ever before. Proceed to trial 2. Mind, around the outside of the tower, the surges of links of loyalty, surpassing 30 million, increase the general's stats by an immense degree. It is much needed, as 2 new high-level Yellow Corps generals come rocketing toward the Crimson Army from their rear. The only forces waiting strong enough to stop them are the Saint in his large white pure chi-infused greater form, and Ari now releasing one of his poison arrows toward one of them as they approach. However, the greatest boost is noticed in Abby and Maria, as a fuming mad bronze-horned demon with a true core burning in its chest collides with both of them at extreme speeds. One of its shimmering bronze daggers phases right through Abby's immortal form, while the other is stopped by a massive blue soul energy sword. There are 2 massive eruptions of energy that ripple through the desert, the first being the nearly equal exchange of the demon's dagger and Maria's energy blades, while the second is Abby flying around to the demon's back and stabbing through its armor with 2 daggers of her own. All 3 parties involved in the exchange are blown backward, and 2 gashes are visible on the demon's side, but both the black obsidian-colored armor and the demon's flesh become covered in purple demonic soul energy and heal back to perfect condition almost instantly. No one wastes any time getting back into the clash, but the demon is now wary that Abby is hard to hit, and the Ice Goddess can match his overwhelming physical strength even with demonic soul energy imbued in his strikes, even though this demon is at the lower tier range of a true core size. Its 7-meter-tall natural stature and demonic strength are similar to a middle-level true core human, surpassing that of almost all Order members other than the Big Three. Despite this, the absurd amount of mana and stats coursing through the 2 women's veins creates a sight unbelievable to the pride-filled archdemon's eyes. After 10 exchanges pass, the 2 women keep getting slightly stronger somehow. And every time the demon thinks it's about to land a hit, Maria's core pulses dark blue to let out an ominous pulse of energy to overpower it. Abby zips around the battlefield with superior speed and invulnerability, landing shot after shot on the demon's unguarded blind spots while it's mid-clash with Maria. While after every collision the demon heals, mental and physical fatigue will kick in eventually. With the links of loyalty only growing, the longer this battle rages on, the more of an advantage they'll have. The demon figures this out very quickly as well, but its overall composure doesn't change. It even laughs, mocking the two of them even after being sent backward from Abby landing another 2 hits. For humans, I have to give it to you, you really are strong. Especially on such a world with low-quality resources like this, it heals its wounds back up and grips both its bronze daggers while its body becomes covered in demonic soul energy. I'll give you one last chance to submit. Lord Vermilion is a reasonable leader, he will spare your lives in exchange for labor. Not just on this world either. Once we've taken over this planet, the expansion will only continue. Maria's massive energy blade comes crashing down while Abby zips through the sky around it to send a dual attack. As they all clash again, and the demon is pushed back with 2 dagger marks in its chest plate, Abby replies to its words, "One last chance?" I don't think you know who you're up against here. You're not walking away from this battle alive, and neither is your lord. Abby glances toward the tower, but the demon only bursts out into a monstrous demonic laugh. You believe any mere human could kill a demon with a noble bloodline flowing through their veins? It laughs louder and louder while all of its wounds and armor heal. You truly believe our leader could be killed on this puny world? Allow me to demonstrate, as one of the Lord's underlings with just a fraction of its power. I'll unseal my bloodline to give you a taste of what fate this race is in for. Its laugh cease, and the demon closes its eyes. There isn't even a fraction of a second of activation time before its eyes open again, and a pulse of gray energy erupts from its core. An eerie pressure fills the silver dome, and the gravity of the bronzehorn demon's true core increases many times over. It jumps off the air to move forward, and its speed is incomparable to what it was just seconds ago. It collides with Maria's blade that would push it back before and keep it occupied while Abby went in for the kill, but this time Maria can't follow through with her strike at all. She has to use her soul energy core to pulse with dark blue light multiple times in a row to keep her positioning while Abby goes in to attack. The sound of Abby's daggers clanging against the demon's now impenetrable obsidian armor is matched with both Abby and Maria flung backward in a shockwave that erupts from the demon as its core continues to grow stronger as its bloodline is fully unsealed. Its yell echoes out again in a confident, arrogant laugh while its physical body grows in size. This is the power of a second-class demonic bloodline. I could kill everyone in this desert before you take 10 breaths, and you still believe there is someone from this world that can stack up to our Lord. It laughs again while locking eyes with both of them, grinning, as its body grows larger and plumes of dark purple demonic soul energy cover its massive form. The demon's aura makes the air hot and heavy while it creates the manifestation of a massive dark black and purple demon the same size as Maria's ice goddess. It speeds forward with its enlarged energy daggers ready to kill, now truly on the offensive. Chapter 679. My crimson soul sword levels up and burns hot in my hands, ready for war after digesting that jagged piece of originator stone. However, it slowly fades back to black as it feels my calm heartbeat and senses no worthy opponents nearby. There's no additional information shown on my status about it, other than the hundreds of % increases in stat buffs and the LVA 0, turning to LVA 1. I'm certain I'll find out more once it's in the mood to fight again. I walk forward into the massive silver portal at the back of the room, and the same warm and cold teleportation magic envelopes me in ember, bringing us into what feels like an identical room. My foot hits the hard black ground, and I look around to see the same high ceilings and smooth walls. I can still feel the outside world with perfect clarity and see the battle between the demons and my army beginning. However, after stepping through this portal, I feel tens of kilometers above the ground. My vantage point of the world has risen, as this portal has brought me higher in the tower. At the back of the room, I see the outline of another door, and a massive silver statue sits in front of it. Instead of a demon, it seems this second trial has a 3-headed serpent guarding the closed door. Its body coils into a large base, and its 3 necks stretch upward over 7 kilometers, even higher than the 9-armed demon below us. Amber walks out by my side, and we both look at the shimmering silver text floating between our gaze and the 6 eyes that shine with a silver glint, frozen in time and looking down at us. All conditions in completing trial 1 met. Would you like to start the second trial? Yes, no. I take a deep breath, walk forward, and press yes, as I feel more than ready to take on whatever it has to throw at me next. Enter the trial area. The message rings in my inner ear, and a nearly identical silver testing circle lights up in front of the silver serpent. Both of us walk forward without a word. And once we stand in its center, more text appears. Trial 2, Mind. Calculating necessary difficulty, difficulty calculated. Trial 2, Round 1 of 3 shall commence. Round 1 of 3 title, Isolation, Objective, Endure. The far left head of the serpent moves, baring its fangs and long tongue while moving down to eye level. The entire statue glows with a faint silver light, but I can't sense it at all. Just like the silver blades in the last round, this energy is undetectable to me. Even when making contact with it, I could only quantify the pure force it exerted, not its full potential. With this knowledge, I want to be ready for anything, so I point my blade forward and activate my greater form, even preparing to activate my astral form if needed. Ember grows into his dragon form as well, but he's not nearly as on edge as I am. Before I can ask why, the serpent's head halts, and its eyes flash silver, blinding me entirely. My audio, visual, and even physical senses are completely overwhelmed before I can even think to try to stay conscious. All 33,921,800 links of loyalty looking through my eyes lose vision of what I'm seeing, and I lose my view of the outside world. The silver light fades as fast as it came, but when the darkness returns, my senses do not. All I see is darkness, and I can't feel my body either. A twisted thought races through my mind, wondering if I failed and this is what death feels like. But feeling death dozens of times already from the perspective of my body doubles makes me quickly believe that hasn't happened. There was no notification, and a very interesting sensation lingers in my consciousness. I'm unsure if it is part of this trial or an after effect of the prize from the last one. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. I feel a very faint, indescribable pull that feels extremely similar to that white energy ember called divine ether. I can't see it, and have no frame of reference to say I physically feel it, but for some reason, it is present within this endless expanse of darkness around me. The trial is one testing the mind, and the round's descriptor was isolation. I have no breath to take, nor any heartbeat to measure the time. I can't even mentally pull up my status window for external stimulation. Whatever this trial has in store for me, all I can do now is as it instructed, endure. Just a few moments ago, as Abby and Maria are attacked again by the unsealed bronzehorn demon, its power seems to grow more and more with every second that passes. Maria's dark blue blade can deflect its dual daggers, now coated in a dense layer of demonic soul energy, creating a greater demonic form. However, she's using her full concentration and entire strength to even contend with the bloodlust-fueled demon. She's been moved entirely to the defensive, even being overpowered on some of the recent hits. The ice goddess form is sent flying backward after every exchange, closer and closer to the silver dome's back wall, and now, with the thick demonic soul energy defenses, Abby's close-range attacks aren't even able to make it through without dealing with that overwhelming aura with her unguarded body. The tone of their battle has completely turned on its head. One moment, they're the ones landing consistent hits to tire the demon out, and now, both of them are being overpowered. Its chaotic yell erupts through their battle as it only grows more powerful with every swing, settling into its unsealed form. It sure feels good to let out my real full power. Not so confident now, are you? He blocks Maria's incoming attack with just one dagger, then throws the other to his left side while a stream of purple soul energy shoots it forward with unbelievable speed and force. While the two are locked together, the demon's flying dagger aims straight for her vitals. Maria accepts that she won't win this exchange, twists her body out of the way, and is shot backward from the force, but the demon's flying attack grazes her midsection while it curves back to the demon's open grasp. A massive gash opens in her side as it tears through her blood-bonded armor like paper, and a demonic soul energy wound imbued with true core's threads burns bright as she's slammed against the back wall of the silver dome. Abby attempts a long-range attack while the demon is focused on Maria, but the demon twists its body and sends its other dagger flying through the air, obliterating the barrage of earth pillars sent toward its back. While in its flight path, it aims to take out Abby too, but it phases through her immortal form like a hologram. She grins, but the demon doesn't seem concerned. The dagger comes flying back to it like a boomerang, and the demon points both blades together to create a dense ball of demonic soul energy floating between them. Its strength and true core's density only become more intense and deadly with every moment that passes, and the ball of matter it's creating is densely packed with true core's threads and violent dark purple energy. As soon as Abby darts to find another angle to launch an attack, the demon releases the strange ball of matter, and it shoots forward even faster than the flying daggers did. The instant it makes contact with Abby's immortal form, her eyes widen, and the ball of energy explodes in a violent display of power. She's sent flying backward from the blast, as the initial impact had enough strange energy inside it to somehow overpower her ranked-up buff for a split second at the instance of the explosion. The green woman coughs up blood as she shoots tens of kilometers back at a downward angle, hitting the desert floor and creating a crater from the impact. its loud thud is followed by the demon's laughter, and at the same time, the live video feed inside the tower goes dark as the second trial begins. With a mysterious severing of the visual feed, thousands of kilometers away in Sector 1, Raven lands her first hit on the Black Spear user's stomach, perfectly evading its senses in her invisible stealth form until the moment of contact. Her attack would have pierced right through the demon's core, but it was fast enough to shift its body and counter with its spear. Before the demon and Raven collide a second time, its shattered black armor and bleeding stomach regenerate in a plume of demonic soul energy. In their next exchange, Raven manages to slice through the demon's shoulder, but it counters with its spear, milliseconds away from landing a vital shot on Raven during the moment she's visible upon contact. The demon smirks, keeping a calm expression while waves of gray and demonic energy ripple out from where its true core partner is fighting. Looks like you humans are pretty strong, after all, if my partner had to unseal his bloodline. Your teammates are certainly not ordinary. His eyes sharpen, and his grip on his spear shifts slightly as purple soul energy surges through his hands into the weapon. There's no response from Raven, but the demon predicts Raven's exact positioning on her next strike, and they clash blade to spear on equal footing. That is an interesting skill, a divine-grade stealth integration. I don't think I've ever seen one before. They push each other back, and more purple demonic soul energy pours out of the demon's body, covering its spear and even its entire 7-meter-tall frame, leaving only its white eyes piercing through the veil. In response, Raven sends over half a dozen more attacks its way. But she's blocked right before impact each time. Every counter the archdemon makes is dodged just in time too. However, even now it appears the demon is holding back and just watching Raven attack for fun. It speaks again with a confident smile and calm tone. It's a shame I'll have to kill such a budding talent like you. If this was truly my full strength, you might have a chance, but there's no point in toying with you longer than necessary. I will teach the elite of your human world true despair. Behold, a first-class demonic bloodline, the white glowing eyes behind the purple veil close, and when they open, an eerie pressure reaches every being in this dome. Its initial gravity wave at such close range is enough to seep deep into Raven's psyche and forcefully deactivate her divine stealth mode. It makes heads turn hundreds of kilometers away, and the waves of gravity and killing intent only become stronger while the demon's greater energy form begins to grow in size. Chapter 680, cut off from the outside, alone in a black void of darkness with no way to feel my body or know when time will pass, all I can do is wait. The round's name was isolation, so my best guess is that I must endure and not crack under the pressure of endless time without stimulation. On its surface, this seems like a quite simple and straightforward first round for the trial. All I have to do is sit and wait, but the daunting underside of this is that there is no timer signifying how long exactly I have to wait. The worry that the outside world is moving on without me doesn't seem like an issue, as the tower's rules stated the third and final trial won't start until all challengers are present, and I trust my inner circle to stand their ground outside. If Ember is in a similar situation as me, I trust that he will be just fine as well, as he's most likely lived more lifetimes than I can comprehend. Waiting in an endless void may not be very difficult for his psyche. I've been through something like this before, inside the Titan's domain the first time I fell inside by accident, not knowing when I'd ever make it out of that solid white box. Even returning to train, the isolation definitely changed me. But it was possible. However, as these thoughts race through my consciousness, the fact that the difficulty of this trial was calculated beforehand just like the first one does give me a tinge of unease. My definition of long isolation may be far different from my battle partners. Even so, I can't move, speak, smell, or see. All I can do is endure. So that's what I do. What I can only believe to be the first few hours go by extremely slowly, as this is the time when the reality of this situation truly sinks in. I want to move around or hear some noise. It's like a gut impulse that craves patterns and wants there to be some kind of movement within the infinite darkness that hits my senses. I try to count in my head, but after reaching 100,000, even this begins to seem trivial. Then again, the moment I stop and decide to just sit in my own silence again, my mind forces me to restart the count. I can think about potential scenarios in the outside world, like a fantasy playing in my mind, but they all fall short of the reality before me. This is not my normal mind. I cannot just picture crystal clear images as if they were reality. All I can do is savor the fading memory of what it used to look like to see. It's not like I'm closing my eyes to see this darkness. I don't have any eyes to close. This abyss of nothingness is everything I have. Colors and sounds become nothing but a fading memory as I recalibrate to what's before me. I don't feel hunger, pain, or pleasure whatsoever. My count reaches 100,000 again, and it doesn't feel like I'm counting fast or slow at all. both concepts begin to split away. Maybe in the first few hours, I could have guessed that I'd say 1 or 2 numbers in my head every second, but now I can't tell if seconds, minutes, or even hours are going by between each number. I begin to have mental slips in between each number I count, spacing off into the endless void, not remembering whether or not I was imagining what it was like in the outside world or still counting, and having to reset my numbers again and again. From this point forward, I never make it back anywhere close to 100. 000 again. I consciously realize this, but there is nothing else to keep my mind occupied. I can only think about using my system, or the faces of my teammates, or the impending battles in this tower for so long, the daunting feeling of being trapped in true endless darkness because of my soul pact with an immortal being that keeps me partially sane. Slipping away for too long now could be catastrophic if this is just the beginning. Fleeting memories of Ember's calm eyes and unfazed demeanor in every situation we're in begin to make far more sense. When looking into the void of eternity, what is there truly to fear? There's a point where this notion is all I really think about. And an eerie calm washes through what's left of my mind. I sit in the darkness, with only darkness on my mind. I know I have a goal, it is to endure, but at a certain point, I don't know why or what I'm enduring for. There isn't anything else to do though, so endure is what I do. Darkness envelopes reality and becomes it. Days could have passed, maybe years, decades, centuries, millennia, I don't know, my mind has put its walls up. The moment I lost the ability to count any further and accepted this reality, a mechanism in my mind decided to save its conscious thoughts, tucking them away into the depths of my consciousness, only to let my subconscious play with the endless darkness and lack of stimulation in my surroundings. If anything happens in the void around me, it is impossible to tell, as I've mentally cut off my conscious mind from its surroundings as an automatic defense mechanism. In reality, my subconscious wanders, and it finds what I sensed slightly the moment I started this trial. It is an invisible, unsensible, undetectable energy floating around in my mind. When my active thoughts attempted to pursue it, it could never be found, but now, my subconscious plays with the invisible energy left within my mind that is divine ether. It acts as though it has a mind of its own but moves extremely slowly, only communicating with my subconscious on a scale of years rather than seconds as a usual conversation would. My mind accepts this conversation as a slow-moving white mist in a sea of darkness, and it creates a barrier between the nothingness and my true mind deep within, shielding it from the passage of time while having a conversation with my subconscious. 903,881 years, 7 months, 2 weeks, 4 days, 11 hours, 30 minutes, and 16 seconds pass. Silver light and an ancient-sounding voice echo through my mind, waking me up from the longest nap I've ever taken. Round 2 of 3 shall commence. Round 2 of 3 title, Perception, Objective, Find the Finish. As I see these words flash through my mind, the feeling of my body returns to me, my tight grasp around my soul sword is evident, and my divine core burning bright in my chest is powerful and ready to take on the world. Ember looks at me with an expression of concern, and the second head of the serpent moves toward us. It is all extremely overstimulating, as it feels as though I just stared into darkness for a few months, or maybe even a full year. It feels longer than any time I ever spent in the Titan's domain. I remember counting, and waiting, then counting more, then just darkness, and now I'm awake. It really didn't feel like much of a challenge now that I look back on it. There is an overwhelming feeling that comes over me as though I'm definitely missing something, but too many things attack my mind at once. Even if this first round was easier than expected, the instant connection to 947,021 links of loyalty is quite overwhelming. I can't remember the exact number of links from before, but as my perception seeps back to the battlefield outside the tower, my eyes widen, and I realize it was all an illusion. Even so, I do remember being extremely confident about the odds of the battle outside going into this, and what I can see around me. The battles aren't going quite as planned. Some time has certainly passed. With the silver serpent's head coming closer, I make the split-second decision to open my Rising Emperor's domain to make some changes in order to help those on the outside before I won't be able to anymore. The same instant I do, the silver serpent's eyes flash silver again, and my vision is blurred. Just a few moments ago, my whereabouts inside the tower were cut off from everyone on the outside world. Maria has been injured by a strange demonic energy-laced dagger, while Abby was knocked backward by a ball of darkness, stronger than any attacks Ember threw at her during their training. On the other side of the desert, Raven is having a rude awakening of her own, as the aura alone from this demon unleashing its bloodline made it through her divine stealth true core's ability, rendering her trump card useless. Both the demon's body, spear, and purple glowing demonic greater form grow in size, becoming far larger than Raven's battle form, and suppressing her movements entirely with its aura alone. Not even sending a concentrated attack Raven's way, she winces, having trouble even looking up at the massive demonic form. It speaks loud enough for the entire Dark Continent battlefield to hear. You have all been doomed from the start. We can suppress the strongest in this world with ease. Our Lord shall reign supreme, and you shall obey. It releases a real wave of intimidation, and Raven is sent flying backward from the shockwave alone. It grins and lets out a low laugh. Its fellow true core on the other side of the desert matches its tone, as they have both shown their dominance, and no one in this world is anywhere close to strong enough to stand in their way. The link from within the tower is severed. And even the Crimson Army has its hands full, fending off 8 times the number of troops attacking them from both sides. Ari has managed to keep the casualties at 0 so far, as his full concentration has been saving soldiers in danger from afar while the Crimson Army fights with everything they have. However, that too looks like it's soon to change, as 2 high-level yellow cores are coming their way, one of which is dead set on Ari, as it's the one that he almost killed and humiliated. In front of its lord, even as all hope of salvaging this fight seems lost, no one backs down. The Saint and Ari turn their focus to the generals while Fisher and Lydia pull back to stop being hyper-aggressive and make sure to watch the backs of their fellow troops now while the fully yellow corps handle the front lines. Maria tanks the purple wound that won't go away no matter how much self-regeneration she does at the moment. It only slowly heals, and would take minutes that she doesn't have to fully recover on her own, so she recharges her soul energy sword to face the superior demon that threw that hit. Abby, forming half a dozen spears of rock around herself, shakes off the hit she received and zips around the backside of the demon to support Maria as it comes her way. Maria pulls out a small white knife from her item box, one of the unique items Raven gifted her when they cultivated together in her volcanic base. She lets go of it, and it begins to spin around her ice goddess form, leaving a trail of white ice behind it. There is a faint divine energy coming off of it, and Maria's expression tells this won't be enough of a boost to turn the tide of the battle, but it will give her enough time to wait for support or think of another idea that will. This is proven true as she and the demon collide again. Maria is overpowered just slightly by their collision and has to twist out of the way again, but as the second dagger comes hurtling toward her midsection, the white icy blade hits it, and it's thrown just off course enough to avoid hitting her. Abby sends a massive raining attack of earth pillars down on the demon, and it has to use up another attack to destroy them, giving her just enough time to curve around to Maria and use her restoration magic to heal the demonic wound on her side. While Maria and Abby have just enough power and gear to fend off their second-class bloodline demon, the first-class monstrosity staring down at Raven is in a league of its own. You still dare to look at me like you have a chance at winning, it arrogantly yells while pointing its black and purple greater form spear down at Raven, making her look like an ant in comparison. The ripple in space the spear makes as it comes closer sends Raven flying backward just from the radiation, but her grip on her blade stays tight and her eyes stare up at the demon without fear. It laughs, retrieving its weapon and flying forward while yelling again, "Very well, I understand, the strongest warrior of humans wanting to be killed while holding on to hope for their world." Then, it throws its spear forward, faster than the eye can see. It almost looks like the spear disappears in the demon's grasp, and only reappears when it makes contact with Raven's chestplate. It shatters, and the shockwaves it creates crack through the entire dome, sending her flying downward toward the desert floor, coughing blood. The demon yells as she plummets downward, "While I understand, I do not respect your wishes. You are a human, and we are your gods. You shall submit, and I will make an example of you to the world as my personal slave. Go against the demons that rule you, and this is the result." Even your strongest cannot resist. Another massive boom echoes throughout the dome as a crater is formed on impact and the purple spear pins Raven to the rocky desert floor. It missed her vitals by mere millimeters. This was clearly done on purpose as the demon floats downward with a twisted grin on its greater demonic form. However, Raven's hands still grip the silver blades, and her eyes are as sharp as they were when the battle started. That's because, on the way down, the sensation of the view inside the tower returned. Now, after impact as the demon comes closer, a notification rings in her inner ear. A new unique buff is granted within her system interface. Raven has become the 4th general of the Rising Emperor, and now watches her unsuspecting prey float down toward her from above. Chapter 681, the silver flash of light fades, and a light blue background covers my surroundings. I prepare to endure the bodiless, sensory-deprived reality or something equivalent this time as well, but soon a body materializes below my eyes. Access to my links of loyalty is severed again, and my system skills are too, so I believe this is just another illusion. However, that odd feeling I sensed when starting my last round is far stronger. The divine ether left in my mind feels far more comfortable melding with my consciousness. It feels warm, flowing, and far less foreign than it did before, but I can't quite figure out why. Other than this feeling, the body below me is certainly not real. It is like a mirage controlled by my mind, with no organs, cores, or access to mana or divine energy. Before I can inspect it any further, my vision is filled with squares of shimmering glossy glass that appear like mirrors, but when I look into them, nothing at all is reflected. They just show more endless light blue sky. More and more squares appear, easily thousands of them, forming a curved wall shape before me. They finally stop multiplying, and then a silver text box shimmers in my vision reading 0/50, 0/50. No voice comes with it, but simultaneously, the thousands of clear glass mirrors begin to shift in color and reveal a familiar face. Every single one of them reveals Ember in his human form. His eyes move back and forth identically on all the mirrors, and when he speaks, his mouth opens on all of them as well. I can only guess you see the same as me. But a better question would be, are you still sane? I raise an eyebrow, crossing my arms and looking at the wall of mirrors reflecting the long red-haired dragon, and reply, am I sane? Even if I wasn't, that would not be an easy question to answer. Why, Ember's eyes don't stop darting around, as if he's looking at all of the mirrors on his end. Then they sharpen, and he moves forward with a poem in front of him. I hear the crashing of glass, and the silver text before me changes to 0/50, 1/50th. Ember nods. Then his eyes go back to darting around while speaking. I was left to withstand over 900,000 years of darkness. I have both the experience to endure this passage of time and a mental technique that speeds it up for my conscious mind. I am curious to know how you are still understanding my words and not driven to insanity with merely 2 decades of life experience. My eyes begin darting around the wall of mirrors, understanding what I have to do now from the change in notifications. The objective was to make it to the finish, and as Ember destroyed a mirror to move forward, we both need to pick the correct mirror 50 times to reach a middle ground. I reply while the warm feeling in my mind subconsciously guides my eyes. Maybe we had different tests? I only remember a few months, or maybe a year of darkness at most. I just remember everything going dark after a while and waking up like nothing happened. As these words come out of my mouth, one of the mirrors in the top left corner of my vision feels warm in my mind. There is no visual feedback, but something tells me that this one is alive while the others are just mirages. Without thinking any further, I jump upward and effortlessly crash through the pane of glass with Ember's confused face on it. 1/50th, 1/50th, appears in my vision in front of a whole new curved wall of mirrors. I raise an eyebrow, grin, and try to jump high enough to fly over the wall. But I'm pushed down by an invisible, immovable force. The same thing happens when I try to fly under it or to either of its sides. The only way is through. I whisper under my breath, but Ember responds with a pondering gaze, not paying attention to my odd actions. I don't believe it. The trials are meant to be fair. A challenger must face the burdens their bonded partner brings. Your trial must have been just as hard as mine, because our combined skill has been equalized to create a challenge of the mind. While anything learned during the trial doesn't affect the difficulty later on, our mental and physical strength was tested before. If I were alone, it would have been hundreds of millions of years longer. For sure, while Ember tries to figure this problem out, his eyes continue to dart around his side of the wall, and he jumps through more mirrors, bringing his counter up to 17/50ths. In under a minute. I have to take quite a bit longer, but the warm feeling rushes through my mind every time I lay eyes on the correct mirror, and in the same time, I reach for 50ths. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. Ember doesn't come up with a reasonable explanation for this phenomenon, and since I can't remember a thing, I decide not to prod any further. Maybe my mind is just that strong. Even this challenge seems to be moving by really quickly. It could just be that this throne was created for unintelligent monsters and demons. I smirk and crash through the 5th mirror while Ember passes his 20th. Then, his voice comes through with an alarmed tone. Wait. How are you able to complete this round of the trial? It shouldn't be possible to do this without. He stops himself mid-sentence as he ponders further, but an idea dawns on him as I reply in a nonchalant manner. I don't know, I can just see which mirrors contain life. It's like I'm sensing your mind through each mirror. I don't know how to explain it other than you feel warm. Ember grins, finishing his statement with understanding in his eyes. Divine ether. It seems even a drop of low-quality ether in this realm is enough to do such a thing. That prize from the last trial was quite valuable. He looks upward as if he's looking at nothing and mutters to himself, almost 1,000,000 years. Let's say your subconscious shielded you from the passage of time and used this as a pseudo-closed cultivation room. It would be slower than the real thing, but the conscious mind couldn't have done such a thing. Genius. But, he looks back at me, clearly understanding something I don't. What? What happened? You're telling me that white pill has something to do with why my brain didn't melt in the last round and why I feel this warm pressure now? It does. You've managed to awaken the beginning stages of what is called an ether sense. Though in a very unorthodox fashion, it has still occurred. Knowing your past accomplishments, I don't know what else I would have expected. We continue breaking through the glass as Ember explains the process that took place in my mind while time passed in that endless black void. Apparently, this is just scraping the outer surface of what this foreign energy can do, but I need more time, a better environment to train, and more ether itself to actually progress. 50/50ths. 50/50ths, in less than half an hour of perceived time, I break through the final mirror, and our conversation comes to an abrupt end once we both see each other's fake bodies. Followed by a flash of silver light, my mind is still wandering with a sense of awe at the reality that I, too, really managed to survive almost a million years of isolation. Even now, the second round was completed with such ease, it feels like I cheated. Both of us turn to each other back inside the throne, and my links of loyalty all return to me along with the perception of the outside world. It seems not even a second of time has passed, as everyone in the battlefield outside is in the exact same position I left them in. Raven hasn't even activated the new power I granted her yet. These thoughts of the outside world fade when my eyes meet Ember's. They focus with far more discernment as I've been searching for a very specific energy for the past few minutes and find exactly what I'm looking for. His entire dragon's body burns hot with the same divine ether energy, in far more clarity now that I know what I'm looking for. But, it is still very strange, giving off invisible readings that I can't quite understand. His voice echoes through my mind, focus on the trials ahead. This next round may be easy as well, but don't lose focus. Just because you lucked out here doesn't negate the fact that there will be a new calibration on the next trial above us. So, prepare for the worst. His words sink in, and I nod, looking up at the next silver snake head coming down as more shimmering silver text covers my vision. Round 3 of 3 shall commence. Round 3 of 3 title, Fortitude. Objective, withstand the pressure. As soon as I ready myself, a silver flash of light blinds me, and my vision turns red once it's done. The sound of bubbles boiling enters my mind, and the sensation of burning surges through my body. It feels like I've been dunked in a red-hot pool of magma, and the sensation of my skin, organs, and even bones burning away begins to repeat over and over. In addition to the burning, it feels like the heavy molten material is pushing in on me, simultaneously crushing my muscles and bones. At the same time, a wave of pressure hits my psyche that can only be described as a brutal wave of intimidation, making me want to pass out the second it hits me. Just like the last 2 rounds, this is an illusion. I can't move my body, so I have to just allow this horrible pain to massacre my senses. Every second that passes, the pressure seems to get stronger, and the burning sensation also gets hotter. However, this is paired with the fact that the warm feeling in my mind is still present. It may be an illusion that I can't defend my body, but I can easily defend my mind now even without my system present. In the first few seconds of this round, a smooth invisible mental barrier is put up, forcing the intimidation waves away. However, the physical attacks can't be stopped. This pressure, I have to endure, however, again, as most beings would be in excruciating pain like nothing they've ever felt before. This isn't much worse than most of my life and death battles. With my mythic grade self-regeneration skill, I've had my limbs torn off, body parts burned to ash, and blood boiled, constantly regenerating many times in the past. The odd mental bliss about what is happening now is that I know for sure this isn't my real body, it's just pain. I can withstand it. If I could move this body submerged in molten rock, I'd be smiling throughout this entire last round. A few days pass, but it is nothing compared to the perceived months that went by in the darkness. I almost feel as though this throne is going too easy on me when the silver light returns me to the trial room, and notifications blare in my vision paired with an ancient voice. Round 3 of 3 complete. Trial 2, Mind, complete. Calculating price based on trial difficulty. Price calculated. The 3-headed serpent dissolves in a flash of silver light, just like the demon did on the floor below, and 2 identical black boxes fall from the ceiling. As they hit the ground with a thud, I almost want to laugh out loud at the difference in difficulty from trial 1 to 2, but I remember what Ember said before this one and silently approach the boxes. The third. We'll have another calibration to account for this new mental shield, but also, I'll be meeting the 2 remaining members of the Big 3 if they've managed to survive, if they are the same strength as Redgrave. I don't fear their presence at all. The only being I'm concerned about is the archdemon that was so confident in its ability to become this world's lord. While these thoughts race through my mind, the two boxes in front of Ember and myself open on their own. Simultaneously, the sensation of Raven pulling 1% of the power from the 36,004,922 links pops up in my status. It is paired with the imagery of her pulling a black spear from her chest and jumping upward off the desert floor. Chapter 682, Raven's sharp gaze locked with the approaching demon doesn't waver, even as it laughs and mocks her while she seems pinned to the desert floor at the center of a crater. Any last words before I make your life worse than death? And you realize it is too late to submit. Raven activates the buff that has entered her consciousness and feels tens of millions of stat points rushing into her body, becoming reinforced by her true core's threads and pushing her limits far beyond what they were just moments ago. Even the dense black and purple aura flowing out from the spear in her chest was deadly enough to suppress her movements, thoughts, and make it difficult to breathe or move when it was close by. Now, as she grins and tears the black spear from her chest with ease, jumping upward off the desert floor to match the massive demonic greater form's unfathomable speed, the archdemon floating downward doesn't comprehend the scene in front of it. Mid-jump, Raven reactivates her divine stealth skill and true core's ability, disappearing entirely from the unsealed demon's vision, only to be sensed again when her energy form's silver blades tear into the demon's chest. Her attack breaks through its defenses without even being noticed, and without its weapon on hand, all the demon can do is tank the hit just like she did for its last attack, twisting its body as best it can to have both her blades miss its archdemon's core by millimeters. Dark red blood gushes out from its chest as Raven pulls out her swords and dodges its incoming clawed hands, but the instant she moves out of its immediate aura, she becomes invisible again. And the demon lets out a murderous roar. It is filled with both rage and excitement, as the black and purple energy creating its greater form grows and the black spear on the desert floor floats back to its outstretched hand. Incredible! No one but the noble bloodlines has ever landed a hit like that on my unsealed form. You must truly be the strongest human left to guard this world, it grins, showing an ominous smile of rows of sharp white teeth and bright eyes burning through its 40-meter-tall demonic greater form. There's no response, as Raven is still completely invisible, but its body twists when it feels sharp swords in its side, letting out another monstrous laugh while countering with its spear. This time, not receiving such a deadly strike, but still having chunks of flesh and armor torn away before its spear blocks the swords. In the next moment, Raven is gone again, and the process continues. Over and over, Raven tears through the demon's flesh and armor, going back on the offensive as this battle escalates even further, forcing the demon to block and be on guard for its life. Meanwhile, all throughout the Silver Dome, the insidious aura of a first-class bloodline awakening was enough to turn all heads to the battle in Sector 1 taking place. However, Raven's new surge in power gives off a sharp and murderous aura of its own every time her blades collide with the demon's spear. The shockwaves of aura, even hundreds of kilometers away, are making many of the Crimson Army's troops, and even the red and orange corps of the demon's army, fall to their knees and have momentary lapses in their ability to fight. Two true corps, enhanced far above their natural capabilities, destroy the desert below them, showing off powers too vast for a small world like this to handle. If not for the dome around them, the entire Dark Continent and 8 great regions would be subject to this pressure, similar to the time the Vermilion Lord and Flame Emperor had a brief mental clash. The ones most thrown off by this dispute are the Bronzehorn Demon, Abby, and Maria. The demon laughs with a hysterical tone, blocking Maria's blade again and going in for a counter with its flying dagger. Maria may have just enough strength to block the hit momentarily, but her speed isn't up to par with the demon's, and she has to concede ground to dodge a fatal blow from the flying dagger. Even with the white dagger she uses to block, Abby's speed is fast enough to dodge when the demon turns on her, and even if she is hit by the dagger, it just phases through. However, her offensive strength isn't nearly powerful enough to make an attack that would actually injure the demon. The three of them are locked into a perpetual cycle waiting for one to slip up, but the constant barrages of enhanced true cores battling it out on the far side of the desert make the demon the most excited. I've never seen him have to go all out other than in training with the nobles. It is quite impressive someone on this world can contend with a first-class bloodline. If my fellow general is going this far, I might as well go all out too. The Bronzehorn Demon grins, then disappears from both Abby and Maria's sight, reappearing in a blip of darkness, stabbing Maria in the stomach, then disappearing again to release a strange ball of energy from its daggers to collide directly with Abby a second time. Both of the women are sent flying backward, coughing blood with their eyes wide open, as this demon just used some kind of dark movement technique that was faster than both of their perceptions could see. Darkness erupts from the wound in Maria's midsection, spreading quickly, unable to be slowed down by her self-regeneration alone. The only one capable of healing her is flying in the opposite direction, coughing blood while caught off guard by the instant high-powered attack that broke through her immortal form a second time. Two loud crashes make the desert shake as both of them hit the ground, but that doesn't break the concentration of the first-class demon and Raven locked in a battle of their own. The demon is put completely on the defensive now, but its expression hasn't changed. The hits it's receiving aren't lethal, and it heals its wounds with demonic soul energy before receiving the next hit every time. Its eyes just take in Raven's fighting style, trying to guess where she'll strike next before she does, and it seems as though the demon is getting better at predicting her moves each time. They are of similar strength, but the demon's perception skills and reflexes are exceptional. Even the countless regenerations don't seem to be putting a dent in its stamina. If anything, it's getting more fluid and warmed up more after the long barrage of hits. Even so, as it gets comfortable, there is nowhere for the demon to attack. It has to be completely reactive and only counter when hit. This all changes when the demon finally speaks after over 30 exchanges, yelling in Raven's general direction. I think it's time I show you my skill as well. You have shown me the peak of human potential. To be honest, you have opened my eyes. I always believed you were all weaklings, but it seems there can be oddities among you. Even so, you shall never stack up to the true natural power of the demon race. It grins while Raven ignores its words and comes to attack its back while it speaks to her. The demon doesn't even try to block, dodge, or counter. It is sliced clean in half, then dissolves into a mirage of black and purple mist. Raven is temporarily confused at the sight, but in the moment her attack landed, 3 black spears come rocketing her way as the first-class archdemon shows off its body double skill for the first time during their fight. While all of this occurs outside the tower, the 2 prize boxes open before Ember and myself in front of the silver arching doorway leading to the third trial. Out of my box, a single item floats upward. It is a palm-sized leaf, but it is glowing white, almost translucent, and it doesn't give off any energy. It only feels warm and gives an inkling of divine power. I remember back to the first trial's prizes, and this leaf looks very similar to the white scale Ember received. He reached out to touch it, and it was all absorbed into his body. Then his scales momentarily shimmered golden. While I cautiously examined the odd leaf, 3 items float up out from Ember's box. 2 of the items look very familiar. As one is the small white low-quality divine ether pill that I received in the last box. Without much thought, Ember takes it and swallows it whole. In the same instant, the second familiar item is a small green orb, full of divine threads. It begins to unravel just like mine did. But Ember opens up a storage rift in front of his finger to let the item fall inside before exploding. My eyes open wide at this sight, as it's the first time I've actually been able to see the inner workings of the rift he's opened. Most of it gives off strange readings I can't comprehend, but I can sense the hot feel around its edges, meaning this power he's been using has something to do with this divine ether as well. He looks down at the last item, which is a pair of black gauntlets that shimmer with yellow divine light. But he makes a dissatisfied look on his face when he examines them and turns to me. What? Are you going to receive your prize? It's another good one, a low-quality ether cleansing herb. Just touch it, you won't feel anything now, but with your current mana-based storage setup, you can't take it with you. I want to ask a ton of questions, but decide to just do as he says and reach out a finger to touch the translucent white glowing leaf. Upon contact, it dissolves into invisible hot mist and is siphoned into my finger, flowing throughout my whole body, then disappearing from my senses like nothing happened at all. I turn to Ember again, but he grabs the black gauntlets and throws them my way without warning. Your sword can eat these if it wants. I'm not a fan of soul weapons. Fighting with my body alone is more my style. At these words, the blade that circles around me perks up, rippling with a dark crimson glow, and I reflexively grab it while colliding its tip with the incoming gauntlets. They're turned to yellow liquid and consumed the second they make contact. There is about a second worth of digesting, but the hungry blade goes back to its black dormant state moments later as it hasn't leveled up again. But it's had its fill. Ember speaks to himself but knows I'm listening. These prizes seem to all max out at the lower green divine energy realm. The Vermilion family's lord must still be a green core at most if this is the type of items the throne was seated with. That would make sense for going after such a mana-lacking world. Not even a Cyan Lord would send their challengers here. Ember smirks as the prize boxes disappear, then starts to walk forward, ready to face the final trial. I nod and take a step forward. Yeah, I'm ready. With 36,127,889 pairs of eyes looking through mine, both Ember and I step through the silver portal to be transported up to the third and final trial room. Chapter 683, All conditions in completing Trial 2 met. All challengers have arrived. Would you like to start the third trial? Yes, Anno. This text immediately appears in my vision, but I seem to be in an empty black room. However, it is shaped in a triangular fashion, with Ember and myself standing at its furthest side, facing the pointed end. I press the yes option, and the room around me begins to mutate and change, just as it did before the first trial. The ceiling rises, and the walls expand, revealing 3 more triangular rooms, connecting them to form a circular outline of the actual outer walls of the Black Tower. In its center, a shimmering silver pillar of light shoots up from the floor, no more than 500 meters wide, stretching high into the endless darkness above, where the ceiling seems to have no end. 6 dense true cores reach my senses over the next few seconds. Tens of kilometers away on separate sides of the massive room, Ilara, Beckman, and the Vermilion family demon are waiting at the back of their triangular sectors, with their soul-bonded partners, all looking at the silver pillar in the center of the room. More text, and the tower's ancient voice echoes in my inner ear. Trial 3, Soul. Calculating necessary difficulty. Difficulty calculated. Trial 3, Round 1 of 2 shall commence. Round 1 of 2 title, Negotiation, Objective, only one bonded pair can walk through the final door. Be the last one standing. The silver pillar in the center of the room pulses, its barrier becoming more translucent, revealing a massive spiral staircase twisting upward high into the sky. However, there is no entrance into the silver barrier, suggesting it is not part of this first round. It must be a result of the difficulty calculation. My attention on the massive staircase is ripped away as a woman's angry voice echoes through the empty room toward me. What happened? This is impossible. You're the brat Redgrave was meant to kill. I was waiting to have a good fight with that old man. Where's he hiding? My gaze shifts to her as her body erupts in white icy energy, growing to over 50 meters high, her serpent's sharp eyes fixed on me. If this were before I entered the tower, I would be on full alert, immediately activating my greater form, but her true core's strength is roughly equal to Redgrave's. My own true core is far more powerful than hers, and with the absurd amount of stats flowing through me, multiplying my strength even further, not even my soul sword reacts to her rage. Her level jumps out at me at LV 19,112, similar to the fire user. And her only skill is supreme great ice summoning. By the way, the ground is becoming covered in white ice as her greater form grows. I could have guessed as much. Beckman, the man in nothing but a suit and glasses, riding on an armored horse, opens his system interface and replies to Ilara's yells while glancing over at me. Impossible. Maybe Redgrave was late entering the tower. He must be. No, I cannot sense him in the outside world. This doesn't make sense. The man on his horse looks down at his status, trying to decipher this, while the 10-meter-tall Vermilion family demon watches us with an amused expression, and the black and purple dragon beside him gazes at the silver pillar, uninterested in human affairs. Ember stares at the demon, ready to fight, but recognizes that the demon is not yet in battle mode. Ember's using an advanced concealment technique, and my aura is hidden behind my purple barrier. Only the bare minimum of my true core's aura leaks out, making us appear rather weak. Our true level of strength is completely unknown to all parties involved, but that doesn't stop Ilara from yelling out loud and making assumptions. Redgrave must have entered late. The tower either killed him for unrightful late entry, or he'll be spit out once the world is claimed. That must have been it. There's no way a weakling duo like them could have killed him. Beckman looks up from his status and makes a comment. They aren't much stronger than the day we scanned their city. It must be an error. We could kill both of them right now, with less than 0.1% odds of even getting a scratch on us. Redgrave wouldn't just disappear into thin air. The ancient text stated 2 parties could enter the same door and fight to the death inside if there was a lack of doors. Something isn't adding up. Reading on this site? This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. Ilara jumps forward, eye stepping through the air with rising anger. What did you do? Our whole plan is ruined now. Hundreds of years of waiting, and some rogue child messes everything up. I'll kill you. Her icy serpent slithers along the floor behind her, creating jagged spears around its mouth, then releases them toward us as Ilara raises her hand and summons a massive ball of white ice. Tethered with extremely strong true core threads, she releases the ball of icy divine energy, and it shoots toward us faster than the two are moving. I glance at Ember, sigh, then point my blade at the attack that could obliterate an entire continent. My soul sword flares up, sensing a challenge. I activate my greater form as well, but keep it compacted, not growing very much in size, to only utilize its increased speed stats. This does send out a pulse of my actual power, and at the same time, my sword heats up with an intensity I've never felt before. It has grown from LV0 to LV1 since the first trial, and I haven't had the chance to use it yet. The red blade morphs and bends as if alive. and I jump forward at the incoming ball of ice, swinging with everything I have, activating all of my buffs, along with my true core's full strength. The actual material of the red blade flickers on its edges, as though it's made of flames. Beckman's eyes widen, as new information comes streaming into his consciousness. When my blade fully activates and my greater form gives off more of my aura, he yells out to Alara, "Dodge. It's a trap, you cannot win this fight." When I swing it across my body, releasing a crescent of fire, it feels as though a part of my blade is unleashed in the attack. A dense red crescent, as sharp as my sword and as strong as my true core, slashes through the ball of ice with ease, sending its two waves outward toward Alara's advancing greater form. At Beckman's words she panics, and attempts to twist her body out of the way, but it's too late. Her eyes widen as the living crescent of flames collides with her chest, tearing through the living soul armor that shields her body and effortlessly slicing through her flesh. The Vermilion family demon's lips curl upward, and Beckman's eyes turn to horror as the fiery red slash shatters Alara's true core, cleaving her body in half in a single motion. The red fiery slash curves downward, slicing through the icy serpent's head and shattering its true core, triggering mutual death. As notifications ring in my ears, the red crescent of flames bursts into hundreds of tiny red droplets, curving back through the icy fog created in the explosion and rejoining my blade as though drawn by its own center of gravity, restoring its full form. It feels like I could send out at least 2 or 3 of these high-powered strikes, and no matter where they hit, the mass of the divine soul sword would always return. As I land, the ice spears from the serpent whiz by me on all sides, and Ember doesn't even flinch as they explode against the wall behind us. Level up, X1752, use absorption, skill, ice summoning, upgrade, supreme, yes, NO, use absorption, MCP, 8,521,426,902,388,295, yes, NO, use absorption. Stat, speed, points, 10,240, yes, NO, my level surges to LV of 14,341, as I absorb all the MCP, stats, and skill upgrades I can from both the woman and the serpent in less than a second, continuing my forward momentum to stand over their corpses, letting all of the 2 true core's power and abilities flood into mine. The fragments of the black armor Alara was wearing all turn to yellow liquid as I press, consume, and my sword digests it before the white mist clears. I point my sword at the man on the horse, staring at me as he takes in the new numbers in front of his eyes. You said 0.1% chance I'd leave a scratch? I guess I'm pretty lucky, aren't I? The man doesn't get hot-headed like his 2 deceased partners, the fire and ice users. He simply pushes his glasses up and meets my gaze. This must mean you killed Redgrave too. I feel emotions of horror, anger, and even fear being heavily suppressed. The man can't believe the sight before his eyes, but acts as if it never even happened. He pauses, thinking to himself, glancing down at his status, and then back up at me. You may have hidden your power and concealed that weapon of yours until now, but I assure you, this was not the correct decision to make. You have stripped us of all bargaining power. I am not your main concern. We are now at the whims of this demon. His gaze shifts to the far side of the room, and my eyes follow to the demon, who has yet to move or speak. It watches us with an amused expression for a few seconds, then establishes a telepathic link with everyone in the room. Its gaze turns to Beckman first. I remember you, the only sensible human on this world. We made a pact when I first arrived, allowing you a small kingdom with 25% of the population if all humans conceded in the final trial. Beckman stares forward. That is correct, and I intend to honor our pact. Will you? The demon nods, of course. I am of noble blood. A demon of my standing always keeps its word. However, there is another challenger here. It seems your perfect foresight isn't what you claimed it to be. The demon and the remaining member of the Big Three both look my way. Without a moment's hesitation, I yell back, deals off. The demon's grin grows even more, and it turns back to Beckman. I won't break my noble oath. I will only fight back if one of you makes the first move. If not, I shall wait for you to surrender this world and honor the pact. The link is severed, and the demon watches as I ready my blade. While the man frantically sifts through data on his status, he shouts at me, "Be reasonable. Let us talk this out. I can give you half of the resources at Central. You have proven yourself strong enough to take the place of the other council members. We can rule what is left of humans together." I narrow my gaze on him, raising my blade as it begins to flicker red again. Yelling back, "You send me an offer now? After both of your partners tried to kill me? After offering my kingdom of people to the demons, and so many more lands all over the world, just so you can keep your power?" Beckman continues scrolling through his status, and responds, "You do not understand. You haven't seen what this demon is capable of. I shake my head. I don't care what he's capable of. Is this what hundreds of years at the pinnacle of our world's power turns a human into, or have you always been this way? I would die before letting 75% of the human race fall to a demon intent on using us as slaves. Don't try to offer me any part of your deal. I haven't given up hope like you. Even if the chance is low, it's worth trying. My inspect and appraisal skills scan his status, revealing a far higher level than both Ilara and Redgrave, plus unique skills and buffs I've never seen before. This only makes me more intrigued as he responds, "Then I must kill you. My odds of survival are far higher challenging you than they are breaking the pact I made with this demon." Chapter 684, Not wanting to reveal the full extent of my abilities, after draining the divine threads from Ilara and her familiar, I still only let out the exact strength that I peaked at during our short exchange. I sent a ripple of perception at the two remaining teams in the room. The demon's status is still blocked entirely, filled with purple question marks and unreadable characters. However, the last remaining member of the Big Three has a status that shines bright in my mind's eye. Beckman's level reads, LV 23,985, and his single skill is, Foresight, Divine Grade. His three buffs include, Mental Fortitude, Perfect Calculation, and Divine Clairvoyance, making it clear his abilities are very mental strength focused. The horse he rides on has an identical level but somehow has no skills. It just has one buff called, Mind Devourer. The eerie feeling I got before when looking at the duo actually came from this horse, as its strength alone is not the most frightening thing about it. Its true core has combined with its singular buff, and this aura it gives off makes me both excited and hesitant to move forward. My instincts are immediately confirmed by a private telepathy message from Ember. You'll be fine if you keep your guard up, just don't stare that horse in the eyes for too long. I nod, grinning and stepping forward while yelling out loud at Beckman, kill me? That's a little extreme. Don't you think? I thought you were the sensible one. Swear your loyalty to me, and you won't have to die a meaningless death. My blade flickers red as it senses me walking closer to another potential enemy. The man on horseback, at the back of his sector, continues sifting through data, taking in the consistent readings of my greater form and power output of my sword. No. It's impossible. I cannot take the gamble, the odds are not in my favor. Given your current strength, I can defeat you 71.88% of the time, while even if we worked together to challenge this demon, we would not be able to breach a 9% probability of victory. It is simply not logical. I cut him off. Maybe you don't have the full picture. Is this all the world is to you? Numbers, probability, a winnable game of chance to preserve yourself above all else. Beckman looks up from his screen and tightens his gaze. You would be a fool to believe this world is anything but that. To make it this far, you must understand there is always a time and place for battles to be fought and other times to retreat with what you can carry. We only have one chance at life, through our own eyes. We are the most important thing. Hundreds of millions of lives are worth the trade-off for my own, even the whole world if it was necessary. What would be the point of all of this if I gave up now? I continue to walk forward, increasing my speed. Then respond, so this was your plan from the start? Ever since you made contact with the demons? Stage a great war, lie to your people in Central, and sacrifice the rest of the world just so you can live on. Beckman responds while motioning for his horse to move forward, the rhythmic echoing footsteps coinciding with his response. It wasn't my plan before the system linked to this world. I was rather content overseeing humans as the centuries went by. However, the system gave me new insight on the rules of reality. I am meant to live forever. I have the ability to choose the right path every time. You are far too young and lacking sight to understand my choice is the correct one. If you put your sword down now, there is a certainty you will live like royalty in a kingdom surrounded by flames. The humans left behind have no idea the world around them has moved on, and when the demons use the humans we've sacrificed to farm this world dry of mana and leave, we can be the saviors that put out the flames and open the walls to show the desolate world to the humans we've saved. It is a win-win. His face remains serious, unmoving, and calm while his horse begins to gallop faster. I reply with a simple answer, I disagree. This is not why I challenge the throne. Links of loyalty surge faster and faster in my mind, as the reality of the situation in Central is being exposed by their last remaining leader in real time. Many cities around the world that were contacted by long-range transmissions from hunters, friends, and family members from the 8 great regions and dark continents see this too, and word that their nations are being used as bargaining tools between humans and demons right now spreads even faster. it is all linked to the surges that were felt when the throne awakened. The Flame Emperor's name begins to grow in popularity in nations I've never even traveled to before. My links surpass 40 million as I speak again. I made a promise that I wouldn't let a single innocent human die in this war. It is a burden I will carry alone with the army that follows me, unknown to everyone in the room. I open my Rising Emperor's interface and link the visual feeds of the 4 generals outside the tower, all battling demons of their own right now, so the world can sift through feeds and see the full story playing out. Then I continue to speak while raising my blade. I made another promise that I wouldn't leave humans behind. One last chance, if you swear your loyalty to me, I can still save us all. However, if you insist on sacrificing hundreds of millions of lives just to save your own, then you are an enemy equal, if not worse, than the demons in my eyes. The gallops become faster, and a dense gray and yellow aura erupts out from the duo, increasing their size by about 50% with a pseudo-energy form. Nothing can change my mind. I must choose the predestined path. No other outcomes are suitable, I sigh, then compress half of my greater form into my lower body to kick off the floor with immense speed and enlarge the top half of my body to create a monstrous sword strike. Very well. You've made your choice. We both fly into the center of Ilara's old sector, and I swing my blade to release a red slash of energy toward the approaching duo. Beckman changes his direction the instant he sees my attack, but this was expected, so I send 2 more identical slashes his way. Each of these slashes is just as strong as the ones that easily killed Ilara, but the expression on the man's face doesn't change. He shifts his direction multiple times a second, staring forward, and somehow avoiding each of the flying attacks by millimeters. It looks like a natural fluid motion, his direction shifting to counteract my flying attacks even before I've thrown them. As the red slashes collide with the floor and back wall, they turn into thousands of droplets of pure divine soul fire, then disperse in beautiful displays while pulling back toward me to reconnect with my soul sword. In the center of the massive collection of returning fiery particles, the ominous horse rider stares me down, and its horse's eyes pulse with dark gray and yellow light. I look away and concentrate all of my greater form's energy into my legs to jump out of the enemy's path. But before I even move, it's turned to follow in the same direction. My mind flashes back to Beckman's one and only skill, divine grade foresight. It makes me momentarily question if he can truly see the future, but I'm simultaneously reminded of the fact that he couldn't tell Ilara to dodge until I released my full power. To predict my moves, it must be a similar ability as my swordsmanship skill's perfect thread, just to an absurd degree, and with far more possibilities. Taking in his surroundings and understanding the best possible move to carry through with, I whisper under my breath while changing my flight path again, upward. I guess I'll just have to force your hand. His movements mimic mine, seemingly before I even do them, moving upward at the same time to close our gap even further. All of the fragments of my sword return to my blade now that we're so close, but this has other issues that come with it. The armored horse's eyes shine brighter, and the ominous aura coming out of it gets so close that it's impossible not to feel its presence. It feels like I've been caught in a web of intimidation, with a cold sensation washing over me, seeping straight into my mind. It makes me momentarily feel as though the last few seconds are all a blur, like the fight hasn't even started yet, and there is no reason to attack again because we're so far away. However, as Beckman pulls a single black blade from an inside pocket of his suit, the familiar warm sensation of divine ether floods into my mind, negating all foreign buffs instantly, and my memories come rushing back, allowing me to swing my flaming sword again in the direction I'm meant to. This prompts Beckman to move out of the way, but his speed isn't great enough, and he has to block with the knife he's pulled out to deflect the incoming strike. My upward momentum continues once we collide, and Beckman on his armored steed goes rocketing downward. However, the black originator blade he pulled out is shattered upon collision, and his full right arm is melted off from the intensity of the flaming strike he failed to predict. There's a loud thud as they hit the floor and a horse's cry, while I hover above them with my sword pointed straight down. That was your one lucky shot, and you blew it. I'm not taking any more chances. I release my true core's full aura, and it shines over 3 times brighter and denser than the man below me, giving off all of the radiation from Ilara and Redgrave's cores combined. I let go of my blade and put both of my hands to their sides, releasing bright shimmering white divine light that makes the temperature in the room drop by a large amount. Seeing the future can't help you much if all paths of escape are physically impossible. The attack I create is far too fast to outrun, and far too deadly to touch. Both the White Serpent and Ilara had Ice Attribute True Core abilities, and with the new perk of my Divine Absorption skill, receiving a Supreme Grade Ice Summoning skill has granted me a far superior combination of all of these ice abilities combined. In a flash, before Beckman can even predict my movements, a dome of ice is created, spanning over 1 kilometer wide. The only hole that is left remaining is right at the top where I look down into it, and this is the optimal path for Beckman to leave through. He moves upward toward me, expanding his horse's aura with a calm expression still on his face. Hiding your true strength again? If this is it, it's still not enough. It is probable that you will kill me, but you have doomed yourself and the entire human race. His words cease as I stop using my true core's ice and grab my sword again to fully activate the divine flames I stole from Redgrave's true core, then point my blade forward to push out a red and yellow pillar of monstrous fire into the only small hole in the dome. The man on the horse stops moving upward even before the flames collide with his body, as he sees the future and knows that there is no escaping this fatal blow. Chapter 685, the yellow and red flames fill the dome, and the last remaining member of the Big Three is consumed by fire. There isn't a single yell, curse, or attempt to escape the flames. The man who lived his life consumed by numbers, certain he would live forever, nearly disappears the moment the odds turn against him. Accepting his fate, I float downward as notifications ring in my inner ear. Level up, X2365, use absorption, skill, foresight, divine grade, yes, NO, use absorption, MCP. 14,289,200,896,345,001, yes, NO, use absorption, stat, mental strength, points, 18,909, yes, NO, my level hits, LV is 16,706, and I press yes to accept every skill and stat point available to me, while draining the ice and fire around me back into my true core. The divine energy trapped within the man and the horse also flows directly into me, increasing my strength even further, and I feel two unique true core abilities enter my body, both of which are instinctively comprehended in an instant, but I can't fathom the true extent of their power until I use them in battle. In the same moment, the result of this match pushes my links of loyalty over 45 million, surging upward faster and faster at an exponential rate. These new true core abilities and additional hundreds of millions of stat points fill me with confidence as the black dagger's fragments and the horse's armor turn into yellow divine liquid. Consumed by my blade, I let out a satisfied sigh, but my moment of victory is quickly interrupted by a slow clapping sound from one far corner of the room. My head turns to the noise, and a telepathy channel opens with the demon. Very impressive. It seems you have a decision to make: honor the pact in place and leave this tower at once to allow me to claim the throne, or fight me for the chance to make this world your own. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Raven sees three black spears coming at her from separate directions, with body doubles of the demon she was fighting spawning out of nowhere. Raven's senses are keen, but every time she locks onto the true body of the demon, it instantaneously swaps to one of the other doubles. She disappears using her divine stealth, not even attempting to attack, but the body she sliced in 2 moments ago spawns back into reality, right underneath her. For perfect copies of the demon block all possible escape routes. Even with her stealth skill activated, she is too close to fully dodge all 4 attacks. The lucky spear that manages to hit her is a body double, but the mythic grade perk given to the demon allows it to swap places instantly and use its true spear to land a devastating blow on Raven's side. Blood leaks into the air, and a portion of Raven's body becomes visible as the density of divine energy and demonic soul energy shocks her system, sending her flying backward. All 4 body doubles follow like machines, as the demon is no longer playing around, aiming to go in for the kill, despite Raven's invisibility. The gushing blood and residue from her wound give off a faint energy signature, making it easy for the demon and its doubles to surround her again, landing another attack that sends her flying down to the ground with another horrific wound, this time in her leg, even though a full 1% of stats now rushes through her, putting her strength on par with the unsealed first-class demon. The instantaneous, ruthless attacks from all sides put her on the defensive again just as the battle was starting to turn her way. Even as the millions of links pour in, gradually increasing her strength, it doesn't do much against the 3rd and 4th heavy hits she receives in the arm and thigh from unbreakable spears. The attacks she chooses to block or intentionally dodge turn into nothing but demonic energy manifestations, and the demon's real body attacks from where she least expects it. Each new injury that can't be fully healed by the shared mythic grade self-regeneration skill on her status just makes her invisibility less and less useful. Dark blotches of demonic soul energy left behind in the spear's wounds make it easy for the demon to triangulate her exact location each time. While the individual hits aren't fatal, if enough build up, she will slow down more and more, becoming a massive target in the sky. Maria and Abby face a similar problem, as the second-class demon's unsealed form is simply too overpowered for them to stand a chance. Even as the links of loyalty surpass 40 million, then 45 million, pushing millions of new stat points into their beings, Maria's blade is continuously pushed back by the unsealed demon's raw strength, and Abby doesn't have enough power to break through its greater form armor despite her superior speed. They're able to hold it off, but with every second that passes, the demon gets another chance to land devastating attacks. Even after using Abby's restoration magic, Maria's last wound in her stomach from a direct hit by the demon's dagger isn't fully healed. They only have fractions of seconds to heal before the laughing, psychotic monstrous force comes down to the desert floor where they are. You do not understand how bleak your future truly is. Even if you manage to fend us off for a few more minutes, you're only pushing off your inevitable end. Just from the fact that you haven't powered up again tells me this is truly your peak. It sends its two blades right for Maria, as it knows its weaker attacks are pointless against Abby. Maria jumps out from Abby's restoration circle to block both incoming daggers with her massive blue soul energy sword. It pulses deep within her core, pushing her newly awakened yellow core to its limits, able to go toe-to-toe with this true core demon with a bloodline ascending beyond anything human should be capable of fighting. Her greater form wavers, but she doesn't give up. The pulsing grows stronger, deeper, and faster as she's pushed backward, gritting her teeth. Tens of millions of eyes look through hers now, as the spectator feature expands for the world to witness the general's fight. Her feet flow with superior ice magic powered by a borrowed plunderer skill, draining the area of all available mana, digging into the desert floor, while the wound in her stomach starts to reopen and expand with black demonic energy far faster than when it was first inflicted. For the first time in a while, she actually holds back the demon's attacks. Not just one, but both daggers. There will be no dodging now, but the rising stats are starting to catch up. Even Abby leaps over the exchange taking place, but the demon was ready for a move like this, disappearing before their eyes and meeting Abby in the sky to press its palm into her chest, covering it with a thick layer of the same strange demonic energy used to create the balls of darkness from earlier. Before she can even send off her attack, Abby is sent flying in the opposite direction, coughing blood, powerless to block it. She's sent hurtling toward the desert floor again, far away from Maria as she still attempts to block the two daggers pushing against her massive sword. The demon pushes its palms together, forming another ball of compacted demonic energy between them, then blips forward a few hundred meters to release this toward Maria's unguarded back. It grins wide, disappearing into thin air again, and reappearing on the desert floor right where Abby's injured form is projected to land. Simultaneously, a massive well of gravity makes everyone beneath the silver dome shiver as the arrow Ari sends at the yellow core general coming their way is blocked by the demon's chest plate alone. Before this war broke out, his arrow at half this power shattered its armor with ease and nearly killed it on the spot. Blocking this should be impossible. But violent energy erupts from one of the two remaining demon generals as he yells at Ari, "Do not underestimate the strength of the demon race. Even if I die, I will make sure to take you with me. The one who disgraced me in front of the Vermilion Lord. A third-class bloodline is enough to wipe every last one of you off the face of the planet." These words echo from the demon's furious greater form as it grows to over 15 meters tall. The demonic energy vibrates, giving off strange readings. Each step closer makes the demon's form waver, its energy levels rising and falling unpredictably. This strange reading prompts the Blackhorn spear user to pause its relentless attacks and turn back to the base of the tower. He wasn't ready, pushing himself further than his bloodline limits. A third-class commoner trying to pull this much power will surely become corrupted. The demon considers putting its fight on hold to fly over to this other demon. As if left alive for too long, it will surely detonate, taking out many valuable commanders and knights, but sees the second yellow general send out extra commands to its surroundings to evacuate the immediate area. The demon grins and turns back to Raven's beaten form, now not even attempting to use her invisibility and merely blocking attacks to buy time. 7 large demonic energy wounds drain her life force slowly, but the demon doesn't relent, multiplying 3 fresh body doubles and going in for the kill again. Fear washes over Ari as Luna's words echo in his mind. It's going to be corrupted, like those ascended beasts we faced in the abyss. If you don't kill it now. I know, he replies, while my doubles catch on to the situation and yell out orders to take cover as something very chaotic and strange is emerging from the twisted demonic greater form. Ari pulls back another single arrow with every drop of demonic soul energy and borrowed mana he has. Raven has 4 more spears closing in on her from all sides, with only 2 blades to block. Impossible to know which one will be the fatal strike. Abby rockets down toward the laughing second-class greater form of the Demon as it charges up another black ball of divine demonic matter, Maria barely holds back the two black flying daggers, and an even stronger energy attack is headed toward her unguarded back. The state of the battlefield outside the tower seems quite dire, but the world is watching. The links of loyalty surge past 50 million, and a notification rings in all of the generals' ears, giving them new hope to turn this battle around. Chapter 686, Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached, 5260-997/50,000,000 links of loyalty created, new perk unlocked, Rising Emperor's Imperial Reach, info, all commanders can appoint 10 knights and share 50% of their total borrowed stats. Each knight may take up to 5% max of the commander's borrowed power. All generals, commanders, and knights can now borrow up to 2 skills simultaneously from the Rising Emperor. The generals may now borrow an additional 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. In addition, 5% of the general's base stat points and mana control may be temporarily distributed to any subordinate under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The maximum amount borrowed or shared per general is now 2%. All generals acting together may control 10%. When not in use, the Rising Emperor may use all 10% of this untapped power. The Rising Emperor has total authority and can override the general's power sharing even if they are activated. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the expansion, perk, dominance, perk, authority, perk, power holder, perk, and ruler's gaze, perk if used simultaneously. As I'm about to reply to the demon's words, new status screens in my Rising Emperor's domain pop up, and I do a quick mental math of what this new power grants me. This brings the total stats now available to me up to 40%, with this new general. To commander to knight hierarchy in place, each general can now use up to 2% of stats, commanders can be appointed and have access to 0.5% each, and knights can use up to 0.025%, while it doesn't seem like much on the surface. Even a knight at such a low percentage can still borrow upward of 1.25 million stat points per category. At 0.5%, the commanders can each borrow roughly 25 million at full capacity, and the generals using their full 2% borrowed power can now take just over 100 million each. These numbers for my subordinates are approaching the 500 million stats I borrowed during my battle with Redgrave. In addition to this rise in stats, 2 skills can now be shared at once with my inner circle, the scene. Before my eyes outside the tower takes a drastic turn, and tens of millions of sighs of relief are had in unison, looking through our eyes, my immediate attention shifts back to the situation in front of me. As I grip my blade tight while it digests the remaining divine energy within the soul weapons it devoured moments ago, I take a deep breath and lift my blade as it shimmers red and yellow, then reply, I think my decision is obvious. I will fight for this world. Maybe I should be the one giving you the option to back out now. Head on back to the demonic realm, and we can forget this ever happened. What do you say? The archdemon in dense black armor grins, but still stands unmoving with a straight back, staring at me with unworried eyes. Its purple and black dragon yawns, stretching its wings, still staring up at the silver pillar, not even seeing the human before it as a threat. I can't help but look at the demon's shimmering blood-red horns, each the size of my entire soul sword, as it responds. The Vermilion family has invested too much time and resources into this newly connected world. I'm afraid I cannot take your offer seriously. Its eyes pierce into mine, and I reply, what about the generals that follow you? You're not concerned that if I leave this tower, I could take them out? That would not be a problem. The one who claims the throne will have complete control of this world. As a noble bloodline, the warriors created from a third-class mana world like this will not be a problem. The man you just killed was right. Taking out this world's top warriors that have been looking after it for centuries will be the beginning of your downfall. I raise an eyebrow at his words, as this mention of a third-class mana world makes me wonder if there is a link between this and the demonic bloodline classifications that are being unsealed outside. The demon reads my expression and expands on his point. It seems you're truly lacking sight if you do not even understand the difference between us. This is the lowest mana density world that fits onto the standard grading scale. The beings of this planet can only progress so far and are born with an innate talent based on their surroundings. Second, first, and noble graded worlds are far superior from birth. You may have a few strong warriors, but the rest of your world is weak. Its eyes shift to my blade, then to my right hand, focusing on the dark purple ring around my finger. that artifact is what must have brought you this far. Its creator comes from a first-class world much closer to the source. I've always wondered where that pocket realm went. It grins as my eyes widen, taking in all this information. This demon is not ordinary at all. Its knowledge and nonchalant attitude about my purple divine artifact and blatant confidence make me feel uneasy again, even with the massive increase in power from both the true cores of the big three, and 32% of the stats from over 50 million links. I can't see through the demon's mental or physical defenses to gauge its stats. The demon's attention shifts away from me and toward Ember, who stands in his human form at the back of the sector we entered this room in. Are you a dragon? I can't sense any energy readings coming off of you. Other than that scent. I didn't know it was possible for your race to soul bond with a human. Ember grins back but shrugs. This lack of response prompts the purple and black dragon to turn its head away from the silver pillar of light and enter the conversation with a deep and slow voice. If a human clears a labyrinth before its actualization phase, it is theoretically possible. One would need to steal the dragon's egg, absorb the demon core meant for that labyrinth contract, and feed it an absurd amount of mana or demonic energy to sync the soul-bonded pair's levels before the contract start timer ran out. It stares at Ember, then shakes its head and turns back to the silver staircase. So, it's possible, but to limit a dragon's growth potential by bonding with a human is worse than dying before your contract even begins. That form is disgusting. Ember turns to me and nods, ready when you are. This small talk is only wasting time. You take the demon, and I'll teach this dragon a lesson in underestimating the humans of this world. I smirk and lift a finger to light a small fireball above it, then, I send it slowly flying across the massive room. Right past the silver pillar, straight into the demon's chestplate. It doesn't bother to block, and I take the few slow seconds of tension and silence to power up my greater form and activate all my buffs and new abilities to make the room fill with my maximized true core's aura and perception. I send a message through the link as the small fireball collides with the demon and dissipates. There, I've made the first move. Your past agreement with the former rulers of this world is broken. Whoever wins this fight will claim the throne. The demon reaches into a dark black and purple demonic rift by its side, pulling out a 7-meter-long demonic longsword with a true core energy signature equal to its own. And doesn't waste any time, using that odd movement technique to blip forward. Its eyes widen, and its grin grows. While swinging its blade across its body, a horrific aura of intimidation pours out of this monster as it finally can let loose and not break some sacred pact made 50 years ago. If it had released this aura outside the tower, I'm certain the entire world would feel it. If I were within a few kilometers, it probably would have killed me instantly without me even being able to resist or know what happened. Now, as it hits me, the violet energy is strong and insidious, but with a true core almost 10 times stronger than when I entered this tower, far more borrowed stats, and a warm white barrier of mental divine ether protection blocking the dark waves that hit my consciousness. I'm able to withstand its aura and stay upright. However, its absurd speed is impossible for my eyes to track, even with my all-seeing eye on full blast. When it appears in front of me, already going in for the kill, an incredibly odd sensation materializes in my vision. Powered by one of the new abilities of my true core and the divine grade foresight skill I've instinctively activated, it appears as though thousands of demons are in front of me. All of the demons' images take different paths, and the exact strength and power necessary to block, dodge, or run away becomes clear in my mind. It's distracting and mind-bending at first, but as the milliseconds pass and the demon's massive sword swings down toward my soul sword, swinging upward to block, fewer and fewer demons appear in my mind's eye. It's as though all possible futures are compressing, and the best options for me are becoming crystal clear while worse options fade. I'm able to see which movements I need to make to get a desired outcome within the next few milliseconds, trying to think further into the future. Spawns hundreds of thousands, then even millions of demons in my mind. As there are too many possible outcomes and variables the further I look, it distracts me from the task at hand, even bringing on a faint headache. So, I focus on one crystal clear option that leads to a desirable outcome. I smirk, twisting my body and changing the direction of my sword to follow the exact holographic foresight images in my mind. My blade scrapes against the demon's black sword, only adding to my momentum to the side while I air step aside and spin to gain enough torque to swing my blade again at the demon as it follows through with its strike. My second swing is directed at the demon's neck, but not to kill. Too many future variants show going in for the kill, ending in the demon's counterattack being too fast and powerful to block. Even activating my hexagonal defensive barrier right now would be too advanced, putting the demon on the full offensive before I can even prepare with my astral form. the only option I have that gives me something to work with is grazing its flesh and tanking the counter hit while focusing 100% of my greater form's power into defense on a single point. It happens just as I see it in my mind's eye, channeling all of my perception and attack into my blade with swordsmanship, and all of my defense into the demon's second sword swing as it pivots its body and even head toward me. Its eyes lock with mine as I make a tiny scratch on its skin and receive a monstrous blow to the chest from its blade. The impact force alone makes every bone in my body rattle, tearing through my full greater form. Blood-bonded armor, and coming within millimeters of my divine core, stats rush through my mind as I break through its energy barrier just slightly, drawing its blood and finally seeing the true extent of this demon's abilities. As I cough up blood and am sent flying back to the curved back wall of the room, I laugh out loud at the LV 39805 in bright purple text burning into my mind. It even has 3 skills: Body Double, Divine Grade, Shadow Step, Divine Grade, and Demonic Energy. Manipulation, Supreme Grade. The single ranked up buff, Noble Bloodline Transformation, is the last status information I see before its wounds are healed and its protective barrier repaired. At the same time, I slam into the back wall with overwhelming force, reminding me of the bone-breaking battle I fought with Redgrave at the bottom of this tower. My self-regeneration skill begins to heal the demonic energy wound in the hole in my armor, but before I can even pry myself off the wall, the demon disappears and reappears right in front of me, swinging its blade aiming to kill again. On the other side of the room, the exchange between Ember and the purple and black dragon proceeds much slower. The demonic beast looks down from the stairs, and back to Ember. Shall we fight? My master will kill your human in a matter of seconds. That soul bond of yours will kill you anyway. I might as well not waste the energy. Ember grins and begins taking steps closer to the dragon, shifting his form to hybrid, then into his full dragon form. The crimson underbelly scales momentarily glimmer with a faint golden glow. He speaks up while flapping his wings and flying into the air. Oh, come on, you're not even the slightest bit curious why a dragon bonded with a human? You've hit enough level thresholds to know this is not only theoretically possible but has happened before in the past. Your claim that I am stunting my potential is contradictory. I would say that bonding with a demon limits your growth if you're truly aiming for the top. The black and purple dragon's eyes widen, and its attention is actually captured for the first time at this remark, flapping its wings to lift off into the air and reply, a third-class world knowing of this history? You must have read some false ancient text. Ember's front claws become covered in a dense layer of silver threads. Oh, I assure you, these are real memories, not ancient texts. Chapter 687, the black and purple dragon pulses with murderous demonic soul energy, making the room twice as heavy as when the demon released its aura of intimidation, and its eyes lock onto Ember with genuine rage. You're an overseer. We were wrong. The divine beasts that reincarnated to this new world for their cycle were not all killed off. Ember grins, showing his sharp teeth while responding, yes. I stayed on my last world longer than expected. I wasn't able to ascend in my last life. I managed to make it to this world just in time. But, an overseer? Don't group me in with those underachievers. Ember's true core pulses, sending waves of yellow divine light all over his body. Its unique ability is being manifested for the first time, and a bright yellow fire moves up from his chest into his throat and out his mouth in a blinding display of light before the purple dragon can even process the words he just spoke. A pillar of bright yellow light, crackling with trace amounts of silver threads, hits the demonic dragon's left wing, searing right through with almost no resistance at all. There have only been a few other instances when an ability like this was used in the past, one of them being when Ember displayed his soul energy's unique properties, dissolving a mountain within a dungeon. His true core's divine flames seem to have a similar property, dissolving through the dragon's flesh like it's water dripping away. The pillar of flames hits the back wall of the room, and a wretched dragon's pain-filled roar erupts from the demonic monster. A moment of terror and realization courses through this beast as it was caught off guard, and the monster turns its head to see the edges of the hole where it was hit expand, dissolving its wing even more. It lets out a wave of dense purple and yellow divine demonic soul energy from its mouth straight at the wound non-stop, surging high up in the air away from Ember. While relentlessly attacking its own wing, this collision makes the room fill with even more heavy aura, alerting both myself and the demon that the battle between our bonded pairs has begun. The archdemon before me doesn't even change its expression as the yellow and purple energy explodes above us. It still swings its sword to kill with no hesitation. Now, with no incentive to find the demon's stats, all I have to use my foresight ability for now is to dodge and get a feel for my opponent's battle style. I swing my blade upward and jump out of the way to do exactly that. Red and purple aura collide as our swords meet, and we're both pushed back. I follow the optimal path. And we collide 5 more times, blipping all over the room's floor, circling the silver pillar in the center of the room. 2 massive dragons clash in the sky a second time. However, an ominous dark purple greater form expands out from the demonic dragon in order to block the second pillar of divine fire without losing more flesh. The circular wound in its wing hasn't been healed, but after excessive demonic soul energy regeneration, the spreading dissolving properties finally stop once it doubled in size. The activation of its greater demonic form makes the dragon over 150 meters long and creates a new heavy aura in the air. Another 7 exchanges go by between myself and the demon, circling the pillar of silver light again. I manage to get a far better feel for my foresight ability, as each dodge and block I act on leads to the next exchange, allowing me to pair up possibilities and dance around the battlefield, missing deadly blows by millimeters over and over again. Both myself and the demon know neither of us is using our full power. However, the third collision in the sky above shifts the tune of this battle from warm-up to deathmatch immediately. A wave of demonic energy collides with Ember but is completely negated once he begins to expand with a yellow aura to match the purple dragon's size. I know this has to be his astral form. The divine energy density in the room changes again as Ember doesn't stop growing once he's larger than his opponent. 2 monstrous dragon roars fill the air as the demon before my eyes multiplies, and 6 of him surround me with swords swinging my way. All of them feel extremely strong, filled to the brim with mana, demonic energy, and divine threads. However, I can tell them apart by the sword they carry. The demon swaps between its body doubles as my eyes track it, but the soul sword in its hand can't be perfectly replicated. My foresight still sees a path out, but it would result in losing a limb at the very least. I'm going to activate my astral form, but I know it will trigger the demon to unseal his bloodline on the spot, amping up this battle to its maximum intensity. I close my eyes for a fraction of a second to prepare, but at the same time, I get a barrage of new notifications from my Rising Emperor's domain coming from outside. Half a minute ago, all of the generals received notifications that they are now capable of pulling up to 2% of Link's stats. The bleak situation they were in moments ago has been flipped around once again. Raven is the first to act on this opportunity, adding an additional 50 million stats to all of her base stats, doubling the power that her true core can enhance in milliseconds, making the 4 incoming black spears far less intimidating. She grins, as the world around her feels like it's moving in slow motion. With access to 2 borrowed skills, she lets self-regeneration continue keeping her wounds at bay and pulls supreme fire summoning from the bank of usable skills that just popped up. In her interface, an overwhelming aura bursts out of her, and there is no need to run or attempt to turn invisible at all. The incoming spears are so slow in her eyes that dodging all of them is a simple task. Her entire greater battle form erupts in yellow flames, and she twists her body, sending waves of fire out from her silver swords to instantly take out 2 of the demon's body doubles. While kicking off the air again, she sends another 2 unfathomably fast and powerful waves of fire at the remaining 2. One of the doubles disappears in a poof of black smoke, but the remaining demon is hit across the chest, armor shattered, and a flaming divine energy gash rips into its chest, almost slicing through its divine core. The first-class demon coughs up blood, its eyes wide in shock, as it's sent hurtling down toward the desert floor fractions of a second after an attack it thought was going to be the deciding exchange in its favor. As Raven deactivates the fire summoning skill and focuses all of her remaining power on self-regeneration to completely heal the demonic wounds that were plaguing her body, she activates her divine stealth ability and disappears from the demon's senses. She lunges forward in silence, aiming to end its life in the next exchange. On the other side of the desert, Maria holds back 2 demonic flying daggers while a ball of dark matter comes flying toward her unguarded back. The notifications that ring in her ears prompt a surge in power that lowers the temperature of the area of the battlefield by an absurd degree. Her longsword is powered by a pulse from her core that turns the black daggers pushing against it to pure blue ice instantly, shattering to thousands of pieces in a single swing. In the same movement, she twists her ice goddess form around and collides head-on with the energy ball, creating an explosion of ice and demonic energy that shakes her very being. The vibrations travel through her blade, but her soul energy core pulses again, and the excess energy channels the explosion upward to create a massive blue and purple pillar into the sky. As her quick actions destroy the demon's attacks and save her from injuries, Abby pulls a full 2% of stats as well. She's headed straight toward the arrogant demon that believes this battle is already won. The massive explosions in its peripherals already notify it that Maria is done for. And now the injured green-haired woman is plummeting toward her doom. This is far from the truth, and it is only made known to the demon once it releases another dark energy ball at Abby, and instead of finishing her off, the attack phases right through her immortal form. The demon's eyes widen at the odd phenomenon, but it doesn't have long at all to think as Abby creates 6 massive sharpened pillars of stone the demon's way. They all collide with its chest, shattering its obsidian armor, sinking into its flesh, and sending it flying backward while Abby lands right where it was standing moments ago. She turns to her side with a smirk when she sees a bright blue blur of light flash by and follows right beside Maria to end this battle as they truly have the upper hand. Scared yells come from the demon as it hits the desert floor a few hundred meters away. How? What is this? You were still holding back? But why? A third-class world has humans stronger than me. It shouldn't be possible. Its words trail off as it jumps into the air, trying to run away from the blue and green light following it. However, a wave of royal blue ice magic catches up behind the demon, colliding with its back and instantly making it harder to move its legs and arms, slowing its speed away from the duo. Another barrage of spears comes flying toward its back, and the demon doesn't even feel the impact as its body is being frozen and all of its nerve endings are destroyed. The demon's arms and legs are shattered off, and the last thing it feels is a sharp pain in its neck as it watches its own body be destroyed by a massive blue sword and its true core shattered by a green-haired woman's daggers. This is all the second-class demon sees from a lower point of view while its head topples to the ground and shatters like glass. Then everything goes dark, blue and green streaks continue upward into the sky after their kill, and the moment both of them realize their job is done, they deactivate their power-sharing buff to allow 4% more to be used by the Flame Emperor. Simultaneously, Raven's invisible blades come back into reality, shimmering silver, to slice through the falling first-class demon's body. One blade goes straight through the open fiery wound in its chest, shattering its true core, while the other blade slices through its neck. This demon is decapitated, and its body explodes from the released pressure of its core just a few hundred meters above the ground, creating an enormous crater, leveling the desert down to its bedrock for hundreds of kilometers in all directions. Raven reappears into reality but doesn't give back her stats just yet. She swaps out the fire magic skill on her status for telepathy and stares toward the tower, zeroing in on the battle taking place and the third-class demon that is about to explode. As the strongest general outside the tower, she yells out orders through their links, appointing Lydia and Fisher as her commanders, and even giving Ari battle plans on how to best take care of this situation. A chain reaction of orders is given and followed out, as Ari does exactly as told, appointing Monk as his second commander. All 4 commanders on the battlefield appoint every single member of the Crimson Army as knights, giving the entire human race a massive boost in power that makes all of the demons fighting shiver with fear. Lydia and Fisher leave their formation at the front lines of the Crimson Army, as they aren't needed for protection anymore. They flash over to assist Ari by creating a massive mana and divine energy shield in front of him right after he releases an arrow at the monstrosity coming his way. The corrupted third-class demon is growing and shrinking in size, spewing demonic and divine energy everywhere it looks, even killing over a dozen demonic knights and even a demonic commander that is too close by. It screeches, moving in random directions, and seems as though it's lost all intelligence. The general has turned itself into a brainless demonic bomb to get its revenge by any means necessary. Ari uses the maximum power he has available to him in a single shot, zeroing in on the center of the corrupted demon's core. On impact, the violent tendrils of dark black energy cease for a fraction of a second, as instead, they pour into the crack that Ari managed to make in its divine core. Before anyone can blink, the detonation of this angered demon kills another 24 of the demonic knights and 3 demonic commanders nearby. It decimates the desert for over 20 kilometers in all directions. The only thing protecting the Crimson Army, the Saint, and even the demonic troops fighting the humans is the unbreakable barrier that Fisher and Lydia created using their enhanced orange cores with trace amounts of yellow threads. The shock of this blast and massive increase in power from a majority of the troops on the battlefield now using the Rising Emperor's stats has put the demonic army into chaos. One of their generals just killed itself. The Saint clashes with the only remaining general left. Holding it off using a massive white pure chi form powered by a high-level yellow core, Ari turns his attention to this last general, pulling back an arrow while Fisher and Lydia unsummon their defensive wall. The 36 elite troops in the Crimson Army all go on a rampage, borrowing Supreme Fire Summoning as the most destructive skill at their fingertips. The result of this boost in stats and morale is horrendous for the demonic forces. The Red Core demons needed to be handled by multiple army members before, and they were constantly being saved by Ari in the background. Now, each of the elemental elites with over 1 million base stats in each attribute slices through the demonic knights with ease, burning them to ash. killing with no remorse and even challenging some of the Orange Cord demonic commanders that scramble to give orders to their knights. Monk and the 2 Orange Cord followers of the Saint join in, targeting the few demonic commanders that remain. From outnumbering the Crimson Army 8-1 moments ago, the demonic forces are cut in half in seconds, and it looks like their full extermination is near. This all-out slaughter allows Ari to focus on aiming for the perfect shot, pulling back his greater forms bow many kilometers away with Luna's eyes guiding his shot. The Saint also assists in moving the last remaining general into the perfect position, and Ari releases his black arrow to soar over the battlefield. Fisher and Lydia speed through the masses, slashing through the final remaining demonic commanders with ease while traveling beneath Ari's shot. They yell out right before its collision with the general, "Brace for another impact, this is it." Putting up massive mana and divine energy defenses while the Saint jumps backward and the final arrow pierces the general's divine core. A massive blast of purple, black, and yellow energy makes a 7-kilometer wide crater in the desert floor again as this general is killed. The entire Crimson Army takes this sound and vibration through the desert floor as a final war horn to tear through the remaining enemy troops, not leaving a single demonic knight behind. Just seconds later, the entire desert below the Silver Dome goes quiet. Every single demon under the Vermilion Lord's control has been killed by the humans under the Flame Emperor's command. The last remaining 4% of stats is relinquished by Raven, Ari, and their underlings, as their job is done, and this power is needed much more elsewhere. All of the general's spectator feeds are cut off as well, and the 51,972,081 pairs of eyes from the growing links of loyalty around the world look at one remaining live feed. It shows me pulling an additional 8% of stats while activating my astral form. Chapter 688. Hundreds of millions of additional stats rush into my system as I make full use of the 40% of borrowed power accessible to me. And simultaneously my astral form pulses outward, the future possibilities using my foresight skill shift, and far more options that don't end in my demise or losing limbs become crystal clear. While I grow in size, I shift my body and swing my soul sword to release a crescent of red fiery soul matter that flies in a circle, slicing through 5 of the demonic body doubles coming my way. They are destroyed, leaving only the demon's main body for the final collision. Its black soul sword blocks mine, pulsing with purple energy, holding us at a standstill momentarily. However, as my astral form continues to expand, becoming reinforced by more and more divine power, the demon loses its upper hand in strength. Its blade is pushed aside, allowing a direct hit across its chest. A deep red and yellow gash tears through its armor, and the force of the blow sends it flying across the room, tens of kilometers away. Power surges through me as I lunge forward to follow the demon, expanding in size past 100 meters tall, feeling as though there is an endless pool of power to pull from. With the ceiling towering high into the sky, unlike the first trial, I feel as though I'll get to use the full extent of this astral form's power. The Vermilion family's demon coughs up dark blood as it's overpowered, but there is no fear on the monster's face, even with the total extermination of its entire army outside the tower seconds ago. Pure confidence and superiority are the only emotions I feel from the demon as it grins and closes its eyes. Less than half a kilometer away from the far wall of the room, its glowing white eyes open to release an aura that makes my skin feel like pins and needles are poking me all over. Absurd amounts of demonic soul energy tethered with divine threads pour out from its core, covering its body and completely healing the fiery wound on its chest and armor. Its momentum backward halts instantly, and it floats in the air, growing in size at the same rate as me, filling the air with murderous intent while the 2 dragons above clash for the 4th time. Ember's form has grown to over 400 meters long, dwarfing the purple and black dragon's greater form. However, the moment this noble demon's bloodline began to unseal, the same sharp insidious pressure awakened within the dragon, and its form starts to grow again, reaching for a second peak similar to my own overlapping energy forms. The demon kicks itself off the air while both its body and greater demonic form grow. The shimmering red horns expand from its forehead, and a 3rd crimson horn grows from the center. Huge muscle mass grows from its body, and the blood-bonded obsidian armor around it expands with the monster's growth. In fractions of a second, the 10-meter-tall demon grows its true body to over 40 meters tall, and the demonic energy form around it breaches 200 meters almost instantly upon unsealing its bloodline. This pulse of energy collides with my own expanding yellow and red aura, and we both continue to grow in size, continuously pulsing with power. It speaks up, laughing out loud for the first time while projecting its voice throughout the entire tower. You, a human, have an astral form? It is a well-known fact that these abilities do not manifest in worlds below first class. Are you an outsider, come to claim this world for a human settlement closer to the source? I hear its words, but am far more concentrated on unleashing my full power to combat what happens next. In addition to this, my perception and understanding of the matter around me skyrocket, and I see into the demon's body. Taking a good look at its cores, there is a massive yellow divine true core glowing in its center, and rotating around it, I see 3 dark black orbs filled with an even mix of demonic energy and chi. They vary in size, and from small to large their status readings in bright purple text read, Greater Demon's Core, Archdemon's Core, Ascended Demon's Core. Even looking deep into the bodies of all the demons outside the tower before this battle, none of them had more than 1 core. On top of that, I've never seen an Ascended Core. I always assumed the next rank was just a lord. While these questions race through my mind, I'm more focused on the fact that my astral form is surpassing its former limits. Breaching 300 meters in height, there is still more room to grow, but the vermilion demon lunges my way, its greater form growing to become a similar size. Gravity bends space itself around the edges of our bodies and blades as I, too, jump forward and clash sword to sword. The entire room fills with scorching divine astral flames and insidious dark purple energy that pours out from its 3 cores. If not for the divine energy and chi holding this mana and demonic energy together, if our basic power were to clash, a destructive explosion of golden sparks would fill this tower and destroy us all. Thankfully, this isn't the case, and as we collide with equal force, the demon yells out again. Come on. Answer me. I am at the top of my class in the noble bloodlines. No mere human from a world like this could ever dream to even withstand the pressure of my final form. Its excitement and bloodlust pour out, as for the first time since touching down on this world, the demon feels as though there is a real worthy challenger. Beckman's words of how he believed even he had a chance against this demon now sound like a child's fantasy, as there is no way he ever took into account the absurd amount of power coming out from this unsealed demonic form right now. Being in contact, soul weapon to soul weapon, allows me to feel that this demon is nowhere near unleashing its full power either. We both bounce back from our clash, and my foresight ability shows thousands of massive demonic forms growing and launching attacks in the future. Fractions of a second later, we clash again, and everything plays out just as I see it. Sword strikes collide with so much force and gravity waves radiating off them that if this tower wasn't here, I'm certain we would split this world in 2. It creates more body doubles as distractions, but they pale in comparison to the demon's true form. I'm able to easily distinguish which is which, and a single crescent of my soul sword's red fire is enough to send flying around the room to kill its doubles with ease, once all 5 are destroyed each time. The crescent of astral soul flames explodes into thousands of droplets of fire and reconnect with my blade. The massive tower that seemed to have endless room inside it now begins to feel cramped as our auras spread out, and both of our energy bodies surpass 500 meters. At this point, it stops using its doubles and focuses its full power into its soul sword for maximum damage and power. We circle the silver pillar in the center of the battlefield, sharing over a dozen clashes, and the 2 dragons above us grow in size as well, both surpassing a full kilometer from nose to tail, as Ember releases another wave of bright yellow flames, and the demonic dragon releases a beam of purple energy from its mouth. Their energy blasts collide while 2 murderous, reality-bending dragons' roars echo through the tower. The demon yells out while raising its sword again, "Tell me your name." I want to use your story as a reminder that even the weakest race can raise strong warriors. A human clashing with a noble demon with a fully saturated true core? They won't believe me once I tell them in the upper realm. The demon lets out a laugh, as its energy body surpasses 600 meters tall, and at the base of its soul sword, a massive black and purple eye opens up to release another aura that nearly doubles its power in an instant. I yell back while lunging forward, "Call me Jay, the Flame Emperor." Though, maybe you should tell me yours. I'll remember it as the final fight I had on my home world. The demon lets out a deep laugh as its shimmering purple blade collides with my massive red astral soul sword, and another devastating gravity pressure ripples through the tower. This time, however, even standing at over 650 meters tall myself, I'm overpowered. Its soul weapon is too strong. Every single possible future timeline I see with my foresight ends in that purple eye tracking my every movement and my soul sword being overpowered. It was still holding back. Is all I think while choosing the path with the least downsides. I twist my body and don't fully block this last incoming strike. Doing so would result in a sword lock that I would not be able to free myself from without a severe wound in my astral form cracking all over, just like it did when I blocked that final sword from the first trial. Instead, I conserve my power, redirecting a large portion of the energy from its attack, and compromise by allowing some of the demonic energy to hit me head-on while pushing myself backward to negate its full force. The demon's victory yell echoes through the tower as a deep Demonic wound opens up across my side, it hurts, and can't be healed with a simple self-regeneration on the spot, but this is far better than the alternatives. The demon takes advantage of this moment to follow up with a counter. Yelling while all three of its demonic cores and the purple eye on its sword pulse in unison, "I am Drake over million. For such an incredible display, I shall award you by letting you know my name as you die." He swings his blade with even greater force than his last strike, matching my height at 700 meters now. However, I push off the back wall, activating my hexagonal defensive array in front of my sword as I counter. As we collide again, the demon's incoming strike is slowed by the massive shield of dense divine energy. While it does shatter and the purple-eyed sword breaks through, the fractions of a second delay add up, and I'm able to dodge just in time. The explosion of power that follows blows both of us to opposite sides of the room. And I have a moment to breathe and explore my options. I can feel my astral form's growth beginning to slow down as the air density in this room is finally starting to fill, and even the full power of my true core is reaching its limit. The three-horned demon, grinning ear to ear at the other side of the room, still feels like he's pulling from endless power, and it seems that soon our power gap will deviate far too much to hold off with my foresight in astral form alone. Just as I prepare for another clash, my foresight shows countless gruesome scenes, and reality catches up very quickly as the demon's immense 800-meter-tall greater form disappears and reappears right in front of me using its divine shadow step technique. I block as best I can, positioning my body for the least amount of damage possible, but I receive another dark demonic slash through my greater form, twice as large as the last one. It sends me flying, and portions of my astral form waver and fracture as I receive a devastating blow, simultaneously reaching its full-size potential. It reappears in front of me again in an instant, traveling faster than even my foresight can predict as its strength continues to grow while mine has stalled. Another deep slash across my chest cracks my astral form even more, sending me flying to the back of the room. Above us, the demonic dragon from nose to tail grows to almost 2 kilometers long. While Ember stalls out just shy of 1,500 meters, instead of evaporating each of its demonic attacks and forcing the purple dragon to dodge and be on the defensive, now, they are nearly equal in strength, and the demonic dragon is still growing. Before this battle began, Rodrigo and Bree used teleport crystals to leave central headquarters to avoid the incoming Divine Court Scouts. When they return to the Apex region, they call every single association branch within the 8 great regions to get more access to long-range transmission devices to spread the word to smaller, isolated nations all over the globe. They discovered that while they were away notifying Central, many independent parties had created their own networks of association hunters that shared links of loyalty and felt it was their duty to do exactly the same. Before this final battle began, there were 20 million links within the Dark Continent and 8 great regions, 25 million in the central cities, and over 5 million scattered across the world in nations that didn't even know of these foreign countries until today. However, with word spreading that the battle around the tower has been won and the final fight to save the world is underway, new links surge upward even faster. During this fight, the links have surpassed 70 million, with a large number of these new links coming from the foreign nations. Before the system connected to this world, the human population peaked at nearly 9 billion. This was 80 years ago, after the initial surges and breaks in the first few years, when humans had not yet leveled up and were unable to defend themselves. The population was massacred and fell below 3 billion. Over the next 30 years, as the world adapted to these changes and hardships, focusing solely on survival and protection of the well-populated cities, humanity's monster hunter strength grew. However, despite the average hunter growing stronger, far less families settled down in this stressful time. The population dwindled again, down to just over 1 billion. When the first noble demon arrived 50 years ago, a great war was staged, and a silent agreement between the world's leaders was made. Since then, the population has remained stagnant, and the common people have enjoyed the luxury of not having to awaken their systems to survive daily life. Large amounts of the population are below 18 years old and unable to awaken their systems just yet. And others choose to stay unawakened, hanging on to the remnants of the old world. The total amount of potential links of loyalty connected to the system on this planet is just over 500 million. I can sense this, easily able to see every single person in the world with my advanced perception. My power is growing at millions of links per second now, but as the demon shadow steps my way to land a fourth slash, I realize I'll need to find another source of power. It sends me flying across the room again, and I'm certain that even gaining every single link of loyalty in this world isn't going to make up for this growing gap. Ember is hit in the side by the first wave of pure demonic energy from the dragon above, and his astral form takes damage, leaving a dark stain just like the slashes across mine. the demon's voice rings through the tower as 73,401,995 pairs of eyes stare through mine. It was a valiant effort. If this is truly your home world, then you have made your race proud. This may be the strongest human planet in the entire system. It has been an honor fighting you, Flame Emperor. I will remember you well when I ascend. Its noble demonic voice spreads throughout the entire world as its soul sword glows bright purple. The demon is far larger than me now, surpassing a full kilometer in height. If this next slash hits me, my astral form is going to shatter. The demon disappears into the shadows. And I reach into my storage to grab a small compact green divine orb that I received as a prize on the first floor of this tower. Chapter 689. The instant the green divine orb hits the open air, the compact threads within continue their violent unraveling. With the demon nowhere to be seen, shadow stepping my way in the darkness, I don't waste any time and swallow the strange prize from the first floor. The Vermilion family demon materializes in a black and purple mist, towering over me as he swings his blade. All possible paths I can take using my foresight skill show the next few milliseconds ending in the fall of the human world. I still attempt to block and twist out of the way, but the moment my soul sword clashes with his, I feel myself being overpowered by an astounding degree. A dangerous pulse comes from my chest. Instead of the green orb unraveling in the open air, it's been swallowed, now sitting at the center of my chest, unraveling inside me. An absurd amount of pressure squeezes my core, like I'm having a heart attack, but at the same time, sharp energy explodes throughout my arms, legs, and even shoots into my brain. It's both the most pleasurable and most painful feeling I've ever experienced. It feels like the times I tried to absorb green threads in the past, eating the divine fruits, and absorbing the green serpent's aura, but as if I'm doing thousands at once. It's impossible to tell how much divine energy was in that orb. Now, as it tears my real body to shreds but simultaneously empowers my astral form, I let out a blood-curdling scream and swing my blade back at the demon. From the center of my astral form, an eruption of green light spreads outward like dye dropped into pure water. My strength skyrockets as my astral form expands, instantly matching the demon's height at just over 1,100 meters tall. His strike, meant to kill me, is instantly negated, and the demon is hit across the chest with a fiery green slash, blown back to the opposite side of the room, just because I've managed to fend off this strike doesn't mean the battle is won. As the green light in my core continues to expand, not even my astral form is large enough to contain it. My physical body is being torn away faster than I can heal it. And the small green orb keeps unraveling more and more, with a seemingly endless amount of divine threads. The pleasure I felt at the start of this process is quickly overwhelmed by far more pain and a sharp ringing in my ears. Cracks in my astral form explode outward with dense waves of green divine threads, and I continue growing in size, struggling to stay upright and conscious. All I hear over the ringing is the demon yelling in a rage-filled tone. Disgusting. That much green divine energy in a true core that isn't fully saturated will only lead to your demise. It takes years to assimilate with the throne. You have taken the coward's way out. This is all I hear through his laughter as my divine core struggles to process all the green threads being forced through it. Large portions of the threads aren't even processed and are just shot out into the atmosphere. But enough stay within my core to change its tint from bright yellow to pale green. I feel my links of loyalty skyrocket, breaching 80 million after this stunt. Through the pain, ringing, and hazy mind, I rely on my foresight ability to guide my next movements. More cracks in my astral form break open as it grows, but I need to take advantage of this strength while it's at my fingertips. Lunging forward, I clash with the demon again, bouncing off his sword and countering to leave another green fiery slash across his flesh, sending him flying to the back of the room. He tanks the hit, growing in size with me, holding his blade with both hands. Letting out a yell, he jumps back toward me, still holding on. You know what? Maybe this is the proper way to go out. I commend you for giving everything you had until the very end. The eye on his purple blade pulses, and a bright demonic aura makes his soul sword grow in size, matching the 1,500 meters in height his wielder now stands at. The demon's roar surrounds his entire body with strange demonic soul energy, and he swings his blade forward to collide with my red blade, now tethered with green divine threads. The gravity wave of this demon's fully unsealed form, and my chaotic green astral soul sword, make all other moves we've thrown so far in this battle pale in comparison. We're on equal footing again, but the green orb in my chest is far from finished. My mind is shutting down, and the small percentage of flesh left on my physical body is hanging on using divine energy tethered self-regeneration to stay in the physical world deep within my astral form. All I can do is rely on my instincts and fight back, because the world depends on it. Above us, as my links surpass 85 million, Two dragons continue to spew energy waves at each other, while a wave of green divine threads rises up from below. Ember thinks to himself, it was a necessary move. However, I cannot do the same. I believe you will attempt to save your physical body, so I will follow suit and save that item for when this life's body can handle it. The demonic dragon sends another wave of dark matter at Ember, and with less size and speed, it is impossible to dodge. He takes another injury to his astral form, leaving a second massive black stain. The demonic dragon laughs and taunts Ember, your human has chosen to blow himself up. Even if you use your sealed power, it is over. We have won. Good luck on the next planet that connects to the system. Ember smirks, unsealing a far larger portion of the silver threads locked within his immortal core. Before, just a thin layer around his claws was enough to complete all the trials and fend off his enemies. Ever since his true core awakened, using this small amount of power has been enough to wield continuously without needing to rest from fatigue. The golden threads could end this battle in an instant, but using a large amount in combat of this magnitude would do far more damage than the last time he used just a small amount as a sonar in Celia's construct. As silver light erupts from the center of Ember's astral form, he yells back at the dragon, who believes it has claimed its first world, don't underestimate that human. A little green divine energy won't be enough to kill him. Honestly, I doubt it'll even leave a scratch on his physical body once we're done here. Ember's entire astral form starts to shimmer silver, as the density of divine threads shifts. Almost a full tenth of the energy making up this yellow dragon in the sky is filled with a weakened form of the energy this very tower is made of. His speed skyrockets, and in the blink of an eye, deep silver claw marks open up in the demonic dragon's underbelly, sending it flying upward with a screech filled with fear and unease. Ember releases a strong wave of disintegrating flames from his mouth, filled with yellow and silver threads, following his prey upward as the wave of green threads from below fills the tower. Links of loyalty surge past 100 million as my mind completely shuts off. I rely solely on my foresight ability and battle instincts, while my conscious mind focuses on withstanding the horrible ringing in my ears and maintaining even a single drop of blood in my physical body to avoid losing touch with this world. Clashes of gravity waves that could destroy worlds twice the size of ours continuously echo through the tower. Tens of clashes go by on equal footing, but the green threads from the green orb I consume just keep making me grow larger and larger. More and more of my astral form cracks away, allowing plumes of green energy to pour out. However, my true core transforms from a pale random mixture of yellow and green, to a much brighter green outer layer and a yellow center settling into its natural state. I surpass 2 kilometers in height, and a single sword strike that overpowers the demon snaps my conscious mind back into reality. This is not only because I've landed a third hit, one so powerful into the demon's stomach that it hesitates to attack for a moment, but the best thing about this exchange is that I feel the green energy expanding within me begin to slow. The violet orb loses its spherical form, and moments later, the source of all this energy finally stops producing more. I can finally breathe, with my conscious mind aware. As if I've just opened my eyes, I lunge forward and strike the hesitating demon with ruthless speed in the exact same spot. My green flaming sword shoves all the way through the massive demonic form, and it coughs up blood, its eyes wide. How? You've fully absorbed this many green threads in mere seconds. It tries to counter, but I throw the demon to the side. Deep within my astral form, from the small drops of blood and bits of flesh remaining of my real body, I begin to regenerate my body. It's still extremely painful, as the green threads coursing through me are still tearing the newly grown flesh to bits the moment it returns to reality. However, there is no new energy attacking me at the source. My true core has processed all of the pure green threads available to it. Now my body is just dealing with the aftermath. The excess threads that I can't even use are seeping out of my astral form. Even the cracks all over me start to heal now that I don't have to use every spare bit of power merely to stay alive. My true core is still yellow, but in an instant, it's pushed over halfway to breaking through to green. Now I can take advantage of this power that is all mine. I laugh and swing my blade across my body with unfathomable speed and fluidity, colliding with the demon's purple sword and deflecting it aside to land another hit across his torso. I immediately counter again, leaving an additional gash in his leg. We're both blown back from the force. In this moment, the demon sees my green and yellow astral form completely heal. You're a monster, you can't be a human. Even a noble class world can't produce talent like this. How? I don't waste any time, sending another flurry of attacks his way, leaving 3 fiery green wounds on his side, back, and left arm. My gaze is focused, my mind is clear, and my physical body has completely reformed, now adapted to the constant stream of green threads ravaging through it. The mutation that started within that divine construct has just been pushed to a whole new level. I'm not giving up on the physical world. We circle the small pillar in the center of the room as my links of loyalty surge higher and higher, surpassing 120 million, then even 130 million. Each surge adds to my base stats, which are further elevated by the green threads coursing through my veins, widening the power gap between us with every second that passes. The demon is fully on the defensive, and the entire world watches as I leave countless near-death fiery slashes all over his dark demonic form. I yell for the world to hear, as every nation, day or night, watches and feels the magnificent battle that will decide the fate of the world. Without every single one of you, this wouldn't have been possible. I, the Flame Emperor, have vowed to protect humanity. I will not let you down for as long as I live. The demon's unwavering confidence and noble presence shatter in his mind as he hears these words. Simultaneously, a massive flash of silver light erupts tens of kilometers above us, his demonic dragon's pain-filled roar, and the massive green astral soul sword coming its way, do not seem real. This result was an impossibility, raised on a noble class world, brought to the demonic realm as a chosen general to serve the Vermilion family and become one of its lords in the upper realms for hundreds of years. It was always a well-known fact that no monster could ever rival a demon of this caliber in pure strength alone. Especially not a human of a third-class world. This was supposed to be a simple stepping stone to a long life of nobility and luxury. Now, he watches two halves of his soul-bonded demonic dragon fall from the sky, covered in claw marks and silver wounds. The last thing he feels is a 2-kilometer-long fiery soul sword slicing through his head and shattering his divine core. The explosion of demonic matter and the threads of his true core surge through the tower, filling it with thick, hot, and violet light. My yell as I throw this final strike is paired with over 140 million gasps and cheers all over the globe. Before I can even see again, notifications echo through my inner ear. I realize I really did it. I won. Level up, XDthere 96, use absorption, skill, body double, upgrade, divine grade, yes, no, use absorption, skill, demonic energy manipulation, upgrade, supreme grade, yes, no, use absorption, skill, shadow step, divine grade, yes, no, use absorption, MCP. 189,299,458,901,262,190, yes, no, use absorption, stat, strength, points, 144,230, yes, no, use absorption, buff, noble bloodline transformation, yes, no, my level reaches 25,102, but I have far more than just the stat upgrades on my mind. I accept them all and try to look upward to see Ember, as it seems he has finished his fight with a victory as well, but my vision is filled with black, purple, yellow, and green energy. The pure yellow threads that pour into my divine core strengthen my astral form even further, unintentionally growing me a few hundred meters taller. There is so much divine energy pouring into my body that it is taking far longer than usual. Simultaneously, an odd phenomenon occurs. As I feel the true core ability I gained from defeating Beckman's Black Horse activate, it's unclear exactly what it's doing, but it feels like it's absorbing far more than just pure divine threads, like my absorption skill. I ponder this phenomenon while, in the same instance, I feel my astral soul sword hunger for the falling purple blade with an eye on its handle. Before the demon's entire body or greater form's excess energy completely falls, I push my blade closer. It turns the purple sword to glowing liquid and consumes it whole with ravenous hunger. The Divine Emperor's soul sword evolution attribute has reached LV2. The blade pulses red, then shifts to its black dormant state the moment it senses there are no more enemies and no more powerful soul weapons to consume. As Ember flies downward from the ceiling, deactivating his astral form, I set my sights on the large black ascended demon's core in the center of the falling demonic remains. Post Chapter Status Update. Current links of loyalty 146,921,008. Additional base stats added. Extreme Speed, Mythic Grade, Combat Magic, Superior Water Summoning, Screech, Mythic Grade, Phantom Step, Mythic Grade, Flare, Mythic Grade, Confusion, Mythic Grade, Blast, Mythic Grade, Bind, Legendary Grade, Bloodweaver, Legendary Grade, Poison Mist, Mythic Grade, Iron Fist, Mythic Grade, Extreme Stamina, Mythic Grade, Combat Magic, Superior Lightning Summoning, Combat Magic, Superior Dark Summoning, Blink, Mythic Grade, Cocoon, Mythic Grade, Imbuement, Mythic Grade, Barrier. Creation, Mythic Grade, Flight, Mythic Grade, Area Buff, Mythic Grade, Mind Palace, Mythic Grade, Astral Spears, Mythic Grade, Flash Step, Mythic Grade, Call of the Void, Mythic Grade. Crystal Creation, Mythic Grade, Heavy Hand, Mythic Grade, Combat Magic, Superior Light Summoning, Spirit Anchor, Mythic Grade, Echo, Mythic Grade, Metal Creation, Mythic Grade, Final Strike, Mythic Grade, Dark Mist, Mythic Grade, Enrage, Mythic Grade, Foresight, Divine Grade, Shadow Step, Divine Grade, Items Equipped, 20 slots available post 3rd rank up, currently items 14/20ths equipped, Platinum Ring of Visual Manipulation, Blood Bonded, 1992% Mental Strength, 1607% Speed, 1554%. Agility, 1435% Strength, 1401% Defense, 750% Perception. Illusion Attribute, the Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, Blood Bonded, 2394% Defense, 2288% Strength, 2030% Mental Strength, 1899% Agility, 1624% Speed. Hardening Attribute. Enchanted Boots of Extreme Speed, Blood Bonded, 2782% Speed, 2707% Agility, 2568% Strength, 2500% Mental Strength, 2202% Defense. Wind Attribute, Enchanted Ice Serpent's Pendant, Blood Bonded, 2444% Agility, 2219% Speed, 2218% Strength, 2087% Mental Strength, 1908% Magic Resistance, 1901% Ice Magic Resistance, 1867% Defense. Ice Attribute, Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, Blood Bonded, 2101% Mental Strength, 1879% Speed, 1755% Agility, 1546% Defense, 1520% Strength. Berserker King's Armor Set, Blood Bonded, 3443% Defense, 3005% Strength, 2782% Mental Strength, 2546% Agility, 2430% Speed. Hardening Attribute, Earth Attribute, Cloak of Total Darkness, 3726% Mental Strength, 3520% Agility, 3199% Speed, 500% Perception. Blood Bonded, Hidden Passive Ability, Concealment Attribute, Dark Attribute. Enchanted Lightweight Gauntlets, Blood Bonded, 2430% Defense, 2412% Strength, 2310% Mental Strength, 2045% Agility, 1958% Speed. Hardening Attribute, Earth Attribute, Fire Attribute, Storm King's Dagger Set, Blood Bonded, 2980% Speed, 2566% Mental Strength, 2192% Agility, 2005% Strength, 1985% Defense. Lightning Attribute, Wind Attribute, Greater Demon's Core, 50% All Stats, Archdemon's Core, 100% All Stats, Ascended Demon's Core, 1000% All Stats, Celia's Purple Core, Living. Ring Artifact, Divine Limiter, Hidden Ability, Divine Emperor's Soul Sword, Soul Bonded. Evolution Attribute, LV2, Fire Affinity, Dark Affinity, Demonic Affinity, 7239% Strength, 7110% Mental Strength, 6942% Speed, 6560% Agility, 6239% Defense. Empty slot, empty slot, empty slot, empty slot, empty slot, empty slot. Skill buffs, Berserker, 250% Strength Mental Strength, Bloodlust, 250% Speed Agility Mental Strength, 100% Perception, Extreme Strength, 250% Strength, Extreme Speed, 250% Speed. Final Breath, 400% All Stats. Exact percent will vary, conditions circumstances apply. Permanent buffs, Rising Emperor's Domain, Hidden Ability, Passive, Rising Emperor's Greater Form, Hidden Ability, Active, Master of Illusion, Hidden Ability, Divine Elemental's Astral Form, Noble Bloodline Transformation. Stat increases shown do not account for Greater Form, Astral Form, Noble Bloodline, Chi, Demonic Energy. Mana Control, or Divine Core Power increases, Chapter 690, Ascended Demon's Core, 1000% All Stats, is what my appraisal skill shows hovering over the largest black orb. My curiosity grows at the sight of this, as pretty much all of the gear I'm wearing far surpasses this buff. However, a Greater and Archdemon's Core both fall with it, surrounded by shattered blood-bonded gear from the demon that surpassed 5000% buffs. There must be a reason that it had all three. It definitely wasn't for the stat increases. I follow the falling gear downward by deactivating my astral form, from a staggering 2600 meters in height. The pure mana and divine energy form compacts and shrinks back down into my greater form. then back into nothing more than my physical body. Green and yellow threads spin in my core, and they fight for dominance inside my body, causing violent microscopic tears all over my flesh every second. My entire being feels hot and unnatural, but I can tell that if I let up on regenerating for even a second, the energy inside will tear away every bit of physical matter holding on. It's a very odd sensation. As every second I continue to hold on, my true core attempts to adapt to the changes taking place. My divine absorption ability continues to morph my genes, making it slightly easier to stay standing with these many green threads ravaging through me. This doesn't stop me from reaching forward and touching the ascended demon's core. Watching it fall into my open palm, the moment it disappears, a third core appears inside my chest. There are 5 cores in total, 1 soul energy core with chi and mana, 1 dense divine core with green and yellow threads, and now 3 demon cores of varying sizes. None of them have any active demonic energy inside. I feel the instant stat buff add to my status, but nothing extra or special happens. I look around while opening up my storage to let the 2 smaller cores fall inside as well as the 3 crimson horns that remain from the noble demon's true form. Other than that, all of its flesh and blood bonded armor was burned away by my flames the moment it died. I take a deep breath, feeling my links of loyalty continue to surge upward, and take in the silence of the aftermath of the battle. At the same time, the absorption of all of the demon's true core's threads finally finishes. There is even some yellow energy left over that I cannot fully absorb. Its words at the start of our battle, claiming that I don't even have a saturated true core, make sense to me. I can feel there is a soft limit to the amount of yellow threads I'm able to gather. My core doesn't want to take in anymore. It is far more eager to process even the ambient green divine threads that float in the atmosphere around me. Paired with this feeling, another odd sensation washes over me. As now I can fully understand what Beckman's horse with the Mind Devourer buff had as a true core ability, memories come rushing into my mind like a tidal wave. I gasp for air as my vision goes black and I lose touch with my links of loyalty in the outside world while my mind is swept away to look through the eyes of this demon's past. I view its earliest memory, being born as a fledgling demon in a sea of darkness. It's as if the memories are my own. I can feel the high density of demonic energy in the air, and it's like nothing I've ever felt before. Almost like it's swimming in an ocean of pure power to absorb at its fingertips. The first few days of its life, it did exactly that, wandering around in the darkness with no knowledge at all of what it was or why it was brought into existence. The only thing it knew was that it felt good to become stronger, so it absorbed the thick plumes of demonic energy all around it and wandered aimlessly while growing its fledgling body. However, on a noble grade world with so much energy to consume, there are plenty of other beings that seek to grow stronger than the rest. Its only ability was a shadow movement technique that masked its presence from danger, as well as the innate knowledge of how to absorb and manipulate demonic energy. This not only allowed it to hide from demonic beasts and other ravenous demons far stronger than itself, but also gave it the power to lurk in the shadows and become a silent killer, only attacking those it was sure to defeat. Colossal beasts lurk in the depths of this noble-grade demonic realm, shaping its worldview. To survive, it must become unfathomably strong. Years pass, and this demon never makes a wrong move, killing anything weaker than itself with ease and never challenging a monster out of its league. The darkness is where it hides, and anything that moves is danger, never seeing the light of day. This is what life is, and harnessing the darkness is all it knows. That is, until one day when red, orange, and yellow beings lit up the darkness and slaughtered mountain-sized demonic beasts with ease. Whatever these colorful beings were, the demon knew they were strong, and it knew it for sure when one of them appeared before it, pointing a long sword at the young demon's neck and exuding an ominous pressure that made it want to fall to its knees. However, it didn't submit despite the overwhelming strength gap. It tried to fight back and survive by any means necessary, but it was impossible to run. The yellow figure that looked very similar to it blipped in front of it everywhere it ran, repeating the same words over and over. You have been chosen. All over the small noble-grade demonic world, knights, commanders, and generals from the Vermilion family seek out fledgling demons that have made it through the incubation process on a world owned by the collective 5 great families. This demon and 34 others were chosen and brought back to the demonic realm. Memories rush through my mind of the vast world filled with demons, demonic beasts, civilizations, and most awe-inspiring, the 5 massive black towers that resemble the throne here on the human world. 40 years of demonic combat training go by, teaching these new recruits how to awaken their bloodlines, and many missions to far regions in the demonic realm are ordered by the current generals in charge. Even outings to other worlds are required to build knowledge and experience. Other new groupings of first and second class demons are brought to this realm as well, but their training is done separately, as everyone knows that the hierarchy must be followed and those above are worth far more than those below. The demonic realm itself is only a third-class world, as the energy density is extremely spread thin from its massive size. However, it is such a vast land that it is a perfect base for the demons, with room to bring resources from other worlds and expand. Even third-class commoner natives from this planet have the ability to give offerings to the 5 great families and join their ranks if they train hard enough and show their loyalty. However, while possible, commoners usually don't move up the ranks past the demonic knight or commander positions. No commoner has ever been permitted to compress their true core and be granted a chance to become a lord. Only those already within the ranks know that the families like control and would rather raise their underlings from birth as mindless killers with morals and ideals guided by their lord. All of this training is done for the purpose of getting ready for labyrinth contracts. It is the final test and vetting process before these recruits are accepted into the Vermilion family's ranks. It is known that the other families have their own processes, but it is very secretive, and only the lords of each family in a place called the Upper Realm ever discuss business between them. For those in this lower realm, the only necessary work that must be done is becoming strong and following the orders of those who are stronger. The vetting process usually takes decades, sometimes centuries. This batch of 34 noble demons has already been trimmed down to less than 10 before the final test even started. Many died fighting demonic beasts far above their levels in the outer regions of this realm or on other worlds, while others died in death matches between demons to settle disputes. More groupings from incubation worlds are brought back to the demonic realm every few years, so losing many fighters is not a problem. Only the strong are meant to survive. I watch more memories flash by of this demon being sent off to a foreign world, creating a contract with a dragon, and defending a labyrinth for over 130 years. It is granted the body double skill for accepting the labyrinth contract, and set out on its journey to rise the ranks from a greater demon to an archdemon, to an ascended. It managed to fend off every challenger that made it to the top floor, even some with levels 3 times higher than its own, in solitude on the top floor of the labyrinth. As the beings of the world continued to bring pure mana into this construct, the demon and the dragon sparred, talked, and became stronger every day. It didn't only rank the labyrinth up once, but twice, passing the noble bloodline test in order for the Vermilion family to accept it into their ranks. The demon accepts red divine energy in exchange for the farmed mana of this world, as a prize for being the first in its class of noble demons to return. Another 110 years pass as the demon rises from a knight to a commander to a general in the Vermilion family. It trains in the demonic realm, partakes in demonic beast extermination on incubation worlds, and even brings back new groups of demons to begin their training the same way it did. Everything changes the day Draco Vermilion finally compresses his true core and is granted permission to speak with the Green Cord Lord. It gives him a mission to plant an artifact on a small third-class world filled with humans extremely far from the source. Images continue rushing through my mind faster and faster. I see this demon's agreement with the Big Three. Its 50-year wait inside a special demonic cultivation chamber to fully saturate its true core, then bonding with 2 more demon cores in preparation to become a lord. And finally its last battle against me, the Flame Emperor. No real time at all has passed when I see the room around me again, and all of my links of loyalty reconnect to my vision. Ember floats down from the ceiling, transforming back into his human form. However, I just experienced over 3 centuries of memories in crystal clear quality. Some of the finer details are lost, and others are still sinking in, trapped in my subconscious and needing a nudge. But the passage of time feels quite real. These were in far greater quality than the little light show of the past Celia once gave me inside her construct. It's apparent that I'm in a bit of shock as Ember touches down on the floor beside me. But from his tone, it sounds like he just thinks I'm still recovering from the fight. Congrats, you just killed a noble demon. He grins and takes a step closer. Oh yeah, and saved the entire human world, as he lets out a chuckle and I'm still wide-eyed coming back to reality. A familiar ancient voice rings in my ears while I see silver text fill my vision. Round 2 of 2 shall commence. Round 2 of 2 title, Soul Stairs, objective, climb to the top, and assimilate with the throne. There's a shift in the air, and the entire silver pillar in the center of the room vibrates. I see it shifting in color near the top, to a dark green, and my gaze follows it down until it hits the floor with a far lighter green that is almost clear. The moment it hits the floor, a small archway opening in the silver pillar appears, showing the entrance to the staircase. Very minimal amounts of green divine threads pour out. Then Ember speaks again. Well, I guess you haven't saved the world just yet. Come on, let's go beat the final trial. This last round is going to be a lot easier than the ordeal we just went through. As the wave of fresh green threads begins to come near, I feel the dormant purple ring on my finger ripple with emotions ranging from relief, to excitement, to nostalgia. I reply, feeling the 160 million pairs of eyes all around the world stare through mine. Let's do it. Let's claim the throne. Chapter 691. I walk forward into the silver tower, taking a step up the spiral stairs. There is no railing, as the silver barrier hugs the left side of the stairs all the way up. They're extremely wide at several hundred meters, enough to fit a full dragon, even in its normal form. However, Ember stays in his human base form. The moment we both step onto the first stair, the archway that connected these stairs to the outer room shuts, and the only way we can go is up. The green threads in the air are very thin, slowly moving in circles. It feels like an energizing breeze as small amounts of them collect in my body and seep toward my core. I take another step upward. It looks like the higher I climb, the denser the air gets with green threads. It reminds me of when I tried getting close to the green serpent in Celia's construct. However, the density of divine energy at the very top is far too strong for my senses to even perceive. It is on a whole new level, extremely dark green, and feels like a bottomless well of gravity pressing against my senses. My curiosity grows as I take more steps, but Ember doesn't move just yet. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, then opens them again to release a large amount of silver threads from his core. The threads tether throughout his entire body, making him appear as a shimmering silver energy being. Then, he takes a step forward. And the space where he was standing is now devoid of divine energy, while the green threads flow through me, and only a small amount sticks within my core after processing. 100% of the threads Ember touches disappear within him. I turn around with wide eyes, and he grins. It isn't as effective as it looks. My core still has to process the threads inside my body. It may be faster to convert my core to green, but it's going to take me a while to save my physical body from fading away. Believe it or not, this is the first time I've attempted to reach the upper realm with my physical form intact. I wonder if it's even possible. He looks up with a pondering gaze, then meets mine with a face covered in shimmering silver light. I reply while turning back to the stairs and continuing my slow walk upward. What is the upper realm? The demons talk about it a lot. Their family lords are all there. Does that mean they've all given up their bodies as well? My slow steps turn faster, skipping a few at a time, as the low density of green threads down here isn't affecting me much since I already consumed that orb from the first floor. Ember follows far behind, not wanting to affect my absorption, and instead sucks up the excess threads below. Yes, it's true. The leaders of the 5 great families live on the higher plane. It's the only way to continue growing stronger. The energy density in the upper realm is far higher. No mere yellow core could even survive standing under its pressure. The same goes for if a higher lifeform were to descend to this realm. They could cause destruction and overpower those around them, but there are no useful resources to gather. It isn't worth the cost to descend. We continue upward, and I ponder his words while taking in more and more green threads. After traveling above 5 kilometers into the air, the green thread density has tripled, but the rate at which I absorb them is nowhere near what it was when I consumed that orb during our battle. It is still a leisurely activity. However, I feel the odd sensation of the purple ring around my finger pulling trace amounts of green threads into it. 2. Every once in a while, it glows, and the thin barrier around me feels slightly stronger. It raises a few questions, so I turn around and point to my ring. Then how come I have this purple ring? Why or how would it come down here? And the beings that were in that construct, the artifact itself that opened up a portal to the construct was cyan. That's above green, isn't it? Ember nods, looking at the ring and then back to me. While it may look, sound, and feel like a being, that artifact is a dying echo of whatever creator sent it down here into the lower realm. Just like the silver threads I use now, it is a minuscule, sealed portion of its true power. If unaltered purple threads were near us right now, they would easily split this world in two. No, this entire solar system would be demolished by the pressure of its existence alone. I bet it would break through this tower with ease. He grins, but my eyes widen as I stare at the ring with newfound awe. It would break through the tower? But how? Isn't it made from the silver energy of an immortal? An overseer, right? Ember nods as we rise even higher, surpassing 10 kilometers, where the green thread density doubles again. Even this tower is a sealed artifact from the upper realm. Just like I use a thin, lesser version of my silver threads, this isn't the true power of an overseer. It is merely a tool crafted by one to help its underlings ascend while simultaneously building wealth in the lower realm to continue their expansion. There are other ways to ascend, this just happens to be the easiest. We climb the stairs in silence for a while, as more pieces of this puzzle fall into place. While my mind races, my links of loyalty surpass 200 million. Outside the tower, the Crimson Army, the commanders, and the generals all regroup to celebrate their victory. Bree and Rodrigo celebrate at the Apex Region's headquarters with all the high-level hunters, while word spreads through central headquarters that their manipulative leaders have been killed. Soon, they will be free to venture off of the flaming mountain and out into the real world if they wish. More and more people in the outer nations who have never heard of the Flame Emperor before today begin creating links of loyalty. Eager not to miss out on the stat bonuses and the mind-bending reality of the world they now understand is unfolding before them, the four generals Raven, Abby, Maria, and Ari reconnect their live feeds to show the state of the battlefield. Raven takes charge of the narrative, explaining the true state of the world before the system connected and the gravity of the situation that was just resolved. Plus, expands on their plans moving forward. As time passes and more links of loyalty pile in, each of the generals speaks to the world, filling new links in on what happened today. Celebrations erupt all over the Dark Continent, the 8 great regions, the central capital, and the newly formed nations. Many were here from the start, while many are only watching now. But it is clear, a new era in this world's history is about to begin. The tensions and uncertainties of the Great War have finally been dispelled. The entire world is now connected through this mysterious Flame Emperor, who they all see walking up an endless flight of stairs in silence. I feel the thread's density multiply many times over as I reach a height of over 50 kilometers. This is when I start to slow down, taking each step one by one while pulling in as much of the ambient green energy around me as I can. I feel more and more green threads pouring into my true core, pushing the dense yellow energy in its center down into an increasingly compact ball of bright yellow-white light. At first, it was still semi-painful to process all of this green energy through my constantly regenerating flesh. But the more compact my true core gets, the more natural it feels for the green energy to combine with my blood, flesh, and bones. It all melts together, turning my entire being a shade of green. My soul sword remains dormant, jet black, floating slowly around me in circles. The ratio of yellow to green threads inside it shifts in perfect sync with my core, as they are linked. In addition to this, the purple ring around my finger pulses more and more, drawing in large amounts of the green threads now that the air is denser. The barrier around me seems to strengthen. But for some reason, it remains made of purple threads. I can't tell where the excess green energy is going. It's as if it's disappearing inside the ring, like it's being devoured. I raised the question to Ember in my confusion. Celia, my ring, it's pulling in green threads, but somehow the purple energy it uses is getting slightly stronger. How exactly does that work? Ember chuckles. That is something you'll learn in the upper realm. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, even purple, they're all the same. It's just divine energy. I raise an eyebrow as he continues, and at the same time, I feel the green divine threads in my core crushing my true core into an even denser form, forcing the brightly glowing yellow ball to shrink to the size of a marble. In this lower realm, that ring of yours was a tool made for a third-class world like this. The creator framed it as a pocket dimension for free trade of mana, demonic energy, and resources, right? I nod, and Ember continues. Some of those resources just happen to be divine fragments, conveniently compact and digestible in small sizes. It allows lower lifeforms to begin the process of wielding divine power. All of this energy is siphoned from the upper realm. If not for the push of that helpful artifact, I doubt there would be enough ambient divine energy on this entire planet for even one red core to form. My eyes widen, and at the same time, I feel the tiny ball of compact yellow energy in my chest begin to shift, showing a pale greenish tint. Everything clicks. That's why you called it such a rudimentary form when you first saw it. Divine threads can be compacted into denser and denser forms. They just appear as different shades of color when they stabilize into a new usable density. Ember nods slowly. Yes, exactly. While it may look like your ring is making the threads in the air disappear, it is merely recharging its fading existence that has withered away in this lower realm. It would be the same as if you absorbed a red fragment right now. The energy would disappear into your core, empowering you a tiny fractional amount, seemingly vanishing, but in reality, it's just divine energy making its home in your core. I turn back around, satisfied with his answer. As I walk up the steps even further, another 20 kilometers into the sky, the center of my true core compacts more and more, shifting to an extremely light green with traces of yellow still holding on. Then, I turn around as another odd question hits me. Then, if you were to release divine threads into the atmosphere and spread them out over a massive open area, Wouldn't they all revert back to red? Ember shakes his head. Good assumption, but once a new stable density is reached, it takes immense power to separate divine energy from its settled form. I can only assume this purple core you hold is in its current state not only from its age but from the energy exerted in separating parts of its core into digestible smaller fragments. Once you break through to higher stages, it becomes far easier to convert lower energy into the already cycling core within you. It makes sense. Just as when absorbing fragments, one doesn't remain at the same core color until fully breaking through. However, there are still many unanswered questions. As I walk deeper and deeper into the green fog of divine energy above, I push these thoughts to the back of my mind. Once I reach this upper realm, I'm sure much more will become clear. The pressure and gravity up here are intense. Now that I've climbed another 30 kilometers, my body begins to be attacked mercilessly by the threads again. It has to readapt as my bones rattle, and my skin feels as though it's peeling from burns and thousands of knife slashes. Even my eyes, brain, and organs are torn to shreds and rebuilt over and over until I store enough green threads in my core to withstand it naturally. My body morphs and adapts. I'm absorbing the same amount of energy I did from that green orb every minute, and the feeling of absolute power surging through me is incredible. The last remnants of the yellow threads in my chest compress until they are no longer visible. The entire core in my chest turns bright green, and a pulse of overwhelming gravity ripples out from my eyes, mouth, and green core, setting my new energy standard in stone. I take deep breaths. Even now, with the dense green divine core cycling threads in my chest, my body doesn't want to stay. Every part of my being becomes supersaturated with green threads, but it still feels unnatural. Half of me is holding on, and my divine core continuously adapts, pushing to new limits. Now that I have a green core, the threads surrounding me are far easier to pull in and process. However, in such a chaotic environment, it's difficult to conceptualize how much stronger I've really become. The gravity, heat, and pressure rises the higher I climb. But I stay focused and continue upward another 50 kilometers. My core absorbs far more green threads, and the top of this tower begins to feel like it's really within reach. The stairs only stretch another 100 kilometers at most. However, even now with my upgraded perception, the extremely concentrated well of strange gravity at the top of these stairs feels exactly the same as it did when I was looking at it from the bottom. Chapter 692, my steps upward are far slower now. While it took less than a single minute to climb multiple kilometers with ease before, it takes me over an hour to climb the next 50. I'm halfway through the final stretch, but I can feel these last 50 are not going to be easy at all. The amount of green energy pouring through my core makes the entire orb I consumed earlier seem like a tiny drop in the ocean of power around me. My core still feels the same, like a true core cycling in my chest, but the amount of power it can control feels as though it's multiplied by thousands of times. The jump between green and yellow feels as though they're worlds apart, and it's very apparent as my body continues to reject climbing higher every time the density in the air shifts. It takes 2 full hours to climb the next 25 kilometers upward. The links of loyalty available to me start to slow down, evening out at around 280 million. A few 100,000 links still roll in every minute. But it's nowhere near the millions per second I felt at the peak of my battle with the demon. From what I can sense, over half of the system-connected population has signed the mental contract. While I'm not in desperate need of power now, it is still nice to feel new links form. During the time I've climbed, the Crimson Army and the Inner Circle have made their way back to the Crimson City to be welcomed by tens of thousands of people from neighboring cities all over Sector 2 of the Dark Continent. Many other nearby and faraway hunters make plans to move to the Dark Continent in hopes of meeting their saviors and searching for a better life. Bree has already begun sending out calls and orders for expansion and materials to prepare for the massive influx of visitors and new citizens. However, no work is being done yet anywhere in the world. Everyone still watches the visual feat of their mysterious leader climbing higher and higher up the silver stairs through the dense green fog. Another 3 hours pass as I climb another 15 kilometers, but the heat and pressure are becoming unbearable. Even as my body adapts, the purple ring around my finger doesn't pulse anymore. It glows with a consistent light purple glow, and the barrier around my body becomes extremely strong. It's hard to track, but the ring feels like it's absorbed as much or even more green threads than me. It acts like an insulator, similar to the technique Ember is using below me. Green threads pour in, but it is impossible for them to flow out unless I mentally force them to. I take advantage of this odd phenomenon, speeding up my gathering process even more, but at the same time, it definitely makes it far more difficult and painful. My blood, flesh, muscle, and bones have been oversaturated and tethered with these threads for so long and under so much pressure that my entire body starts to feel like it's a divine core itself. When I take steps upward, the propulsion of my feet uses divine energy. However, I don't even have to stimulate my true core. It's as if the nerves in my muscles have tethered so densely with the threads flowing through me that portions of my body can act as their own power sources. Ember watches with curious eyes, replicating what I do using silver threads to isolate his flesh from the violent green threads when it becomes too much to bear. My mind is completely focused on reaching the top. The final 10 kilometers take 6 full hours. The thread density has increased many times over again, but at this point, it all feels the same. Even with over 290 million links of loyalty powering my footsteps and a green core and divine body pushing me upward, my legs still feel extremely heavy with each new step. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. I have to focus carefully not to succumb to the pressure. The sun is setting in the dark continent as I make the final curving flight of stairs upward to finally see what is creating such an overwhelming well of gravity. As I walk off the final step, I can see the top of the silver barrier around us. However, above it, there is still an endless sea of darkness stretching upward in the tower. That isn't my main focus. The fact that I'm standing on a small circular platform is, at the far side, a green divine rift hovers before me at eye level. It looks similar to the blue rift I saw formed from the artifact at the B-class exams, but the overwhelming pressure that it exudes makes the tiny echo of a dying artifact seem leagues below what I'm staring at now. Slow plumes of green divine energy float out of the rift, and my gaze gets lost in the endless power within. Denver's voice shakes me out of my trance as he steps onto the final platform a few seconds later. That is certainly the pressure of the upper realm. It looks like we made it. The moment his words cease, there's a shift that shakes the floor, and all of a sudden, the silver barrier around us begins to vibrate. It shatters into a silver sparkling display, and at the same time, the stairs that led us all the way up here dissolve into silver energy and reform with the floor below. We're left floating on a thin sheet of black tower material hundreds of kilometers up in the air. An ancient echoing voice rings in my ears while silver text tells me that the final round is over. Round 2 of 2 complete, Trial 3, Soul, complete, calculating prize based on trial difficulty, prize calculated. Congratulations, 19th Vermilion Lord. We shall see you soon in the upper realm. As the text fades, I raise an eyebrow and turn my head to see Ember let out a laugh. Well, considering that demon strength, the chances of a human on this world actually ascending were basically zero. I smirk as I understand this artifact was programmed as a training ground and welcome ceremony for their new lord to enter their ranks. Well, it looks like they're in for quite the surprise. 2 large black boxes fall from the darkness above and land with a thud in front of the green divine rift. They both open the moment they land, with the same soft white divine ether inside pushing up 2 items each from within. In my box, I see a large black orb with dense purple and black energy swirling inside it, while the other item is a circular green object radiating a dense divine glow. It looks like an oversized coin. I use appraisal on both items, and one reads, Demon Lord's Core, while the other reads, World Token. My eyes track over to Ember's box, and he already reaches out to store a vial of black liquid into his ether storage. For some reason, he looks disgusted at the substance. Not interested in using it, however, the other item in his box is the same large green coin as mine, reading, World Token. When I stare at it, I look back to my prizes and slowly reach out a hand to touch the large black orb. It sinks into my palm just like the ascended core at the bottom of this floor. However, when it reforms in my chest, there are 2 distinct differences. The first is that this core is full to the brim with demonic energy ready to be used. I haven't attempted using this power in quite a long time, but it feels incredibly insidious and strong. The second difference between this and any of the other cores I've collected before is that it is pulling on the other empty demonic cores in my chest. Green divine threads tether through them all, but soon the greater, arch, and ascended cores begin falling toward the largest black core. Once they all collide, the Demon Lord's core doesn't change in size, but a ripple of strange darkness pulses through my body and a new reading shows up on my status, Demon Lord's core, hidden ability, 2510% all stats. The stat increase rises to a very odd number, and other than increased understanding and efficiency of wielding demonic energy, I'm unsure what this hidden ability is, though. My attention turns to the green token floating in front of me before I can ponder too hard about my consolidated cores. The white divine ether mist dissipates, and as I catch the green token, the black boxes that gave us these prizes disappear too. It feels warm to the touch, and just like my soul sword, the instant I make contact with it, it feels as though our core strength has linked. On both the front and back of the blank-faced coin, a number, 1, erupts from its surface by a few millimeters. I curiously look at it, letting go and feeling the coin hover above my palm and slowly spin. Then, before my eyes, the coin sinks into my palm just like The demon's core did moments ago. Ember is doing the same exact thing right next to me, and we both watch the coins fall into our bodies. A faint number, 1, in dark green text flashes right where it sank in. Then I hear a ringing in my inner ear while the links of loyalty attached to me surge upward from just under 295 million past 500 million in less than a second. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached, 1/1 world claimed, new perk unlocked, Rising Emperor's world domination, info, all beings connected to the system will now automatically become a link of loyalty to their planet ruler. All links of loyalty may now access the worldwide connectivity system interface, The Rising Emperor may now borrow an additional 10% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the Imperial Reach, perk, Expansion, perk, Dominance, perk, Authority, perk, Power Holder, perk, and Ruler's Gaze, perk. If used simultaneously, Chapter 693, my gaze sweeps over my new buff, and I feel my stats automatically increase by a massive amount. Not only have I gained over 200 million new links of loyalty in an instant, but the amount of stats I can borrow in total has risen to 50%. At the same time, I feel a new wave of perception explode out from the tower and wrap around the entire globe. Not only can I feel and see every single human connected to the system on the planet, but now I feel connected to all 21,480 dungeons covering the globe. There are 5 labyrinths that hit my senses as well, 3 of which are not ranked up, all below the threshold that the one in the Crimson City achieved. However, there is one large labyrinth in Central City that is on the same rank as the one I've been building from the leftover mana in the artificial mountain range. This sudden rush of information sends hundreds of thousands of notifications into my consciousness. My personal certificates of ownership for all of these mana constructs are the first things I see, but the vast majority of the notifications I receive are contracts that are linked to these dungeons. The individuals' names flash through my mind, but I don't recognize anyone on the list to match the over 500 million human names I have access to on this world. I wonder if they're old contracts from before the Great War, or if these names are from beings on other worlds. It's quite the information overload, but the notifications in my ears don't stop there. For some reason, the voice that reads them aloud is different, more proper and elegant. The text before me shimmers with dense green threads, analyzing new Lord of World M3-99051. Prepayment for 1 set of premium avatars detected, no further resources required. Manichi Soul Energy Core detected, Pure Demon Lord's Core detected. Fully formed Green True Core detected, 1.20001 Low Quality Ether detected. I feel green divine energy ripple through my body. At first, Celia's barrier blocks it, but I witness Ember allowing the light to probe him, so I relax and do the same. Once it finishes and disappears a few seconds later, a perfect body double of myself forms a few meters in front of me. However, it is made completely of mana, and there are 3 empty cores in its chest. The same cloning design is being made in front of Ember's body too, and when they finish, a final text option appears before me: assimilate with avatar, resynchronize. Ember grins and walks right past the lifelike designs in front of us. We're not going to need these. He allows the silver light that's been shimmering around him to retract back into his chest, and I see a bright green true core cycling the threads he absorbed on the walk up amid a dense pressure on our surroundings. Trace amounts of silver threads vibrate in his flesh in microscopic areas that haven't yet fully adapted, but seconds later a wave of white energy washes over his whole body to completely mask all of the silver threads from my gaze. He turns back and raises a hand to motion for me. Come on, those avatars were for that Vermilion family demon. There's no point in claiming a fake body if we have our own real ones. I look at him, then back at the floating image of myself. Then, I grin and walk past it too. I guess you're right. We cross the disk of black material floating in the tower, and the whole world watches. I speak up to the 517,230,991 links of loyalty still watching. We did it. This world belongs to the humans, and it will remain that way. I simultaneously feel the worldwide connectivity system interface activate in my mind, showing panels to share live videos through anyone's eyes peer-to-peer, text broadcasts to the whole world, and even information and item trading marketplace interfaces rushing through my mind. Users have already begun using this, as the moment I accepted the world token. Everyone gained access. Private groups can be created, instant transmissions enabled, protected sales initiated, and even quest creation features activated where a random link of loyalty anywhere in the world can ask for anything they need, and anyone connected to the network can accept. My mind rushes through hundreds of other features, Even virtual combat training showing all of the Rising Emperor's skills and imagery of me using them in combat scenarios in the past. Plus, request options to borrow those skills, all handled and moderated by generals, commanders, and knights in real time. The resources that are now instantly available to this planet are quite impressive. I can think of thousands of ways new hunters have far more opportunity to succeed in this new world. But I push this to the back of my mind while continuing to walk forward and speak. I will be leaving for the upper realm. I suspect my victory against the demon that sought to claim this world won't go over well with their leaders. It will be my job to protect the world above, and your job to become stronger and work together below for when I return. We are humans, rulers of our own world, and soon, many more. Become strong, enjoy your lives, and make me proud. I smirk, turning off my spectate mode while turning to Ember, then stopping a few meters in front of the dense green divine rift. Stolen story, please report, this is safe to jump through? We're not falling right into the demon's territory full of their green cord lords. Are we? He laughs, no. All these green rifts lead to highly regulated zones. We will be in no danger for quite a while once we arrive. Well, then again, I've never attempted entering the upper realm without an avatar. It should be fine, as long as you can handle the pressure. I raise an eyebrow, but he just shrugs and continues. It's all new territory for me, but I say it's worth a try. Your body has adapted so far, it'll do it again. You certainly don't like doing things the easy way, but that ring of yours should help. My heartbeat starts to rise as I look back at the rift. I can't see through it at all. The slow clouds of green threads coming out are incredibly dense. To the point where I'm still struggling to stand properly without using a large amount of strength and concentration. Right on cue, like my ring was listening in this whole time, I feel a warm ripple of happiness come out from the purple artifact, and feel the sensation of the thin barrier around my body hardening like an unbreakable shell. No more green threads in the atmosphere hit me at all, and I hear a soft woman's voice echo in my inner ears. You made it. I didn't think I'd ever reach this place again. I've regained enough strength to help you like I promised. An ascended human keeping his body in the upper realm. You are quite odd, she chuckles in my inner ear until her voice fades. And I lose connection with her conscious mind. All I'm left with is her strengthened barrier around me that simultaneously blocks all threads from hitting me, but also limits me from growing and adapting. However, Ember seems to agree with Celia's decision. Good. You won't die the second we walk through the rift. He steps forward and disappears before my eyes without another word. I take a deep breath, close my eyes, and look at the whole world, then send a private message to all of my generals, commanders, knights, Bree, and Rodrigo. See you soon. We'll stay in touch. Then, I step through myself, feeling the strong, invisible purple barrier that covers my body heat up with intense energy. Like I'm walking into the sun, my vision turns completely green, but I feel my feet hit a hard surface below, so I continue walking forward. I can still sense the human world, but I'm positive I'm no longer on it. It feels as though it's floating in a dark black void in my mind, and wherever I'm headed right now is on a whole different plane of existence. My slow steps continue forward until I see an archway with white divine ether mist pouring out of it. I'm standing on a non-existent floor in a sea of green divine energy. I can't sense Ember or much of anything in my surroundings, but the comments of the Order members speaking of a final door replay in my mind as I continue taking steps forward. Then eventually walk right through. My vision goes completely white, then green text appears in front of me, as the same voice from within the tower speaks to me. Welcome, new lord. Check in at a citadel required. Nearest citadel, Ellipsia. High-speed travel time, 0.5 hours. Accept. Yes, I choose. Yes, but there is no other option to click. The text fades, and so does the white light all around me. It feels as though I'm not moving, but when I turn my head back, I watch a bright cloud of white divine ether disappear into the distance. When I turn my head back, I'm sent flying into a dense dark green cloud of divine threads. All around me, I see the clouds pass at extremely fast speeds. I'm standing inside a small white orb, made of the same translucent glowing ether material as the cloud I left. However, the reason I can't sense anything isn't because of this protective orb, it's because of Celia's barrier. Plumes of green threads move right through the orb I'm being transported in at extremely fast speeds, but my body isn't making contact with them. The thick green clouds just move around me, and trace amounts are absorbed by the purple ring. Ember's voice rings in my ears. You're headed to the Ellipsia Citadel, right? Still confused about pretty much every single thing that's going on, I reply through our Rising Emperor link, not needing to physically sense him to communicate. Yes, I am, but I'm captivated by the endless sea of green clouds all around me. and my words fade off. Good. See you soon. Enjoy the ride, he replies in an amused tone. Minutes pass, and I press my hands up against the side of the transparent orb with wide eyes to see the vastness of the realm I'm being rocketed through. If I could sense anything, I can only imagine it'd be even more amazing. Far off in the distance, the imagery of thousands of tall green towers floating above the clouds comes into my sight. It looks like an enormous city, hundreds of kilometers wide if the buildings were the same size as normal skyscrapers on the human world. However, as the minutes continue to pass, the buildings I approach get larger and larger, but I feel as though I'm not getting any closer to the city. I start to see millions of windows and floor markers far off in the distance, and the true enormity of these structures become clear. The impossibly large towers are actually hundreds of kilometers wide each, and tens of thousands of kilometers high. The city itself begins to stretch past the distance my peripherals can keep up with as I continue to get closer and closer. The towering structures look like palaces created for gods. Then again, when I think about what kind of beings live here, this statement might not be far from the truth. A new text box rings in my ears. Level 1 surveillance zone reached. Stated cargo, World M3-99051 Lord. Analyzing cargo. Green light from high up in the sky comes raining down on me, scanning every inch of my body, but not making it through Celia's barrier at all. It stops a few seconds later, and another text box with the same voice appears. No cargo found. Reanalyzing. The green light covers me again, but the same result occurs. No cargo found. Reanalyzing. No cargo found. Reanalyzing. No cargo found. Reanalyzing. It happens a few more times, and my heart speeds up each time it does. I reopen my link with Ember and tell him exactly what's happening while the process continues. No cargo found. Reanalyzing. No cargo found. Reanalyzing. No cargo found. Reanalyzing. Not good. Try to open up your barrier and let it scan your body. I managed to make it through, but I have an ether cloak on my silver threads. This zone is too well surveilled for me to come over and help. I do as he's instructed and lighten the airtight seal that Celia has created. As our minds and emotions are linked, however, the instant I even make the barrier waver, I gasp for air and reflexively fall to my knees. My senses are overwhelmed by a divine pressure that makes the tower we just climbed feel like child's play. Not only is the thread count in the air mind-bending, the gravity that pushes down on me is far too strong to withstand when Celia isn't supporting my body like an exoskeleton. The incredibly dense green clouds of threads tear through my saturated body and almost evaporate every last physical cell I have left in mere fractions of a second. The remaining flesh is forced to press against the bottom of the ether orb. I seal the barrier back up and begin writhing in pain on the bottom of this clear orb, continuously regenerating my flesh while processing the new green threads in my core for over a full minute. The green light from above catches this momentary glimpse of my being. Hold still. World token detected. Detection lost. No cargo found. Reanalyzing. As I stand to my feet and try again, the same process repeats, and I fall again, unable to even withstand a drop of the pressure outside this protective orb. Hold still. World token detected. Detection lost. No cargo found. Reanalyzing. It's impossible for me to even use any normal mana or skills, as doing so opens up a small portion of the purple barrier and exposes me to the outside world. I'm stuck in quite the odd scenario. When I stand up again, a new notification hits my ears. Level 2 surveillance zone reached. No valid cargo detected. Following safety protocol, eject unauthorized load. The white orb sending me flying through the sky toward this massive floating city stops moving. Then, it completely disappears into thin air. The sensation of falling takes over as my vision turns green again while I plunge into the depths of the endless clouds below. Chapter 694. At the top of a tower in the heart of the Ellipsia Citadel, 3 green-cord demons sit around a large table, overlooking the city below. Glowing green transmission blocks project holograms of 15 other demons based in other citadels across the upper realm. One of the holograms of a lord is far larger than the rest, leading their meeting. He happens to be the Vermilion family head. His voice echoes for all his subordinates to hear. That wraps up our monthly profits meeting. Up 7% on mana, up 1% on demonic energy, and an 11% increase in low-quality ether stores. And congrats, Andres, on your expected duel victory. Acquiring that 1-class world and 4 second-class worlds will certainly increase profits in next month's report. Andres Vermilion stands up from his seat and bows his head, with the Ellipsia Citadel in all its glory behind him, showing off a beautiful view from the large penthouse estate of the tallest building in the center of the grand city. Of course, as requested, taking a few planets from one of the first-class blue ogres was not a problem. Their influence was growing again too fast. We own this citadel now. Those creatures are stuck in the past. We must continue to remind them that we are in charge. That will set them back a few centuries. The family head grins. Yes, very good work. Now, moving on to more interesting business. A 19th lord shall be joining us soon. The Vermilion family grows stronger yet again. One of the holograms ripples from a foreign citadel, projecting a voice in response. I was reading over the future plan reports, but they weren't fully updated. It was a third-class world, right? We have more of those than we know what to do with. Using resources for a throne barely gives us a doubled return over a few decades. Wouldn't it have been far more worthwhile to use a throne on a first or at least a second-class world? We only get access to new throne artifacts from the Overseer every few hundred years. What was so special about this world? A few voices murmur in discussion, but the family head dispels their concern with a wave of his hand. Quiet. Have I led us wrong yet? In the last 12,000 years, we've grown from a laughingstock in the demonic realm to an official family in the Council of Rulers. This new member of our family lords is from a noble grade world. We could have waited a few hundred years for a new first-class world to connect to the system in our sector, but a perfect mana-rich world came onto the radar just as this specimen awakened his true core. It's better we bring him up here now than risk missing the mortal window of those yellow cores in the lower realm. More discussion continues among the holograms, and the demon who objected earlier speaks again. Understood, family head. If you would like me to greet him when he arrives, I would be honored to meet a noble you've handpicked. We only have 2 other nobles in our family branch in this realm. The family head stands up from his throne and walks over to the window, gazing out across the city toward the endless sky. Yes, the selection test for nobles is strict on purpose. We do not want untalented warriors sullying our brand in this upper realm. The other 4 families have far stronger footings even here in the green zone. Quality is far more important than quantity now that we have their respect and a foothold. I believe being greeted by a fellow noble will only be fair to our future powerhouse. The closest citadel registration point to that ascension sector should be Ellipsia. The family head's hologram pauses. Then speaks again. Andres, you're the station lord of Ellipsia. Please personally bring him into our ranks once he is flagged by the surveillance system. With his raw talent, it shouldn't take more than another month to assimilate with the throne. Show him around and transfer him a few hundred third-class worlds to get moved up into the Citadel rankings. I'll have 2 pure low-quality ether packages shipped to your residence, one to give to Draco Vermilion once he arrives, and another as a reward for your exceptional work in your duel. We'll have a new face here during our next monthly profit meeting. I thank you, Royal Vermilion family head. Andres replies. Discussions peak again. While the Vermilion family head turns off his holographic transmission, Andres turns his hologram off as well, then turns to stare out the window with his arms crossed. 3 dragons sleep at the far back of the room, undisturbed as their demonic pairs carry on with business as usual. Down below, 2 ether orbs rocket toward the Ellipsia Citadel from a lower realm transport point. The first orb easily passes through the 2 security layers and halts at one of the city's access points. Designed for visitors to sign in and for newly ascended beings to register, Ember steps off his ether orb onto a large green platform in front of the city. The access point is positioned between 2 massive towers. With a smaller archway, only 10 kilometers high, leading into a street that runs to the center of the citadel, flanked by countless other towers, notifications ring in Ember's inner ear as he walks forward, but a more alarming telepathic message captures his attention. It ejected me. This orb really just dropped me into the clouds. Ember can't help but grin at the absurdity of the claim ringing through his inner ear, but replies in a semi-serious manner. Never a dull moment with you, is it? It probably couldn't get a full scan on your world token. You tried opening up that ring's barrier, right? Yes. Twice. The pressure and gravity are way too strong. It's going to take me longer than just a few minutes to get used to this. Ember considers some options for a few seconds, but another message comes blaring into his mind. Still falling, by the way, it must be a result of keeping your physical body instead of a weightless energy form. It's going to be much harder to adapt. A long sigh comes before the next reply. That makes sense. I'll just have to become strong enough to withstand the pressure with my real body. Where do these clouds even lead? Is it safe down here to train? I'm not sure what's below the citadels anymore, to be honest. However, it should be fine. It's not like you'll fall out of the upper realm. If you're truly in a bind, I can follow you down there. But if I release too much power, we'll gain attention from the overseer, or, at the very least, the local citadel lord. There's no response for a few seconds, but a voice from below the clouds hits Ember's inner ear again. Alright. That wouldn't be good. I'll figure this out myself and message you with updates. Don't have too much fun while I'm away, Ember grins while walking up to the green archway, raising both hands to be analyzed by rays of green light. Oh, don't worry. I'll scout the place out and keep a low profile until you arrive. I have a few errands to run anyway. The wireless transmission ceases, and Ember raises the world token from his palm. However, instead of showing the surveillance arrays his unaltered body and world token details, silver threads and waves of ether manipulate everything these high-tech arrays see. Notifications echo through his mind as he walks right through the archway into the city. Welcome, new lord, race, human, worlds claimed, 1, classification, 5th class, fast travel to nearest human embassy, free, fast travel to your selected location. Ember smirks and thinks to himself, a human from a world not even up to the standards of the demon classification system. This should be low profile enough. He clicks the bottom option on the green floating text before him. A large holographic map of the city materializes, and he zooms into an intersection between 4 streets just a few blocks from the center of the city. A few blocks in this massive city is still over 1,000 kilometers, and from the access point he's standing at now, tens of thousands of kilometers away. Ash and Blue District selected, fast travel time, cost 0.005 low quality ether, pay now. Ember raises his finger, and it begins to glow white as he's about to send his payment, but more notifications ring in his ears. Danger. Area not recommended for lords below 2nd class. Danger. Area not recommended for human lords. Ember brushes these alerts out of his consciousness and taps the text to pay. The instant the transaction goes through, an orb of translucent white light wraps around him. He rises about a kilometer above the street's surface and zips through the streets in an instant. Tens of thousands of kilometers go by in minutes, and the streets below become far more packed and lively as the orb brings him closer to the center of the citadel. Thousands of other fast travel transport orbs zip by above, below, and beside Ember's orb. Outlines of all kinds of riders flash past. Some appear to be humanoid, while others have long wings, clawed arms and legs, feathers, multiple heads, or forms that defy recognition entirely. Ember doesn't care to look around, crossing his arms while the orb speeds up, the buildings blurring past. Eventually, it stops with an abrupt halt and descends to street level in an instant. Arrived. Ash and Blue District. Ember steps onto the green city sidewalk in front of a shop built into the side of a building. Looking left and right, he sees thousands of shops lining every building down here on the street level. They all fork off from this 4-lane intersection. Monsters of all kinds roam the streets, walking, flying with their wings, floating through the air, or disappearing from the square while activating fast travel. He walks right into a shop whose name has faded from its old solid metal sign. Below it are far newer ads, some even digitized with moving green divine energy text, reading, bike sell dungeon contracts, ethered mana item trade, unbonded soul weapons. It's clear whoever owns the shop leaves their name faded on purpose, as Ember walks through the large 20-meter-tall front doors. A single head at the back of the shop looks down at him with an angry expression. Ember, appearing as the long red-haired human walks forward, letting the massive door swing closed behind him, his eyes scanning the walls. Green divine force fields display chunks of mana, white crystals, and even unbonded soul weapon frames. Everything for sale floats and slowly spins like paintings neatly fitted on the walls. Staring at one for over a second reveals detailed descriptions of what kinds of contracts are necessary for the dungeon being programmed, how much mana and ether is being sold, and the special abilities of the soul weapon frames. Ember nods slowly, not stopping despite the ominous pressure radiating off the 15-meter-tall blue ogre at the back of the shop. It finally speaks in an echoing, resounding tone. Your kind isn't welcome here. I don't do business with 5th-class lords, and certainly not human lords. None of you ever make it past 1,000 years old. I don't deal with short-term clients. Ember grins and keeps walking forward, unfazed by the green pressure the ogre emits. Oh, come on, Torvak. You've grown soft, haven't you? I'd expect you to kill a weakling like me the moment I walk through the front door. The ogre has 3 short black horns pointing out of its forehead and a pale blue skin tone barely containing the enormous muscles and veins bulging all over its avatar. Its true green core burns far brighter than Ember's. But that isn't what sends the majority of the pressure his way. Most of the aura comes from the glowing green, 826, on its palm. It speaks again, quite confused how this weak human hasn't fallen to its knees yet. Who are you? State your name. The ogre presses a security protocol on its status feed, creating an additional layer of green divine shielding around all the merchandise in the shop, even sealing the exit doors. Ember reaches into his ether storage and pulls out a marble-sized white gem glowing brighter than everything else in the shop. He tosses it across the room toward the blue ogre. Its eyes widen the moment it sees the quality of the ether being thrown its way. The moment it catches the gem, Ember speaks again. I'm not sure how long you've been keeping my goods in storage. Time moves by quite differently, hopping between realms, but that should be enough to cover it. The blue ogre stops exuding such a domineering pressure and stares down at the ether crystal, then back at Ember. That's far more than necessary. You're definitely not actually a human. Wait. The only being who would throw around items like this back in the day was. His words are cut short as Ember waves his hand to show a ripple of silver light masked by a thick cloud of white ether. Then, he speaks as the ogre's face is frozen in shock. Ember. My new name is Ember in this life. I need to lay low for a while, and yes, the cover I've chosen is a human skin. I'm in need of some third-class bodyguards and simple employment to play the part before surveillance catches any inconsistencies. I want to be in the middle of the action. The more I can listen in and understand the new culture of the Citadel, the better. The ogre shows a smile, revealing two sharp white tusks from its lower jaw. Of course, sir. Ember. To answer your question, I believe it has been over 15,000 years since we last met. I have a property 6 blocks over you can take charge of for as long as you'd like. It's even more lively than even this part of town. While humans aren't well liked in the Volterra district either. With 2 of my men as guards, there won't be trouble. Even though we lost control of the Citadel, our influence in the streets hasn't dwindled to 0. Ember's eyes track down to the blue ogre's world count glowing on its palm. That explains your severe drop in claimed planets. He pauses after this comment but looks back at the ogre. Very well. I'm glad you survived. Do me this favor, and I'll see what I can do about your demon problem. Ember grins as Torvak looks shocked again. It is the demons, isn't it? Torvak nods quickly, opening his status feed to deactivate the security system. Yes. Yes, it is. As you wish, I'll have my men come to pick you up and get you situated right away. As for those goods that you left with me, I'll retrieve them and have them hand-delivered to your residence in less than 2 days. Ember crosses his arms and nods. Good. Have the guards you send believe I'm just a human too? So far, you're the only soul in the upper realm that knows I've returned. For now, I'd like to keep it that way. Chapter 695, a transmission is sent to a district 6 blocks away while Ember and Torvak continue to speak for a few minutes, catching up on current events in the lower and upper realms. Yes, even in the lower realm, the demon's influence is spreading. Their newest 5th royal family branch popped up about a dozen lifetimes ago. I managed to bond with the Vermilion's demons a few times. And in one life I bonded with the Morvale family, but their selection process is even tougher and information is airtight. No one speaks of the upper realm down there anymore. Torvak nods, staring straight ahead at the door. Makes sense. They've taken control of all of the citadels in the Green Zone. It all started about 12,000 years back. Mine was the last to fall just 4,000 years ago. The Wyverns, High Orcs, a Berserker King race, and, of course, the Ogre conglomeration still hold enough higher-grade worlds to hold on, but the demon families continue chipping away at us, keeping us just out of reach from fighting back. Ember nods slowly, thinking to himself with his eyes closed. If it's that bad even here, the Grand Citadel and higher zones must be far worse. Silence fills the room before Torvak replies. One can only assume. We rarely get updates from our higher reps. You know how much it costs to even send transmissions down. Before Ember thinks of a reply, the doors of the shop shimmer green, and a light chiming sound echoes through the shop to notify those inside that there are visitors. Ember smiles and turns his attention to this. Very well, that is more than enough of a broad update. I'd like to see things for myself to get a true feel of the action. The doors then open, and 2 8-meter-tall red ogres walk in. One has 2 silver horns, while the other has 1 black horn. Both have a bright green 50 on their palms. The black-horned red ogre, with a bit more muscle on his avatar, speaks up as the doors shut. Randall and Syl, at your service, Lord Torvak. You put up a job offer for a bodyguard gig needed for an indefinite time frame in the Volterra district? 50 low-quality ether up front and 10 ether per month is too great an offer to even try negotiating higher. Torvak smiles. Indeed. Good to see you, Randall. He turns to the silver-horned slimmer, more feminine-looking red ogre. Good to see you too, Syl. I'd like to introduce you to the new manager and consultant at our dungeon trade palace. I want you two to show him around and guard him if he's ever talking with customers. Humans aren't well respected in our territories, but make sure people know he is off limits for duels or exploitation." Both of the red ogres look down toward the overly confident human between them and want to burst out laughing on instinct, but don't. If Torvak is being disrespectful with a human, it must mean he is really someone they don't want to mess with. There must be something in it for him that far outweighs the stigma and short time frame of this deal. The human puts out a hand to shake. "The name is Ember. I look forward to working with you." Both of the ogres shake Ember's hand, confused even further that, even while making contact with them and the clear glowing one on his palm, he hasn't fallen from the pressure of second-class beings like themselves. This only makes them more respectful while sharing niceties. Ember casually walks to the side of the room afterward while Torvak and the two guards sign contracts and transfer pure low-quality ether through their system interfaces. All three of them leave the shop soon after, and the blue ogre walks back behind the counter with a serious stare, though the corners of his lips are turned up as this kind of good luck couldn't have come at a better time. Maybe we're not destined to die out after all, he thinks to himself while Syl purchases a 3-person fast travel orb, and they zip off further away from the heart of the citadel. Danger. Area not recommended for lords below 3rd class. Danger. Area not recommended for human lords. Ember brushes away these notifications and stares forward as the scenery around them changes again. The smaller, more private shops at ground level and corporate buildings not open to the public in the district they just left begin to fade from prominence as the orb travels farther out. More and more large shops become visible on higher and higher floors of the massive building. Green energy bridges connecting the buildings across streets make the massive shopping centers easier to access. Even larger varieties of monsters are visible shopping and interacting in this district. The orb halts in the center of the massive bustling district, about 10 kilometers above ground level, at the entrance of an enormous open shop with lettering over a kilometer-wide reading, World Dungeon Trade Palace. Blasts of fresh, cool air pour into the streets, and access points to all of the stores left, right, above, and below all lead to this incredible storefront. Its ceilings are over 200 meters high per floor to accommodate all monster races, and the walls are lined with items just like those inside Torvak's small store. Although they are of a bit lower quality with many duplicates to sell to the masses, there is at least one red ogre present on every floor, and many high ogres and regular ogres wander about with a palace logo on their avatars, helping customers of all kinds as they read status notifications for ether, mana, soul weapon, and dungeon contract prices. In any given hour, over 1 million Citadel citizens whiz through, fast traveling or window shopping, as Ember and the two red ogres touch down on the top floor of the trade palace and begin walking toward the back. Many employees recognize the bodyguards and greet them with respectful bows and professional smiles. Randall speaks up again as they walk past some of the glowing displays. Torvak said you may need a rundown on the facilities, which, for a new manager and consultant, I find quite odd. Ember grins as his gaze falls on a row of bright green glowing doors numbered 1 to 20 on the back wall of the room. Yes, I'm quite a fast learner. The black-horned ogre follows his gaze and replies, these are our new dungeon contract facilities. As you must know, we don't only sell completed and fully programmed dungeons but also buy Lord's fighting data to use on new Luminite blocks. Maybe you can take a crack at it. Humans don't come around here much. Syl grins and adds to his statement, human combat data sells best in the level 1 to 10 range. They're a great starter mob for the 4th and 5th class worlds. Most of those world bids never have enough energy on them to reach past the level 100 range, lots of lost potential profits for the other 900 levels on standard Luminite blocks. So we mainly deal in 3rd class worlds and above. Just as she says that, one of the doors swings open, and a high orc comes walking out with a satisfied smile on his face as ether is credited to his account. Ember gets close enough to see some of the pop-ups above the doors. Cyclops combat data needed. LV 110 to 120. Griffin combat data needed. LV 330 to 340. Wyvern combat data needed. LV 740 to 750. Various payout options detail how many virtual combat sessions are needed to gain enough data for each race. It also outlines whether participants would like to sell their training to the Lord who made the contract bid directly or receive no payment now and be paid in dividends once it is deployed on a world. Syl adds in to comment again once Ember loses interest in the stats. The level of the monster doesn't matter. You could be over level 10,000 for all we care. It would just take far less time to run the machine learning trial, maybe only a few minutes. An identical monster race running simulations inside at level 100 might take a few days to gather the same data. Ember nods and turns around to look at the entire shop. Yes. Not much has changed. You all work in the world exchange business too, don't you? What is the exchange rate for worlds these days? His gaze falls down to the 50s on their palms, and Randall replies, yes, of course, we trade worlds. It's mostly 5th to 3rd class in this building. 1 to 3 low-quality ether for a 5th class. And up to 100 for a 3rd class. It really depends on how much of the world's resources have already been farmed. While higher-grade dungeon contracts are processed here, selling full 2nd class or higher worlds is handled with the bosses in the Ash and Blue District directly. This is more of our flashy consumer front, understood? Well, I won't be a tough client to protect. If there's a back room with a view of the marketplace, that will be perfect. Plus, the sales figures for as far back as you can get them. I'd like to get a deep dive into how this trade business has been running the last few millennia. Both of the ogres look at each other, then turn to the other side of the back room with a few other doors. Some unmarked while others have duel area marked above them. Sil comments, are you sure you wouldn't like a tour of our dueling rooms, or the mana, ether, and open-air world exchanges on the lower floors? He shakes his head. No, I think this is self-explanatory enough. I'll request access to more areas if I have any additional questions after looking at your sales figures. On this note, Ember is led back into one of the unmarked office rooms that brings him to a floor above, where he overlooks the entire shopping district as requested. The 2 second-class red ogres stand outside his door and guard it, awaiting new requests as the day goes on. Meanwhile, at the top of the Vermilion Tower in the center of the Citadel, Andras turns to his 2 subordinates with a smile. Looks like I won't be the only noble demon in town starting this month. Maybe we'll have enough power to finally push those pesky gangs out of the center of the city for good. One of the other Green Court demons nods, looking out the window as well. Yes, but we still need confirmation from the upper families that we're in the clear to take them out. Angering the wrong race that still has power in even a cyan zone could set us back millennia if we're not careful. Andras sighs. Yes, I know. I'm just looking forward to the inevitable future. We might as well give them a scare and kick them while they're down. Go sell off that stockpile of trash 4th and 5th class worlds at the palace run by those ogres 10 blocks over. Even throw in some nearly drained 3rd class worlds if you have some. I want to use the profits to buy a few 2nd class worlds as a personal welcome present for our newest lord. He lets out a chuckle while his rows of sharp teeth show, and the bright white horns jutting out of his forehead match their ether-imbued glow. There isn't enough mana on them for us to trigger labyrinth contracts, but we can still use them as leverage. I want double the price for all of them just to rub in my dual victory against their leader. Don't leave that mall until you get what you're asking for. The noble demon's subordinate stands from his seat and bows, of course. I'll have it done by the end of the day. Chapter 696. Far below the thriving businesses in the Ellipsia Citadel, dense green clouds made of divine threads fly by while I continue to plummet downward. Every few minutes, I try opening up my purple barrier to let as few threads inside as possible. However, each time, no matter how little the opening is, I'm struck by the same unfathomably painful and instant attack on my physical form. These passing minutes turn into hours, and it feels as though I'm making no progress at all. Even with 50% of my world's stats still surging through me, I still feel as weak as an unawakened human in this high-pressure environment. I feel large amounts of green threads assimilate with my body and core each time, growing my true core's power, but it doesn't change the fact that my physical form is just far too heavy for this realm. My speed moving downward gets faster and faster, and the thickness of the clouds only increases. It makes me need to wait longer between each barrier opening, to the point where, between every single exposure, I need almost half an hour to fully process the new threads. On a positive note, the purple ring around my finger is having a field day devouring as many green threads as it can. Its absorption rate is almost 10 times as fast as mine, and it can stay constantly absorbing, effortlessly converting them to its sealed version of purple threads. This makes the exoskeleton barrier around me far stronger as I fall. But it doesn't make me feel any better, as the difficulty of the work ahead of me only gets tougher and tougher with every minute that passes. By the time it takes over an hour to process all of the threads, the density of green clouds around me hits their peak. I'm unable to send a wave of perception out, even in the tiny fractions of a second I get while opening my barrier, as my total concentration is locked on not being devoured by my environment. However, the fact that the threads aren't getting denser is almost equally as concerning as if they were. Very soon after this realization comes over me, I see the air below me turn darker green, then fade to black. I know very well what an abyss looks like. And this isn't it. Even without my maxed out perception or aura to probe my surroundings, my eyesight is still far better than average. There must be a ground below, with no way to eject mana, demonic energy, or even divine power without my certain demise. I just brace for impact. A heavy thud echoes throughout the desolate area, and intense vibrations rattle through my body. While they aren't nearly as painful as being torn apart by divine threads, the pain is quite unexpected. I thought my barrier would take the entirety of the force, but the immense amount of weight my body has paired with the speed of impact somehow pushes pressure through the barrier on the impact zone. Even Celia's emotions ripple through our emotional link, showing confusion at this turn of events, as her skin-tight exosuit should have absorbed the entire impact. Nevertheless, all around me, shards of dark black rock fly upward as my body makes a crater in the floor beneath the green clouds. Surprisingly, not many rocks at all are upset by my impact either. I've only created a hole 10 meters deep and double the distance wide at most. Most of the jet black shards are extremely heavy, and most aren't larger than the size of my palm. They appear to be devoid of all energy. Even the divine threads around just flow by and not through the odd black stones. As I let out a groan, sit up, then get to my feet to walk out of the crater I've made. In all directions as far as I can see, the landscape is made of these dark black rocks, with the dense green clouds moving by even down here, and the rising and falling rock piles making hills and small valleys. I can hardly see more than 200 meters in any given direction. From having entire planets in my sights just hours ago to now being thrust into such a strange and limiting environment, I'm immediately put on edge. My gaze stays sharp as I slowly turn around in circles, surveying the area and weighing my options, then start walking in the direction of the citadel where I was traveling last. Every footstep I take crunches through these dark rocks, some of them as small as a marble, while others are as finely ground as dust. These crunches are the only bit of sound that echoes through these obsidian wastelands. While falling through the air, I felt safe enough to absorb threads. Down here, it feels like I'm being watched. So I trust my instincts and put off training any further until I figure out what this place really is. While I walk between two large piles of black stones, about a kilometer away, two small green creatures with pointed ears and poorly made stone weapons crafted from the black stones were standing on hide behind a small pile of rocks, watching me wander through the barren lands. They both watched me fall from the sky and have been whispering to each other for minutes as I unknowingly walk in their direction. "Troy, it's a human," whispers the small creature with roughly fitted brass knuckles made of black rock around both his clenched fists. The other, with a short sword about half a meter long, replies, "Yeah, Rain, and look at his palm. He's still a lord." Rain looks down at his own palm to see a lightly glowing 0, then gazes over to Troy, seeing the same marking, before staring up into the endless green sky of clouds above. A third, even smaller creature pokes his head in between the two with an innocent, curious look. Where did he come from? And what a weird avatar. As I walk forward, unaware of where or what eyes are truly watching me, Rain whispers to the little one between them, "We'll hold him off. Go run and get the leader from the mines, fast." The tiny green creature nods, still wide-eyed with innocence, and skips away into the green fog. I hear other footsteps trailing away in front of me and think about retrieving my soul weapon, but upon visualizing what opening my storage and taking the time exposed to this pressure would do to me, preparing without it is the better option right now. I pause my steps and put up my hands to fight, still scanning the endless black wasteland. Unsure what that sound was or if it was even an enemy. Whatever it was running away. Even if this is a trap, whatever was lurking in the fog has certainly already seen me. Giving it any more information won't hurt. "Hello? I've come in peace." "As long as you do." My footsteps forward continue, but I hold my breath in order to use my other senses to the best of their ability. Even without using excess energy outside my barrier, no more footsteps can be heard, and I walk forward for another few minutes, right past another massive mound of black rocks. However, this one catches my attention. For some reason, in the back of my mind, a warm pressure leans toward a small isolated area on the mound. I give in to the feeling, similar to when I felt that small white pill of low-quality ether rush into my body during the trials. I shove my hands into the pile of rocks and begin throwing dozens of them behind me until I find the one that drew my senses in. It feels warm in my hands, and there are small fractures on its surface that glow with a faint white light. My eyes widen at the discovery, but simultaneously, I feel two more of these warm pressures moving toward me from the opposite direction, from behind another large rock pile stacking tens of meters high. I don't bother trying to keep the glowing stone. Whatever is coming my way is more of a threat. So I get back into a fighting stance and turn their way just as they jump out from behind the adjacent rock structure. my eyes fall on two goblins no more than half my height, gripping black stone weapons like their lives depend on it. One, with obsidian-colored brass knuckles, matches my stance, grits his teeth, and yells out in a scratchy high-pitched tone, "We'll both die before we let you take our mine." The other, with a jagged self-made short sword, points it my way, "Surrender now, or, I can see his hands shaking as he stutters, but the goblin stays staring me in the eyes while finishing, "Or I'll stab you. So leave before we have to." My mouth is left wide open, and all of my worries of having to fight mysterious powerful green cord beings leave. I want to let out a laugh, but I decide to just play along and take a step back, putting my hands up. Fine. I'll go the other way. My bad. Then I grin while leaning down to pick up the interesting rock I dropped before. Both of the goblins look equally relieved at my decision not to be hostile, but their eyes widen at the rock I grabbed from the ground. I hear gulps from each of them and watch their eyes track the stone, but as I take a few steps back, it's clear they're not going to risk their lives for it. However, an extremely loud and angry woman's voice comes echoing out from the endless green mist behind them. "Not so fast. Just because you can intimidate my underlings doesn't mean I'll let you rob us blind." Out from the fog, accompanied by heavy and fast footsteps, I see the figure of a creature about the same size as myself. There's a faint warm pull from the ether sense in my mind that signals the approaching monster's direction. But I can't fully make it out until it jumps off a raised area of rocks over 30 meters away. Then I see a hobgoblin gripping a massive black hammer in both of her palms. She has a feminine figure but is covered in muscles, striations, veins, and a skin-tight glossy black armor near vital areas. With a bright green true core glowing in her chest, this is clearly a dangerous monster. So much down here makes no sense at all. Her speed coming down toward me is far faster than my unenhanced eyes can track, and without the mana skill boosts, I can't dodge or jump away fast enough. The only thing to do is block, so that's what I do, raising both my arms into a cross in front of my head. I feel the massive hammer smash down on me. The initial physical impact feels like nothing at all, as Celia's barrier absorbs the force just like the gravity and pressure around me with no issue. However, when a warm white light flows through the hobgoblin woman, into her hammer, and pulses into me, I feel it send me flying backward with a strange force that I have no idea how to block. The white energy ripples through me, ignoring Celia's barrier entirely. I'm sent flying back over 100 meters until hitting a pile of black rocks, then the faint white light disperses out as quickly as it came. I could feel it even attack my mind as it washed through me, but the same warm pressure that was thoroughly trained inside the first round of the mind trial in the tower easily protected me from its pressure. The only damage I'm feeling now is a little tingling all over, but it doesn't hurt. I'm more so shocked at what I just witnessed. However, excitement fills my eyes as the enemy comes running my way with her massive glowing hammer, as I'll get to see that strange attack in action again. Chapter 697, the hobgoblin comes my way again with even more speed than before, and the hot radiation coming off her hammer slams against my right arm as I block just in time. The exact same sensation washes over me. Upon impact, Celia's barrier blocks the entirety of the blow's force, but once the wave of white energy washes into me, an immense pressure sends me flying backward again. I'm sent skidding across the rocks and don't stop flying backward for another 200 meters until I hit another pile that halts my momentum. As it washes through my mind, the same subconscious, experienced defenses kick in, and the entirety of the blow escapes my body like wind passing through. It hardly leaves a trace. Other than the same tingling sensation vibrating all over my flesh, it fades within a few seconds, except in the center of my forearms, where I was hit. The tingling lingers. I raise that same arm again to block the third incoming hammer strike and am thrown flying in another direction, helpless to stop myself until I hit more piles of black stone capable of halting my momentum. As the warm white energy fades again, my forearm tingles and stays warm even longer than before. I'm too slow to block the next exchange, and I'm hit directly in the stomach. There is no difference, other than the tingling, warm feeling staying in the place of contact even longer. The feminine hobgoblin's voice rings out as I get up from the ground after this hit. "Who are you?" "A new tax collector from the Lord." Before I can even answer, I'm hit again, but I block it with both of my crossed arms this time. Her voice echoes through the green fog before I even land. "We still have 3 days before our payment is due, and he doesn't make deals with humans, so I'm inclined to believe you're from another faction." I'm struck again, and my momentum shifts straight down into the ground. Extremely dense pressure pushes down on my chest, and I'm unable to stand as I see the green-skinned woman standing over me with her hammer pressed against my chest. A stream of hot white ether comes out from the weapon and holds me down. The energy disperses out the sides of my body, but my chest becomes hotter and hotter while the hobgoblin's sharp amber-colored eyes stare into mine. "You should be dead by now." What kind of avatar is this? All it feels like to me is a hot pressure pushing me down. My mind is completely protected, not even registering this as an attack. My constant self-regeneration and pure density of my actual body in this upper realm makes the thin pulses of ether radiating through my actual flesh negligible as well. While the force she's exerting is too intense for me to move freely, I could lie here all day if needed. I finally reply in a calm tone, I have no idea what you're talking about. I was on my way to the Citadel. And I fell down here. Whatever you're accusing me of, I'm sure we can talk this out and clear it up. In the back of my mind, I prepare to open up my telepathy link with Ember, as if this monster on top of me has any other plans. And if there is a lord stronger than her they say they're following, I may actually need help. The constant flow of hot white pressure stops coming from her hammer, and my body is instantly able to move again. I reflexively sit up when she pulls the hammer from my chest, and the warmth flowing through me dissipates, leaving only a tingling rectangle where her hammer was last. This time, it takes far longer for the tingling to leave. I feel an odd pulling sensation from my subconscious to hyper-focus on the area. And the sensation of warm energy in my body pulling up from seemingly nowhere covers the area full of residue. A thin wave of white energy washes over my chest beneath my barrier, then flows back into seemingly nowhere. All of the tingling stops, and I question whether I just imagined that or not. A blaring voice rings in my ears while a hammer is pointed at my face. Don't play with me. State your name, faction affiliation, and your business here before I make you wish you never tried to steal from our minds. My mind is still occupied by the internal energy I just summoned and the similarities of it to the times Ember has created undetectable pockets of space to pull random items out. Also, he has used healing magic that doesn't give off any mana or divine aura. Before I can connect the dots any further, I'm hit in the chest by another hammer blow. Are you even listening to me? I've got a quota to meet. I don't have all day. I don't care if you're a lord. If you don't state your faction affiliation, I have every right to kill you right here. As I'm sent flying back again, I replicate the same feeling I used to heal right after I was hit by this hammer, and before I even smash into a rock pile 70 meters away, I'm completely healed and my body is totally rid of the foreign white energy. It triggers an idea in my mind while I see the hammer coming for me again. As I turn to block, I let the warm flowing feeling cover my arm as if I were trying to heal a non-existent tingling sensation. The faint white glow summons in a raw form, washing over my forearm at the moment the hobgoblin's hammer makes contact. While I was expecting something interesting to happen, the heavy hammer slams against my purple barrier all the same, and an intense wave of white energy overpowers the white glow I produced with ease. I'm sent flying back just like any other strike but have a wide smile across my face, as I've instantly healed the contact point, and it feels as though the warm energy I summoned is still present in my arm, with even more time before the next attack comes. I take a deep breath and focus, trying to summon even more using the same subconscious, instinctive feeling. When I'm struck, an even denser layer of white energy covers my arm, but it still isn't enough to do much. Despite this, I'm positive I'm onto something here. She yells at me while raising her hammer. Last chance. You can surrender and leave us alone, or die with your stubborn silence. While I could easily do as she says and leave, I'm on the brink of a breakthrough and can't pass up being hit by this hammer just a few more times. I don't say a word and focus on summoning even more wisps of faint, warm ether from the depths of my consciousness to cover my right forearm and block her next strike with over 3 times what I did before. On impact, I feel the dense warmth in my arm pulse, and a tight pressure allows me to consciously brace for impact. Even so, the intensity of the hobgoblin's hit is too strong. I'm sent flying back again and again, over half a dozen more times, over a full kilometer back from where our fight started. This was your doing. It's a shame to kill a lord with a planet of their own. Your people will be without a ruler, but I must protect my own, she yells while colliding with me again. Now, when her hammer hits my arm, with almost 10 layers of my ether covering it, a dense white vibration of colliding pressures ripples through me on contact. The ether doesn't even make it to my mind, nor the rest of my body. It is solely concentrated on the single point I've spent time protecting, yet, I'm still overpowered and flung back into the endless green fog. I expect to collide with another rock pile, but instead, I feel the sensation of weightlessness again. She really meant it when she said this was her last warning. I'm sent flying over a deep circular pit. I couldn't see or sense it before, as it was too far away, but now that I've been pushed into it, I can't sense the floor and realize it's a long way down. Not only that, but I see the angry green woman following me with a faint streak of white light coming off her hammer, chasing me down. Images of her pinning me to the floor earlier come to mind. And if she gets me in that position again, it will most likely be far tougher to get out. Plus, the fact that she jumped in after me makes me believe the bottom isn't too far away. I grit my teeth and concentrate on the only defense I have, allowing as many wisps of warm white energy in my consciousness to cover my armored arm as I can. By the time I hit the ground with an echoing thud, my mind has gone completely into a focused state, trying to channel and remember everything I've felt of this strange divine ether substance. I think about the times during this battle I've used it, and also the mental pressure I've employed back on the human world to subconsciously block intimidation attacks. The warm sensation that flows like a wave out from an invisible space in my mind flows out to cover my arm in a silky white energy far denser than it was when I started to fall. I have fractions of a second to brace myself on the floor of this pit, another 500 meters below the surface, but raise my arm to block. When I do, the black rocks beneath my feet rattle as a crater is formed, similar to when I fell from the sky. I feel the impact ripple throughout my whole body, but also feel the ether defenses I've created pulse and ripple back. My eyes widen with excitement as I see the hobgoblin stuck in midair above me, slamming down with both hands grasping her hammer tightly. Her expression turns from anger to surprise extremely quickly too. As I'm not the only one sent flying back from this attack, both of us receive equal blowback after this collision. I'm forced deeper into the impact crater below, and she's pushed back, flying across the rocky ground. I can't help but let out a laugh while watching her fly back. Simultaneously, the raw, unstable white energy barrier around my arm disperses outward off my body and into the atmosphere. Now, with a moment to breathe, my ether senses pick up over a dozen more hot energy signatures in my general vicinity, deep under the black rock we're standing on. One of them is less than 10 meters in front of me. Breathing heavily, I climb out of the small crater and walk forward toward the hobgoblin, who was equally out of breath but still looking at me with eyes ready to kill. While I could continue to fight, my initial curiosity is satiated. Now, if I want any friendly relations with this clearly intelligent monster, it's time for damage control. I raise both my hands. Hey. I give up. Let's call it a draw, alright? She doesn't look convinced, as the last time I said something similar, we started fighting again seconds later. However, I stop walking after a few steps and begin digging through the heavy piles of black rocks on the floor, throwing the useless ones behind me. This is what you're so angry about, right? I didn't mean to steal anything. I didn't know anyone even lived down here. I let out a sigh as I grab another one of those black stones. About half the size of my palm, with tiny white cracks in it, leaking trace amounts of ether. Then, I raise it in front of myself, showing the monster that is still charging up her hammer for another attack. There are tons of these things down here. I don't know why you'd even be so pissed off about me taking one in the first place. Here, all yours. I toss her the rock I just pulled from about a full meter below ground level, and it falls right in front of her. The eyes of anger, confusion, and battle-ready focus turn to shock when she takes them off me and looks down at the stone I've thrown her way. There is silence between us for a full 5 seconds before she looks back up at me. How did you find that ether stone so easily? I raise an eyebrow, as right now, I'm positive there are many more all around us. What do you mean? You can't sense them. Chapter 698. What do you mean, sense them? The hobgoblin replies, picking up the black stone glowing with a faint white light. As I open my mouth to reply, I witness the entire rock she holds become enveloped in a portion of her green aura. Then, all the ether within it pulses and is sucked out, disappearing into her hand and settling evenly throughout her being. The instinctual sensor in the back of my mind registers her body is slightly warmer than before, and the rock she's holding becomes undetectable. It is lifeless and black when she drops it back onto the ground and speaks again, holding her hammer up, ready to fight. Come on, answer me. You're telling me you can see where ether stones are? Is that some kind of new feature? Not even the lords with high-grade avatars can do that. Do you have a premium avatar or something? I don't speak again? Clearly, I'm even more out of my element than I thought. With my hands raised, I shrug and turn to my left, slowly walking 20 meters from where I started in silence as the hobgoblin's eyes track my every movement. I'm unable to detect the exact positioning of each ether stone, but a strange pull in my mind gets hotter the closer I get to ones nearby. The rough direction of about a dozen stones in a 100-meter radius floats in my subconscious, directing my footsteps. I stop in place and dig through the loose black stones again, burrowing about 2 meters beneath the surface until I grab another black rock glowing with a faint white mist. Then, I jump out of the pit I've dug and hold it up, like this. They're everywhere. It's not like I tried to rob you of a rare resource. She looks even more suspicious now, yelling from a distance, I don't trust you. That could be a fake, so you have time to run away. Throw it here so I can scan it. I let out a sigh and toss it her way. The stone is clearly glowing bright white, unlike all the others around here. I'm unsure how I'd fake it, but I just do as she says. Once it tumbles to her feet, she bends down and looks at the stone for a few seconds. Her eyes widen as she picks it up, the same green divine aura expands around the stone, and in the exact machine-like process, the stone is drained of its ether, which evenly distributes throughout her body. She looks up at me with excitement. What kind of premium feature is that? Are there command contracts available to acquire sonar skills now? All my avatar grants me is that high-speed shielding technique, same as yours, and, of course, the soul weapon assimilation to use ether in my hammer attacks. Again, her words make no sense to me. But I begin to piece things together based on what I've seen so far. Clearly, my ability to sense where ether stones are is special. However, she believes it must be a premium avatar feature. I remember, back inside the throne, I was scanned, and it showed my available mana core, demon core, divine core, and ether stores. It makes sense that a demon with a noble bloodline would get a premium avatar, which appears to be top of the line in this realm. But the thing is, I don't even have an avatar. This is my real body, so all her logical guesses only confuse me more. I decide to go along with what she already believes. Telling her this is my real body would be even harder to explain. Yeah, it's something like that, a premium avatar. Like I told you before, I fell down here on my way to the Ellipsia Citadel. I'm not here to steal from your minds. If anything, I'd gladly pay you to help me get back above the clouds to meet back up with my soul-bonded pair, if you know a way. Her confusion, unease, and shock turn to a smile, and a laugh erupts from her as she puts her hammer down, dropping the offensive stance. No way. You're a bonded co-lord? That means you must have used one of those ascension thrones. Her gaze tightens, but the smile across her face doesn't leave. But you're a human. That means you killed a demon to get up here. What class world are you from? I hesitate, as from the few words I've spoken, she's already siphoned even more information out of me. But I decide to tell the truth. A third class. She reflexively looks down at her right hand, and my eyes follow to see a 0, glowing faintly in green light. Then, she looks back up and responds in a saddened tone. I was a third class too. We stand in awkward silence for a few seconds. Neither of us knows if the other is telling the full truth or if we're about to attack once we fully let our guards down. So, I speak my mind. If you don't know how to get back up to the Citadel, I'll leave, and you'll never see me again. Promise. However, if you can help me, I definitely have a skill that can help you. You mentioned before that you have quotas to meet, and I'm quite competent at finding the stones you need to mine, right? Her eyes flicker with excitement again, but soon after, they dull as she thinks about something and responds, stepping closer to me. I know a way back, but if the strength you showed me right now was everything you have, you can't even make it out of the Hollow District. The lord that owns these mines will kill you before you blink twice. You're his property now. All of her motivation fades as she considers things more logically. Even if falling down here was an accident, you're in the same boat as us exiles. There is no surveillance down here. It's a lawless land. The strong make the rules, and the weak follow them. She lets out a sigh and stops a few meters in front of me, so it would be pointless to even try. We'd need to make another deal if you want to create a soul contract. I can't fulfill that request. I raise an eyebrow at her honesty but assume this soul contract must be customary when using avatars, maybe some kind of foolproof agreement. She knows my current strength better than anyone, and if she believes this so-called Lord of the Hollow District can kill me this easily, I'm even more intrigued. This just means I need to get stronger before meeting them. Well, then how about we make another deal? I find you ether stones. And in return, let's say every 10 stones I find, you spar with me for an hour. I pause, thinking about my own offer, then add another point before she can respond. Oh, and let me keep one for every 10 I find. I want to try and absorb a few. The hobgoblin looks perplexed at my nonchalant attitude of the situation I'm in, and the horrible deal I've just offered, but after a few seconds, she shakes herself out of it and nods quickly. Yes, deal. If that's really all you want, I'll make up the soul contract right now. I shake my head and smile, putting out a hand to shake. No contract is needed. Let's just shake on it. I'm Jay, by the way. The hobgoblin looks down at my hand in confusion for a few seconds. Then the light of recollection shines in her eyes. Right, a human ritual, signifying trust. Her eyes go back to being suspicious and ready to battle, but I speak up, my hand still outstretched. I'll find your stones first. You can help me practice fighting after. I'm just old-fashioned, first day with an avatar and all, she sighs, then hesitantly puts her hand out and shakes mine while gripping her hammer tight with the other. I'm Ava. I guess we have a deal. Over the next half hour, I walk around the entire bottom of the massive pit we're in, picking out ether stones one by one with pinpoint accuracy. Some are right near ground level, while others are up to 5 meters deep. Ava helps me dig through the loose black rock to find each one, and every time I hand them over, she absorbs them in the exact same mechanical way through her palm. I notice that every time I hand her a stone, it takes her a moment to register that the rock is an ether stone. It's as if she's scanning it to confirm it's real. Considering this, and the fact that the stones are tens of meters apart at varying depths, I can see how it would take someone without ether sense a long time to find them. By the time we hit the 10th stone, Ava is still equally surprised every time I pull one from the ground. She speaks up with an excited tone while pulling the ether out of it. That would have taken my mining squad and me a few days to complete. No, maybe even more. We could catch up to this month's remaining quotas in just a few hours at this rate. She stares up into the endless green fog above and whispers to herself, "We won't have to keep digging these pointless pits either. Surface spot mining will be even more efficient." While she murmurs, I find another stone lodged just half a meter into one of the sloped walls of the pit and dig it out with ease. The glowing stone rests in my hands as she looks my way. "Go for it. This is an old pit mine anyway. We never would have found any of the stones you just pulled up. This is all undocumented profit." I nod and close my eyes, feeling the small warmth emanating from the stone. The imagery of Ava draining the other stones replays in my mind as I try to replicate the process. An instinctual flow pulls in the silky ether that permeates through my purple barrier, but it's extremely slow and weak, just like when I tried to form a barrier around my arm. This isn't going to be simple. I feel small warm flows seep into me, dispersing and disappearing into the invisible ether stores within my consciousness. However, a large amount of ether remains, glowing almost as brightly as when I started. I move the stone around in my hands, trying to cover it with as much physical contact as possible, but the absorption rate remains slow. It is certainly working, but it's not seamless or machine-like, as Ava's process is. Plus, I can't just eat this rock like I ate that pure low-quality ether pill inside the Thrones Trials. I let out a sigh and look up at the confused hobgoblin. One moment. This is going to take a while. I sit down, take a deep breath, and fully concentrate on the stone, allowing slow-moving white energy to trickle out from the rock in my palms. It doesn't get easier. In fact, it only gets harder as less ether remains in the stone. The flow slows the longer I work at it. After 30 minutes, I manage to pull out over 2/3 of the ether, but the final amount glows so faintly and flows so slowly that it feels like it'll take hours to empty the rest. On top of that, I don't feel any different. The tiny amount of ether I manage to absorb is minuscule compared to what's already in my body. I stand up, toss the used stone to Ava, and speak. "The rest is yours if you want it. Let's just get to sparring. That's much more important to me than a little extra ether anyway. I only have 3 days to master this before the lord of this mine arrives." Right, chapter 699. Ava raises her massive hammer, and it glows with a faint white light, nowhere near as bright as it was when she was trying to kill me. "Alright, let's spar. I'll be activating the lowest setting for my attacks, otherwise, an hour of fighting will use up more ether than I can extract from 10 stones." She picks up the last stone from which I had absorbed the majority of its ether, inspects it, and her expression changes to confusion while extracting the rest of it and throwing it to the floor. I can tell she wants to ask more questions but instead grips her hammer with both hands and readies herself. While I'd love to face her at full power, going easy at first is probably better for me too. I can't argue with her logic either. If sparring would cost more ether than we mine, it wouldn't be worth her time. "Sure," I reply while raising my hands to fight, taking deep breaths to summon ether from the depths of my consciousness. Over the next hour, we spar at the bottom of the abandoned mining pit. I use the same technique to summon waves of translucent white energy over portions of my body to block Ava's incoming strikes. She's far faster than me, both in reflexes and attack speed. Every time her hammer swings, I watch an identical machine-like rush of ether come out of her avatar and pool inside the hammer's base, instead of the many layers I needed to block her attacks before. Just one small wisp of ether from my consciousness is enough to combat the attack's ether force, however. Even though it's enough to block, Ava doesn't hold back and uses her superior speed to hit me all over, landing blows that aren't covered by ether at all. For the first half of our spar, I'm thrown around like a rag doll. Similar to our real duel before, no physical damage is dealt. My purple barrier completely blocks all blunt force and even the mana and divine energy force produced from Ava's avatar. The only energy that makes it through to hit my flesh is the ether itself. Now, these small hits just make my skin tingle a bit. It's nowhere near as intense of a reaction as the full-powered blows from before. This constant stream of non-lethal attacks allows me to concentrate on what really matters, my own ether summoning speed. over the last half hour of our spar, I get hit in unguarded areas more often. Not only am I getting accustomed to Ava's attack patterns, but also the instinctual feeling of summoning my ether out of thin air becomes much more natural. I don't have to close my eyes and focus on my breathing for almost a full second each time. I'm able to start summoning wisps of hot white energy at a moment's notice. By the last few minutes of our session, every 3 exchanges, equal force blocks echo out as her hammer hits my arms, legs, and even torso, covered in dense areas of white energy. Each time ether is used, both in my defensive shields and in Ava's hammer, it dissipates from both of our bodies out into the air. It's still hard to conceptualize exactly how much ether is being used each time because it feels like I have an unlimited pool to drain from. However, I do have the knowledge to compare. The total amount used in our spar is less than the 10 ether stones we mined before. We finish our spar when Ava speaks up and puts her warhammer down by her side. That's it. 1 hour paid. Now let's gather more stones. I smile, breathing a little heavy, and put down my fists to agree. Alright, there are a few left in this pit, but I think we'll have to go back up to the surface to find more. Unless you want to start digging way deeper. That makes sense, she replies, and we get right back to work, following through with my side of the deal. One by one, I sense the stones remaining in the pit and pull them from the ground to let Ava absorb them. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. One of the pit's walls is more slanted than the rest, and there is a poorly dug out stairway in its side that looks as though it was built for the small goblins I ran into when I first made contact down here. We walk up this path to the surface, giving ourselves a wider search area rather than a narrow pit, and continue walking through the thick green divine fog for another 20 minutes to find and dig out 4 more ether stones. A question comes to mind as we make our way to the 11th one, and I sit down to give another shot at absorbing the ether inside. Why are the stones so much more spread out up here? They were far more abundant below the surface. Ava watches me with confusion as I sit on the ground, gripping the faintly glowing stone just like I did before, but replies with a shrug. These mines have been active for long before I became an exile, and no one ever finds every stone. The deeper down you dig, the more likely generations of exiles haven't searched that layer of the black rock. She looks away from me, up to the green sky again with a sad gaze, so I decide not to pry any further and absorb 2/3 of the stone, while I drain the white energy into my being. A familiar feeling of being watched washes over me, and I'm brought out of my concentration by Ava's voice, but not directed at me. Come out, you two. My eyes open, and I stand to my feet, tossing Ava the leftover stone, commenting, all yours, while I try to make out who she's talking to. Once she catches the stone and drains its remaining ether, I see 2 small goblins emerge from the green fog from behind one of the large mounds of black rocks. Ms. Ava, is this human one of the Lord's new collectors? A goblin with crudely made black brass knuckles that I recognize is the first to speak. The hobgoblin smiles and shakes her head. No, Rain. He's a new exile, just like us. Don't worry, we're not in trouble. Far from it, actually. The other smaller goblin gripping his short sword still looks up at me with fear, but Ava looks down at him next while he stutters out more words. But, I heard you two fighting for a long time. How do we know he doesn't have you under mind control, or something? Ava laughs, walking over to the smaller goblin and patting him on the head with a heavy hand. Troy, put away that blade and stop imagining the worst out of everything. He's our ally and is going to help us meet our quota that we were on track to miss this month. The smaller goblin's eyes widen. Oh really? As Ava nods, he puts his sword down, and both goblins look at me with wide eyes of admiration. They're acting like little kids, addressing this hobgoblin as their leader, even a motherly figure, it seems. Before I can say another word, both of them bow in front of me and apologize for their hostile attitude before turning around and running away into the green fog, out of sight. Ava chuckles and waves them off. Tell the others to take the rest of the day off. I'll meet you all back at base camp once I'm finished up here. Yes, Ms. Ava echoes out of the fog, then their ether presence disappears from my mind once they're out of range. Ava moves her gaze toward me and smirks. They're all from 5th class worlds, almost 24 back at camp. Barely any of them reached level 100 before they ascended with exile agreements already confirmed. Either they work for ether, or their planets are drained completely dry of resources. She sighs and looks down at her. 0. Same for me, kind of. At least I managed a major rank up to get this hobgoblin form. And I did have some freedom in the sky above for a few years. Then she tightens her grip on her hammer and points it up toward me. Anyway, sorry. Not like you should care. It doesn't matter. Let us spar and continue our agreement. My gaze locks with hers, and I wonder what her words mean. The mining squad she spoke of earlier was referring to a group of goblins, and apparently, they all ascended from different worlds. However, the fact that she says some are just level 100 doesn't make much sense. It's unlikely a weak being like that could go through the same process I did to get to the upper realm, and with my knowledge from the Vermilion family, I'm certain a demon's throne would never touch down on a 5th-class world. It seems goblins and hobgoblins are the same race but different ranked-up forms. From what I'm seeing, it's clear she's helping them at her own expense. Even the fact that there are more than just human and demon planets is still a bit mind-blowing to me, but I reply with a nod, wanting to focus on the important task at hand here. Admirable. I hope our deal helps you all. I raise both hands and summon ether into my fists. Let's spar. I want to try going on the offensive this round. I start my next round of sparring, concentrating on holding ether in my fists while punching, and even pushing wisps of ether beneath my feet to power my steps, moving faster to keep up with Ava's naturally fast movements. The consideration of how this would affect my speed and power without the purple barrier and real body's weight limiting me crosses my mind, but every time I consider the implications of opening it up and facing the horrific pressure down here, I forget about it. With less than 3 days until the owner of these mines is supposed to come, I'm going to focus all of my efforts on honing the skill that actually may give me a chance of fighting back. Once I'm safe and back with Ember, I'll consider resuming my divine energy acclamation. Meanwhile, in the citadel high up above the green clouds and desolate black rock mines below, Ember watches over the Volterra district with his feet up on a desk while swiping through data provided to him by Torvak. It shows all of the sales and purchases of the ogre conglomeration over the last 15,000 years. Many more holograms cover all of the walls in this room, showing surveillance systems of the shopping center he's been silently monitoring all day. Not much out of the ordinary has happened, and Ember has grasped a basic understanding of how the ogre's decline and power struggle in this citadel has gotten to the point it's in now thanks to the sales numbers. However, there are still a few key pieces of information lacking. The dragon's crimson eyes turn away from the sales data once 2 figures walk into the bottom floor of the open-air world trading market. The presence of 2 first-class demons walking through the front doors makes all of the other guests nearby scatter, not wanting to get involved. Even the Red Ogre sales reps look nervous as the demons approach and ask to get a large bundle of 5th, 4th, and 3rd-class worlds appraised. Chapter 700, Ember gets up from his seat and walks out of the private room's massive doors to be greeted by Randall and Syl. You've completed your assessment of the documents we had transferred over already? Syl comments. Ember shakes his head and begins walking down the narrow hall to make his way back to the main shopping center. No, not yet. There seem to be some unique guests selling worlds down on the 1st floor. I believe they're going to cause some trouble. I'd like to be there when it happens. The 2 red ogres look at each other with confused expressions but follow the long-haired human they've been tasked to protect into the main hall and down into the transport elevator to bring them to ground level. Once the door clicks open and the 3 walk out, with the ogres ahead first, the tense atmosphere in the room is very apparent. The lack of active shoppers points the 2 bodyguards' heads to the left. 2 9-meter-tall first-class demon lords exude an ominous pressure, standing with their arms crossed and white eyes locked on a moving status screen, while one of the second-class red ogres below them diligently scrolls through the worlds they've provided, giving quotes for how much ether they can purchase them for outright, one by one. The sweating red ogre looks up from his status and stutters to the demon before him with a single purple horn jutting from his forehead. Myron Vermilion. Your Excellence. I can't agree with this pricing. It's double the market's price. Myron lets out a domineering pressure, rippling with demonic energy, a green true core, and waves of ether radiating off his entire premium avatar. He turns to the demon beside him, who has 2 jet black horns curving out from his head. Leonard. Shall I teach them a lesson? The more well-composed demon stood behind him, smirks, looking to another sales rep and waving him over. I have a similar-sized bundle of worlds to sell in bulk too. 1,410 5th class, 434 4th class, and another 21 3rd class. Ember spots the 19,882 on his palm as he turns back to the purple-horned hothead and whispers under his breath. Don't worry, they'll submit before we have to make a mess. Then, turning back to the red ogre salesman, he accepts the worlds into an escrow status device to be appraised of their total energy as a spectator only. The demon looks down on the worker and speaks up for the entire lobby to hear. I want 5 low-quality ether apiece for the 5th class, 25 for the 4th, and a minimum of 200 each for the 3 RDS. We're not accepting no for an answer. Ember and his bodyguards stop about 30 meters from the commotion, standing out like a sore thumb as no other passers-by dare to intervene. Even the bodyguards whisper to Ember as they halt, "Are you sure about this, sir? If they decide to become hostile, we cannot defend against the Vermilion Lords." "Yes, it's fine. I'm the new manager, after all. I can't watch us be ripped off this badly on my first day on the job," he replies, walking through the two guards and making his way over right behind the demons who tower over the salesman, continuing to plead that these prices are unreasonable. The newest salesman who just accepted Leonard's Worlds replies to his words in a cowardly manner, "Impossible. The best I can do is 1.5 ether average cost for these 5th class worlds. And maybe 9 ether apiece for the 4th class you've brought. These 3rd class, they're completely drained of their mana, and populations are declining rapidly on all of them. Dungeon contracts would be impossible to form on these. They're worthless. This price is impossible." The demon laughs and takes a step closer to the worker. "I wasn't asking. It's an order." The hot-headed purple-horned demon steps in, finishing his black-horned partner's words after letting out a degrading laugh. "You should be happy I'm even giving you any worlds in return. We have a new noble joining our ranks this month. This entire conglomeration will finally be crushed. This zone of the upper realm is already property of the Vermilion family, and everyone knows it." Many customers look down at the floor, and some even run out of the center, not wanting to be dragged into this mess. However, a human's voice echoes through the room, shocking all of the remaining customers and sales workers left. "What seems to be the problem here?" "I would be happy to be of assistance." The purple-horned demon's sharp teeth grind as he turns around and lets out an anger-filled aura. It's 20,062, worlds glowing bright on its palm are visible for the lobby to see while it glares down at the human with a 1 dimly glowing on his palm. "How dare you address me while I take care of important family business? A mere human shouldn't even lay eyes on a first-class demon like me." As the Lord takes a full step forward, Ember's indifferent expression while he replies makes it even more mad. "Unfortunately for you, the ogre conglomeration still holds some prestige and connections with the wyverns, high orcs, and berserker kings in neighboring districts of this citadel. I am the general manager and sales consultant of this world trade branch. If you are trying to force new market prices upon us, I will have to decline your offer and begin spreading the word." The sharp grinding of the demon's teeth makes the entire room shiver, but the more level-headed demon behind him turns and takes a step in Ember's direction to speak up. "Is that a threat? Our family is backed by far more than just this citadel. It is not wise for a human to be poking their nose into the business of higher-class beings." The black-horned demon sifts through his status, scanning the confident red-haired human before him, then rolls his eyes. "A 5th class at that. Just because you've managed to make a few connections and have an eye for the market does not mean you know the history of the upper realm. You could live your full life and die in the time a single cultivation session of mine passes. Do you wish to make an enemy of us?" Ember shrugs. "You already extorted a 1st-class world and a handful of 2nd-class from our conglomeration head earlier this week. If this continues and we allow it, we've already died. You're the ones who have made an enemy of us." The demon's eyes narrow, as its simple tactic of intimidation on a mere 5th-class human should have been more than enough for them to scatter or bow down. While it is true that the Vermilion family has the greatest influence in the city right now, if they made an enemy of all the major trading hubs and gangs that have long-standing loyalty to the prior Citadel Lord, a dispute could very well set them back thousands of years. Waiting until their new noble arrives would be the safest move, but saving their honor is almost as equally important. Both of the 1st-class demons know this, but the purple-horned hothead interjects, making it clear. They're not taking no for an answer. "That's right, we're being merciful lords by allowing you all to live on under our rule. You will pay us what we ask and be thankful your head still stays connected to your shoulders." The red ogre guards that brought Ember down are wide-eyed in fear, their stomachs twisting and their hearts dropping to the floor once they hear the red-haired human's reply. "No. We will pay 30% below the market price for bulk orders like this, so there is still room to resell to individuals. Your ask for 200% of the average market price is absurd and clearly an abuse of power." The red ogres now understand very well why their bodyguard contract price paid out the equivalent of a 4th-class world in profits each per month now. Their client is insane. Myron steps closer, less than 3 meters in front of Ember, towering over him. "You'll pay the price we set and beg for your life." Ember looks up with his arms crossed. No, Leonard watches them with confusion racing through his mind, as in the 18,000 years he's been following his lord, even before they were established as one of the 5 great families, he's never seen a human even look a demon in the eyes. This was meant to be a simple task. Overcharging for a few thousand 5th and 4th class worlds, plus getting rid of some junk 3rd class worlds, might only set the trade center back a few months' worth of profit. It's a simple hit any logical owner would take not to anger the Citadel Lord. However, this new human in charge is willing to set the entire city on fire just to prove a point, he whispers under his breath. So short-sighted, then again, what else would I expect from a human? As Myron is about to burst with anger and cause an even bigger scene, Leonard believes this is exactly what the ogre conglomeration wants. He steps forward and pushes a hand in front of his hot-headed partner to save some dignity. It is a negotiation, after all. This is the largest public trading center in the district. It's only right to challenge the market prices and see if we can get a good deal, isn't it? Ember grins and walks right in between the 2 demons, ignoring their domineering presence. Standing in front of the salesman who initially took their planets to trade, he peers into the holograms floating above the escrow status devices to look at the worlds in question for himself. Ember swipes through the worlds, replying to the demons, forcing them to turn around to be spoken to. The prices my salesman gave were already at the market. If anything, I'd offer even lower. They were already being courteous. Myron yells out, equally mad at his partner for holding him back and at this human disrespecting him. You do not understand who you are dealing with. I should crush your avatar right now, shatter your soul to pieces, and wipe this shopping center off the face of the Citadel for your insolence. Ember raises an eyebrow and speaks with a sarcastic undertone. Oh? Was that a declaration of war? Against me? Or the ogre conglomeration? Or this entire district? Or all of our trade allies? I'm just a human. It's hard to understand the hidden meaning behind your words. The Blackhorn demon, unable to stop his counterpart, wishes he came to the shopping center alone today, dreading telling Andres of this blunder and being outwitted by a human. However, Ember's next words make both of the demons' eyes widen in shock. How about we settle things with a duel? This is a simple dispute of prices, isn't it? No reason to set the realm on fire over a few thousand low-quality ether, right? The hot-headed demon lets out a murderous laugh, taking a step forward and yelling back, humans are even more stupid than I ever believed they'd be. Duel accepted. Come on, let's go right now. His laugh continues to echo throughout the floor. While Leonard is hit with both a wave of relief and worry mixing together, this human had them right where he wanted them, then gave up any chance of leverage without batting an eye. The Blackhorn demon scans Ember over and over with his system, but nothing out of the ordinary comes back. He is merely a 5th-class human lord. It should be impossible for a being like him to even stay conscious while standing in their presence. Something isn't quite right about all of this. However, Myron already publicly accepted their duel, so there is no backing out now.